Good Tuesday morning, everybody. John and Lance along with Dell for the next 3 hours now on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Glad you could join us. And one of the big stories locally yesterday, Lance, is Cam Robinson. Now, two of the biggest acquisitions this past offseason didn't make it 5 games. C.J. Gardner-Johnson, gone after 3. Now Cam Robinson, gone after 4. And Nick Caserio caught it a little bit. I'm of the opinion you made a mistake, get out of it.
Yeah, and I don't even know that this is like Cam Robinson was brought in on a contract, to be honest, that was, commensurate with his veteran status, but he was still fighting for a job. I mean, there was still, you had Tay Ursery, who was a second rounder. Titus Howard was locked in at either guard or tackle. So, to me, you got Trent Brown on the PUP list, which I think this could be a signal that Trent's coming. I didn't see if they did anything from a roster standpoint, transaction standpoint. Yeah,
is that a great thing with what we've seen with Trent Brown? I mean, is that a great thing that Trent Brown?
Well, he's a swing tackle. He's played left and right. I mean, Cam wasn't playing. They said they wanted him to play. The other thing is it gets him off their books. Real cash doesn't come off their books. Like he didn't have. I'd have to check and see what the guarantee was, but I don't think this will hit them really hard at all cap wise. And frankly, they just got done. They got to pay. They've got to pay Gardner-Johnson. This actually lightens the load. They won't talk about this, but this is actually some money they get to offload.
This just makes Carey's case. All right? Yeah, that's fine for you.
Who's Carey?
But that's real Carey McNair. All right?
Oh.
How poorly run it is, how wasteful it is, giving him all that money, and then nothing. Getting nothing out of him.
That's like no money by NFL standards. Cam Robinson was basically living on the streets by NFL standards.
Well, it's $13 million between the couple of guys there, and
but Cam Robinson, he was he was making like $8 million, and then after taxes, and he was barely even making ends meet by NFL standards.
Yeah, that's just barely making.
We're all
meet.
Working paycheck to paycheck, and NFL players this contract's terrible. This is gross.
I only get $8 million. Look at what Jalen Petre's getting. That's terrible. I'm not getting that.
I take it back. He did sign an $8.7 million signing bonus. So, actually, they threw away a bunch of stupid money on him, too.
I mean, that's why.
I think, did they convert some of his?
I'm on Team Carey.
Did they, hold on, Cam Robinson, did they convert some of his contract? I'm trying to figure this out. I got to see what it counts for with the Texans. But dead cap. Yeah, I guess they accrued $2.2 million of dead cap potentially. Regardless, D'Amico said he wanted him to have a chance to play. He wants to play. I get it. I mean, he's going to be a free agent.
That tells me he's in the locker room and he's not.
He said he was a good guy.
His role.
He said he didn't have a problem with him. He just wants to play.
Yeah.
I think the Texans, they do offload him. They get rid of some money, real money. They don't have to pay him paycheck to paycheck. His contract was a $12 million deal with included $8.75 million signing bonus. $10.75 is guaranteed, but the only money the Texans are on the hook for is the $8.75 signing bonus and the paychecks that he's already accrued. So now Cleveland will have to pay the rest of his paychecks. So they get rid of some money that they're going to have to pay already for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. They get rid of a backup who they probably didn't think was going to be any better than Trent Brown, who I assume will be next up. I'm like, whatever. It's a miss, but it also wasn't a guaranteed hit. Chauncey Gardner-Johnson's the one that kind of, he can actually play, but he's a pain in the ass. This is what happens.
Well, they want. I think originally before they saw Rante, Cam Robinson was going to be the left tackle. They signed him to a nice contract. He's got experience. Ariante,
we have to do it though. You had to do it because you don't go in with a zero hole into the draft, because then you're in desperation mode. So they had to sign him. There was probably a little bit of competition. That did not lock him in as a starter. I think they said he's our starter if we need it. I know they liked Ozzie Trapillo, who was also a right tackle.
Yeah, but they couldn't have gone this offseason.
We got to go Cougar football, bro.
Oh, yeah.
We got Houston's got a big win.
What a win.
A big game
gosh.
coming up. They got a big game coming up.
What a win. Willie Fritz, the head coach, joining us right now. He was surfing his players. He was surfing after the game.
I would have worried about getting hurt because I get hurt easily.
Well, you can't do it, but Coach Fritz can do it.
Isn't that the first time I saw him surf last year?
Hey, Coach, how about that surfing? You like surfing, I guess, huh?
Oh, we kind of do that after every game. I started doing that in 1993 at playing after ball.
Wow.
Everybody always asks me where they're going to drop you, and I said we only do it after a win. So they go ahead and hold on to me then. But we just like to have a little bit of fun after the game.
93?
Did you guys stay up for the whole thing?
You've been surfing that long. We didn't even realize that it was a surf after every win. Coach. Hopefully, you're going to be surfing a lot.
How did that get started? Out of curiosity.
You know, I was an assistant at Coffeyville Community College many years ago, and we used to sing that song. We had a victory song, and when I got my first head coaching job there at Blaine, we did the song, and I was standing up high doing it, and couple of kids said, "Jump, coach," so I jumped, and it's been a kind of a tradition ever since.
Well, I heard the question you asked. I did not stay up until the overtime. I had something else I had to do that evening, but was keeping up with it on my phone after the first half. You know, it wasn't going the way that you wanted it to. But boy, there in the fourth quarter, and then once again in overtime, you got 3 in overtime. You got a big field goal, which you needed, but the touchdown with Wegman with 2 touchdown passes in the fourth quarter, including the big one, the 50-yard strike to Tanner Koziel. Boy, a lot of heart in coming back. Your guys never gave up. And why don't you talk about that? At some point, when do you get a feel for your team's mentality? You know what I mean? Like that this isn't too big for them to come back from. Because I'm sure you've had some teams where you thought, if we got down, we would not have had the tenacity to come back from games like this. When do you know about that this team had that in them?
Yeah, we didn't play real good, you know, in the first and third quarter. I think we had 308 yards in the second and fourth quarter, and we had 20-something yards in the first and third quarter. So we just didn't start each half as well as we needed to. I do a better job with that. You know, the guys they stayed positive on the sideline. The coaches stayed positive and just kept chopping wood. And you know, and then there in the fourth quarter, we had a couple big plays and did a good job of pass protection. Gave Connor a good pocket and had a nice touchdown pass to Stephon Johnson and also Tanner. And you know, we're able to run the ball with some success too, which you know, you guys know it opens up the passing game. Made some big stops on defense and then hit the big field goal in overtime. So just proud of the guys and the resiliency they showed.
How about that Koziel touchdown? I mean, they're in cover 0 and Connor just throws a beauty and he's gone. That is, I mean, that was clutch after clutch. Coach, the block field goal to force overtime. Talk about that in your special teams.
Well, we work on that like crazy, and Coach Josh Christian Young, he runs our field goal block team. We work on it on Tuesday. We'll be working on it here in a little bit. And have a meeting about it on Friday night. And they had some issues with their snapper and holder and operation, and Latrell McCutcheon did a great job of laying out, getting the first one right before half, and then. They're at the end of the game, Will James, and I'm not sure which one blocked, but they're both taking credit for it. But Mark Stampley also came off the edge. And, it's one of those things where everybody's got to go hard on it every single time. And, if there's a weak link, you can expose it.
There aren't that many undefeated teams left, and you're one of them, Coach. But, boy, you got a task this week with Texas Tech coming to town. Talk about what you've seen from them so far and what you're up against on Saturday.
Well, we're up against a really good team. They're very, very talented, very well coached. Offense, defense, kicking game. We've got to do a great job. We can't have 2 quarters that we play well. We've got to play well all 4 quarters against these guys. They're a big team. You know, their defensive line, their offensive line, good skill players. Heck, they played 2 quarterbacks against Utah, and both of them did a really nice job. So a really deep, talented team, and they do a good job schematically, all 3 phases.
Man, they got 3 running backs who have 200 yards this year. So 3 guys who are averaging over 50 per game, and another one who's at 100. Well, the quarterback, Will Hammond, is at 169 yards. So they can attack you on the ground with multiple. They're going to be able to stay fresh at running back. The quarterbacks do a pretty good job of taking care of the football. Your defense has been disruptive at times. Did struggle a little bit against the run against Oregon State, which is unusual, I think, for you guys. What do you have to do? Have you obviously you've looked at the running game from Texas Tech. What do you think you need to do differently in this one to make sure that you're disruptive, stay gaps sound, and make sure linebackers are fitting up what they need to fit up?
Well, just like you said, you know, we got to be gap sound. We got to do a good job rallying the ball, playing with good leverage. I didn't think we tackled as well as when we had the first 3 ball games. We got to tackle extremely well. Got to do a good job on first down. You know, like most defenses in the country, do a good job on first down. You got a pretty good chance of being successful. You know, but that's a big part of it. We want to be able to run the ball so that we can be, you know, a pass and run threat, and want the other team not to be able to run it, so they're one-dimensional, and they can get after them when they have to throw the ball. So you're correct. We got to do a good job against the run.
They'll attack down the field too from a passing standpoint. Where you can you talk for a second about your corners and how your secondary's played up to this point?
We played pretty well in the secondary. We got some good corners. Latrell McCutcheon, we mentioned a little earlier. Will James also. Zelmar Vedar is doing a good job for us. So we feel good about our corner situation. Our safeties are playing well. Contrell Webb, Jordan Allen, Blake Thompson, they're all playing a bunch for us on the back end. So those guys got to, you know, to play the run, you got to have good tackling out of your secondary too. It's, you know, it's key for you. No longer can you just have the front 4 and your 2 inside linebackers be the good guys. You know, your 5 secondary guys have got to be able to tackle too. So they've done a good job of that all season. They're going to have to do that Saturday night.
On the other side, you know, Connor struggled early. He had the interception, your first turnover of the year, but it was a struggle watching Dean Connors just struggle to get anything, Coach. That was he had looked so good early, you know, in the previous 2 games. What did they do differently to shut him down?
Not that much. We feel like it was us, you know, just our execution. They're good defense, and you know they played pretty well most of their games so far this season, but we just didn't execute the way we needed to. I was telling somebody it might have been, you know, paralysis by overanalysis. You know, we worked on these guys a long time because we had a bye week. Unfortunately, we didn't play as crisp as we needed to early, particularly when you got, you know, a script and, you know, your openers that you're going to be playing. And, you know, how offensively, you got to have 11 pluses in order to have an opportunity to be successful. Sometimes on defense, you know, the plays go on the left and the backside corner doesn't play exactly the way it needs to. It never, you know, hurts you. But offensively, you just got to have everybody on the same page. And that's one of the things I've challenged the kids with is, you know, we just got to make sure we have 11 pluses every play. If we do that, we got a great opportunity to be successful.
You're wearing the hometown blue. You're wearing the Columbia blue, the hometown blue uniforms this week. You're at home. It's on ESPN. You're an 11.5-point underdog. Can you pass that message on to your players, Coach, that they're disrespecting you a little bit? They're being a little out of order. They're being a little disrespectful, I think, to the Houston Cougars at home.
You know, I really don't get into all that stuff. The thing we just talk about is improving every single week, playing our very best game. I start the week off every, you know, hey, this game's going to count 3, and you know, they all get it now. I say it doesn't. It counts 1. Just like last week and the week before, we got to put everything into this sucker that we possibly can. And you know, the big key is the preparation during the week and then turning it loose on Saturday night. So we're excited about it. The kids like wearing the blue. I know that. I've heard them talking about that a little bit. And, you know, and I remember the old days seeing the blue all the time, too. And I was assistant at Glenn, you know, and Lamar Lathan, right?
Yeah.
Former Cougar great out there playing. So we're looking forward to it.
This one counts 3.
Yeah.
I use that with my kids. Hey guys, this one counts 3. It's a big one.
It's a big one. And it is Willie Fritz every week, brought to you by HRP right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. 6 o'clock kick, Texas Tech in town. Undefeated, 2 undefeateds facing off, and it's going to be on ESPN. But get on out there and support those Cougs. And we got tickets to give away that we will do here this morning. So, Coach, man, congratulations on a tough, hard-fought win. I don't know. Watching it at home, I was like, man, it was frustrating. I can't imagine as close as you were how frustrating it was for a while until you guys opened it up in the fourth quarter. Nice win. Nice job, Coach, getting that win, and good luck on Saturday night.
Hey, thank you all very much. Go Cougs.
All right, that is Willie Fritz every week right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. That's good stuff. We get back to Texans talk on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now I'm talking about John Clay Wolf. I mean, I don't know if you hear him on here. He's recorded some commercials for us, and we play them. And if you've ever heard his Saturday morning show, he is something else. He really is. What a great job he's done. He's taken out of nothing, all right? He was buying cars for a company, and he just said, I can do this, and now he's become one of, if not the biggest car buyer in the country, giving away $25,000 every month, just giving it away, just saying, listen, you want $25,000? Here it is. I'm going to do that every month, and you got a chance to win it too. All you need to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com, best place to sell your car. And with GiveMeTheVin.com, you got the big cash giveaway. GiveMeTheVin.com, giving away $25 in cash. There are 2 ways to win. You get 250 chances to win with your mail-in entry, or 1,000 chances to win if they buy your car. So all you have to do is go to GiveMeTheVin.com. They put you right on the money, a hassle-free online option. All right, and they're going to be CarMax, or they'll send you $100. So it's a guarantee. It's a guarantee that you are going to win no matter what. Either you get the most for your car, or you get $100 if they can't beat CarMax's offer, which they do all the time, every day. You go to one of their pickup locations, or they'll come to you. It's easy. It's fast. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back. We were talking about the Texans. Dell, you got D'Amico talking about Cam Robinson. Cam Robinson traded a swap of – it's amazing how little guys' value is.
They bring nothing.
They bring literally nothing to the table. A seventh for a sixth and pick swaps. It just is. It literally nothing. But he's gone. C.J. Gardner-Johnson is gone. A different experience. Yesterday, D'Amico said actually would talk about it as opposed to C.J. Gardner-Johnson. He actually talked about Cam Robinson leaving. Here he is. And here he is.
Yeah, we traded Cam to the Browns today. It gives Cam an opportunity to go play. Cam wants to play, so it gives him an opportunity to do that, and we wish Cam nothing but the best. He's handled himself the right way since he's been here. He's done everything the right way, everything that we asked him to do. So we wanted to do right by him and give him the opportunity.
What does that say about
For Ursary, I think he's done a really good job. Still has a ways to go. Still has room to grow, room to get better, and those are separate from each other, and that has nothing to do with Cam. But Tay has done a really nice job.
But Tay playing well enough to trade him is actually it does matter. You know, Ariante has been good. He's been okay. He's been good, and you know what? The unit as a whole has been pretty damn good.
That's not. I always have to. I feel like I have to just. I know what the narrative is on it. I always feel like I have to apologize whenever I say something like they're not as bad as you think they are.
They're not even close to as bad as you think.
No, they really aren't. They really aren't. But the narrative is the offensive line's getting CJ killed. CJ's going to perish in an accident. Why? Please help CJ. Please help him. David Mulgeta's going to get mad at us, and he's going to slap us across the face.
I watched all of his dropbacks. He had plenty of time.
The narrative doesn't help when he's writhing around in pain a couple times a game, which was happening.
Look, I know that they had a mistake on a protection that had Jeffrey Simmons in on him, and literally a split second, the fastest sack in the history of mankind, and so that's everything that happened the whole game. Like, you know what I'm saying? If you think the offensive line is an issue, then that play is everything for the whole game. The reality is they didn't give up a sack in the second half, and they only give up 2 pressures in the second half.
Well, I'm not referencing that play. That was just Jeffrey Simmons being Jeffrey Simmons. There were several plays where, whether you were at the game or watching from afar, you heard the broadcast and watched CJ writhing around because he got smacked right in the chest.
He got smacked once. Once I was listening on the radio, and Andre Ware was really concerned for CJ's overall well-being after he got hit. I don't know what the hit. It was in the first half. He's like, "Oh my goodness, he just got killed."
He got hit right in the midsection,
and he stayed down for a little bit.
He was down. He was writhing. His face, you could see he was in some pain. He took a big hit, but he stood. You know what?
I heard he stood in though.
He has stayed in there. Here's as the last 3 weeks. Week 2, 36.7 QB pressures, 36.7% QB pressures. Week 3, 32.6%. Week 4, 28.1. I mean, I think that they're down in the bottom half of quarterback pressure. So this narrative that this offensive line is just terrible. And oh, by the way, Ed Ingram is playing better than anybody. Mm-hmm. He's grading out according to, his PFF, and, you got to take everything with a...
No, but he's been better for sure.
He has been better.
I was waiting for him to falter. Like, I've been watching him closely, and he's not. I mean, you have to be fair about it. When a guy plays well, you have to acknowledge it. And Ed Ingram has done a nice job. And Cole Popovich has done a nice job of coaching them up. Their double teams are hip to hip. They're playing with inside hands. Like, the technique stuff that they need to play with, they're doing. And a lot of that, and they're sorting through the fronts when they get action, when they get games up front. They're sorting through it with their eyes. I mean, they've done a nice job. They're getting some push on double teams. There are positive plays. Last year, it was either negative play or you just hope that they would neutralize. This year, they're having some positive blocks. The very first play of the game, they got pushed. They reestablished the offensive line 3 yards. And Nick Chubb had 3 yards before he could even think about having to make a cut or try to, run through an arm tackle. It was impressive. There's actually some big pluses for the offensive line when I watched this year. And that was something I didn't see much. I mean, they had some pluses, but a lot of it was on Joe Mixon. I think the offensive line Chubb is getting what's blocked. Woody Marks has the ability to get more than is blocked.
He created. There were a couple of runs. One where he went outside and Barton filled the hole, and he was able to put a move on him, and he picked up like 6 or 7 yards as opposed to a no gain or even a loss of 1 or 2. That is especially. I mean, the offensive line hasn't blocked badly, but his wiggle is real. I mean, he's got to be running back 1 now, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he's got.
I think from the carries, like he may not get the start, but he'll be Sam Cassell over Kenny Smith. Let me put it that way. Yeah. He's going to be the guy that's leaned on for more. I'll bet you he gets more carries next game.
And D'Amico wouldn't even address Joe Mixon. He was asked about, the players coming off the PUP list.
Yeah. What D'Amico said, here are the players who are eligible coming off the PUP list that we expect. You got Danico Autry, and who was the other one? Jalen, one of the other Jalens from Penn State, the safety. Jalen Reed, yeah. He mentioned those two by name, and somebody goes, what about Joe Mixon? He goes, so the players coming off the injured list or who are eligible to come off that we're expecting back are Jalen Reed and also Danico Autry. Okay. He won't even mention, he's Voldemort Mixon. He won't even mention he's he who shall not be mentioned in that locker room. You can't even mention his name. Mm-hmm. He's unmentionable. And the very fact that they're doing this, I'm sitting here with him on our ESPN fantasy thing that we have with the listeners where I'm 3-1, should be 4-0. I've got him stashed. It's a waste of a spot. I seriously doubt that he makes it back. If he makes it back by week 10, I'll be impressed. And you know what? If this ends up being a bad season, he may not come back.
I don't expect him back.
You really don't?
No.
I don't know enough about the injury. I have no details.
He's Joe McCullers.
But the way they're acting,
I just don't expect him.
He's Joe McCullers.
Yeah.
That's disrespectful.
No. You insulted him a little bit. You got a little out of order yourself.
Joe McCullers, do you understand what you're saying?
Yeah, I understand what I'm
saying. You do?
Yeah.
What goes to that where he misses multiple seasons?
That's exactly.
He's injured every other year. He had a high ankle, or he had one thing that kept him out last year, and then he made it back, and he ran hard and played well. I mean, granted, by the end of his tenure, he may have missed more games than he played. Actually, now that say it out loud.
Now that
I actually think about the actual numbers, let's see. Last year, he played in 14 games. Okay. So he missed 3 regular season games last year.
Right, and that was because of the horse collar tackle that wasn't.
Yeah, it wasn't injury prone. Now he has missed 7 games. He's played 14. He's missed 7. Will he play more or miss more as a Texan?
He will miss more.
He will miss more.
He will miss more.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I don't love that for Joe Mixon or for the Houston Texans or my fantasy team.
No, Joe, you can pretty much get rid of Joe, and you'll be able to pick him up when he comes.
His rookie year, he was 14 games. Next year, 14 games, then full 16, then 6 during the COVID year, then 16, then 14, then 17, then 14. He'll miss a couple games. He's going to typically miss a couple games. I think part of it is just he just runs really hard. I mean, he's just – and the horse collar is nothing you can do about that.
No.
But the foot, what bothers me is we never even heard how he hurt it. It wasn't a football. It wasn't a football injury, right?
No. It's an NFI, non-football injury, and the Texans don't have to pay him. I don't know what's going on with that.
Well, they will.
Probably, but they don't have to. They're not on the hook for it. And this is another thing that if I'm Kerry, I'm saying, what are we doing with my money? Okay, giving it to a guy who's got a non-football injury.
With my money?
Yeah.
What? Kerry? This is Kerry's money?
Yeah, that's right.
Kerry, he's talking about Kerry McNair, the brother who is trying to sue. I've just heard all kinds of stuff behind the scenes. This is not great. None of this is great behind the scenes. It's not a good look for anybody.
No, it's not. It's not fun for anyone. None. It's not fun at all. All right, 713-780-3776. There's some Astros stuff that we have to get to, and we will do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't go anywhere.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, I saw there were a couple of things that we needed to talk about with our Houston Astros. Did you see Robert Ford put out a stat? The lack of the Astros in 18, the Astros had three pitchers that threw 200 innings: Verlander, Keuchel, and Cole. 2 in 2019, Verlander and Cole. In the 562 game season since then, only one Astros pitcher has thrown 200 plus innings. That's Fromber in 2022. Only 3 pitchers threw 200 innings this year, the lowest for any full season in Major League history. 15 years ago, there were 45. 15 years ago, there were 45 pitchers who hit 200 innings.
Golly.
I mean,
it's the specialization is, for all of.
Well, and the injuries.
Well, yeah, and the injuries are supposed to. So the specialization of relievers and innings count and workload management and all that. We actually have more injuries now than we've ever had. More now than we've ever had. And if you think about it, it's partially due to save arms. It's partially due to dominate, to have fresh arms who throw 97 plus. And that's the thought. It's not just to save arms, but you don't want to go 3 times through the lineup unless you're an elite pitcher. The ideas are out there that are analytics driven and they're backed by data. But what I am saying, though, is you have more injuries now than ever before with the new system and the new methodology. By going to more pitchers, I don't know why. I think some of it obviously has to do with spin rate. I think some of it has to do with spider tack not being used. Some of it has to do with playing youth baseball for so long and not maybe resting properly, because supposedly the UCL is continuing to develop and mature into the 20s, and there's a thought that a lot of damage is being done to young players that eventually hits the break point once they get in Major League Baseball at some point. I just know that when pitchers pitched more innings and they had more starts, we did not see this level of injury. Are they interconnected? Maybe not directly interconnected, but the data-driven approach has potentially, and data-driven meaning spin rate as well, has maybe led to more injuries, has maybe led to the opposite of what was expected, which is, fresher arms. And how about arms that don't pitch for a year and a half? In the Astros case, 2 years. Or with Luis Garcia, maybe ever again. How about that?
Yep.
I mean, I don't know. I don't always love, I respect analytics. I think that it's made baseball in some ways too clinical. I think it's made basketball too clinical. It's just a lot of 3-and-D, and we're going to shoot this, but we're not going to shoot this. I don't know, John. I know you're probably the same way. It's kind of robbed some of the spontaneity and the flavor from the game in some ways.
Yeah, it's not fun. And I can tell you the Astros weren't fun. Look at these stats. Brian McTaggart put this out. Astros offensive ranks to end the season. They were 21st in runs. Bad. Bottom third. Home runs, 17th. Walks, 26th. Strikeouts, 24th. Average, they were 13th. On base, 16th. Slugging, 18th. OPS, 15th. Runners in scoring position, 23rd. It's boring. They were boring. They were so blasé this year.
They really were. That's on brand. I mean, it really was boring. And when you can't hit with men in scoring position in clutch situations for chunks of the year, and when you have to go to your bullpen I don't even care who your bullpen is. When you have to go to your bullpen this much, when you have pitchers that you've never heard of that are having to come up and try to save you, none of that's exciting for a fan base. No. And once again, I ask you, are you disappointed with the run at all? When you look at back and you say, okay, we'll start at 15 because they got into the playoffs in 15. They didn't in 16, but they were building. They had a good young team in 16. 15 through 20, the tombstone will say 2015 to 2025. Level of disappointment. I'm going to look from a glass half empty standpoint. Level of disappointment.
I'm not disappointed. I'm a little frustrated that they didn't win the Washington series. That's it.
That's probably a better. If frustrated, not disappointed. Frustrated.
Not disappointed. This was such a fun run. Now I don't know that it's over. I really don't. I don't know that it's over. I think they're coming back with a hell of an offense next year if they can stay healthy. Obviously, that's the caveat. But I think they're still that Jim Crane isn't going to stop trying. I just don't believe that. I know you're losing Fromber, and I think that's fine. I think you're gonna. I think. Listen, he surprises. It wouldn't surprise me at all if he doesn't have a big offseason acquisition because it's what he does. It's what he does. He does not. As long as he has said, as long as it's on my watch, we are not going to give up. We are going to try as hard as we can to win games, and they spend the money. This narrative about him not spending money is wrong. He spends the money. He's usually top 5, it's certainly in the top 10 of highest payrolls. And look at what the Mets payroll got them. Nothing. They're almost a $500 million payroll this year, and look what it got them.
But don't you think like those are talking points? I get it, but don't you think the frustration is that your best players leave?
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way around it. From Garrett Cole to Springer and I know that some of those John don't.
Which ones though were actually the wrong call? Carlos wasn't the wrong call.
I don't think most of them have been the wrong call.
No.
That's the problem.
That's the problem.
But you can't. But when you operate like that,
Cole,
you had no chance.
If you were gonna, if they would have paid him, they absolutely had a chance.
Yeah, and Cole would have, before he blew out his arm too. But man, and you would think that he would. I mean, what would that have looked like if you had Cole, Verlander? Yeah. Now Verlander did blow his arm out the very next year. He was done.
Verlander is older now. I mean, getting rid of Verlander was not. Getting rid of George Springer, okay.
No, I understand.
Until this year, George Springer was a terrible buy by Toronto.
Mm-hmm.
Getting rid of Carlos, Pena stepped up and was the World Series MVP.
Yeah,
I mean, we're frustrated that you lose all the guys that you know. They've kept Jordan. They've kept Altuve. They paid McCullers was a mistake. Obviously,
too many of their signings have been mistakes.
Well, right. I mean,
your first, you had
Abreu
was a mistake.
Montero was a mistake. Abreu was a mistake.
Well, Javier was
McCullers
a no-brainer.
Was a mistake.
You do the Javier deal. That was a no-brainer. It's just bad luck.
Yep.
It's bad luck. McCullers, you could argue, it's just some injury history here that would be a concern, but it only got worse after he signed his contract. We didn't like. I mean, Montero was a dumb signing for that amount of money. Yeah. At 3 years was a dumb signing. Dumb signing for Abreu. Yeah. I mean, that was Bagwell running point on that one. I think that when you look at that and then you say, you did this, but it's not the same money. It's not the same situation. I don't disagree with you. I think for the most part they have made smart decisions on, like, they've ended up on the right side of history with those decisions with some of those guys financially. It doesn't change the point, though, that when you lose key components year after year after year after year, this is where you eventually end up. You can't avoid this unless you are just bringing superstars out of your minor league system, and I don't think they're bringing superstars necessarily. We have hopes, but Pena's been good two out of the 4 years, really good 2 out of the 4 years, but they're not bringing superstars up, and they've been short-circuited by the arm injury. I don't think we can – there's not any way that you can not mention the drastic reduction in potential when you have those arm injuries to that level of pitcher that you're talking about.
Yep, absolutely. All right, we got a break. You guys want in on that? You're more than welcome. We got more Texans to talk as well. 713-780-3776 is the number if you want to get in here with us. 713-780-3776. I'm talking about game day right now. They got locations all over the city, and listen, if it's a little bit of a drive for you because it's not right next to your house, I'm sorry. It's worth it. It is so worth it. I was driving up from the Galleria up to Willowbrook for mine. And not a problem for me. Not a problem at all. Because I have one right around the corner from me. Not as good. It's just not as good. Didn't care. You know what? I go in there. I'm a number. Here's your shot. Get out. Next. And I'm like, this is not what I'm looking. I'm looking for somebody that actually cares. It gives me the attention that I'm looking for, that makes sure that what I'm doing is going to test me. Got labs right on site at game day where the other ones just don't. They don't have labs on site because, it's difficult to have a lab. It has got to be, you got to make sure and monitor it all the time that it's perfect and that it's working perfectly. I mean, it's a big process. They do it. They don't care. They're different. They put more into it. I'm telling you, there is a difference in these testosterone places, and game day is just better. You're looking for a great way to get that testosterone replacement, to feel better, look better, all of those things. Get tested at Game Day Men's Health. They've got a lab right on site, and it's a free evaluation. GameDayMen'sHealth.com, GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
So another wide receiver goes down last night, Tyreek Hill. That didn't look good. Did you think it was a dirty play, Dal, rolling over and holding on to his leg?
Nah, it's just football. Yeah, confirmed. It was a knee dislocation last night, officially torn ACL this morning.
And other ligaments, right?
Yeah, that's the assumption. But I saw Schefter go torn ACL.
Cooked.
Yeah, so.
Next.
I mean.
Just another injury in sports.
Yeah, I mean.
ACLs, Achilles.
He had missed one game in his Dolphins tenure, and in a year where a lot was up in the air for him, it was likely his last year with the team anyway, considering they can get out of the deal after this offseason. After this season, so I don't see him playing for the Dolphins again. And I I think the team probably would have tried to trade him if he wasn't such a red flag off the field this offseason.
Yeah.
So they paid Jalen Waddle. So now it's time for Jalen Waddle to ascend to being their number one.
Mm-hmm. So did you guys see the stat about Justin Fields? He is 0-25 when the opposing team scores 20 points or more.
I remember the hype on Justin Fields was just so out of control.
Well,
I mean,
no one ever Orlovsky crying.
No one ever learns. Trevor Lawrence. No one ever learns. They keep saying generational crap. Travis Hunter's generational. I'll fight you. He's Finally, guess what? Everyone's saying he needs to be playing on one side of the ball. Oh, no kidding. Now that's coming out. Except Deion said, no, play him more snaps on both sides of the ball. Ryan Clark came out. Even Ryan Clark, he's not a Mulgeta client, though. I found out when I saw him going off on how great George Pickens was, I'm like, let me search this. George Pickens is what it did, John. George Pickens.
Agent.
Oh, David Mulgeta, of course. Same as Ryan Clark's. I was like, man, he loves him some George. Okay, that makes sense now. But even Ryan Clark came out and said, yeah, he's really got to lock in on one side, and that side needs to be defense. No crap. Play full-time corner, learn your technique, and then go over and get 10 snaps a game, 11 snaps a game on offense. That should have been the plan the whole time. This idea that you're going to spread – I thought about this too. Do you remember when Mario Williams was a rookie and the Texans were moving him from 3 technique, or where they played some 3-4 and some 4-3 fronts, and they had him 3 different – they had him both sides of the line. They had him on the interior some, lining him up at different techniques, and they admitted after the year was over, we screwed up. We asked him to take on too much. He was thinking and not just playing. You do young players a disservice when you don't ask them to lock in and get really good at something. When you ask them to do too much, it's a mistake with quarterbacks. It's a mistake with that's why they're slower to put wide receivers in, running backs who aren't ready for protection stuff. Smart teams are willing to protect players and be patient. And I think the Jaguars I get it. He was, really good in college on both, but his technique wasn't good on either side, running back or corner. He's just a phenomenal athlete with great instincts, great anticipation, and elite athletic traits. So he can get a lot better technique-wise on both sides, but you got to pick one where he's got to really lock in. He's got to be in the meeting rooms. He's got to work on technique. I asked a coach who coached against him in college. I said, what do you think, Coach? He goes, well, his technique's not very good on either side, which I thought the same thing. I said, yeah. And he said, to me, you play him, he's got to play a lot on one side of the ball to really get his technique. He can't afford to miss practice time. He can't afford to miss meetings, and he can't afford to miss technique work. He said, I would play him at corner. Aaron Glenn, when I asked Aaron Glenn about it, he said, I play him at wide receiver. He said, wide receiver's a tougher position. Now, none of these guys said they'd play him both ways. They said they'd give him some snaps, and Aaron said, I think you can just put him out there as a corner on third downs, and if you don't ask too much of him, he can go out and make a lot of plays. He said, but to me, it's harder. Aaron thought it was harder to be a rookie wide receiver than a rookie corner, which I was actually a little bit surprised by that, but he was also a former corner, so maybe he views it differently. I don't know.
Yeah. Right, yeah, because it's easy for him.
But he was generational. Trevor was generational. Justin Fields was going to do this and this. Caleb's playing pretty well now.
Who called Justin Fields
not generational? I didn't say. I said he was going to do this. That. And you remember, people were just besides himself that he lasted until the 11th pick of the draft. Like, how in the world could you do that? Trey Lance was terrible out of that draft. He had an injury that really short-circuited him. But we got to stop with generational tags. We got to stop this. There's so few guys who are elite talents. Now, with that said, Caleb Williams is playing a lot better. Like, if you just looked at his stats, you would think Caleb Williams. Have you just looked at his stats, John? His touchdown to interception? You're going to be surprised when you look at it. You would think he's been better than he has. But those stats do not indicate how he has played on a regular basis.
Yeah.
Those stats kind of lie. He's taken some terrible sacks, made some terrible decisions hanging on to the football that have put his team in bad situations. He's had some, good fourth quarters. But if you just look at the stats, you would think, man, Caleb Williams, his touchdown interception numbers are real good.
Yeah.
For his first, 21 games.
Yeah. No. And well, look at the Bears' record. So there was a bit of let's play Ben Johnson at halftime. Mm-hmm. Let's get that and play Ben Johnson. And there was quite the hubbub about, and then Ben Johnson had to answer the question yesterday in his press conference about what happened at halftime when he was coming back onto the field. Let's do that on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. If you want to get in, 713-780-3776. You're listening to ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Don't you go anywhere except go to Damaris Barbecue and get you the Greek salad or get you the barbacoa. Or I'm telling you, great place to watch games, great place to just get your feedback on. I love it, love it, love it. It's the 18th Street location is one of my favorite bars, and it'll be one of yours too. Damaris Barbecue on Shepherd or on the West Loop. Let's go. Get on over there, get your barbecue, and your Greek on. All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. So, at halftime of the Bears-Raiders game, It was 14-9. The Raiders led the Bears.
Bears didn't look good.
Bears did not look good. Okay. Now, who is the
Adita Kinkbowale.
Yeah, see, I can't. That's why I can't say
Aditi,
it. Yeah, I don't want to say it because I don't know how to say it. So I'm not gonna disrespect her because I'm always very respectful to women, especially women. But I'm respectful to everybody.
Are you though?
Yeah, very respectful. And so I don't want to mess up her name, like Kiki, whatever it is.
Well, she's waiting for you to get to the story.
Okay, so she's interviewing. Ben Johnson comes out at halftime. She's standing there, and here is the exchange, and let me know what you think.
Your offense has struggled to take advantage of those takeaways.
Yeah.
Okay, so what did you tell them to get things going?
That it wasn't our brand of football. We're capable of a lot more, and so we're hitting the reset button here at halftime, and we're going to come back and establish our identity here in the second half.
So you need to change what you're doing.
I don't know. You think so? We're going to be just fine.
All right, Ben Johnson, all business.
So Ben Johnson, all business. That was not great.
No. So what? So if you just read what she said you need to change what you're doing. But she was reiterating what he said. She was like, so you need to change what you're doing.
But it almost sounded like an order.
Which is what he even said. I perceived it that way, and I was wrong. I shouldn't have.
Let's hear what he had to say. Yeah. Yesterday, the coaches meet the media after they watch the film, and Ben Johnson, here's what he had to say about that.
And, if you care to address this, I know there's been some buzz about your halftime exchange. Can you relay how you interpreted that conversation?
Yeah, in the moment, I honestly didn't think too much of it. I'm kind of in game mode. But then when I look back at it, I am a little bit disappointed with what that looks like. I didn't hear very well, and that's not an excuse. But when I thought I heard that not a question, but that I needed to make some changes, I didn't take that very well. So I'll do a better job with those going forward.
He did. He laid on the sword. She wasn't great. She wasn't great. That wasn't good.
Wasn't good?
She was telling him you need to make changes.
You think she was?
Yeah, I get it. I understand that.
She even said
it wasn't posed as a question, though. It wasn't posed. She was
rephrased. It was cut up a little bit there. She rephrases what he says and says it back to him.
Well, but it's all. But as a head coach with a sideline, I've been a sideline reporter. She did a poor job. You don't, especially in the heat of the battle with a coach whose team isn't playing well. Her phrasing was terrible. It was bad. You need to do a better job. Yeah, okay, that's a question. You need to do a better job is not a question. And it sounds like it sounded actually it's a little condescending, and it's not great for a coach who's in the middle of a battle.
Poor babies with the coaches. They can't treat the coaches with kid gloves. Meanwhile, when they're screaming at a player after they screw up, hey, just stand there and take it because you got to take hard coaching, right?
Meanwhile, Ben Johnson put 80 hours into this game this week.
Yeah, I'm sure she didn't work hard either.
But she didn't put 80 hours in.
I don't know how hard she works.
She didn't. He mischaracterized what she said. It was not intentional what she said. I like
what she said is what she said, regardless. She phrased it poorly.
So she
phrased it poorly.
You need to make changes in the second half.
You need to make changes in the second half. Yes. That's not something that a sideline reporter should be telling a coach in the middle of a game.
He said it, and she says it back to him.
Well,
that's what she was doing, though.
She paraphrased.
She paraphrased it and said it back to him instead of him saying, and we will do that. Instead of doing that, he did his thing. It was a misunderstanding. I don't think it deserves a whole lot, but it was a misunderstanding. But now there's video think pieces on what an a-hole he is or how she clearly should not be on a sideline.
Yeah.
Like I saw one video that what a joke that you have women on the sideline and they're this bad. And I'm like, I know Aditi a little bit. I worked with her for a little bit at NFL Network. That's out of line.
No,
That's out of line.
No one.
There are people
I'm
saying
certainly
that.
not
though,
saying
John.
that.
Yeah,
I am saying she did a poor job. I'm saying she did a poor job. That's not something that you say to a coach on the sideline as he's trying. Actually, coaches hate this. They ain't got time for this. They don't want to be there.
That's what the money's for.
Yeah, okay, great.
Yeah,
no, it's
that's
not.
what it's for. Yes, it is.
No, it's actually not. I'm in the middle of a game.
That's why you get paid what you get paid.
Well,
You're
I think
representative
coaches
of
and
the
players.
Del, this is a relatively new thing.
How new is this?
Coaches had not been interviewed at halftime for 90 years of football.
But how
now
long
all of a sudden it is.
Since Ben
it's
Johnson's
a new
been
thing.
a coach.
They're in the middle of games,
Yeah.
and you know what? You do have to. It's a difficult job, but she didn't do a good job. I'm sorry.
And he didn't.
Well,
neither one of them did. He even said he didn't do a good job.
Yeah,
he said
right.
it out of his own mouth.
You know what? He laid on the sword.
I mean, I think when he looks back at it, he knows that a coach's response also has an impact on the people asking the questions too, because it can make you look like it can be demeaning to Johnny Harris was demeaned by Bill O'Brien multiple times.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
out of sometimes coaches have a responsibility too. I just think it was a misunderstanding, and you could say that the way she phrased it, I thought you were right. Her phrasing came off in such a way that was confusing to him, if that was his interpretation, and then the way he handled it. But I didn't think it's too, like, he was pissy. Okay,
yeah.
Like to me, I'm like, all right, well, that's just the way it is. He answered. It shouldn't even last beyond Tuesday. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, we can talk about it, obviously, but I hope it doesn't have any impact on her, and it certainly shouldn't have any impact on him. He's the first salty coach you've ever seen. How about every interview ever with
Popovich?
Exactly.
Oh, by the way,
with Popovich.
I know. Does anyone know where Greg Popovich is?
Wildcat, probably.
I swear to God, I saw Greg Popovich. We've got a hill here that goes up. I think I saw Pop, and he was in a chair. He was actually in a motorized chair.
Oh, that might have been him.
It might have been him because
let me check his Insta.
Pardon me?
Let me check his Instagram account.
Yeah, see where he is. If he's
I was
here.
Joking, but actually he does have an Instagram account. It clearly can't. Yeah, it's not run by him. It's just a bunch of. It's not going to be anything now where he's in a chair.
It's not. No, they're not going to show that.
No,
they're not going to put that out there. But I know it was him. I know, and I was like, "Oh my God, Pop!" Does anybody? If anybody knows where Pop is
this his Twitter account? This last post is from 2015. It says, "How do we lose to the damn Utah Jazz? They are complete ship." With a P. Pacers suck ass. 1,000 wins, baby. Damn, it feels good. That can't be him, John.
I don't think
that's from 15.
You sure that's his account and
there's only 42 followers. It says the official Twitter, though. It says they wrote it up as the official. So it says official with 42 followers. I don't know.
And he calls Utah shit.
I'll bet that was him.
You know what? He's salty like that.
Look at, here's Tony says, now you've got a thing where you like to cheer for the man sometime. You cheer for the Diamond Clubs. You cheer for the house in gambling. And it says, do you think John Granado watched Blackfish that he was rooting for SeaWorld? Dale's laughing. He's seen it. Have you ever seen that doc, John?
No.
SeaWorld, where they have the black whale.
The
whale ends up killing somebody or whatever. Or,
no, the whales are treated terribly.
Well, they are, and he ends up flipping.
Well, you treated him poorly at some point.
And he said, did John root for SeaWorld?
Tilly? Wasn't that same
that's where
whale's name?
Yeah, and he attacked her, right? Yeah, I actually was, I don't know.
Tillicum. That was the whale's name.
Tillicum
was the whale.
That was the name?
Yeah, of the orca. Apparently, orcas don't attack humans in the wild.
Even though when I was a little kid, there was a movie called Orca that was about Orca, the killer whale. And I
was orcas.
I was terrified of Orca.
Yes.
Well, they kill other animals, but they don't attack humans in the wild.
Yeah, they did in this movie.
Well, you pissed them off.
And we're just talking about a movie where they killed.
Well, it wasn't in the wild.
Have you guys ever gone and seen the whales up close? I mean, they'll go right next to. They were right next to the boat, and they could crush you with one fin. Boom, you're done forever. But they'll swim up right next to you. So yeah,
I'm pass on that.
I'm pro that. See, Tony's wrong. I am pro whale here. Okay,
you're a big whale guy.
I'm a whale guy. I've been a whale guy.
Okay,
I've always been a whale guy. Okay. Yeah, I'm not on.
He's not on SeaWorld side.
Tony. Yeah, you misinterpreted that totally. Okay, I've never been. I'm pro casino because I don't want to see them close.
Yeah. I don't think they're going to. How many have closed because they lost money?
What are you worried about with casinos?
I'm just worried when
that's like being worried about. I hope this professional sports owner ends up making money when they sell.
Well, we know he's worried about Jim Crane's money.
Which owner has ever lost money when they sell an organization? Man. Other than maybe a WNBA owner.
Take a loss. Even now they're not.
Baseball, basketball, football. It's impossible to take a loss.
But John's worried.
I'm worried.
Hopefully, when Tillman, gets more into being an ambassador, maybe a bigger political career like Paul Feinbaum's apparently striving towards.
How about that?
He doesn't lose money on the Rockets.
Feinbaum's going to run for Senate in Alabama.
Tillman doesn't take a loss.
Yeah. How about that?
Speaking of the Rockets.
And don't think Stephen A. You see his political stuff he's doing now?
He's 100% going to try to get into politics.
He's going to try to run for president.
He's trying to be a centrist. But he will eventually slide to one side depending on what he thinks will make it better.
Oh, no. He's going to read the room and make decisions just like, Trump will slide around basing on, pulling into most people. Stephen A. is going to slide around like, oh, let me get a little of this.
Yeah. Who's
let me get a little
him?
of this. Stephen A. Smith, who yells at us on TV, is going to run for some political
I was watching that show yesterday after our show. It's impossible to watch. It is.
Well, there's a lot.
He and Cam Newton. Oh my God.
Sometimes Cam is terrible.
I like Cam on his own
Sometimes
stuff.
Cam is actually okay. On his own stuff, he's actually not bad.
I like him with his own.
It's actually surprisingly level-headed on his own stuff.
Yeah, but you know what he played? A.D. Mitchell's fumble. His whole thing was, he had an arm sleeve. Don't wear any cloth while you're carrying the ball. That wasn't it. He was transferring it to hot dog it before he got into the end zone. It had nothing to do with the.
This is why we measure hands. This is why we met. You know what his hand size is? 6.5 inches.
That's your non-player perspective, John. It's your non-player perspective.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh wow. Dell just called you non-player.
I said
He's talking
John.
to you.
I said that's your non-player perspective.
Cam told
John.
you what it was. Now you're coming with a non-player perspective.
You never
it's
played
funny
it.
hearing sports side guys talk about cloth.
Lance is talking about his hand size again. Yeah.
Who drops a football with a glove on? With gloves on?
Yeah.
Tiny hands.
Who?
Well, Tiny Hands made a one-handed catch on that one.
It was a great play until
it was a
at the
great
end,
play.
Except it all up.
Yeah.
Ballard goes to those games, and he's notorious for losing his crap in press boxes. He has to literally, calm down. He always says, I can't. And I said, what was your response when A.D. Mitchell fumbled and then he had the holding penalty? And he wasn't happy with it. He wasn't pleased with it. He didn't sit there quietly.
No.
But he calms down at the end. But it's got to be – I would probably be the same way where I'd slam something down or drop an F-bomb. Like, how could you – if your livelihood I just know if you're a gambler and you watch that, you didn't get a cover. And that guy was responsible for 2 touchdowns.
And that guy's responsible for Ballard making millions of dollars.
Yeah, he drafted that guy. Yeah. That was a chance to go get a win on the road and start 4-0. And A.D. Mitchell had 2 monumental mistakes. And one of them, some holdings happened. That falling out of his hand stuff should never happen.
No. David says, here's Ben at halftime with the reporter. I don't take no orders from no women.
Do you have that audio, Del, still? You used to have that. I don't take no orders from no women. You gotta find that again. It's not hard to find.
Yeah, that's Ben Johnson.
I mean, what? What'd you say? What did you say?
All right, time to talk a little underdog
take no orders from
football.
the woman, by the way.
By the way.
I don't take no orders from the woman, by the way.
It's still there.
It's still there. All right, Underdog is still there, too.
Yeah, Underdog is still there, and Underdog's got great opportunities for you. Great opportunities for you. I'll just give you an example. with Underdog Fantasy. With Underdog Fantasy, it's never been easier to make money in a variety of different ways, and that's one of the things I like. Like, my new thing that I like to do is try streaks, right? So you want to pick your first two higher or lower. You got the statistics. I've told you about this. You got statistics for any number of players, any number of statistics, and then you go higher or lower. And you want to win. You have to win those next two, or the two that you have. But then it goes, okay, now to the next one. It's like Card Sharks when you're watching, games, when you're watching those TV game shows. You go to the next one, and then you go to the next one, and your payout builds, right? Your multipliers build. And at any point, you could say freeze it. You could stop right there and take your winnings, or you press your luck and go forward for another one. And you could go all the way to 11. If you get to 11, it's a massive payout. And you can do that for as little as $5. Here's something else. When you download the app, and that's Underdog Fantasy, and you use promo code Lance, they are going to – you use Lance when you make your first deposit. When you make your first $5 play, you're going to get $100 in bonus cash when you make your first $5 play. Well, that streaks could be your first $5 play. So whether or not you want to play it just straight and you go higher or lower picks, maybe you put 4 of them out there and you try to win all 4 and hit it big. You want to go 5, you want to go 6 and try to win really, really big. That's great. Maybe you want to play streaks, which is out there as well. Gives you a chance. You decide when to cash out and take your money. It's all available through Underdog Fantasy. You're watching the games, play along with the games, Underdog Fantasy. You had 2 games last night, and you could have been playing Underdog Fantasy and making real money right here legally in the state of Texas. Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
I'm looking at this Jeffrey Simmons. It's an abomination of offensive line play. Everybody went left except Ed Ingram. Jeffrey Simmons is lined up just off of Andrews' right shoulder.
Mm-hmm.
Andrews goes left.
It's a play action.
There's no. How do you know it was play action? He tackled him before CJ even got a yard.
Yeah. Well, because I got to look at it, but I'm pretty sure I saw guys stand up instead of drive off. But regardless, you're right.
Ed
It never even
Ingram
had a chance to develop.
I mean, he's right in between the two of them. Andrews goes left. Ingram goes right.
Do they count it as a sack?
Ariante crashes into Ingram. Ingram obviously did not know they were. He thought right when everybody else went left.
Wait. No. Ingram's right guard.
Yes.
Taya's left tackle.
Excuse me. Howard crashed into him.
Yeah, right.
Howard crashed into him. Yeah. Howard crashes right into him. The two of them collide, and Jeffrey Simmons jumps on CJ 1 yard in the backfield.
That's on Ed.
It's Ed. And yet he graded out. He's great.
Well, it's one play.
No, it's one play.
It's one play. That's why the offensive line gets screwed for life.
That was the worst looking play.
Chris Myers. What's the play that you think of with Chris Myers?
I don't think of a play with Chris Myers.
Okay, not the Casey Hampton pushing him all the way in the backfield.
Pushing him right backwards. Yeah.
Yeah, he had to live with that. The guy made like a Pro Bowl. Chris Myers actually ended up being a really good center for the Houston Texans.
Yeah.
And that's like a play that everyone remembers. Offensive line, you can have 35 good blocks, 2 bad ones, and you're remembered as being trash.
Yeah.
And you're going against guys who are typically more athletically gifted than you. Because if you have 2 guys at the same level of talent, early on they put you on defense.
What did you make of, we talked about the Woody Marks. Woody Marks is getting more snaps. He didn't start, but he's getting more snaps. Now EJ Speed saw more playing time on defense than he has seen in the past.
That's right.
Is EJ Speed, is he going to get?
Yeah.
We got D'Amico talking about EJ too. EJ, I just don't get it. I just don't get why he's not on the field. First of all, right? I don't understand that
because you want him to replace an Alabama linebacker.
That's a problem. But EJ Speed played 56% of the snaps. Toa played 48%. Is that going to continue? Christian Harris played 8%.
Christian Harris is not a very instinctive player.
Actually, that was probably just special teams.
No, because they separate those. Team snaps are different. So I saw him in the game. But so Christian Harris, the thing on him is he can run and hit. He's not real great with run fits and read. Like, he'll make mistakes. So D'Amico was a linebacker, and I feel like
No, this is not separated. They got Kaimi on here. They got Brian on here. They got Ross. They've got
the snaps.
It's all, and I think
PFF
I don't remember
separated.
seeing Christian Harris. If you want to know the truth,
okay,
he had
then maybe
7 plays.
Yeah, maybe he wasn't. Maybe that's total snaps. Yeah, PFF separates them between your defensive and your other. So you're probably just looking at regular snap count at the end of the game.
Regular snap count.
Okay.
And by the way, another one: EJ Speed and Togiai. Tommy Togiai.
Yep.
That dude was making plays. That dude was consistent. He was the most consistent player according to D'Amico this preseason, and nothing for the first few. Now he played, and dude played. He was in some plays on Sunday.
Yeah, he's been kind of disruptive.
Yeah,
but to me, EJ Speed is so D'Amico he played the position, and I think he's going to be partial to certain kinds of players. I think anybody who played a position who's a coach, I think they are partial to certain guys that maybe remind them of them or whatever the case may be. And Toto is a smart player, a hard worker, a little limited from a speed standpoint. Azeez Al-Shaair is a dog. He's physical. He's aggressive. He's a tone setter, all that stuff. And I think D'Amico loves that. But at some point, you got to be fast. At some point, you got to have somebody who is disruptive as a linebacker.
Al-Shaair almost had a penalty that would have cost them. He definitely hit Cam Ward in the head. He definitely. Do you remember the play? Cam is scrambling.
Yeah,
he's near
Simmons,
the sideline.
of all people, is standing there pointing, going, "What are you doing? Throw the flag!"
Whole bench.
Yeah, he hit him in the head.
Exploded. Yeah. I mean, it was right in front of the Titans bench.
I don't know how you missed that.
Yeah, and he hit him in the head. And I don't know how the refs missed it because there's so. Hey, Cam Ward's a rookie. Oh well, take it, Rook. Yeah, just take it.
Well, Azeez got away with one.
Why is Tariq Hill smiling as he goes off the field in a cart?
Apparently
looking at this and like, it's almost like he's like, good, I don't have to play anymore.
Well, that was it. Somebody said, yeah, he's just thrilled he doesn't have to deal with Tua anymore.
Well, yeah, he's thrilled. What, didn't he have the 2 best seasons of his career playing with Tua? But apparently, according to...
There he is, the great Tua protector.
The Tua whisperer.
I'm just telling you he did. That's all I'm saying. The numbers will tell you he had his best numbers.
Okay,
Del
Orlovsky.
Did I say Tua was great, or did I just give you facts?
I don't see the mistakes Tua's making.
I don't see it.
I don't see on tape where people
You're
get
be
after
crying
Tua.
at your kitchen table?
I don't.
Or make us cry at our kitchen table.
I don't know what you think I am, but I am not emotionally affected or tied to players like that. If they wear the uniform, cool. If they don't, I don't care. I'm not
You're
like a lot of people.
Justin Herbert because it's directly tied to Tua.
I
know about that Miami Dolphin fan fight stuff that was going on.
I'm anti-Justin Herbert because I never believed he was as good as people think he is.
Okay, Del Clark.
Back to college. That stretches
now
back
are
to
you
college.
gonna?
Now he's Del Clark.
When are you going to start apologizing for Drake May?
I won't, because he's 2-2. Congratulations. His 2 best games against 2 of the worst teams in football.
Many people are saying he's the top and coming young quarterback.
Yep.
No, they're not.
Well, Dream Shake said it earlier.
Top quarterback.
And he said there's
draft.
a good chance that New England is going to beat Buffalo. So what do you think of that, Del?
Sure.
What a nightmare for you.
On the road in New England, sure. On a short week, on a road in Buffalo on a short week, is that when that game was played, or is it Monday night?
That's what he said.
Either way,
talking about.
Tyreek apparently was rooting on his teammates, and they went on to win. Whatever. I guess that's the gist of it. Apparently, that's his personality, to try to keep people up, at least his teammates up. That's why he was smiling.
If he's up, then he's stuck.
He was smiling because he didn't have to catch 2 balls anymore.
Well, maybe Stephon Diggs was thrilled. That's to be New England because they didn't catch CJ balls anymore. See how stupid that sounds? See, you sound just as dumb.
Mm-hmm. Somebody needs to catch D's.
Ooh, wow, D's. Wow. I didn't know that was coming.
What are you talking about catching Tua?
Yeah, ligament damage or catching passes from Tua. I don't know which one wins. I don't know one.
Well, the paycheck still cashes.
Yeah, you get the money.
Ligament.
Yeah, I'm sure.
Yep.
By the way, did you guys see how many kids does Phillip Rivers have?
Enough.
40?
Too many, maybe?
He has 10, right? I think he's
9
at 10.
Or 10?
I think he's at 10. I had no idea an NFL player has him beat. And this NFL player is not like, by 7 women, or it's not one of these Antonio Cromartie situations. It's the same wife. 14.
Who?
Sean Alexander.
Wow.
I somehow ran into this picture, and they just got pregnant with another one, and he's like got a big family picture, and this is going to be his 14th kid. What, that terrified. It just makes me scared.
Well, he's got money.
I know, but even with money, you still have to deal with all those kids.
Yeah.
We're talking about all the money in the world. You still, what does money do when somebody's screwing up in high school?
I'm gonna bet you that there is an Alexander Pro or 2 in there.
Ooh, well, I haven't seen the wife.
Yeah.
Let me see, Sean Alexander. Odds are at least one of them's going to college on a scholarship.
Yes.
Minimum one.
Oh,
and there's probably a volleyball player, a softball player. Right. There's going to be a football player. Yeah, that's you're not stepping out. I mean, you're 100% right on that one.
Yeah. Yep. All right. When we come back, Rockets first
$10 and 3 sons.
10 daughters.
That's a high number of daughters.
Man, he's messing that up.
That's a high number of daughters.
Got to change positions. 713-780-3776. We've got rocket sound on the other side right here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. Right now, though, we got John Daspit.
Yeah, John Daspit is he's the personal injury lawyer here in Houston, but I have to tell you, it's he does a lot more. So a lot of the big cases he handles are going to be off the coast. For example, you have oil field accidents and explosions. You have industrial accidents, catastrophic injuries, plant and refinery accidents. When I first met John, he was in the middle of doing a refinery blast, and he had multiple clients here that he was taking care of, and he had a lot of different interviews to do. He had a lot of different uncovering of facts. There was just a lot to do, because when you have those big accidents, there's going to be a lot of medical bills. There's going to be discovery in terms of how much time you're going to miss from work. For some people, the physical pain does not subside, and you're not going to be able to do a physical job anymore. So John Daspit has to find all of this out, make sure all of the medical bills are completed and correct, and then make sure that all of that is accounted for and that you get a pain and suffering settlement that is going to be fair for you. He doesn't care about the insurance company, because the insurance company, trust me, they don't care about you. They just want to get this off the books and on to the next one and get you as low as possible. And John Daspit says, we're not doing that. I'm going to fight for my clients and make sure that they get a fair settlement. And that's what he does. And he gets big wins on a regular basis. 713, call now. Go to practice areas on his website at Daspit Law and find out all the areas that he works in to help you when someone else's negligence has cost you. 713, call now, or DaspitLaw.com.
HRP is what I'm talking about right now. I like my peeps over there. I do. We know them. We have relationships with them. They are really, really good people, really people who really care about your business. They have a vested stake in what you do and how well you do it. They don't win unless you win. It's important to them that you get the best service that they have. You get it at a price that's more affordable than you doing it yourself or other admin companies. And, the other admin companies go, well, look at the price, their price for the payroll, and look at our price. You know what the dirty little secret is? The admin companies, they'll charge less for the payroll. And you look over here, when in fact they're charging you exorbitant amounts for your 401k, your insurance plans, and it's just not for you. Okay? They don't care. They're going to give you their plans as opposed to HRP. that is helping you pick the right plan for your business. And in the long run, you save on all of it. So I'm telling you, there is a difference. Love HRP. You'll love HRP. All the people there are I'm telling you, fantastic. And you'll love doing business. They'll love. It's not you're doing business with them. You're all doing business together. HRP.net, 281-880-6525, 281-880-6525, or HRP.net.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. So the Rockets met the media yesterday. And we would be remiss if we didn't start with Kevin Durant. Because Kevin Durant is the story of the offseason. Kevin Durant is a Houston Rocket and gives the Rockets a chance. Despite what happened to Fred VanVleet, Kevin Durant gives you a chance to win a championship. The Rockets' odds went down like 4 points when Fred VanVleet went down. First, is Kevin Durant here short-term or is he going to be long-term? Kevin Durant, he says he felt comfortable being in that gym with those guys, and he sees himself a long-term contract, I don't know, but a contract extension, Lance.
Mm-hmm.
I'm for Kevin Durant being here for 3 years.
Ooh, I'm sure he'd love to get paid for 3.
Yeah. I'm for
3 at 60 apiece.
I'm going to bet that's going to be the deal.
3 at 60 apiece.
No, I think he'll take less.
I
don't think it'll be 180.
Why not?
Because I think that he wants to win. I don't think it'll be 180. I think it'll be more in the 150.
Ooh,
between 150
I don't think he's
going
to give away.
Well,
I don't think he's going to give away
we'll
10
see.
million a year. That's a lot. Most guys who sacrifice are not. They're only sacrificing like 3 or 4 million max.
Okay, if it's going to be 60, I think it'll be a 2-year. He'll be here for 2 years.
Yeah, it has to line up with. It has to line up with when you pay Amen time. That's the problem. Is Amen's going to get a max deal? And I don't, that's the reality is Amen's going to be making more than, at least for a little bit, he's going to be making more than Alpi.
I don't know that'll be the case either. I think that they
You don't
might
think
do
he'll be a
deal
max
early,
deal player?
like they did with Alpi and with Jalen. And they might get, you never know, might get a nice price for him.
If I'm his agent, I would say we're waiting.
Here's Kevin Durant talking about signing a contract extension.
What made you want to come play for this team, and do you see yourself signing a contract extension with the Rockets?
I do see myself signing a contract extension. I can't tell you exactly when that'll happen, but I do see it happening.
All right.
So he is eligible for a 2-year contract extension.
Yeah. So that'll be 3 total years.
Yeah. For this year, he's making 55.
Yeah. I think it's going to be. I think it'll be another 110 or so. Yeah, I do. Here he is talking about why he's here, why this team, why he said yes. I will go to the Houston Rockets.
I have some connections here within the organization, people I work with around the league already. So it just felt organic and natural coming into the gym, getting be a Houston Rocket for the first time. So I always have respect for this coaching staff, this fan base, this state, this city. So it feels right.
Feels right. It feels right here.
A lot of older players come here to retire.
Yeah.
As Rockets, we've seen it. We've seen a long list: Eddie Johnson, Charles Barkley, Clyde Drexler. Elvin Hayes. No, Scotty got moved.
Well, he got moved, but he came here to do that.
Well, I don't know. He still played a while. He only stayed here. Half? Did he stay here for a whole year? Not even a full
year. He was
year.
in the playoffs. He screwed up. Remember?
Yeah, that's right. He got moved right after that. Yeah. You got a lot of guys who have finished here with the Rockets, and I think KD's going to be the next one. I think he'll get a 2-year extension. I think he'll be done. How much you get, it really doesn't matter. As long as you can fit him under the cap. 2 more years, you should be fine. I mean, I'd like it when you look at Fred VanVleet is going to be paid, and it's going to count 100% against your cap. You don't get cap relief for that injury. It'd be nice. It won't have any impact on this year, but it'd be nice if, moving forward, Kevin gives you a little bit of breathing room, even if it's $4 million a year, just enough to have a mid-level available or, bring this guy in, that guy in. It'd be nice when you know that he'll never even spend this money that he's going to make. But players don't look at it that way. They look at it as, it's a sign of respect to get paid a certain number as opposed to other players of your caliber getting paid a number. That's what it typically boils down to. But if you really – I am a little bit surprised. The money is so unbelievably high now that you could make decisions based on winning championships. And a few guys do. A few guys will. If you think about Kevin Durant, if he really wanted to do something, what if Kevin Durant said, you know what, I'll take $42 million a year. I'll take $42 million. I'm shaving $13 million off of what my cap figure was last year, and I want to give us the best chance to put the best roster together. It's not my money, but what a difference that would potentially make.
Just do a Kawhi deal. He can be a manager for Tillman's Restaurants.
Or do some – or just do yard, some kind of no-show yard work or something.
Yeah.
For obviously $26 million.
Well, but Tillman's got a built-in. I mean, he can just manage one
it's
of the
true.
masters.
What about Kevin Durant as a pit boss?
Yeah. Oh, how about that?
Hey,
you don't think he'd scare somebody?
Changing 300, and Kevin Durant has to come over while they put the $300 bills out on the table, and then they. And then they take it and they stack them up 3, and then they get the red chips. How many greens, sir? And then give me greens and reds. And Kevin Durant will say, okay, sir, do you have your player's card? No, Mr. Durant. Okay, good luck to you. And wow, Kevin Durant just had to check 300. Then when you leave the table, change going out. Kevin Durant has to come over and say, okay.
No, he just looks over and says, yeah, okay.
You're good. Yeah, that's the best kind of pit boss.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're good.
Yep.
Kevin Durant as a pip. What about Kevin Durant as a manager at just a restaurant? One of his restaurants, but a good one. Yeah. Like Mastros. How was your steak today, guys? Yeah.
I wanted to see how your steak was. How was everything going? Yeah. Yeah.
It was fine, Kevin.
Hey, Edgar, give him a couple of wines over here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey, I want a dessert sent to table 26. Tell him it's on Kevin.
Yeah. Yeah.
Send him a chocolate molten lava cake.
He could be a good manager.
It's his birth. Yeah, he could be that. You're right. Tillman does have a lot of stuff built in.
A lot of stuff.
He could be a som. He might be able to be a sommelier, possibly.
Maybe.
Possibly. Do you have a red you would recommend, Kevin?
I think Popovich might be better.
But Kevin just has to say, yeah, this one. What can you tell me about it? It's really good.
Yeah.
And it's expensive, so it's got to be good.
What about a fry cook?
Yeah, see, I just don't see that. I don't see Kevin staying here if he has to be a fry cook.
What if you get paid $12 million a year to do it?
Even still, he's got so much money.
Well, it's not like Kawhi showed up ever.
Well, no, that's right. We got to remember. Yeah, but I don't want the Rockets to get in trouble. If Kevin's going to get paid for this, he's going to have to show up every once in a while.
They're getting in trouble if he's a sommelier. Either way.
No, not if he does it out of season. Come in and, hey, Kevin, what else can he do at a casino? He can there's pit boss.
First of all,
he can work in that chocolate place at Lake Charles where, you get those, they have the chocolate, you get the, you walk by that little dessert place over there that they have where they have the candies and all that on the way over to the tower. He could work in there at Lake Charles.
A confectionery? Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever that means.
Kevin could do that, or in the claim jumpers.
Scoop ice cream?
Yeah. What's so hard about that? Kept for $12 million a year?
Yeah, at least.
I'll do it for $1 million a year.
Well, he
$12
probably
million.
Well, on top of his salary.
Why do you think he would you would only get him for $12 million.
No. That's on top.
No,
that's
I mean,
where
you think I know what you're saying. Why do you think he would limit it to $12 million? Kawhi got $49.
Yeah, but that raises too many alarms.
You just talked about
that raises too many alarms.
You just talked about how
no one's going to think $12 million doing ice cream.
Sure.
That's fine.
You just talked about how guys
no one's going to think anything
grab the money because it's commensurate with other guys of their caliber making. If he sees Kawhi getting $49,
Kawhi's going to prison.
No, he's not.
He's not. There's a chance, Del. He could end up. We don't know yet. There's a chance he could do time, hard time.
He's not doing hard time.
Well, I'm predicting he goes. I would put him in prison.
Yeah, I bet you would.
Kawhi met the media yesterday.
I would also put Luka in prison.
Said he doesn't agree with the assertion that he didn't work for aspiration at all.
I'm sure he doesn't.
He said, and then they said, did they pay you everything? No, they didn't pay me everything.
Well, no, yeah, he's listed as one of the creditors that
they owe money. So if you think you're going to get Kevin Durant to work at Claim Jumpers for less than what Kawhi is getting for aspiration,
when you say it out loud, it doesn't sound reasonable.
Yeah.
And what about out at the pool? What about doing pool boy stuff?
I don't care what the job is. He's not getting less than Kawhi.
Listen, there are no general managers at these steakhouses that's named Kevin.
No.
Okay? So he's got to, first of all, he's going to have to change his name.
And there are no general managers who are 6'11" or 7 feet tall either.
No, there are none of those either. None of those either.
What about working in the card room? What about just dealing? Dealing cards?
Why can't he just be a guy working the amusements at Pleasure Pier?
It's too hot outside.
Oh, he's a car. You want him to be a car. That's the car.
Look, when he has to work, he has to work during the summer in this heat. In this oppressive heat, I'm not putting Kevin Durant out in the heat.
He works that giant Ferris wheel that.
Okay,
put
you know what?
The,
the aquarium. Boom.
For $49 million.
Yeah, and he doesn't even have to go to Lake Charles. He just stays here and just goes to the aquarium. I'm not giving him 49. It's going to raise. It's going to be a red flag.
Less.
It's going to be a red flag.
He's not taking less than what Kawhi got.
It'll be $40 million over 3 years.
Yeah, I'm not saying giving it to him in the bulk.
Look, we're giving him 42 for a base,
plus,
and then we're kicking in 19. He gets to $61 million.
See, the problem is Kawhi took that 49 because apparently it made up the difference from what he would make in Toronto.
Exactly.
So Kevin. You do have that advantage. He would actually make more here with the Rockets no matter what the extension is.
Bird rights.
But he is going to ask for at least quarters of what Kawhi got.
I think we've got something figured out here. John's right. We've got so many different ways we can funnel money to KD here that they'll never catch us. But he's going to have to probably show up and get some just pictures on Instagram like, hey, look at me working my new job, scooping ice cream.
He becomes an ambassador for Tillman's businesses. He shows up up at Cougars events.
Yep.
It's not hot. It's an air conditioning. He can be like a guy.
Basketball events.
Yeah,
probably,
basketball. Yeah. He's sitting courtside where Kelvin Sampson's getting it going.
Ambassador.
Yeah. Just show up, wear a Cougar red coat.
But also, I'm going to need you to deal cards at some point.
No, he's not going to. It's not inconspicuous.
I'm going to need you to sell us some wine or to go see table 12.
You can't have a 7-foot dealer.
Yeah,
that's true.
That's true. But he can't go out there in a suit.
Listen,
and go give somebody
hand you your card across
the way.
Yeah, I'm telling you, little dealers, you're always pushing your chips closer to them. Kevin Durant, he can come and take it out of your stack.
Or what about being a stick man at the craps table? That he
doesn't even have to, he can reach all
the way over to pay you off easily, and like you don't have to reach way over. Yeah. He's doing it so easy.
You, people are going to be
not the stick man, one of the ones who just does this all the time.
It's going to be disconcerting to have someone that tall.
What about a pie gow dealer?
It's weird. People won't be able to pay attention to the cards.
Drinks.
Right.
You're sitting there slots like Kevin Durant's asking if I want drinks.
Well, Kevin Durant with a. Are you kidding me? He could reach over the blackjacks. He's
so easy.
Oh, so easy. It's so easy.
Tillman's lucky to have Kevin Durant because he really could be an ambassador to so many different restaurants.
Right.
But I think wearing a nice suit and sending desserts out to table 12 and just going, guys, it's me, Kevin Durant, small forward, starting small forward with the Houston Rockets. Just wanted to see if everything's going good with dinner.
Yeah, right.
And then you put him in the Bugatti. You take a picture with him out there.
How are your range rattlers this evening?
Well, I mean, that's if he ends up at – range rat, I don't think he's going to I don't think that's the
Saltgrass?
brand. I don't think Saltgrass is the brand.
He's not.
I don't think he's doing range rattlers.
Oh, I sound ridiculous. Okay.
Yeah, it does now.
Ridiculous.
Apologies.
No, you took it too far.
Okay.
Yeah, we were having
Yeah.
fun until you
When
screwed the whole thing
when
up.
I brought some reality.
Oh, you want some range rattlers, or maybe some of this bread with honey
That's
butter?
stupid.
I'm
That's
sorry.
stupid to say Kevin Durant is going to work at
He's gonna
Saltgrass. He's gonna be at
here
Mastros.
He's going to be here during the fall, so that salted caramel cheesecake that
And I
they
can't
have.
tell you, Reed Shepard may have to put some time out
Can he
over at
push the-
Saltgrass if
Can
he
he
doesn't play
push the
better.
dessert cart?
Yeah,
We're so far behind now because of this.
But
We
Reed
gotta
Shepard
talk.
better play better. All of a sudden, he's going to be trying to upsell you cheesecake at the end of your
Reed
meal.
Shepard's
Hey, I want to tell you, we got to play Tari Eason. He's like, hey, screw this. I need more PT. Okay, Tari.
Yeah.
I got it. You know who needs you need is Robin over at Houston Powder Coaters. That's what you need. You need Robin to fix whatever metal that you have. What metal do you have that isn't looking? It's looking pretty shabby. Do you have something old that's rusting out that you're like, but I really love this thing. I want it to look new again, like those old Frigidaires. You know, that those are really really cool. You could have those in your game room. I hate the man cave thing. That's so stupid. And where you watch your TV, you got one of those old Frigidaires. That is so cool. Or old, if you've got neon lights and the metal is rusting out. Houston Powder Coaters can make it look new again. A Schlitz or old Milwaukee neon light. Are you kidding me? How awesome is that? Well, Houston Powder Coaters can make it look cool. Wheel wells, bumpers, whatever it is that you've got that you need to look your patio furniture obvious. They'll pick up, they'll deliver absolutely free. If you can hear us, they'll go to you. If you're looking for the best way to powder coat whatever metal that you have, you got to have it. Houston Powder Coaters is here for you. If you want it done before Christmas, better hurry, okay, because it takes a little while. Do it now. HoustonPowderCoaters.com. Tell Robin you heard it right here. HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right, welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. I don't think Kevin Durant would be the person who stands at the entrance checking IDs and clicking the people that come in.
But he can't deal you cards, but he can't do that.
No, because he's just standing there.
So
the whole
what?
time. His back will start hurting. We don't need that.
Put him in a chair.
No, you can't sit in the chair and do that.
Why not?
Well, Kevin can because he can.
Yeah, why can't those people sit in the chair?
No, they can't. They don't.
Why? Because they'll fall asleep.
You ever see them sit in the chair?
But I just asked you why. What's the purpose of standing up?
Because it's a service industry.
Mm-hmm.
We're servicing people, right? Well, you might be servicing people right now. We're all sitting in chairs.
I'm not servicing.
We're providing a
right
service
now.
to the people.
Servicing people.
I'm not servicing anyone.
I don't know. I don't know what happens when you're off screen. But either way, you can sit down and click the counter, the clicker. Hey, that's you're number 2 who walked in. You don't have to stand up for that.
Hey, I saw a lot of Bruce Bochy got fired.
3, the Twins, Rangers, and Giants all got rid of their managers.
Yeah. But a lot of people were like, "Get Bochy now, get Bochy."
How long does it go until we say, okay, the Astros aren't making any moves? You think? I mean, we have theoretically there's a lot of time for Jim Crane if he's going to make his moves. It doesn't have to happen right after the season unless you're firing manager. It typically does happen within the last 3 to 4 days.
Well,
if Espada goes, I would think it would be. I mean, unless there's conversations going on with an agent for another manager because you want to make sure you have that manager before you get rid of. I don't think Espada goes. I think he stays.
I do too.
And I think Dana Brown stays too. Although, is he up?
Is Espada up?
No, Dana Brown.
Dana Brown? I don't know that.
Right. Is
I
there
don't
an
know
option
that
on
matters.
Dana Brown?
Does that matter to Crane? I don't know.
He had 2 years remaining. He's entering his 3rd season. He has 2 years remaining as of June 24th. So he's got another year.
Yeah. Yeah, and Jim Crane does. Oh, no. I think he's got a team option on his.
Oh, it is a
year.
team option?
Yeah, I think so. And they did the same thing with Reed Ryan, just ignored him. Yeah, we'll get to it. And then when the season ended, bye.
Well, but that was taken over by Tillman's son, right?
By Jim Crane's son.
I mean, I'm sorry, Jim Crane's son, yeah.
Yeah.
So that's a little different.
Well, he actually they just, he wanted an extension, and I don't think he didn't have a team option. He just wanted it. He kept talking to him.
I don't know. Are you sure there's a team option?
I think yes, I'm pretty sure the team option.
Okay.
I read somewhere where it was
because both of these, everything I'm reading right now, Chandler Rome said Astros general manager said, man, okay, that's him, but won't be fired with 2 years left on his contract. That happened June of 2024. Nightingale reported that Brown's job is safe with 2 years left on his current contract. There's no mention of him having.
I read somewhere that it was, and he had not heard from them about it. I don't know. Maybe.
Yeah, I thought you brought that. I thought you said that yesterday, which is why I asked the question.
Yeah. GM Dana Brown said manager Joe Espada is under contract for next season. So Joe's got 1 year left. I thought Dana Brown, maybe it's not a team option. Maybe it's not. Either way, I mean, you can get rid of a guy if you don't want him and pay him another year. Oh, well.
Yeah, if you want to do that.
Yeah. I don't know.
But Tillman, I mean, Crane lets deals run out.
Yeah.
He's not typically a fire. I mean, other than that, the egregious stuff that he had to deal with.
Other than, and Click, right?
Yeah, I mean, there's no Click. Yeah, Click stepped in. Yeah, I'm not sure what Click's contract stuff would be. I have to take a look. But Click didn't get fired.
No.
I think Click was already in a position with the organization.
There are a lot of people that don't want Joe back. I don't understand it, but so
you still think he's going to finish top 3 in AL Manager of the Year?
Chandler Rome did a piece on all the injuries and what it cost him. He said 12 games. The injuries, they would have
won 99 games. No.
If everybody was
They would have been
healthy.
the winningest team in Major League Baseball. Come on now.
12 games.
That's
what-
come on. That's too
Just
much.
according to the article, it's just a projection. But
Yeah.
if these guys played well, like to their potential, but
Yeah, but everyone could make.
yeah,
comments.
everyone can say that. But the Astros were clearly hampered and should have been a much better team
What was
if
it?
those guys were available.
A 17.6 WAR they lost.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, I mean, and listen, I thought Joe did a great job with what he had. 154 different lineups. 154.
But that's also kind of how he rolls too.
Yeah, I get.
I mean, he made a lot of changes with his outfielders on a regular basis, and he was
That's a
trying
lot
to
of
play
different
Urias once you got him. He was trying to find places for Frenchie Dubon. You know, there was a lot of moving, trying to find guys playing time and at bats because the lineup was so fluid. A lot of that was a Joe. You know, some of that was a Joe decision. I don't think he should be fired. I don't really see that he was incompetent. I don't see bad decision making. At the same time, I don't know. For me, I just feel like there's not going to be any adulation from voters for manager of the year just because they didn't even make the playoffs. And Joe was keeping it not only above, keeping head above water. They were winning the division. They were up by 5 games with a lot of the same issues at play. And they end up, going completely sideways. They held their own fate in their hands, and they didn't make the playoffs. That shows you how bad their baseball was the last 2 months.
Yeah, it was.
Fromber killed you. Can you imagine if Fromber just pulls his head out just twice? Just 2 games out of those 11-game run. Just 2 more games. They're in the playoffs right now.
Did you see Fromber's splits? Holy crap!
You mean first half, second half?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's atrocious.
Atrocious. Here's his splits. Let's see. I'm going to get to opponent. Say all splits. I can't. Where's first half, second half? But just trust me.
I trust you.
It was atrocious. His first half and his second half. He cost. I don't know. I think somebody's stupid and will pay him, but big money. So it'll be difficult to see how much he actually lost, because he's going to get paid. But he's what, 32?
Mm-hmm. Is he 32 or he's going to be 32? Right now he is 31 in 315 days. So yeah, he'll be 32 in a month.
Well,
no,
yeah.
I'm sorry, in 2 months.
In
2 months. So
yeah, he'll be 32.
He'll be 32. He'll be a relatively ripe 32.
Yeah. And he started late though, so
hasn't had issues with getting, hasn't had issues with injuries. Has been a horse. Certainly benefits him. You look at him, he doesn't. I don't know what spin rate looks like on him, but he's able to get good movement on his pitches without throwing it as hard as he can. So I don't know that you look at him as somebody who's going to have a lot of issues. Home and away, Fromber was much better away.
So first half 10-4, 2.75 ERA. Second half 3-7 with a 5.20.
Mm-hmm.
That was, awful. He only pitched
more hits than innings pitched in the second half of the season.
Yep. He only pitched 71 innings in the second half after 121 in the first.
His strikeouts.
The first half is longer, but
his strikeouts to walk were about 3-1 in the first half. The second half of the season, they were just a little bit better than 2-1. The WHIP went from 1.12 to 1.45. Strikeouts per 9 went from 9.3 to 7.9. Yeah, strikeouts to walk 3.05 to 2.30. I mean, it was terrible. It was terrible. And if Fromber plays better at all, just a little bit better, just 2 games better, you were in the playoffs.
Yeah.
I mean, Fromber killed you. You had, and the whole time we talked about this, as long as Hunter Brown and Fromber are Hunter and Fromber, you should be okay. And the problem you had is Hunter got a little jittery in there for about 4 games, and then he locked back in. Fromber got a little dicey, and then we waited for it to just lock back in, and it never really materialized. And you couldn't fade it. With this many injuries, you couldn't fade. And unfortunately, Javier didn't come back like we hoped. Garcia didn't come back like we hoped. McCullers did not do anything that was unexpected. Arrighetti did not come back like we hoped. All of those, you just needed one guy. Just one guy to come back and be average to above average, and you couldn't get it.
Yep. Well, I mean, everyone
really disappointing, man. Really, when you think about it, yeah, for all the injuries, and all, but you were there. Forget that's why I have a hard time with this. Well, yeah, but all the injuries, yeah, but you had it all year long, and you were right there. You were winning the division by 5 games with all those same injuries.
Yeah.
That's why I don't use it as an excuse anymore, because you overcame it. You already showed me you could overcome it.
You were actually better.
You were.
But guys, you know, I don't know how to look at that. Tell you the truth, I don't know. You'd have been better if all your guys were healthy. I mean, there's no question.
Sure.
You'd have been better. All right, we got a break. We're way behind. Time to talk about ProDunk.com. ProDunk.com, they're not way behind. They're way ahead. They're ahead of the game. They're ahead of the entire industry. It's ridiculous how good. ProDunk has the best goal that you'll ever see. Everything about it, the tempered glass backboard, the unrustable stanchion, the installation, it is just the raise in and lower the goal with the push of a button. It's the perfect goal. It's the perfect goal. It's got such curb appeal. You know, there's a lot of goals that'll make your place look bad. Not a ProDunk goal. It makes it look. I mean, it is. I mean, your kids are on a ProDunk goal. Everybody knows. The neighborhood knows you love your kids. If you don't love your kids, get one of those baskets with put the sand in the base. But I'm telling you, okay. And then you just want them to sit and play games inside all day. You do that because they can't reach the 10-foot goal. First of all, it's not any fun. It shakes. It's no good. It's just no good. Show your family how much you love your kids by getting the ProDunk goal, because it's where all the kids in the neighborhood are going to be talking about and having fun. You want to know where your kids are? They'll be in the driveway playing with a ProDunk goal. ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here.
Hey, celebrate the art of watchmaking at Zadok Jewelers Cool Watchtoberfest. They've come up with a great Oktoberfest theme where they're doing a Watchtoberfest. And it's not just that they're unveiling these awesome new specialty watches or these new watches from some of the most timeless styles and watchmakers in the world. It's not just that. They're really going all out here. Discover 2025's newest watch debuts and global novelties featuring collections from more than 25 of the world's most prestigious brands under one roof, but it goes beyond that. The Oktoberfest-inspired bites that they'll have, the craft beer, the specialty coffee, all available while you browse. Plus, on Saturday, that's on Friday. On Saturday, they're going to have that, and they're going to bring Supercar Showcase with Indigo Auto Group with some of the coolest showcase vehicles that you've ever seen. And they're going to have pet adoption with Katie's foster fam so that you can find your forever pet as well. Zadok Jewelers Watchtoberfest, October 3rd and 4th. It's this Friday and Saturday. Timeless style, unforgettable moments. Visit Zadok.com for details.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We didn't mention Bad Bunny yesterday. I don't know anything about Bad Bunny. I don't know any songs by Bad Bunny. I don't know. Is Bad Bunny a good choice or a bad choice for Super Bowl halftime?
Depends on what type of music you like. If you've never heard of them, you're going to ask the question, why are they doing this? And if you have, you're going to be like, yeah, love me some Bad Bunny. He's very popular worldwide. Here, he is a highly streamable artist.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean,
so they're
people
looking
are
for the
know.
kids.
Yeah.
They're looking for kids.
Yeah. And the international audience, you know, the Super Bowl is our thing, but it is an international event, and he is a big artist worldwide.
Yeah.
So I talked to Melissa Blanco from the Power station, you hear the Spanish-speaking station, and she asked me, she said, what do you think of Bad Bunny? I said, I don't mind it. It's no big deal. My kids know some of his music. I know, like, it crosses over. He's been in every commercial imaginable. He's kind of a funny guy. It didn't bother me. She didn't like it. Oh yeah, he's been in wrestling too. She didn't really like it that much.
The choice or him?
The choice. And I just said, well, you know, they're doing games in Brazil, London, Dublin. Not that London, Dublin, but he reaches across the world. I mean, he's you know, people go to massive concerts, concert venues. And I think it feels like Jay-Z, who's in charge of music, is kind of sticking with the theme of international because they're playing more international games than ever before, the NFL. I think they're doing this as much for the international appeal as they are for anything having to do with young, because it certainly skews young. You're never going to make everyone happy with a halftime show. It's impossible.
He's an actor, too.
And yeah, he is. He's funny. Did you ever see some of his skits on Saturday Night Live? He was funny.
I don't think we should disrespect the man dubbed King of Latin Trap.
Right.
Just respect him.
Do you think John knows any of his songs? Do you think I know any of his songs?
I know. Can't. I've heard some, but if you told me, if you didn't tell me it was a Bad Bunny song, I couldn't pick one out of them.
I could say, I bet this is Bad Bunny.
You think so?
Yeah, my friend McCool's gone to multiple concerts.
I'm going to play a song.
Okay.
I'm going to find one. We're going to see if you can identify it as a Bad Bunny song since you seem so confident.
Okay. I won't have any problem. I know what Bad Bunny sounds like. He has a very distinctive sound to me. Oh, it's pretty much impossible to fool me.
What's he sound like?
Like that. Kind of like that.
What?
Yeah.
Those weren't words.
Well, a lot of times you can't understand them.
Is it because he's speaking Spanish and you don't understand?
No, because he marble mouses Spanish. I only speak clean, clear Spanish.
Okay, go ahead. Speak some clean, clear Spanish for us.
Hola, ¿qué tal? Churro.
You just set up a food.
Churro. You roll your R's.
You know what
It's
they
2
say
R's.
about you rolling your R's.
Yeah.
You better cut
You're
it out.
German. Stop it. Cut the crap.
Yeah, they're more
That
comfortable.
one
with this.
caller got really mad.
They're more comfortable with you sounding
Yes,
like
they
that.
are.
Yeah.
Taquerias Arandas.
They don't like
he didn't
that.
Boy, that guy did not like that. He called in. There was a guy who called and gave an earful to the intern who was answering the calls like, you tell him he's German and stick to his German heritage and quit all this Mexican talk.
You think it was a white person who did it?
Oh, I'm quite certain
You
based
don't
on
think-
the comments.
You don't think you offended a Spanish speaker?
No. Did you talk to the intern? I did.
I did.
No, it was a mad white guy, and he was a country ass white guy.
So he was upset because you were bringing that
because I
Spanish
said
talk?
Taquerias Arandas.
Oh. So he wasn't offended.
I said it like the name is. It's not an
Taquerias
English.
Arandas.
Yeah, it's not a.
Yeah, but you.
It's not an English name.
Yeah, but you're such a.
I like him in. No, I'm not. See. Good try. Good try.
That's
not Bad
that's
Bunny.
not Bad
not
Bunny.
Bad Bunny.
Who is
nice
Bad
try.
Who is it then? Since you can tell the difference.
I'm not going to tell you that. You do your
Okay.
own work.
Okay. I don't have to. It's on YouTube. I know who it is.
You know who it is?
Simone Valenzuela.
It's Miguel.
No, it's J Balvin.
That's what I meant to say.
No,
God dog it. I couldn't come up with his name. It's the other one I knew.
Okay.
J Balvin.
Couldn't trick you, though.
No, you couldn't trick me. I'm like, that's J Balvin. That's not Bad Bunny. Bad Bunny, like that's more Bad Bunny.
You sound like Razor Ramon.
Why? So does he.
Pick in your mouth, too.
And he's just really mushy. Like it just, but that's why the kids like him. Can't really understand him. He's
And
a mush mouth Latino, hip hop / trap /
The king of Latin
reggaeton.
trap.
Yeah.
I don't know if you've heard.
And he's got some reggaeton that he does.
So that'll be our Super Bowl
I
entertainment.
don't care. Everyone's gonna say they hate it. Doesn't?
Yeah,
I really like it. I hate it. Oh,
Yeah.
let's have think pieces
Yeah,
on halftime again.
That's that's everybody. Even
That's
if you
everybody.
put up, yeah.
It doesn't. You
I mean,
can't.
Taylor Swift was up there. Oh, this sucks.
This is the worst thing I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Oh, here's Kendrick Lamar. This is terrible. This is embarrassing. Here's Whitney Houston. Terrible. Awful. Here's Prince. I don't remember. We didn't have social media when Prince did it, so people couldn't complain as much.
Prince was awesome.
I know.
I don't know how you could complain. I'm sure old people complained about Prince.
Yeah, but a lot of people on Twitter it's their chance to. They don't really want to complain, but they have to stand out, so they get on their complain train. But without Twitter, like if Twitter shut down forever, the world would heal pretty quickly, I think, because you couldn't have all this hate stuff on it. You couldn't have any bots on there. You couldn't get your thoughts off and try to get your likes and all that. All that performative crap would end. But I don't think it's going anywhere. I think we're stuck with it.
Yeah. 713-7. What else have we?
Now, don't get rid of Instagram.
What do you want Instagram to stay for?
Yeah.
Colombian Diaries.
So predictable.
Colombian.diaries.
Are you guys going to watch baseball today?
Yeah, I'll probably want to see if Scooble gets them in trouble. I actually think Scooble could be in trouble.
I want to see Red Sox Yankees.
Yeah.
That's always, especially when it means this much. It hasn't meant much over the last couple of years. Now this is big.
It's like SEC
Cubs,
football. It just means more.
Cubs, Padres.
Mm-hmm.
That's good baseball.
There's some good matchups. The Boston and New York matchup is going to be Crochet versus Freed. So that is a good one. I mean, Crochet Freed is a really, really good one. Scuba has gotten touched up just a little bit here over the last 5 or 6 games. He's had a couple that have not been great. Yeah. You got Gavin Williams versus Scuba. Gavin Williams is, he's been okay. 1.27 WHIP, 3.06 ERA. He's 12-5, 172 strikeouts. He's not bad, but Cleveland, the whole key is going to be, can Cleveland stay relatively hot? And that's going to have to include, obviously, they're going to have to, if they don't get Scooble, they need to get him for at least a run and then probably get to the bullpen. But you got to make them work and got to make them eat up some, you got to make them eat up some innings.
Yeah, that's fine. But AMC/Shudder, it's getting to that month where they start putting out all their Halloween horror content. Yeah, you can take baseball. I'm going to watch one of your favorite, Hassie Harrison. in Dangerous Animals. It's about a guy who uses sharks to kill people.
Uses sharks?
Yeah, he has
Sharknado?
No, they don't fly or anything, or use tornadoes to fly. He baits sharks with human beings, and they kill the people, and he kills people with sharks.
Well, that's easy to do.
Jai Courtney and Hassie Harrison star in Dangerous Animals.
Ooh, it's not gone well for her after.
No, it was reviewed pretty well.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was pretty good. So I will do that while you're watching, baseball, Yankees and Red Sox again. Beat it. Is Boone still a manager there? How has he survived?
Yeah. Golly, I didn't know Nick Pavetta's been this good. For the Padres, he's got a .99 whip for the year.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's really good.
Yeah.
And Matthew Boyd is on the bump with a 109.
Matthew Boyd almost broke down yesterday. Well, he did break down, actually.
Yeah, he was emotional.
He was very emotional about. He's like, you never know when you're going to get back here, so this is so cool. And I mean, it was actually.
Boyd's gotten touched up a little bit though, John, lately. Four earned runs, 6 innings. Two earned runs, 7 innings. 4 earned runs, 5 innings. 4 earned runs, 3 innings. 2 earned runs, 5 1/3. Like he's not been his very best over the last 5. And the Cubs are a small favorite in that to win the. They're small. What are they? Yeah, they're actually a much bigger favorite. That's I don't know about that. Cubs are 130, but the win percentage, a matchup predictor on ESPN has Cubs at 60%, almost 59%. I don't know when you're going against Pivetta, who's pitched like this. Although his last 2 were not great. These guys are maybe running out a little bit of steam at the end of the year.
Lance, are you going to squeeze in a couple rounds at Jester before the
I
baseball?
I played yesterday.
I know. So
I'm not going. The guy got rest the arm.
Oh, yeah,
so
he went to Jester yesterday, John.
Yeah, I was breaking change.
See, he's old and can't throw a Frisbee 2 days in a
row.
row.
Crap, I threw 330 yesterday.
That's why he hates softball pitchers.
What number did you say?
I threw one 330 feet yesterday.
Wow.
A drive. Yeah, I got off.
Okay.
A football field.
Look at you.
Yeah, with a disc.
A drive.
I don't have to use a stupid gap wedge. It was a drive, yeah. It was.
I could hit my gap wedge as far as you can throw that.
Yeah, of course. Now let me see you get on the disc golf course.
Since you're not breaking chains today.
Yeah.
I would say watch Dangerous Animals. It's only an hour and a half. 87% on Rotten Tomatoes. So good reviews.
Oh, the brand new one.
The movie, Dangerous Animals.
Yeah.
And then you can get to baseball.
Hold on. That's what you're watching?
Yeah.
Dangerous Animals is a documentary, though.
No, right? I just told you.
That's the one you were talking about?
Told you he uses sharks.
I didn't know that was the actual movie. I thought that was a documentary. Oh, that's actually got some good. Yeah.
Why was she
Wait a minute. You thought it was a documentary?
No, I thought it was a Netflix doc.
A guy using sharks to kill people was a documentary.
No.
Yeah, what's he talking about?
No, I thought Dangerous Animals, the name, I saw that was coming. What you sound just sounds like some horror film that you're going to go see at a theater.
And it's
what it
87%
is.
on Rotten
But
Tomatoes.
you're not going to a theater.
Yeah, it's on Amazon Prime.
Oh, then
my
I'm
God,
thinking of
catch
something.
up.
No, then I'm thinking of a different show on Netflix.
This
that's
guy.
Oh, my God.
No, I'm thinking of a
Catch
different.
up with the show.
No. There's a different show on Netflix. I don't watch Amazon Prime. Who cares about Amazon Prime?
The
Chinese are stealing our money on Amazon Prime.
I watched
the Chinese.
I know. I'm just making it up.
We watched War and Peace on Amazon Prime. It was pretty good.
Yeah, it was pretty
I didn't
good.
know the story.
I saw it. I watched it, too. It was good.
It was good.
I know about the book being long as hell, so I was kind of out on anything War and
Willie
Peace.
James is good in everything.
Yeah, and Paul Dano. He's good in it, too.
Yeah, Paul Dano's good. Are you watching Alice in Borderland Season 3?
I have not caught up on Season 2, so I'm way behind on that.
Yeah, I'm just going to wait.
You're in your Korean language bag?
Yeah, well, I just have that one. I'm waiting for Carrie curly hair. Carrie
Russell?
Carrie
curly hair.
Yeah.
John, you saw Carrie curly hair.
I saw her up
In
close.
person.
She looked kind of plain. She looked like she wasn't trying to show
She
out
was
for
dressed
anyone.
down.
No, she was. And Matthew was, too. Matthew Riss.
Oh, he just calls him Matthew now.
Yeah, no, he is.
Matthew, huh?
Because he's
We're
Hollywood.
boys. We're boys. Okay? Did you ever go partying with Matthew Riss?
Did you tell him that he speaks
Did
funny?
you?
Hey, why do you speak funny? Did you say that to him?
Yeah, because he talks funny.
Yeah, he
So
talks
what?
funny. Hey, you don't sound like that on TV.
Yeah, you talk. You know what?
They're stealing our jobs. We're
They
so worried
steal
about
our
people
jobs.
stealing our jobs.
They appropriate worse than anybody.
I have not seen ICE with the masked up ICE agents going kick him out, and he's taking a bunch of American jobs too.
Yeah.
Get what's her name out? All the Australians gone. New
What's her name
Zealanders
is in
gone.
every movie.
Anya Taylor-Joy, beat it.
Beat it. You can listen. If you want to do it in your own language, that's fine. But
No,
don't
who's
come
in-
here with your American accent that sounds perfect, that fools us all. Sorry,
Who's
yourself,
in
but you got to
every
go
movie
too.
now, in every show now. What's her name? The Australian actress.
Nicole Kidman?
Margot Robbie?
Nicole Kidman.
Oh, no.
No, Nicole
She's in
Kidman's in a lot of
everything.
stuff.
We need to get ice on her.
Well, she just split with Keith Urban.
She did?
Yes, that happened. She and Keith Urban, done.
Wow. See,
Yeah, you know what? She doesn't deserve Keith Urban. Now that's American.
No, he's also
What?
he's also Australian.
Oh,
he's not American.
Yeah,
he is appropriating too.
He doesn't
is
even try to
appropriating.
use
Get
his
him too,
American.
Ice. Get that whole family out of here.
I was telling you, get all these people
Get
who
all
are
the
trying to
Australians
steal
outta
American
here.
country music jobs.
Yeah.
He's worse than she is because at least
That's real
we kind of
appropriation.
know she's not one of us, but him, he's
One
singing our music.
of us. Look at all the stuff she's in.
singing our
man.
music.
Yeah. Well,
yeah.
so do we
Well,
want
and
to kick
she's
him out?
stealing all our roles.
Well, he's integrating into the country music scene. Assimilating. Yeah,
But
that's right.
shouldn't an American-born person be taking that role of being a country music star?
She's taking. Well, yeah, but wait
Yes.
a minute. Nicole Kidman's taking jobs Sydney Sweeney could have.
No,
We could be
they're
looking
in
at
different
her.
age brackets. I'm not sure.
Doesn't matter. She could play older.
You don't.
Just
But you
whatevs.
don't want her to play
I'll
older.
believe whatever she does.
I bet. But you don't want her to play older. You don't want her being Christy Martin, do you? She's in that role.
No, I don't want her being Christy Martin. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, she is being Christy Martin.
Hey, I wasn't kidding. Yeah, that's her like Oscar turn.
Yeah, that's like when what's her name was in Monster.
When that.
Oh yeah, Halle Berry.
No,
No.
Charlize
Theron. Where
Oh.
they made her ugly, and it was like the
She was a
makeup.
serial killer.
The makeup department had to have won 40 Oscars for that.
Yeah.
Like, ooh, she looks nasty.
You made Charlize Theron look ugly.
Yeah,
You're really good at your job.
Speaking of makeup,
Look,
did
Holland. You ever see Holland? I did waste of time. Holland, Lioness, Spellbound, The Perfect Couple, Baby Girl.
She
These are all
works
Nicole
all
Kidman.
The time. All the time. she works.
Constantly working. Maybe if she had just stayed home, her and Keith would be together. Instead of goofing around making crap movies like Holland, which had a lot of potential.
You don't think he's out on the road too, being a country music star? I'm sure he's
don't care.
always traveling.
Sure. What? I'm not sure what he's.
You
doing.
guys aren't allies. I always blame the woman.
No, I'm just saying. She's doing all these movies. Maybe
She's got that phony accent when she's doing interviews.
Yeah.
I don't.
Does she, you know what?
does
If
she
you're going to
go
come
back and
here,
forth?
do your American accent all the time.
Oh, you don't want her
Yeah.
to flip back.
No, don't you?
No.
It was Keith and I very much in love. I don't want to hear it like
don't
that.
think she sounds like
No, because she's not in love with Keith. That's why. This is going to be a great movie. I'm very excited about this movie here. I can't believe we're going to do this.
I'm playing American trailer trash.
Look at me. I'm so American. How about you speak like you do in the
Yeah.
movie, like the movie where you tricked Joaquin Phoenix into killing your husband when you were a weather girl? That was a good one too, by the way. Remember that? Then keep that weather girl energy with that American accent. Okay, Del, we're just looking out for
American actresses.
Yeah.
Is she?
And if you're going to come over, then keep using the American accent. Look at me, Taquerias Arandas. I'm keeping it real for my client.
That's it. That's what you do.
Listen to this.
That I would have enough ease with the other actors because so much of it is about.
I don't hear much
when
of an
you're
accent.
No, that's
acting
what I'm pointing.
together
This is when
and
she's
acting as a
assimilating.
together. There's no alone when you're acting.
No, she's
You're in the scenes with other people. You have a crew around you, and all of that
She can-
energy has to.
All of that.
Yeah,
All of
certain words you can hear.
She can
All of
stay.
that.
She can stay. Okay.
She can stay. Keith's got to go. He's never
Oh,
even
you
tried.
flipped now. Now Keith has to go.
Keith's got to go.
Okay.
He doesn't even try to have a country accent. Like, he didn't even sound like Zach Bryan. Forget it.
What?
Get him out.
He's got to go. Okay.
When I want some hand wealthy and I want them when I can. Good, I'm going headed south. Doesn't even sound like
Isn't
that.
there another Brian? Like there's a Zach and there's a Luke.
Yeah, there's a
Aren't there
Luke
two of
Bryan
them?
and Zach
Which
Bryan.
one's more popular? I don't know.
I think Luke Bryan.
If you say so.
I think Luke Bryan. And if he had been named Keith Bryan, he'd have a better shot, but he's got to go now.
How do you know when a... Okay.
Yeah. He was very,
This is Keith.
Yeah.
When we met. No, I was just very this when we met.
Yeah, I can hear the
And
accent there.
I think we've flipped a little bit in a really good way.
In a really good way.
I'm sticking with
In a
Nicole.
really good way.
I've watched more of her stuff.
Yeah,
She can
he's
stay.
gotta
Keith's got to go.
He's got.
Yeah, but I wish she'd eat something.
We're kicking him
You're
out.
always on that.
Yeah.
Eat a burger.
Eat a burger.
If you don't have
Eat-
Vita Guerra's ass, he's done with you.
Thank you.
Thank you. It wouldn't look right on Nicole Kidman.
No.
She's coming out with a BBL.
My God.
Oh my God! What is that? This show
you
is just terrible.
Did you see Megan the Stallion yesterday?
Where was she?
Who's she with
I don't
now?
know. Go look at her Insta. Apparently.
Oh,
Did she
she's
go-
with Clay still, right?
Yeah,
Clay,
she's with
yeah,
Clay
she's-
Thompson.
She said Clay went to work, and then she was on. She was,
What's this?
and then she just started.
This content may be inappropriate. I
It
tried
is
to click it. It
inappropriate.
said this content may be inappropriate.
It's very inappropriate.
It is?
Yeah, it was inappropriate for about 20 minutes yesterday.
Was she assaulting your eyes?
Wait, where is it? I'm looking at her.
Just go to her Instagram.
I am on her Instagram, and I don't see anything
She's at a
inappropriate.
piano. She's sitting at a piano, and or standing next to a piano.
I'm looking at this. Now, she's wearing clothes.
Yeah, she's wearing clothes, but
Why did the
I mean, it's
computer
not
try
like
to tell
you-
me it's inappropriate?
Okay, hotties. This is her. My man gone to work now. Y'all ready for me? Who is she talking to?
If
That's
I'm
the
Clay,
caption.
I'm like,
Everybody.
hey.
Who is she
was
talking to?
I think she was talking to me.
Oh, apparently.
That's called a thirst trap, John.
Yeah, she is trapping right now.
She's trapping.
There are
hard.
multiple definitions of that word. She is trapping right now.
Yeah, she had me inside the cage.
Oh, man, look at this. She's not actually playing the piano. This isn't how you play the piano.
No, she's not sitting down at the piano. She's posing, like leaning over it.
Yeah. I mean, it was inappropriate.
This is inappropriate. Now I know why Instagram told me. Like, are you sure the NFL wants you to go here on this computer?
So he had
What
to
are
go-
your
go
intentions?
to it on your phone.
The computer said, "What are your intentions with this website, sir?" Nothing. I'm just trying to see. I'm trying to take piano lessons.
She's a musical artist. I thought she'd be playing the piano.
Yes, she is. She is a musical artist.
What the hell's wrong with you?
If you want to be a basketball artist, ProDunk.com. That's the way to do it. That is the best goal. I can't stress this enough. How good Keith Tate is. How wonderful this goal is. We had one, loved it. Even my wife, because, well, first of all, we knew where JT was. He was in the driveway, right? His friends, they came over, and that's great. I don't know about you, but I thought it was great. I love when the kids congregate at our house. I love that, and they did because we had the hoop goal. They had the one that was moving all the time and shaking and just terrible. So they were at our house with the best damn goal you could have. They lowered it. We got it when JT was young, and lowered the goal, and he was just hanging on the rim, and they're doing all their dunks, and actually you become more athletic because you can actually actually practice your different moves and different dunks and whatnot. I'm telling you, the kids will enjoy it. You lower it for them so that they can make baskets. Then you keep raising it and raise it as they get older and older, and they get themselves a shooting eye, and they actually are outside having fun. You're looking for the best goal, the push of a button. It doesn't get any better. Raise it and lower the goal at ProDunk.com. Tell Keith Tate you heard it right here, ProDunk.com.
You're back in the Veritex Community Bank Studios with John and Lance.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
All right. Welcome back here on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. We don't have much time left. We got 2 segments, and the last one looks like it's going to be pretty short because you guys go on and on about Kevin Durant scooping ice cream, and you're looking at Megan Thee Stallion.
This show has been this show shows our potential. Today's show.
Our full
We got
potential.
some Astros stuff. We got some Texans. We got Rockets. We got Megan Thee Stallion. Kevin Durant found other ways to shuffle money to him and through money
you
laundering.
Want to deport Australians who take our jobs.
Yeah, we want to deport. We want ICE to jump in on. It turns out we.
Yeah. Well, Del, wait a minute.
Keith
Don't we
Urban's
have
in trouble.
tickets to give away?
We do to the Cougs game.
Well, what about the Greek Fest?
Not today. I
by the way, I'm not coming in. I won't be here Friday, so you get no food, Del.
Well, I'll be fine.
I am going to come in Saturday.
I'm unlike you two.
Oh wait, you're not. Oh, you're not flying in until Saturday?
No, the services are Tuesday now.
Oh, I can go then. All right.
Yeah, you can go.
Yeah, unlike you two, I don't need to have food brought up, so I'll be fine. Lance won't be here on Friday, so John.
I eat every day at home.
Yeah, I'm
every
fine.
day.
I mean, it'll be fine if Greek Fest food isn't coming. I'll
Do
survive.
you stop, Del, on the way home and pick up food?
It depends. Like last night, I cooked for today, so I have food waiting for me. But if I don't do that,
that's always good to look forward to.
Yeah, but if I don't do that, then I will stop for lunch. But yeah, I went through
I like when I know I got something in the fridge that I can
great.
warm
Like,
up and
just cook it at 9:30, have it ready to go, and you come home and the food's right there.
Yeah, that's good. That's good stuff. Chris is there. What's up, Chris?
Hey, what's up, guys? Love the show. Before I get to my Astros question, probably one of my favorite Lance, that's what I'm looking for, like voices would be old school Italian Pablo Prigioni. I know it's been a while since Pablo made an appearance, but that was probably one of my favorites back in the day. And then, Lance, did you confirm with the intern that wasn't PD that called in to chew him out about your? Because it sounds like it was an old white guy.
PD wouldn't care. Trust me, PD wouldn't care. I thought you were doing a voice. I didn't know what that was anyway. That's all he did.
John, you made a comment a couple of segments ago that I wanted to get my comments in first before I said this stuff. I didn't want to make you mad, but like you said, the Astros and Jim Crane are going to spend money in the offseason. I was just curious, like maybe could you give me an example of the past couple of seasons of where he spent money? Because I know the big first baseman, I think he's like 65, the guy from Chicago, that didn't work out, and then Christian Walker. I don't really know where you're coming off saying that he's going to make some big splashes in the offseason. I haven't seen it these past 3 years.
Say it, Del.
I think maybe the reason.
Dell's screaming from the room. Say your name.
Josh Hader.
Okay, so you got me there. That's one, but the other ones that I'm thinking of, the reason why he doesn't is because that's going to offend our young guys who don't get contracts and then make them want to leave. So I just was curious to see who, besides Josh Hader, you got me there. That's a great one. Who's the money that we spent to bring new fresh blood in? And I'll hang up and listen. Thanks, guys.
Fresh blood.
So I think we lost John.
Oh, was John off?
Maybe the internet went out because his picture's gone, so I'm not sure what happened to him. John can't answer the question. Big Jim Crane defender, but Josh Hader's the one that pops out certainly as far as guys.
Fresh blood is relative term. I don't know that. Well, Christian Walker was a legitimate addition. You wanted to add some pop at a corner fielder spot. Paredes was an additional. I mean, was a legitimate addition.
Came in a trade.
Came in a trade, but I mean, you're you're talking about spending money.
Well, I guess
it's not. You're not spending as much as you'd have to pay with Bregman and.
I think Chris would say, "Well, you got off of Tucker and brought in Paredes."
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a tricky one because Jim Crane will spend money. Jim Crane will not ever be for a tier 1 player. He's not going to be at the top of the food chain on a tier 1 player, unless you're his guy and you take an early deal. That's the only way you come. Or unless you're an older player who's willing to work on a shorter term deal, he'll pay you more. That's just the way it goes. This is not a small sample size. It is a large sample size. We know how he rolls. The Hader deal is an example of, now that is a long deal for a closer. That's a long deal, and that's a high dollar. That is top of the food chain price for a closer. But he's not going to do it in an 8-year deal. What, Hader was 5 years? So he gave Hader a legitimate long-term contract at market value. That's rare for Jim Crane, but he did do it. But I will say, I don't know that I'm with Chris. I know where Chris is coming from. Will the number, and I'm not sure that number is going to be as high on his payroll. I'm not sure that's the case this year. That we'll see, because we're going to see some guys fall off the salary, the salary numbers, and I don't know. Fromber's going to be gone. Fromber's going to be gone. I mean, you're paying. You're going to have to.
McCullers and Javier.
I could see them paying off McCullers.
You think just buying them out
for what? Why do you take up a roster spot with them? You have to pay him anyway. Just give him his money now, and if even if he's on the team, you always have to worry about when is the finger issue, when is the elbow issue. You always have to worry about when one of the guys who's on who's taking up a roster spot is going to be hurt. If that's going to be the case, and he can't stay healthy, and when he wasn't very good this year. It's been a good run. He's been here since 2015. You've done a nice job. And, it's unfortunate that injuries have slowed you down. But why even take up a roster spot? Why even take a 40-man up with Lance McCullers? Give him his money. He's got to get paid anyway. Give him his money, buy him off, and then move on. You have 1 year left, and you open up that roster spot. I guess the idea would be you slow play it, and you're paying him over a certain amount of time, and you keep him on the roster and you hope that he's healthy. But I'm to the point where you just can't trust Lance McCullers' health anymore. Nothing personal. You just can't. It's impossible. So I don't even see a reason to keep him on the roster.
Why are we talking about this?
Because Chris was talking about Jim Crane and spending money and why you thought he was automatically going to spend money. And Dell brought up, he did on Josh Hader. And Josh Hader was that was a market price, longer-term deal for a closer. Now 5 is his max. He's not going to go. I think he'll go 6 for a player, but no tier 1 player is going to take a 6-year deal.
When has Jim Crane not spent money?
Well, I think he's talking about a tier 1 guy.
Josh Hader was the best closer in the game.
I know. That's the one that you can come up with where he pulled him off of somebody else. You're not going to find that with anyone else. Unless a guy it's his own guy, or
Jordan.
He'll give you, if you take a little bit of a deal, he'll give it to you. Altuve could have made more in the open market. Altuve's never going anywhere. He doesn't want to. Jordan wanted early money. Okay, that's beneficial to I'd offer everyone early money. I thought giving Javier was the right move. It just hasn't worked out because of the injuries. But trying to get Christian Javier on a discounted rate as opposed to when he had he kept pitching like he did in 2022, you're oh my God, that was 2022.
Long time ago now.
Man, this is 3 years removed for Javier. Holy crap.
Yeah.
Is he ever going to be good again?
And he's done nothing since then. Literally nothing.
McCullers, nothing since
But to have a functional rotation in 2026, he's going to have to spin, right? Who you counting on besides Hunter Brown?
Blue Ball. My boy, Blue Ball.
Okay, he's your boy. Okay.
And then also
who else?
Jason
Alexander. You
Sure.
think you're going to get another one of those type of seasons
Spencer,
from him?
my friend Spencer should
Isn't
be
he
back.
Hurt? He'll be back. What's he down for again?
Oh, who knows what his severe injury is. You know what? I think he was actually an inflammation case.
So to have a rotation that can couple with this lineup, if healthy, to get you back into the playoffs and maybe win a title, won't he have to pay
He had
for
elbow
pitcher?
Inflammation. Nothing bad happens with elbow inflammation.
Great. Right now you got Hunter Brown and question marks everywhere.
September 6th, Spencer said he just said he's not going to need surgery, and he hopes to throw again when it clears up.
And do I have to do the thing where I say, should we be counting on Spencer Arrighetti to be a number 2? Should we be just expecting that even with help?
Well, I think there's a reason that most of us believe the run is over. You eventually were going to run out of top players. It's just hastened by arm injuries.
It's
just
I've seen I've seen shades of number 2 in Spencer Arrighetti, yes.
But small
a young
shades.
pitcher, a young pitcher is going to struggle at first. Greg Maddux went up and down a couple times.
Whoa.
Yeah.
Let's not go Greg
We
Maddux and
reserved that
Spencer
for Jason
Arrighetti.
Well, but I mean, sometimes
that's
it
Jason
takes
Alexander stuff.
It takes a little while. There are good pitchers who struggle at first,
Like Tim
And
Redding.
I think you can see that Spencer Arrighetti.
What about
actually
Tim Redding? Does he have more Tim Redding than Greg Maddux? Probably.
Yeah, more than likely, because most everybody has more Tim Redding than Greg Maddux.
Exactly.
But that doesn't mean that you can. I mean, closer to Greg Maddux than Tim Redding. Those are two.
Realistically, on a
polar
good
opposites.
team, Spencer Arrighetti's a 4.
Are you willing to go into
Right
the
now, but Lance, he's got the potential
No,
to be.
I'm with you, but you said it takes time, and he hasn't pitched enough.
Well, let's see.
This year was a waste.
Let's see if this year. I know, and it was a stupid injury. He's in the outfield and gets his thumb broken.
Yeah, it was just fluke. There's nothing.
It was,
to do.
yeah.
He
I mean,
didn't do
it's
anything
not-
dumb. Astros didn't do anything dumb. It was just fluke.
It was fluke.
But it still robbed him of a whole year, and now he's got elbow inflammation.
Yeah. That's the word.
So I'll ask again: does he have to spend to have a competent rotation? Can you depend on anyone but Hunter Brown right now?
No,
I don't think they have anybody in the minor leagues that is that guy.
Blanco. I mean,
No, he was
he's
a
got
1-year wonder, and
he's
he
got
was,
an
he was
elbow
Tommy
thing.
John.
and you know what? And the Spencer Arrighetti thing is scaring the snot out of me. He might not be back for 2 years.
Elbow inflammation is never good with the Astros.
No, it's immediate. And they let him sit, and then they're going to do the surgery when the season starts.
Can you imagine if you could see him in the future and you dealt Fromber? Because you'd have picked up 2+ level prospects minimum for Fromber. I mean, you couldn't. I'm just throwing that, what if. But in hindsight, the way how poorly he pitched over the second half of the season, my gosh. If you could have dumped him, and, of course, he might have pitched better for somebody else, but picked up some prospects, that sure would be nice. Sure would be nice. As it stands now, I don't know what you're doing with the pitching staff. You just have to pray that I think Luis Garcia. So I reached out to somebody in baseball about the Astros do not have to tender. They can let Luis Garcia walk. Even though he's still got a year left on arbitration, they do not need to tender him. They can. So if you're the Astros, were you just giving them money because you like them? Or why would they even tender Luis Garcia, who won't be there next year? There's no reason.
Yeah.
Luis Garcia should be out of the organization after this year.
Yeah.
I mean, unless he's willing to take, I don't know. I don't even know how that would work. I wouldn't tender him. He's missed now, it'll be 3 years with the better part of 3 years with 4 years with an arm. No.
Since 2023.
Yeah.
The beginning of
2023.
2023.
24, 25, 26.
Yeah.
That's 4 years. No thanks.
So you're
Next.
jettisoning Luis Garcia.
Arrighetti and Javier are the 2 guys you plug in with Hunter
Brown.
and doesn't sound like it's very loaded, does it? We went from being loaded with pitching to I don't know how it's going to happen. Jim Crane is going to have to buy pitchers, and they're going to have to be smart with them. He probably needs to buy 2 pitchers, and he's going to he goes for discount. He's going to go discount shopping, so you have to hope the pitching staff the pitching coaches can get the most out of whatever it is they bring in.
If you're an outside pitcher and you see what's happened here, any hesitancy?
I'd say no, but
No.
probably should be.
Not when they give you money.
Well, other teams might give you money.
Yeah. But other teams have had a lot of Tommy Johns, too. It's not just here.
You think it's an Astros thing?
I don't know.
He called Brent Strom the Butcher of Bel Air, John.
And I don't think I was off.
It's a cool nickname, but I don't think you're
his teachings
He's
remain.
long gone.
But his teachings remain.
More arm injuries have occurred after he
His
left.
proteges probably don't teach at the same level he does. And now look, it's a joke, but it's also kind of not a joke. I know what you're saying, John. They're going to pay, and as I said earlier, that's what the money's for. So guys will take the money. But if I was like 28 years old, the Astros wouldn't be my first
Rich
choice.
is asking, what about Justin Verlander? He finished strong. Like, I'm not
Why?
doing
You
Verlander
don't like to
anymore.
win, apparently.
No,
You
I
just
want
don't
to
like
keep my
win.
arm. That's what I like.
You just
And,
don't like
by
to
the
win.
way, they're not winning anymore.
Yeah.
So you
they
can't even
didn't?
say that.
87 wins?
Congrats.
Okay.
Congrats.
12 games over 500?
Congrats.
That's winning. You go be on the Pirates. Go ahead.
Declining. Well, fine. I don't have to be a pirate, but declining results, right? You had the got
Not
beat
anymore,
in the
not next
ALCS
year.
in 2023. In 24, you don't get out of the wild card round. And 25, you don't make the playoffs.
Yeah. Well, that's just numbers.
No, that's just reality.
Yeah. Well, we don't need that in our lives. What we need,
yes, you want to be delusional.
what we
I
need
get
is
it.
hope. We need hope, and you don't provide.
Wait,
any.
you got to do your thing. Are you doing your thing,
What thing?
John?
The tickets?
Look
News of the
what
Weird?
time it is.
Oh yeah, we got to go. What about
It's
tickets?
too late.
All right.
No,
Right now, caller number 3 gets 2 tickets
right.
to see the Cougs and Texas Tech. Are you kidding me? That's a game now. Texas Tech is coming in here unbeaten. So are the Cougs. TDECU Stadium, 6 o'clock Saturday night. Caller number 3 right now. I mean, help keep the win streak alive. Let's get out there. If you're a Texas Tech fan, don't call. Don't bother calling. Go to uhcougars.com/tickets. Call 713-GO Cougs to get your tickets today. Nothing is there's no better place to be on Saturday night than right here at TDECU Stadium. Family weekend, bring your crew, fill TDECU Stadium wearing Cougar Blue. Cougar Blue. All right? Cougs 3-0. Tech is 4-0, I believe. Let's go. This is for the lead in the Big 12. This is for first place in the Big 12. So let's go.
All right, I want to talk about Underdog Fantasy, a chance for you to win big money using your football knowledge. You watch the games, you know what's going to happen, right? Well, you think you do. You analyze it. Which running back is going to have a big day? Which wide receiver is going to get locked up? Going to get that safety belt move. The corners are going to be doing safety belt on them the whole time. You got to know these things. I knew higher than 1.5 touchdowns for Jordan Love was going to be a thing. So that was an easy one. To me, they had a free gimme pick at Underdog Fantasy with yardage. You just had to go over 0.5 yards for Bo Nix passing. That was a gimme. Did you know they let you use the gimme while the game's going on? Even in the fourth quarter, you get updates like your notifications came through my phone, just said, listen, there's only a few more minutes to get this Bo Nix freebie. And so they're basically saying throughout the game has already started. They still let you have that freebie in there. And then you have to pick 2 more with it to win. So, I mean, there's different ways to win. You can pick as few as 2 typically and as many as 6 picks with your Underdog Fantasy. And when I say picks, it's higher or lower on the statistics. The more games you pick, the more winners you pick, the higher your payout's going to be. But if you say, I'm just not sure on this one, play flex in. Flex means you can miss one. You can win 2 out of 3, 3 out of 4, 4 out of 5, and still win money with Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy, download the app, use promo code Lance. They're going to give you $100 bonus cash when you make your first $5 play. That's Underdog Fantasy, promo code Lance.
Well, I got a question for you guys. Apparently, this age group is having less and less sex, even porn, less and less sex. Apparently, there's a shortage of male porn stars. Do you guys feel like you would like to change jobs at this point in your careers?
I don't want to do that. It's not my bag. Mm-hmm. But if you don't have the hang-ups that I do, I wouldn't fault anyone for going that road if they want to do that. I mean, you get paid to do something you love, I guess.
Yeah. Is it love, though?
No, really you love to have sex. You don't love the people you're having sex with.
You don't know. You don't know. You might love them.
Nah.
What if you fall in love?
Well, it happens. I'm not saying that porn stars don't want, or just porn actors. Not everyone's a star.
Yeah.
I'm not saying they don't wind up marrying each other, but you don't get into it looking for love, right?
I don't think you do. Yeah, I don't think you do, but you might. You might. That might be a strange place to look for love, but, well, at least you got to start. Look, let's get naked, right? Right. I don't know. That's all. Speaking of how about this? Speaking of sausages, 58 million pounds of corn dogs, sausages on a stick, and sausages on a stick are being recalled for possible wood pieces.
Yeah, I saw that story where they've got to call all that crap back because, hey, people don't want wood in their sausage.
People don't want wood.
Well, the previous story they wanted,
then.
But
you can't have your new job, Del?
No, it's not my new job. My job is the current job. I don't want that job that you suggested earlier.
Oh, does Lance? He never chimed in. Does he
Lance left. He refuses because he says he does a 3-hour show, and it's 10:05.
He does it, so he refuses. He left.
Yeah, he blames me for this.
Yeah,
like it's my fault. But I work longer than you two anyway. So honestly, the 5 hours is the 5 hours.
I see Mapesy back there. He's happy. He works less. Yep. You got.
But he's here till 3, right? He's here till 3 anyway.
Oh yeah, but he doesn't have to do this. He get 5 minutes left of your show. Anything less of your show is better for Mapes.
It feels like somehow you found a way to call him lazy and insult me at the same time.
I did. How about that? A double banger. I got a double banger right there. All right, we are done.
The coin has spoken.
Do you believe that?
That's all the things people hear. Besides, you're not even working. So what do you have a problem with? He just came by and goes, "What are we doing?" You said you were done.
What are you even doing? You
this
left
is
the
Dell's
show.
show. It's 10:07.
All right,
you left. What are you complaining about?
I had to record something. This isn't our show. Stop trying to trick John into going long.
I don't trick him. He has the clock in front of him.
He kind of does. I'm kind of.
You were pumping your arm. You were pumping your fist. You were so excited.
I was doing that because I laugh at how disgusted you are when you're wrapping up all your stuff.
Mopey and Mapes next. Don't go anywhere.
I'm Nicole Murray with Your Money Now. Electronic Arts said it will be acquired by the Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia, Silver Lake, and Infinity Partners in an all-cash deal worth $55 billion. Shareholders of the maker of Battlefield, The Sims, and the Madden NFL will receive $210 per share. About 58 million pounds of Tyson Foods corn dogs and other sausage on the stick products are being recalled across the U.S. because pieces of wood may be embedded in the batter, with several consumers reporting injuries to date. The recall covers select State Fair corn dogs on a stick and Jimmy Dean pancakes and sausage on a stick products. One battle after another, starring Leonardo DiCaprio, collected just over $22 million at the box office during its weekend debut. The film added another $26 million internationally. Stocks are currently mixed. Dow Industrials currently flat, the NASDAQ up 194. That's your money now.
This show has to have a discussion about what we want to be going forward. But first, with Sean Mapes back, let's have a talk about the previous show and one of its members, Lance Erline. Sean, do you know the term dirty macker?
Yes, I do.
You're aware of that term?
I'm aware.
Yes.
I don't practice it, but I'm aware.
Lance, like, he's in a committed, loving marriage. But I got to imagine if he wasn't, he'd be a big-time dirty macker. Because nothing he does while he's here is more prevalent than him bad-mouthing other guys here to the women down the hall. Lance is a big-time dirty macker. Like, he will go down there. We were having our normal nonsensical discussions on the previous show and yelling at each other during the break. And he goes down there and introduces himself to Rebecca, who's new. I had never met her before, but she's new because now we have 2 stations that work down the hall. And he's explaining the dynamic of this show. And right in front of her, he calls me a dummy a couple times. Like, just open, like, dummy. And it's not a 1-for-1 type of scenario because, as I laid it out, he's married and all those things. But I gotta imagine he was a trash talker about dudes in front of girls because he's doing it here with no reward. Lance
For the
Zierlein.
love of the game.
Yeah, because it's part of him. It's in his DNA. Lance Zierlein.
He is.
True dirty macker. Preeminent draft expert. Preeminent dirty macker. Lance Zierlein.
Is he more preeminent as a dirty macker?
Well, for me, here he is. I mean, the ladies down the hall don't care about him as a draft expert. I don't know that many women care when you make that announcement. Hey, I'm a big time draft guy. It's probably an eye roll and like, okay, this guy's the worst. But dirty macker, Lance Zierlein, no question about it. I don't know what he says when I can't hear him. See, I can hear him down the hall talking some more, but not about me this time. Lance, just so you know, you're a giant dirty macker. Hope you heard that. So we move on with a different discussion, but just so you know, guys, if Lance is around you and there's a woman around you, he's probably talking trash. That's what he's about, at least if you think he can get away with it. All right. Now that Sean's back after a couple of days filling in, he had the day off yesterday, but he filled in last week on the afternoon show. We got to determine who we are. Like the Texans, we don't kick them off the show because they're 1-3. They get a win, but they also have a chance, surprisingly, to maybe get to 2-3. The Ravens are beat up. They put main contributors on AR. Matabuike is out for the year, actually. So that's good news for the Texans. We don't know the status of Lamar Jackson as of yet, but he could be a guy who misses the game. So what felt like a certain loss, despite the Ravens and their inability to stop anyone, now, if you're ever going to beat the Ravens in Baltimore, now's your chance. Okay. So the Texans are still at the table for this show. The Rockets, it was media day yesterday. We'll have sound from Kevin Durant and Amin Thompson and Tari Eason. Tari Eason expects a bigger role. He was also upset that ESPN didn't include him in the top 100 players. I mean, you're a part-time player who's a bench guy. It's going to be difficult to make that list, no matter what your talent level suggests you can be. But we'll hear from the Rockets. Are we going to ride the Rockets till the wheels fall off the rest of the way? They're clearly the best team in the city, even without Fred VanVleet. It feels like it's an opportunity to become a Rocket show. And like wall to wall, I'm not going to like lock in on all 82 and break down quarter by quarter stuff. But as far as our impetus with the Astros out of the playoffs, and we got weeks before they make any moves probably that matter. I don't know, man.
Yeah.
Feels like we need to lock in on Rockets basketball.
I think especially, October, November, we can go Rockets forward.
Yeah.
Because, like you said, it's going to be Astros offseason, and then, Texans. I mean, they won on Sunday. I'm not like, oh, everything's fine. We're good.
I mean, when you look at the game, particularly the first 3 quarters, and I get why they're excited. They're in the moment. Hey, I know. It's hard to win in this league. I know. That always pops up. The win is a win, so on and so forth. But when the opposing quarterback has the quote that we're ass, I don't know what to take for it. So when I see Woody Marks making moves in the fourth quarter, that great long touchdown, or relatively long touchdown around the explosive run, of course, he caught a touchdown pass. Credit to Nick Kelly for getting him free, schemed up open guy in the flat for a touchdown. That stuff's all good because it's better than the alternative. But at that point, the Titans will have been broken because their defense knew their offense was doing nothing that day. So I take that into consideration when I evaluate the end of that fourth quarter. I'm glad their young players showed out. That's good because we talked about the lack of juice on this offense. If where that juice was going to come from was likely going to be their rookies, and their rookies made plays.
Yeah, they're positive signs. At the same time, it was 6-0 going into the fourth quarter, and 2 of the touchdown drives were 44 and 31 yards at the end.
Yeah,
not exactly like they turned into the 07 Patriots there. Like they made some big plays, which is better than they have been doing. But yeah, I'm still at the point where it's like good team, because we said it going into the game against Jacksonville. Hey, if you're a serious team, you don't go down 0-3 and your season doesn't essentially end as far as being a playoff team. Doesn't end in Jacksonville. Like, that's just not what happens to serious teams. And I need more than a win against a self-proclaimed ass Titans team to sway me.
Yeah, I don't like when Beth Mowins, first of all, speaks to the level you're at where Beth Mowins and Ross Tucker are calling the game. But when they have the B-roll coming back from break and they show all the pictures of all the 0-3 teams that came back to make the playoffs, and she says, so you're saying there's a chance. I don't like that in week 4. I don't like us focusing on the improbability of the team in town making the playoffs after 3 weeks.
It's bad enough when you're on the in the hunt graphic at 5-8.
Yeah.
In November. That's already bad enough.
Yeah.
To do it September 28th? It's like, come on, guys. That's why I feel like we, especially when Rocket season actually gets started, we'll turn after media day.
Sure.
And then
we'll wait.
Yeah,
preseason. We'll get through the preseason. As long as nothing major injury-wise happens, we will likely lock in on Rockets once the season begins. Of course, college football will be a big part of the show.
Maybe Houston Cougs.
We will have
Cougs
tickets
football.
to give away today. The Cougs 4-0. They have Texas Tech coming to town, nationally ranked Texas Tech. They're undefeated as well. Big game for the Cougs, so we'll give away tickets to that game later in the show. Of course, we'll do our misery index. Speaking of college football, we'll discuss who's miserable, who isn't, and if the fan bases are rightfully miserable. We're going to play some sound from the Arkansas AD to kick off that segment because he openly explained partly why Sam Pittman couldn't win games there. Will Arkansas change their model and how they want to compete now that they've acknowledged publicly that they're behind when it comes to NIL? And I would ask this. Isn't the name Walton associated with Arkansas?
Yeah. Their logos or not the Walton logo, but the Walmart logos on the field.
So you have the backing of Walmart. And you can't now. I know Walmart has their hands in the Broncos as well. I saw the ownership group up there. Condoleezza Rice was up there. One of the Waltons was up there.
Another football team.
So I know that's a problem. I guess when it comes to funds, they got Jerry Jones.
Yeah, he's got another team to worry
That's
about.
true. He does have the Cowboys.
Second team of all their billionaires.
But they are investing in Calipari.
Yeah. Well, I think that's part of it.
Yeah.
They're investing in Calipari.
They're picking and choosing where the funds would go, and they've invested in baseball too. But if you are the Arkansas football coach or the next one, and you hear the AD go, "Well, we didn't really compete on the level, and that's why the coach failed," I would need some assurances that that's going to change before I take that job in the SEC. So we'll play that sound. Arkansas fans are probably not going to make the misery index because they fired the coach. You feel a lot better.
If you fire your coach, I think you're not on the misery index. I think that's a loose rule that we have because, you and I having fired plenty head coaches, it is a good feeling.
Yeah,
it is a good feeling.
You begin the delusion of trying to figure out who the next coach is that'll bring you back to prominence. Yeah, it's the best part. That in between.
Nick Saban hasn't said no yet.
Exactly. We'll see if Rhett Lashley is the guy who apparently, according to one person, is a front runner for that job. We'll see if he says no to Arkansas. And he would rather stay at SMU. Rhett Lashley has ties to that program, so we'll see. In the state as well, so we'll see. But we'll get to that probably at 11 o'clock. If you want to join us, the number is 713-780-3776. Sean's back. We're here till noon. We will be back.
This is the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Del Olalea.
Blake, we'll get to you here. You want to talk? I don't think we've talked Miss State football other than in passing, so we'll get to that. I'm just watching the highlights from last night's games. We had a couple Monday Night Football. Big news coming out of that is, besides the Bengals being absolutely cooked now that Joe Burrow's hurt, we kind of knew that was going to happen, but the Jake Browning people were talking about in 2023, that guy doesn't exist right now.
No.
The Bengals are in real trouble, but you lose your starting quarterback, of course you will be. They did not compete after the first drive of the game. The other news, the bigger news is Tyreek Hill. His last catch as a Dolphin probably was a first down catch in the second half. He made a catch for first down, dislocated his knee, confirmed the ligaments are torn, ACL and others. We'll see if there's nerve damage, but that's a guy who could have been on the trade block with the way the Dolphins season was going and the thought that if they continue to drop games, he could be someone that could be traded for. That's off the table. And now you got to think about his career, because we know Tank Dell went through something like that where the leg was going in the wrong direction, and he's got a long recovery ahead of him. Tyreek Hill doesn't miss games. I think he's missed one game in his Dolphins career, and he missed some time with the Chiefs, but he wasn't a guy who was off the field. This is his first major injury, I think, of his career, and it's a really big one. So I don't know what he will be going forward. Is he back in 2026? Is this something that takes him into 2027? The nerve damage, if there is any, will probably determine if he continues to play football. But yeah, ripped up knee, multiple ligaments, so he is done for a long time. And tumultuous offseason, and it ends in Week 4 in a win over the Jets. That's kind of what happened last night in the NFL as we wrap up Week 4. Let's get to Blake here, who wants to talk some Miss State football. What's up, Blake?
Hey guys, thanks for having me on. Hope all is well. First, I want to, on behalf of the rest of the chain breakers out there, we don't all talk trash about the other guys, so that is specific to that singular person.
Got it.
But no, Mississippi State. Is it time to put a little bit of respect on their name? Are we getting there? The offense is moving the ball. The defense is doing great. You guys laughed when I said they were going to beat Tennessee, and they almost did. So I don't know. Is it time to put a little bit of respect on their name again?
I think there should be some respect placed on them, but I apologize for this, Blake. We only have room for one traditionally lower tier SEC program to respect. And right now, Vanderbilt has that. If you would have beaten Tennessee, you would have had the best win. You beat Arizona State. You probably still do have the best win. But we can only really pay attention to one of the lower tier teams and the traditionally lower tier teams. But I will acknowledge that Miss State with Blake Shapen and Jeff Lebby are better than I thought. That's a game against Tennessee that they competed in. They're on track to potentially make a bowl, which is a nice step. So yeah, credit to Miss State for coming back to life. I'll say that.
I'll say they are legit decent.
Yes.
I think they're no longer like an absolute like when we're talking over the offseason about Arch Manning, they're like, well, he did play an SEC game. Yeah, against Miss State.
Yeah, we won't be doing that anymore.
They're not that anymore. They're just decent. They're pretty good. They'll push a good team.
Yeah, and they have a ranked win. Like Arizona State was ranked at the time, and now they're back ranked. So they do have a ranked win. That was a 24-20 game where they scored late on a big play. So we will acknowledge that maybe laughing. I don't know if we didn't really laugh in your face.
I wasn't here when you laughed.
Maybe I chuckled at the suggestion.
This is the first time I'm hearing about Mississippi State.
Maybe he called into the morning show. I don't remember how that played out. Or maybe he did call in. You missed a couple days. Well, you were out doing the
I'm
stuff.
distancing myself from laughing at it.
Okay.
Also, because I don't really respect Tennessee that much, I'll be like, yeah.
See, I don't want to do that. Let's
If you
let's let Blake have it.
No, I'm saying that going into the game, I'd be like, it is Tennessee.
You would say you got a real shot to beat Tennessee. Understood.
Playing in Starkville, like
yeah,
not nothing.
They are back breathing as a program, which is good.
Yeah,
I've liked Miss State, the cowbells, the Egg Bowl, all that stuff
don't
is
really
fun.
like the cowbells.
I like it.
I don't like watching the game with the cowbells on.
I
don't enjoy that. It's not fun.
Understood, but Miss State was. I'm trying to think what their comp was back in like the '90s, but they were a team I looked at and knew they weren't ever going to be great. But I enjoyed like didn't they have a running back named James Johnson or something, like 32 or 22, whatever. He was fun to watch. He was a big back, so I always liked watching them. And they were that SEC school I didn't know much about, other than where the hell is Starkville was always my thought when I was a kid. So happy to see them back breathing, but unfortunately, Vanderbilt, as I said, takes up all their airspace, or because Vanderbilt's not the host of game day, but they will be the game day game as they go to Alabama to try to win 2 in a row against the Tide.
And it's year 2 of Vanderbilt, so like they already kind of laid the groundwork of like, oh, this team's legit decent, and then they. I mean, I don't know if they actually have taken a step up or if it just is year 2, so we're more likely to be like, 16th in the country. Let's do it.
Yeah, they stacked.
They haven't actually beaten anyone very impressive.
Worth anything, but they stacked a good start to what was a successful season last year, and now they're 16th in the country, and they'll get their first, not even just real, giant test as they go to Tuscaloosa. Last year Bama beat Georgia, then had to go to Nashville and lost. I don't imagine the Bama will be a team that takes this version of Vanderbilt lightly, considering what happened last year. You don't have that element of surprise now. Just be the better team and see if you can get it done.
If Alabama loses to Vanderbilt again, we need to have a conversation about Kalen DeBoer.
Well, they were having that conversation after he lost to Florida State, and then
but is he just the like, hey, we'll beat Georgia, and then everything else?
Well, we're about to find out.
It's up in the air.
They had the loss to Vanderbilt.
Big game merchant.
They had the loss
Kalen DeBoer.
to Oklahoma as well, and not this version, although maybe similar because it is the same Oklahoma team without John Mateer that it was last year, I guess, in some ways. So maybe it is. Maybe you did lose to this version.
They lost to Jackson Arnold. Yeah.
Was it Hawkins or Jack? Was it both? I don't know. It was
remember. Jackson Arnold.
Oh, he played in that game?
Yeah.
Yeah, so
that guy. That guy that you saw on Saturday in College Station.
I remember the
week
game
before in Norman.
It was one of the big talking points here and other places why Alabama did deserve to make the playoff at 9-3. You lost to Jackson Arnold led Oklahoma team.
I thought that watching the Oklahoma Auburn game 2 weeks ago, I was like, I can't believe this guy beat Alabama last year. It's unbelievable.
Yeah, he still cannot throw the football with any consistency.
No, they have 2 good receivers and a quarterback who can't throw it.
Wasted those 2 guys. They should have beat Oklahoma if he could throw a ball down the field accurately, and they had a shot against A&M as well. All right, we'll go to break with that. Thanks for the call, Blake. We'll get to some Texan stuff when we come back. There is some word on Joe Mixon. D'Amico didn't really want to get into it. Just said he's not one of the guys who is on track to return, which kind of felt like it was always going to be the case coming into this week because Joe Mixon has not been around the team, at least from what we can see. Maybe he's been in the facility, but when they have practice, he's not walking around out there watching the guys. The media hasn't been able to get their eyes on him. So Joe Mixon, don't expect him back for certainly a bit. Would be nice, but with Woody Marks emerging, maybe the blow of missing him is a little bit lessened. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans on his team, on what he thought of CJ's game, and also why they traded Cam Robinson away. Cam Robinson's now a Brown, and D'Amico gave the reasoning for that. So we'll hear from D'Amico Ryans when we come back.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
So Sean and I were talking about something that happened for like a split second on Monday Night Football. We'll get to the Texans here, but this show finds other things more interesting sometimes. If you didn't catch it, it was probably in the second half, I think. After Mason Taylor, the Jets tight end, made a couple plays, they flashed to one of the suites. And, of course, Jason Taylor, his dad, is a Hall of Famer, longtime Dolphin, played some other places, but known as a Dolphin. And his younger son, well, he's younger to Mason, was sitting up there with him in an 85 jersey. He was wearing his brother's jersey. That kid plays for the University of Miami. Jason Taylor coaches at the University of Miami. So it's a wholesome family moment, except if you caught that there was a woman sitting on Jason Taylor's lap. Now, that woman is his wife of now 5 years. But people didn't know that because the most they know about Jason Taylor's family life is isn't he married to Zach Thomas's sister, his teammate with the Dolphins for a long time? Well, that marriage had ended quite a while ago. So people had to become aware of that. So initially, I think people thought, hey, Jason Taylor, that younger, we caught him doing something. While the woman is clearly much younger than him. She's also his wife. So people had to check themselves on that. But it was a moment. They realized the cameras were on him, and she quickly jumped off his lap and into her seat.
She is his 31-year-old wife, Monica.
So while they're
former Dolphin cheerleader.
That adds to the intrigue, certainly. So I guess that's the thing in Miami because Eric Spoelstra married a former Heat cheerleader.
How they get down.
But
where else are you going to find women in Miami, Del?
If
as
they're
an
not,
athlete or coach?
If they're not like
as a very rich man, where are you going to find?
They're not 50 feet away from you because they're in the same building.
Yeah.
They're divorced. Eric and his wife, Eric Spoelstra and his wife. But that popped up, and people were trying to figure out what is Jason Taylor up to. What he's up to is hanging out with his family.
Yeah.
One of the people in there was his wife. Who,
I mean, to be fair to him, her sitting on his lap would be not inappropriate, but it is a bit much for the cutaway to Dolphins legend and father of one of the players in the game for his wife to be sitting in his lap while he's on.
Do you think
on TV
the director should have known not to cut to him at that moment and just wait?
I mean, she was on his lap when they cut to him.
So maybe don't cut to that. Look, I know that his kid made a play in the game, and he's a Dolphins legend. In fact, I think he was wearing his Hall of Fame jacket at the time.
I'm watching the video right now.
Perhaps the director chooses a different moment because Mason Taylor caught balls throughout the game as the Dolphins were playing Ben Bedeau breaks. So he was in that 8 to 10 yard range making catches. I think I'm going to put this on the director, not Jason Taylor. The camera's on him. You don't have to cut to that moment. I mean, the internet enjoyed it very much so.
Very much.
And we saw or at least we heard the play-by-play crew not mention the fact that that woman was sitting on his lap. They just let that moment go past.
Man, what a player, Jason Taylor.
Yeah. Didn't want to talk about
100 sacks.
Yeah, didn't want to talk about it. But, okay, we have the Tyreek injury, that moment, and the Bengals stinking. Those are the three big moments from last night.
Yeah, it turns out the team that, was kind of bad last year and only was decent through the magic of Joe Burrow and those receivers, once you take out Joe Burrow, kind of comes crumbling down.
Yeah, they're in some trouble.
They were giving up, and this is not to credit Jake Browning in any way. This is just to share the blame. They were giving up some Texans-esque sacks within a second. It's just that every lineman got beat within a second.
They're always up against the play clock, so particularly on one play, it was Cooper and Benito, I think, who got off on the snap count. And,
3-man rush.
Yeah, and they just blew around both tackles and met at Jake Browning. Yeah, he didn't have a shot. I mean, all he could do was throw go balls down the sideline, and oddly enough, he's not as good as Joe Burrow throwing those go balls. So some of them were sailing out of bounds, and the Broncos had their way. The Bengals losing it's good news for the Texans, beyond the fact that they weren't going to be a real competitor for a wild card. If we're doing that stupid thing that I'm about to do, with all the losses, the Texans only a game out of the wild card spot.
Okay. Look at Can we go back to talking about Jason Taylor?
No, I'm just setting the moment. That's how I transition to the Texans stuff. The Texans remain viable as a wild card.
45 minutes into the show, I guess we can talk Texans now.
Sure, because DeMeco Ryans was at the podium yesterday answering questions from reporters, and he got improved play from his quarterback. I think there were some questions, and DeMeco gave away. I won't say gave away. He turned over play calling to Matt Burke to have more say about the team overall, which is just an easy way to say he was going to be a bigger part of how the offense operated. At least for one quarter, I will say, it worked out. And his quarterback played much better in that quarter. In fact, AJ, on the ball, ended the show with Shred 'em Shroud, because that play in the fourth quarter deserved that hit.
Yeah, I think that pass. I mean, the bar's been lowered a little bit, but I think his play on Sunday clears the bar for Shred 'em Shroud.
Yeah. So,
also, if we're not gonna play it after that game, when are we ever gonna play it?
I mean,
might as well delete it.
I mean,
it just never happens.
I mean, for the last, at least the first 3 games, there was no reason to play it.
But you got to keep that part.
Of course, of course. So here's DeMeco on his quarterback, who shredded the Titans in that fourth quarter. We will have it ready. I don't know if I downloaded it. I thought I did, but DeMeco very happy with this play. So we'll hear from DeMeco in a bit here. So we have improved play from the quarterback, partially thanks to the play of his rookies. Woody Marks and Jaden Higgins both made plays, but the snap distribution changed across the board. With no Jacob Johnson available, he was hurt. So they has had some British Brooks snaps, but there was less of the we're going to put a fullback in there. We talked about it last week how the Texans and tight formations didn't operate as well as they did when they had smaller guys, faster guys on the field. We'll see if they lean more into that. The tempo thing didn't really play out in a way that some people had hoped. As far as we got to go tempo, they play better when they go faster. When you're in the midst of scoring 6 points through 3 quarters and you're committing the same penalties you generally commit, you're not going to get the opportunities to just go fast. But it all kind of broke through in the fourth quarter thanks to L'Jarius Sneed deciding we're going to go press coverage but get no hands on Nico Collins on a 2nd and 33. It's the play of the game. I don't know if it'll be the play of the season. The Texans were referencing how all you really need is one play to get you going, and could that be the moment that the offense gets in gear? Because I think even CJ talked about how there was a play to Tank Dell that kind of got his rookie season going, and it kind of took off. So they are leaning into the hope that the 2nd and 33 conversion is just a jump start to a more consistent offensive success. Do we have the CJ best game thing? All right, let's hear from DeMeco on CJ Stroud's game against the Titans.
CJ played his best game so far this year. Just for him, just the timing, the decision making in this game was really good, right? And it goes to when we had different alerts in the run game and the passing game, so he did a really good job of making the proper communication, going to the right spot with the football, but also in our run game, getting us in the right. I would say the perfect, but the best run for what we saw from their defense. So not just on that one play, but it was multiple plays in the game where CJ did a good job of communicating, and he made great decisions with the football. Right, protected the football well. Things weren't there. He was able to get out of the pocket on a couple to save some plays and gain some yards. So I really am pleased with his decision making on yesterday.
Yeah, it was tough early. We saw a couple moments where he was in a lot of pain on the field. He got drilled a couple times by that Titans front. Now, the pressures weren't as heavy in the second half, and they were able to operate. And a lot of talk about his ability to be more involved in how things go on the field because he's got more responsibility. I don't know if he could have checked to the Jaden Higgins' touchdown last year, but there's an acknowledgement there that his decisions at the line of scrimmage led to a couple of big plays, and the Jaden Higgins one being chief among them. So all good things in that fourth quarter. Your defense is still your defense. Don't expect much drop-offs. It looks like Stingley's going to just be able to gut it out until he can get back to health. I don't know if that's going to be a thing until where the oblique's not a problem until their bye week, which is after this Ravens game. So he'll gut. He didn't practice last week. He played. I don't know if we'll see that again where he just is not even just limited, just doesn't step on the practice field as far as actually getting involved in team activities until maybe Friday, and even if that, and then he'll just go on Sunday because that's what happened this past week. And then you'll get to your bye, and hopefully the bye gets him closer to full health as you have to head to Seattle Monday night. So all good there. You get a win.
Yeah,
you'll take it.
It was,
and for the most part, pretty healthy coming out of it.
It was it was the game that you wanted to see for the most part from the Texans on Sunday. Like it was a bad opponent, and you treated them as such. You know, like you absolutely dominated them on on defense while they were on offense, and eventually got things going with your own offense. So, you know, I don't think of the Texans as like vastly different after Sunday's game because the Titans are the Titans. Ask Cam Ward, but at the same time, it was nice. It was a nice game.
Yeah, it's better than what it had been. And
it was better than it was shaping up to.
Yeah, well, yeah, it was 6-0 in the fourth quarter, and it was 2nd and 33. But you win, you dominate the fourth quarter, and when it comes down to it, this team hadn't had a lot of success offensively. So to have that type of and you laid it out, there are some short fields certainly because the Titans were going for it and stuff, but you hit explosive plays.
And also you scored touchdowns. That is better than what you've done for many games this season. Is that you scored 3 touchdowns? That is thumbs up.
And your offensive
right? Those 3.
Yes.
They're all in the fourth quarter.
All in the fourth quarter, yes. The Woody Marks 2, Higgins 1.
Yeah.
And your offensive line held up in that fourth quarter to give your quarterback some time and your running back the ability to create that explosive
Higgins'
run.
touchdown was great.
Yeah. The fade in the slot fade was
had
great.
Time. Yeah.
Also, but you know, they had time and they've had their offensive line fluctuate throughout. They had Laken Tomlinson started but didn't play the majority of the snaps. Of course, Erstry's been solidified at left tackle, and that led to a trade. Cam Robinson out. He will be a Brown now, and AJ and I were wondering why they did it. Kind of figured it was about Erstry. D'Amico will dispute that. Here's D'Amico Ryans on the trade. Cam Robinson, as far as regular NFL contracts, not a big money acquisition, but when you look at what the Texans did in free agency, he is the biggest acquisition they made as far as paying a guy this offseason. Of course, they traded for Chauncey Gardner-Johnson. So their 2 biggest acquisitions in terms of money given are out the door. Here is D'Amico Ryans on why they traded Cam Robinson.
Yeah, we traded Cam to the Browns today. It gives Cam an opportunity to go play. Cam wants to play, so it gives him an opportunity to do that, and we wish Cam nothing but the best. He's handled himself the right way since he's been here. He's done everything the right way, everything that we asked him to do. So we wanted to do right by him and give him the opportunity.
What does that say about
for Erstry? I think he's done a really good job. Still has a ways to go. Still has room to grow, room to get better, and those are separate from each other, and that has nothing to do with Cam. But Tay has done a really nice job.
So the Browns have had some injury issues, and if I just go by what our lad says, they think Cam Robinson's going to slide in at left tackle because DeJuan Jones is unavailable, and the backup is not someone who's been able to hold up. So the Browns make a trade. They acquire Cam Robinson. The Texans will move on, and I imagine it'll be Trent Brown at some point when he comes off the injury list, and maybe he's your swing tackle because right now it's just Blake Fisher at that spot, and we saw I don't like the Blake Fisher experience. Like Trent Brown has been a guy who's been hurt, feels like almost permanently the last couple of years. But if I had to choose,
If you give me
the choice,
give me healthy Trent Brown. Okay,
I will take Trent Brown over Blake Fisher. Now, of course, let's avoid the entire scenario and don't have your tackles getting hurt. But that is not something to that's not a good plan. To just assume no one's going to get hurt. So right now, until an elevation of Trent Brown, it is Blake Fisher as your swing tackle, backing up Titus Howard and Arante Ursary.
I do like the D'Amico Ryans being like, we just wanted what's best for Cam, and so, we had to trade him.
Yeah, you position
out of the goodness of our hearts
to be a good guy.
Yeah, he was nothing but a professional, which I believe. Like I don't, we would have heard if he wasn't last week.
Sure.
But there's a little bit of like, just we're so set at tackle that this guy wants to play. We did right by him. Like
you're not stacked to the point where you can just trade good players. If we're gonna say Cam Robinson could contribute, you're not stacked where you just toss Cam a favor and see him start for the Browns. If he can start for the Browns, and if he was a good player, you probably should keep him.
Yeah, I mean it's not a huge deal. Like they're gonna obviously they wanted to give Ursary the role. Like they felt like he did enough in training camp while Cam Roberts. Oh my God, who's this guy?
Cam Robinson.
Cam Robinson was hurt. At the same time, it's like the Texans are trading away an offensive lineman.
He can't be good. That's the thought you have.
Like,
he cannot be
good.
They
got all the cast-offs from all the other bad offensive lines.
Yeah.
Ed Ingram, though, we're seeing Ed Ingram success story.
Apparently, he's playing pretty well. PFF will tell you he's playing.
Games.
Yeah, we will see if that continues. If Ed Ingram's recent run of success will continue. Cam Robinson, the most embarrassing thing for him is he's now a Texans cast-off. Like the Jag cast off, the Vikings cast off. Okay, that's not great. But when the Texans decide, not good enough. But at least they positioned it for him as, hey, Cam's good enough to start someplace. Apparently, that's true in Cleveland.
Yeah, I mean, he was going to be good enough to start here if he didn't get hurt.
It's by default. By default. Apparently, maybe in Cleveland by default. We'll go to break, and we'll hear from a guy who just wants to play, too. The Rockets had media day. Tari Eason is a guy who's had, let's just say, an injury-filled start to his career. Hopefully, the Spurs-like way the Rockets are treating him as far as not putting too much on him to keep him healthy. Hopefully that goes away and he can play about 70 games this season. He certainly thinks he should have a bigger role. We'll hear from Tari Eason. We'll hear from Amin Thompson. It was Rockets Media Day yesterday, and all the stars spoke. So we'll hear from those guys when we come back. We still got Coug tickets to give away. We'll do that here in this hour. Cougs versus Tech. Battle of undefeated teams trying to get a leg up in the Big 12. Tech's really good. I don't know if Morton's going to play. We'll see if their quarterback, who did not finish their last game, didn't matter. They stomped Utah. We'll see if he's available. The Cougs got a real test. It felt like Oregon State knew. If we don't get this one, we may not get.
Might be a long year, fellas.
Yeah, we may not get any. So they got out early. Wegman threw a pick, led to a score, and the Cougs had to fight back. I got to be honest. I was watching the game, and I just said, okay, this one's over. And then I flipped back. It's what? It's tied. And the Cougs scrapped and clawed and won.
Yeah.
Willie Fritz was on earlier with John and Lance to talk about that. So he's got a chance in year 2 to get to 5-0. He's a program builder, and this would be, certainly if they can get this one, the biggest win of his short tenure with the Cougs.
And they're wearing Houston blue.
The Houston blue.
I like it. I like it for this game specifically.
They're the Red Raiders, and it's a lot of red. I'm sure Tech people will be
make it
there.
easier for me. Which team's red? I'm used to both teams wearing red. One's in blue.
I don't need that to discern who's who, but I get it.
It like when Wisconsin and Nebraska play. I'm just like,
yeah,
guys,
that was annoying. Yes,
Can we get an alternate?
Yes, I think Nebraska's broken out an alternate maybe a time or two when they played Wisconsin. But with the team with red in their name, let's just go with the Houston blue. And they're going to do that. So if you're going to the game, if you don't win tickets from us, but you're still going, break out that blue, that Houston blue that they're going to be wearing. The uniform's one of the most well-liked uniforms in college sports. They're going to have them out there against Tech. ESPN, primetime. Cougs, Red Raiders. All right, let's get to the Rockets. Another team, the color red. Kevin Durant was available for the media for the first time as a Rocket. We'll hear from him in this segment about why he's here. There's a short clip going around about him and wanting to sign an extension. Maybe there was some reporting, non-factual reporting, it turns out, that was in question. He wants to sign an extension. He has no timetable for that. We don't know what the length will be. We'll see about that. Another guy who was asked about an extension or at least yesterday, was Tari Eason. Tari Eason was non-committal on that. I don't know that the Rockets and him are close. I think Rafael Stone was asked about it earlier this offseason, kind of gave the same type of answer. So we'll see where Tari Eason falls in line as far as a potential extension. He certainly thinks he should get a bigger role on the team, and he was asked about that yesterday. So among many things asked of those players, someone asked Tari Eason about his role and also asked him about what favorite movie he saw in the offseason. I cut that part out of the question.
Oh, what was the answer? Do you remember?
I cut it out because I didn't get an answer from the clip I grabbed. There was no answer, so I cut that out. So in this clip, when he's asked about a bigger role, there's also me editing out the part about what his favorite off-season movie was because the clip didn't provide an answer. Here's Tari Eason on what he expects of himself this year.
What kind of an offensive role do you see for yourself on this team this year? Do you want maybe more of an expanded role on offense? And
yes, I do want a more elevated role, and I think you'll see that with just my improvements in my game. I'm just going to let my game do the talking.
You heard a little that was me cutting out the I wanted to make reference to it, but also not have the question in. I didn't get an answer. We'll see.
Yeah, and I just search on Twitter Tari Eason movie, and nothing's
there. So other people thought it wasn't that important. I don't know if we asked that question at me. I guess it is media day, but maybe you do that in a sit-down interview that you have with him, not when you are one of several people asking questions.
Or if you can sidle up to the side, when he's not on the podium.
When you're writing your piece because you got to make content leading up to the season, and you have your Tari Eason introspection piece.
Yeah,
maybe you do that then.
I saw several different tweets from various different members of Rocket media world and Rocket online world, noticing that Brian Windhorst was at Rockets Media Day as a sign of whoa, look how far we've come, you know?
Yeah.
And let me just say, I hope that Brian Windhorst looked at that guy and just rolled his eyes when he asked favorite
Do
movie.
I need to listen to the Hoops Collective today and see if he makes reference to that question? We'll see.
Yeah,
we'll see about that.
And he said his favorite movie.
Look, I can't identify the reporter by name, so by voice actually, so I can't give you the name. But yeah, it was that a question about and Tari Eason.
I know what you did last summer.
I really appreciate the ending. Well, I don't know. It was a refreshing take on an old classic.
Yeah, he just gives a letterbox review.
Yeah, all of a sudden, Tari Eason letterbox reviewer. I don't know. Tari Eason approached the question that you did not hear in the same way we kind of are, as far as
not taking it seriously.
As far as what I heard before the audio got cut off. So there it is. He wants an expanded role.
Elevator role. I mean,
don't know where he's going to get that, though. I know Jalen Green's gone, so there is movement, but you bring in Kevin Durant. And Fred VanVleet's hurt, so there's more of that, but that feels like that's going to go to Reed Shepherd, and maybe Amin Thompson's going to get more time on the ball. I don't know where Tari Eason is going to get that expanded role from. I know, it's something I've talked about, at least on this show, about guys not just being happy, being solid teammates. And sure, they're not bad guys, but Tari Eason's young in his career. Look, it's happening in Golden State with Jonathan Kuminga. They don't agree on what he should be. They think he should be one thing. He thinks at 22, 23 years old, he should be something else. So it's why he looks like he's in line to sign the qualifying offer. He's going to bet on himself and become an unrestricted free agent. Cam Thomas doing the same thing because the two parties can't agree on what this person is worth or what they should be. So Tari Eason, don't know if we'll get to that point where he doesn't get a contract extension, but I don't know that he simply wants to be your seventh man.
Yeah, no.
So this is something they're going to have to figure out.
And you kind of don't want a guy who's like, yep, seventh man, I'm good.
Yeah, not at this age. Like when you're 29, you kind of figure out where you are in the pecking order, and then you go, okay, this is who I am. You want a guy to accept this role. Yeah.
Here, I think it's fine that he wants to spread his wings. And if you want to look at last year's team, be like, oh, yeah, because there's so much great offense that you can't run. You can't let me get a couple plays and get a piece. No, we have to watch this some more. So, yeah, I think it's fine. I mean, I thought it was interesting that Eason said this, and Jabari Smith had a quote about he expects to be a starter. Like that's what he expects of himself, is to be a starter on this year's team. And those two things are not 100% in conflict, but there's a little bit of there can only be one. Only one of you guys can be right here as far as an elevator role for Tari Eason and Jabari Smith starting.
Yeah, they can't both be the same.
Because DFS is also going to.
Yeah, they can't both.
Get a little bit.
It feels like they can't both
get
kind of coexist.
Want.
Yeah. So will Tari Eason get more on-ball opportunities? I don't know if there are going to be a lot of let Tari cook moments this year, considering how they're built and considering who else is on the roster. But I understand the thought process. He thinks there's more to his game that he hasn't been able to show. And if health is not going to be a concern anymore, it's a player who wants to spread his wings a little bit.
And so far, he hasn't had any, there's no reason to believe that, this will be a problem or anything.
Yeah.
It's just, what he wants. And that you're well within your rights to want that.
He was also, as I mentioned earlier, a little upset that he didn't make the top 100 list of players. That list came out.
Is that the ESPN list?
Yeah. It came out, at least 51 through 100. That part of it came out.
Oh,
September
well, maybe
24th.
he's top 50?
It feels unlikely. So since you suggested that in maybe a not so serious way, let's see who number 50 is and see if you think he's better than him. This player. Number 51. One of the guys who he's had issues with in the past, Draymond Green, is number 51.
No, he's not better than Draymond Green.
Yeah.
Who's 52?
He might be upset with this one because this guy hasn't played a minute in the NBA. Who do you think it is?
Hasn't played a minute. Oh, Cooper Flag.
Yes, he is. Now all these other guys have their actual stats or their fantasy projections for this upcoming year. Cooper does too. They think he's going to be a 19-6-4 guy in his first year in the league for the Mavericks. And of course, you go through the list. There's some Alex Caruso. There's some Miles Turner. I'm looking at all these guys.
There's a lot of good players in the league.
Yeah. Some of them.
Zion Williamson is 61.
Yeah, Jabari Smith makes it at 74. The last guy, since he had an issue, is he better than R.J. Barrett, who was 53 last year, and now he's 100? It's a precipitous drop for R.J.
going
Barrett.
Down.
Yeah.
Okay, but like Zach Edey is 88.
Okay, but Zach Edey.
I can see where he has. I can see where.
If you start picking at players.
Yeah, if I'm Tari Eason, I'm like, Zach Edey.
Like, Tari Eason being outside the top 100, I don't feel like is nuts, like just off rip. But if you start looking at some of the players.
I can see why he is like, come on.
Yes. That guy's not better than me. But Zach Edey plays a bigger role for his team. Zach Edey's also hurt. So is Jaren Jackson.
They should go all the way to 450. They should just rank every player.
Nah, you don't want to have Mr. Relevant with the list. That's tough. You'd rather not be mentioned than be like 250. It's good for them. If they didn't want look, some people are going to be upset, but hey, they can in their minds think, hey, ESPN thinks I'm 104.
Yeah.
If they have a real number on them, it's a real problem.
Yeah.
Like
what's Deshaun Nix supposed to tell his family?
Like Jason Tate doesn't want to be listed at 215.
Yeah.
Just don't mention me. A guy who's also on the list is Amin Thompson. Amin Thompson, we know he said at one point what he needs to work on the offseason is his rage. Well, he responded to a question in a very funny way. It looks like, at least during media day, the rage is tamped down. A reporter who didn't want to curse asked Amin Thompson about a conversation Amin had with Dorian Finney-Smith. So you'll hear that question in Amin's kind of deadpan response.
Dorian Finney-Smith just said earlier today that you need to not give an F and shoot it with confidence.
Yeah.
Do you think you're at a place where you don't give an F and you are shooting with confidence?
Yeah, I definitely feel like I don't give an F and shoot it with confidence. You know what I mean? Me and Dorian talk about that all the time. So, I mean, last year you saw when he played us, I think he airballed the first 2 threes, and then he made 5 straight. So, yeah, don't give an F, guys.
If I'm that reporter, the first one's fine. I don't want you coming back to it for the straggler laughs at the very end. Hey, the first time I'm already looking a little ashamed because the NBA stars got people laughing at my question. But then you double back, enemy for life. Not that I would win that because Amin's Amin.
Yeah.
But still, in your mind, he's an enemy for life. I'm gonna be professional, but in the back of my head, I'm like, this is the guy who got me laughed at during media day.
It's Brian Windhorst was chuckling at me.
Even Brian Windhorst, Wendy was laughing at me of all things. I'm trying to impress Wendy with my question.
Me in front of the Hoop Collective himself.
Yeah, this guy doesn't want to say the word. Understood. He's a media member. Like,
yeah,
Anthony Edwards can say whatever he wants if you missed that for his media day. But the reporter doesn't want to say it.
If they sent like one of us there, like
we're not gonna say the word.
Yeah, because we would have to go back and bleep it from our question.
Yeah,
and then probably bleep it when he says it back to us. It would be a headache.
I probably wouldn't have said doesn't give an F. I'd say doesn't care, just to avoid that particular, because it does sound a little.
No, yeah,
we're all adults. We
say
the curse
You sound
word.
like an 11-year-old.
Yeah, but I get why he didn't want to do it because it's unprofessional for him to say it. But sometimes you just gotta dance around it so you don't get Amin Thompson having the whole media room laughing at you.
Do you think
Amin Thompson, the comedian, all of a sudden you're funny?
Yeah. Well, look at his jokes now.
Yeah.
The 37th player in the ESPN list. That's a joke.
I'm assuming that reporter's Houston local, so I'm sure he's laughed at the clips of Amin tossing players around. I'm sure he laughed quite a bit because Tyler Hero's a player you can laugh at. I'm sure that guy laughed at Tyler Hero getting tossed around. Now you got your version of it, but it's Amin with the jokes.
Yeah.
Luckily, that reporter's unnamed, so we can't mention him by name.
I'd be like, worry about overtaking Zubac on the ESPN.
I don't know if that guy had the list in his back pocket. I mean,
Franz Wagner's like 5 spots ahead of you. Dude.
And that guy can't shoot either.
Yeah, at least you're an athlete. What's your excuse?
Yeah, and let's get to that before we go to break. Because while Amin doesn't give an F anymore, he's just going to keep shooting. He is pretty confident in his shot, and he is someone we don't consider a perimeter threat. But if he can add that, even let's say he increases his 3-point percentage a couple percentage points and actually becomes someone who is willing to take that shot more often, it certainly opens up his driving game, which is already pretty good. Here's Amin Thompson on the confidence he has in his shot.
Yeah, I feel like I'm very confident in my shot right now. So not just corner, but threes from, everywhere on the court, maybe not Curry range, but threes a lot more. And I know what my game is. I know my game is getting downhill, creating for myself and others. So I'm never going to get addicted to the three, but I feel like I'm confident in what I've been working on. So
that's good. We don't particularly need him to be a volume 3-point shooter, but at least someone that people aren't.
You gotta respect.
Yeah, I don't need what Caitlin Clark did to that one player where she just waved the girl off and shot. I don't need that from him. Like, at least have someone. Actually, maybe they don't hard close out, but maybe they try to close out on you, and that'll help his game a little bit.
Yeah, and being better in the mid range also helps. Yeah, because you can't sag off as much if he can take. I mean, for him, one dribble, maybe two, get to the free throw line and rise and fire. Like you have to be closer to not give up that shot, because also if he takes 2 hard dribbles, he might go straight past you to the rim. So, I mean, he shot 27.5% from 3, which honestly, I was a little surprised when I pulled this up.
High?
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay. Like, you're right. He only does need to, like, if he gets to 29, 30, like, that's fine. For how good of he is at everything else, like, to be, like, a respectable 30%.
If he makes one every 3.3 times or whatever it is that he shoots, that's fine. All right, we'll go to break with that. We'll come back and give away some Houston Cougar tickets. We'll do our misery index, and we'll start it off with some sound from an AD who has a fan base who's less miserable because he made a decision. But when we're talking about being competitive at the highest levels, or at least almost the highest levels in the SEC, what they had for Sam Pittman's got to change. We'll talk about Arkansas. They made a big decision firing their head coach, and then we'll get to teams and fan bases who may want their coach fired when we come back.
But first, I want to talk to you about America's #1 daily fantasy sports app, Prize Picks. That's right. The Astros season might be over, but there's still baseball action happening today. 4 games in the wild card series, and including some former Astros in the mix, including Alex Bregman. Alex Bregman, give me a more on 1.5 hits, runs, RBIs in today's ball game against the Yankees. If there's one guy who knows what it's like to beat the Yankees in the playoffs, it's Alex Bregman. Give me a more on Jose Ramirez and those red-hot Cleveland Guardians. Jose Ramirez, give me more than a half of a hit, run, RBI. Just needs to get 1 hit or score a run, get walked, and have the next guy hit a home run. That one cashes for you. And then I got some inside info from someone at the station. When I say inside info, I shouted a name and a number at him, and he said yes. Matthew Boyd, more than 4 strikeouts today against the Padres. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I want to watch. I'm going to be watching those MLB games happening all throughout the day. And when I do, I'm going to be making a little bit of money on Prize Picks. If baseball's not your thing, well, they always got the NFL look ahead projections. They have some college football for Saturday. They have WNBA with the playoffs happening right now. Soccer, whatever you want, it's on Prize Picks. Download the Prize Picks app today. Use promo code MAPES when you sign up to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES on Prize Picks to get $50 in lineups when you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
The Del Olalea Show continues.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's your host, Del Olalea.
Okay, at 11:30, we're going to give away a pair of tickets to the Cougs. You got to be caller 5, and you win a pair of tickets to the Cougs versus Texas Tech. Big game in the city. Cougs off to a 4-0 start. They're going to face another undefeated team with a chance to stake their claim to a real shot at the Big 12 title. Because if you beat Texas Tech, which many people consider the Big 12's best chance at making the college football playoff, then why not you? So that is this Saturday. It's family weekend, so bring your crew and fill TDECU Stadium. And this time, wear Houston blue. Help keep the Cougs win streak alive in their house. It's a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, and unforgettable moments. You want to be there for it. Nothing beats the tradition, pageantry, and the roar of the crowd as a Houston Cougar football game. Tickets are going fast. People are excited about this team. If you don't win them from us, you can go to uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. That's uhcougars.com/tickets or call 713-GO-COUGS. But for us, caller 5 at 11:30 wins a pair of tickets to watch the Cougs versus Tech in a big Big 12 game earlier in the season. Why not be there? There it is. Exciting times for that program. It does feel good to know that the guy running your program knows what he's doing. Even when you have issues on game day, and sure, you're pissed because you're a fan and things aren't going your way, to know there's a level of competency that your guy isn't going to be holding your program back. It's nice to feel that way.
Yeah. And a guy who's done it before, like Willie Fritz. And, a lot's changed even since he turned around Tulane in the world of college football and with the transfer portal, NIL stuff. And it's nice to know that, he can still do it. He can still adjust to the changing times. So, yeah, we were both, I think, pretty high on the Willie Fritz hire just because of that body of work, and I feel like he's ahead of schedule, delivering a really good team.
Yeah. They play D, which they're going to need against whoever's starting at quarterback for Tech.
Yeah.
And Tech has some dudes on the lines of scrimmage. They went out and
they paid
there's nothing
for
else
it.
to say, but they paid for it because of the recent influx in cash. So it'll be a big challenge for the Cougs, but hey, you're 4-0. Go take a shot at the team who is the leader in the Big 12.
You know who might not be able to pay for it? The Arkansas Razorbacks.
Yes, if you missed it, Arkansas fired Sam Pittman. He is one of theirs, but he could not get it done. And it was illustrated the difference between Arkansas and the top of college football. As much as I don't want to give Notre Dame credit, they are one of the programs year after year now that can be considered a team who can go win a national title. They got off to a slow start, but they were in the title game last year. They thought they had dreams of doing it again, so they're going to have to go undefeated. And beating down Arkansas was one of those steps. Hunter Yurachek, the AD for Arkansas, explained one of the reasons why Sam Pittman lost his job and couldn't win at Arkansas.
You've talked about finances and being able to compete at a championship level, like you said. Do you feel like Sam had the financial commitment to be able to win at the level you wanted him to?
You were at the board meeting, and I gave you some statistics where our head coach compensation, our assistant coach salary pool, our support staff salary pool, and our overall operating budget ranked towards the bottom of the Southeastern Conference. I think with that information, Coach Pittman did not have the resources he needed to appropriately compete in this conference right now.
That's the AD who has been there since 2017. So what are you doing? If he doesn't have the appropriate compensation or pool to compete, you've been there throughout his entire tenure. What have you been doing to change that? So it's good to acknowledge that Sam Pittman had maybe two hands tied behind his back, but that's your job, man.
Yeah.
Hunter Yurachek,
It reflects on you.
former AD at Houston, probably left Houston because of the opportunities in the SEC to win and be the leader of a bigger athletic program, and they've invested in baseball. SEC loves them some baseball. Of course, the Calipari thing was helped on by big boosters. It's kind of your job to get the boosters behind the football program, and I guess this new hire is going to be probably about getting the boosters excited and backing that program.
Yeah, I think that is something that you do have to keep in mind, is that like people are less likely to give you money when you are getting bad results and there's not a lot of hope. So when you do fire a coach, like, it is pretty easy or easier to like rally the troops. Like, we have an increased commitment to, because if you're donating to Arkansas for this past offseason, you're like, what am I committing? What am I giving this money for? It's a guy who's going to get fired in September. And so I think that whoever does, I mean, it's like anything, like whoever in year one will have more of a commitment than Sam Pittman did in year, 5 or 6, whatever it was.
He started in 2020. Yeah. But, and Yurchek hired him, so.
Yeah.
I mean.
Yeah, and also, I get that he's not trying to, like, bury Pittman there, but it does, like, that is your job to make sure that you're on as equal a footing as possible to compete in the Southeastern Conference.
You know, sometimes you make decisions and you're like, we're never going to really compete at the level to go win a title. We're Arkansas, so let's invest in other programs where we think we have a better shot. That may have played a part, but with that statement, he's going to have to make it clear to the next guy that you're going to up the spending and get that NIL program ready, because you don't want to go take a job knowing it's the Arkansas job, so you kind of take it knowing you're going to be behind. But if you can look at Vanderbilt and watch what they've done,
you don't need to.
You don't need to be at the top to be successful.
Just to be like respectable in this conference.
Yeah.
You know, like it's more like don't lose by 40 to
Notre Dame when they come to town.
Yeah,
after losing to Memphis because you couldn't hold on to the football.
Don't lose to Memphis is also a good starting point for.
Yeah, that's just in the sand. Forget about the context. You fumble the ball inside
don't lose.
Inside the 10 when you were going to kick a field goal to win it. Just don't lose to Memphis. No matter how it happens, don't lose to Memphis.
Don't need to hold on to the football to kick a field goal to win it against Memphis.
Arkansas people expect that should be a 2-score game.
Yeah, so I mean, obviously, like they'll reach out to Rhett Lashley. We'll see. I mean, I'm not really interested in the whole like, is SMU a better job than Arkansas?
Yeah,
it's a different answer for different people.
Yeah, he's from Arkansas. He played there, so it doesn't matter what you think of the SMU job. He's a native son.
Yeah, he's thinking about it differently than you and I are. So.
Just to go back to the guy who's coaching my favorite team. Mm-hmm. When he got hired by Miami, Oregon's a better job. Yes, it is, but it's also the alma mater that he's going back to, and they promised to spend, and they have spent. He made that part of the stipulation for him leaving Oregon. So if Arkansas gives that to Rhett Lashley, I would not be surprised if he goes. But that's for later. Sorry, SMU Sonny. Be on the lookout for your guy leaving.
Yeah, I can't speak with any authority, but I feel like you shouldn't be like, oh my God. You know, like it's not so obvious.
Yeah, there's a lot of connections that would
SMU can money whip
they could
Rhett Lashley to stay.
They got SMU does have the money. They just don't have the location. Or they're not his alma mater.
Yeah,
as far as Rhett Lashley is concerned.
Yeah.
If he has dreams of going back and leading the program he played for, there's not a lot that SMU can do.
No.
As long as Arkansas ponies up their end with the cash.
That's where you have to cap it. It's like Rhett Lashley might just want to coach his alma mater. And that doesn't reflect on the SMU.
It's not about SMU, correct.
SMU is going to get another good coach the second Rhett Lashley leaves.
Yes, they can pay up, and they will. Now that they're in the ACC, and they want to be one of those teams who can compete. And the ACC is one of those places where you can. Where right now we're not sure who's a good team other than Miami, and that leads us to our misery index because we thought Florida State's a good team, and maybe they are. Maybe they're decent, but you go into Charlottesville on a Friday night, and these are some of the outcomes that can happen, particularly when you're not the greatest on the defensive line. And while you can score a lot of points, you can't disrupt the quarterback. You can't stop the run. And while Clemson remains number one, but we got to push them to the side. Like they are all-time number one right now. But
long-term misery.
Yeah, but we pushed them to the side because they did not play. there's a battle for me right now in my head. Penn State people getting more confirmation of who they are and who their quarterback is and who their coach is makes them pretty miserable. But considering Florida State, after their win over Alabama, kind of was off the radar because they didn't play anyone, but they rose to number 8 in the country. I got to throw them on the list. The Friday night loss is tough. It's a standalone game. There's nothing to do other than be miserable for a Friday night. I feel like they go to the top of the misery index.
Do you think that it makes it better or worse as far as misery for Seminole fans go, the fact that they play Miami this week?
I think if they had like Wake Forest on the schedule this Saturday, they'd be miserable because even if they beat Wake Forest, you still lost to Virginia.
Yeah.
And
there's a little bit of get back opportunity.
You have the ability, if you think that was just a one-off on Friday night against Virginia, you have an opponent that you hate in front of you,
in Tallahassee,
who's highly ranked, and you've got a shot to reestablish what you think your season can be. So they're probably less miserable than they would normally be because it's hard to get excited about some random ACC opponent. You got the ACC opponent for you, although in maybe some eyes they think Clemson was because that's been a bigger rivalry as far as importance because of Miami's lack of relevance. But as far as traditionally, the number 3 Canes coming to town's a big deal.
This year, they're the best team of the ACC.
Yeah, so knocking them off.
They'd be huge.
You
have them at home.
Yeah. You lost out on game day because you lost, but you got
that sucks.
But you got a chance to get some get back.
That really sucks. To be the reason that you don't have game day.
Yeah, there's no other reason other than maybe your treatment of Kurt Herbstreit a couple years ago. There was no other reason for them not having game day except that they blew a game on Friday night.
They're going to Vandy, Alabama.
Yeah, they're going to Tuscaloosa.
Which is a ranked matchup.
Yes, but it wasn't. This one would have possibly been a top 5 matchup.
Yeah.
At least top 10 if they had not lost to Virginia and Chandler Morris, who's been in college football a long time now.
Yeah, he really has.
Yeah. So they go to the top. I mentioned this team. They're strong number 2, Penn State. They lose to Oregon. Credit them for the comeback. It all started, not that they saw it, but it all started after Dan Lanning did the throw slash. He thought that game was over. It felt like it was over. They went up 17-3, and then through running the football, some trickeration, a good throw by Drew Aller, make it 17-10. He made a nice throw down the field for a touchdown.
To Ross,
Yeah, that was a good throw. And then Ross scored another touchdown on some misdirection that Kotelnicki pulled out of the bag their OC to make it 17-17. Double overtime after both teams scored. We got the Drew Aller moment. He never lets us down, Sean. He was fighting back from the allegations, but when it mattered most, he threw the back-breaking game-sealing pick.
Yeah.
He never lets us down. James Franklin doesn't let us down. Drew Aller doesn't let us down. The agendas for this show thrives.
That's why we don't have to adjust our agendas.
Because they always do it. They always live up to our expectations. They always do it.
And now they've innovated a little bit to where now it's like always painfully close. Like they are, again, they've scored 2 straight possessions for their 3 scoring possessions. They scored 2 straight to send it to overtime, and then basically like a shotgun blast to the face. It's just like, oh, our guy threw an interception. It's over.
Yeah,
because it was the first play
of the second of their possession in the second overtime.
Second overtime. So you're like, all right, settling in. And you have 4 downs. You know you need a touchdown.
And they have a chance to win because they stopped Oregon on their 2-point.
Yes.
So they know they can have a walk-off touchdown 2-pointer to win this.
And on the first
play, they're rolling. They probably feel pretty good.
Yeah.
And on the first play, he throws pick. It was a good play by the safety.
It was a great play.
Aller's eyes drew him over there. There was some motion in the backfield where they were trying to get eyes someplace else. They were trying to run a tight end down the sideline on a bit of a wheel route, and they had like some eye candy to keep people occupied, but it wasn't enough. Drew Aller didn't see the guy floating over there as his eyes took him over there, and he makes a great play to end it, and it's like nothing's changed. No matter what it is for Penn State right now, if you have a similar recruiting ranking or even a little better, Penn State's going to lose to you. That's just who they are right now.
Yeah, and there's a little bit of like bigger picture thing of like Penn State just perennially ranked in the top 10 even though every time they play a top 10 team, they lose.
Yeah.
There's a little bit of like, then logically, they probably shouldn't be.
Well,
a top
someone
10
has
team.
to be there, right?
And they beat everyone else.
Yeah.
Like they have that down pat where they just beat the also-rans in the Big Ten. But when they play Oregon, when they play Ohio State, when they play Michigan, when Michigan was really good, that's just kind of what happens.
So, moving on to the next team, what do you think? Is Georgia ahead of USC as far as misery is concerned?
Yeah.
You think so?
They
lose.
They can't beat Alabama.
Kalen DeBoer, Nick Saban.
Doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter who
Nick
it
Saban.
is.
But on Saturday, we're talking about this game, and I was like, I lean Georgia just because, like, yes, I know the record against Alabama, but only one of those against Kalen DeBoer. The other ones are all against Nick Saban. We should probably think about Alabama differently. Not when it comes to Kirby Smart.
Nope.
Kirby Smart, I mean, now this is back-to-back years where he's just gotten pantsed by DeBoer.
In the first half.
In the first half, like
DeBoer picks
they
them
win this
apart.
game. They win the game in the first half every time against Georgia. And, yeah, it's just another – I think it's another one. And Georgia, made it close.
Once again, second year in a row, they fought back.
But they've also had 2 drop touchdown passes. They had a 4th and 1. Like, they got very, very close. And in a way, that makes it worse because if any of those things go the right way, you took the initial I mean, not even punch, just like barrage that you always get from Kalen DeBoer because he just outcoaches Kirby Smart before the game kicks off. He's already starting with 3 touchdowns, and you can survive that. You're good enough to survive that and make it close, but you can't overcome it.
Yeah, they scored 30 points in the first half last year in Tuscaloosa, 24 in this game in the first half. Didn't score a point at the half, so as you laid out, they pants them in the first half. Credit to Kirby Smart for making the adjustments needed. But even last year, they gave up the final touchdown to Ryan Williams when he became a star. He dropped a big touchdown. The Georgia player, I forgot his name, who's doing his own Arian Smith impression by dropping deep touchdown passes. He's wearing 11 just like Smith did. He dropped a big touchdown that could have given Georgia a real foothold in that game. So Georgia goes down. They likely will be fine, but they just have a Kalen DeBoer / Alabama problem. And Kalen DeBoer better not have a Clark Lee problem, or he's going to be on this list next week.
I mean, I don't know if he specifically has a Clark Lee problem, but it seems like he has we're 10-point favorites in this game problem.
If you lose to Vanderbilt 2 years in a row, you've got a Clark Lee problem.
Yes. No, I agree with that. I think no matter what, I think he already
big
kind of has a problem
yeah.
of like he wins the big ones and he trips over. I mean, he's the opposite of James Franklin.
Yeah.
Where it's all the big ones he can pull it out. It's the little ones he doesn't have that. I don't know. I don't know if it's consistency or whatever it is, but
yeah, we'll see if Alabama can avoid the pitfalls of last year, but this time it's at home. But Vanderbilt's a better team, so we'll see how that plays out. USC next, after Illinois got trampled by Indiana. Indiana held on to beat Iowa because, of course, Iowa would turn the team who scored 53 points into a 20-point team the next week in against Iowa in their building. USC, they had been off the radar because they'd played no one, but they go to Illinois. Illinois had to feel like this was their chance to wipe away some of the embarrassment of the beatdown that Indiana gave them. And it was a good ball game. And it was a matter of USC scoring too soon because their defense could not get stops. And they scored a touchdown. Credit to USC for coming back. It felt like Illinois had that game under control. They had a 2-touchdown lead. And USC fought back, scored 15 in that fourth quarter to take a lead. But there was too much time after they scored. And USC made multiple big plays at the goal line to stop Illinois from scoring. It could have been much worse. They caused Illinois to fumble twice at the goal line, once in the first half, once in the second half, and that gave them chances to stay in the game. They had some injuries along their offensive line that didn't help. USC simply could not rush the passer. Just like Florida State, their team, and not surprisingly when it comes to Lincoln Riley, their offense first. But if you look at USC, they got 1 sack. And that's a team that at times had produced big-time people along the defensive line, at least in college. And they don't have those guys right now. So if you can't rush the passer. You allow Illinois, they kind of do whatever they want. They ran the ball all over them, and certainly Luke Altmaier had a big game. Illinois wins. Good bounce back for them, but USC, they belong on the list because it's more of the same for them. On the road in the Big Ten, close game, they lose. Lincoln Riley's becoming what whoever coaches at Nebraska has been over the last 5 or 6 years. Lose a close game to a good team on the road. It is part of his DNA now at USC. So they're at a lesser level because they're not a real championship contender in my eyes, but they're like James Franklin now with Lincoln Riley. If you get them in a spot where they're playing a ranked team or even just a competent team on the road, expect USC to find a way to lose. And their defense just isn't good enough right now for what USC wants to be.
Yeah, any hey, playoff talk or any even just being good in the Big Ten talk. It's like, okay, you're kind of in the middle of the Big Ten, which is not where USC should expect them, especially not where they expected them to be in year.
Is it
4?
4 of Lincoln Riley now?
Year 4 of Lincoln Riley?
Yeah, if it's 4 of
22, 23, 24.
It's 4 of Venables, as we talked about earlier this year. It's 4 for Lincoln Riley. And it's a big loss for Notre Dame, too. Now, they're Notre Dame, so if they go 10-2, they'll probably make the playoff because they're Notre Dame. But USC was the team on their schedule who could be ranked when they play them.
Yeah.
And USC has Michigan up next after a bye, so if they can beat Michigan, maybe they'll be ranked again.
But then bad in the offensive line or along the lines is not what I want to be playing Michigan.
True.
It's the one thing I need to be able to do.
And USC's schedule right now, if they could have gotten that one, sure, lose to Notre Dame and possibly lose to Oregon, but they're a 10-2 USC team who's likely ranked, and that helps Notre Dame. Instead, if Notre Dame beats them, they could be a 4-loss USC team, and that doesn't help. That doesn't help Notre Dame as far as trying to get in the playoffs. So that was a big loss for Notre Dame. While they were beating Arkansas at the same time, one of their big wins on the season took a big hit. So while we can't put Notre Dame on the list because they won, I'm sure a lot of their fans are hoping for USC to be better than what they appear to be. So that wraps up our college football stuff. Of course, another big weekend coming up. So later in the week, we'll talk about that. We gave away the Cougs tickets. I think that is it for us. No, we got tickets to give away actually through the rest of the week. So if you want tickets, listen to this show. Like the rest of the shows have days where they give away tickets. We're the only show that gives away tickets every day. I think it fits. We probably talk the most college football other than maybe the bullpen, your Saturday show when the games are going on. But right here, everybody, you want Cougs versus Tech tickets? Guaranteed. You got a shot to win them on the show. No guessing as far as what day.
3 more pairs to give away.
That's right. And the Friday one, we'll get those to you as quickly as possible because the game's the next day. All right, we'll go to break. We got one more segment here to go before we're done. But before we get to that, I want to talk about Monument Chevrolet. It's the last day of Truck Month. I've been talking to you about Truck Month month long. If you want a good deal on a Chevy Silverado 1500, it's the last day to head out there to Monument Chevrolet. And that deal is 2.9% APR for 72 months. And remember this, it's the last day to take advantage of that potential $7,500 federal tax credit on an EV vehicle. Truck Month ends today, and so does their chance to get a great deal on an EV. Those EV Blazers are very nice. If you were looking into that, don't let the deal slip by. Check out what type of car you want at monumentchevrolet.com. And then once you make your selection, go out there to Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. Get to that campus and pick the car. Find that car that you picked from the site. Once you get there, you're going to see and meet the great people there, and they'll get you into a vehicle that you love at the price that you love as well. From the sales staff to the finance staff, they'll make the car buying experience one you won't regret. Drive off the lot with a great vehicle and a great experience at Monument Chevrolet. And no, you have people who will treat you like family when you want your next car, or maybe you have a question about your current car. They will welcome you back and answer all the questions you have. So monumentchevrolet.com is a website. They're in Pasadena off of Beltway 8 and 225. And as always, Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Broadcasting live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios, it's the Del Olalea Show.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Now back to Del Olalea.
Let's get to this before we wrap it up. Kevin Durant, why he's here. This was the place he wanted to be. He made sure the Wolves didn't trade for him. And while he had a couple other teams on his list, it appeared the Rockets were at the forefront, and he wanted the deal to get done. And the Rockets got that done. And didn't cost him very much. No matter what you think of Jalen Green or Dylan Brooks, or the 10th pick overall, whatever. But as far as what they acquired Kevin Durant for, it wasn't something to cripple them. They've got plenty of assets, and Kevin Durant made it happen. So a number of questions were asked about his extension and how it all came about. But here's Kevin Durant on why it felt right to be in Houston.
I have some connections here within the organization, people I work with around the league already, so it just felt organic and natural coming into the gym, getting be a Houston Rocket for the first time. So I always have respect for this coaching staff, this fan base, this state, this city, so it feels right.
Of course, the 8 months he spent in the state of Texas as a Longhorn. I do think that's always funny how they talk, how that's always been talked about as a reason. Well,
semester and a half.
Sure.
18 years ago?
Yeah. Well,
left a mark.
He referenced it. The way he got to it made me think it wasn't that big of a deal.
State.
Yeah,
That's right.
Sure. Yeah. What do I need to put out there?
Area?
But he's happy to
Not
be
really
here.
area.
He wants an extension. No timetable for it. So I think that'll get done. We'll see how long it is, how much it'll cost them, the Rockets. Everything seems in order for Kevin Durant. Now, the goal, of course, is to win a title. But let's see him play the 65 to 70 games, whatever it is, healthy. That's the first step. Let's get him healthy. Let's build good habits across the entire team with him here, and we will see what they are around April and May as they get ready for a playoff run. But first steps are today. I think they start practice today. At least some teams do right after media day. I'm not sure if the Rockets are doing that, but we heard from him. We heard from Amin. We heard from Tariq and a couple of guys who are going to be big parts of the team this year. All right. That music means we're done for the day. Rich Eisen is up next. But since we're done for the day, what does that mean, Sean?
Do you want my dead mom's clothes?
No, sir. No, sir. I'll talk to you tomorrow.
This is the Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
As we go a little something like this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Tyreek Hill, the injured Dolphin.
It was a dislocation.
Today's guest, quarterback consultant Jordan Palmer, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth from Hulu's Chad Powers, Glenn Powell and Michael Waldron. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Everybody, welcome to this edition of the Rich Eisen Show, live on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Baseball, playoff baseball, getting underway. All 4 wild card games available.
Must be nice.
On ESPN and ABC, and also ESPN Radio. Check your local listings for all of that. At some point today, if you're listening to us on ESPN Radio, it's entirely possible that your station takes you to a playoff baseball game and in the middle of our show, and we're cool with that. We're cool. We love baseball.
Yeah, Tigers guards in an hour.
Hey, there may be an I in Rich and Eisen, but we're team players. And so lots going on in this world. Week 4 in the books, 2 games last night. Jordan Palmer is going to join us basically because I need reinforcements for my Jake Browning take. That gets worse every single week with me saying that the season's not over for the Cincinnati Bengals, and it is not. They're 2-2. Yada, yada, yada. 20 minutes from now, we've got Jordan Palmer, throwing coach, quarterback guru extraordinaire of Jake Browning. He's going to join us. Also, Mark Schlereth of Fox Sports, fresh off of calling New England's victory over the weekend, destroying the Carolina Panthers. He's going to join us. The Broncos are now 2-2. The Commanders are now 2-2. He won championships with both of those teams. Lots to talk about with him. And then Chad Powers himself strolls into our studio without the fake stuff. The great Glenn Powell and Michael Waldron, who is the co-creator of Chad Powers, available today on Hulu.
Hello.
They're both going to be here, and it's going to be a fun chat in hour number 3. There's you at 844-204-RICH, number to dial. Good to see you over there, Christopher Brockman.
Good to see you, Rich. What's up, man?
TJ Mikey D is in D's nuts. Mike,
I got a doubleheader today, which is great.
Okay. Good to see you, TJ Jefferson. How are you, sir? Good to see you.
As someone who once dislocated his kneecap,
oh no!
Did you? I feel for the cheetah, bro.
Well, let's start with that, sir, because Tyreek Hill, one of the best that we've seen at his position since he started playing professional football, might not play professional football ever again. I mean, it's just that simple. The guy's 31, and he's currently in a hospital bed with possible more surgery to come on a dislocated knee. Adam Schefter reporting that, multiple ligaments got torn up in his knee. It's a dislocated knee. That sounds terrible. It looked terrible. His smile on his face totally belied whatever must have been going on in his knee as he was being carted off last night. Drew Rosenhaus's agent is talking about how the doctors and surgeons are looking at blood flow, possible nerve damage. They're making sure that it's just a dislocated knee and ligaments. And, my colleague at NFL Network, NFL Media Group, Rap Sheet, Ian is reporting that his 2026 season is potentially in jeopardy. And so if he comes back at age 33 on this knee, listen, he's such a physical force of nature that if anybody could come back and look like the Tyreek Hill / Cheetah that we've all known after all of this at age 33 and use it as a chip on his shoulder, makes sense. It makes complete sense. And in this world of where you can't make it up, right, as Cheetah waves goodbye on a golf cart to the Hard Rock Dolphin fan base, in steps a guy who we haven't seen play football in forever and a day, in Darren Waller, who we all know unretired this offseason, and after retiring from the Giants the year before, and decides he wants to play football again. This guy, who we all know, came into the league as a talented kid in Baltimore, had substance abuse issues, sat out a year because of it. Then he goes to the Raiders. Our guy, Mike Mayock, decides to give him a flyer. He turns into such a force of his own nature that he gets paid significantly, winds up getting traded to the Giants, where things begin to fall apart for him. He decides to retire and start rapping, and he decides to come back. And in a game in which the Dolphins watch Tyreek Hill get carted off, Darren Waller plays his first game since the final game of 2023 and comes up with his first 2-reception touchdown game since week 13 of 2022, also against the Jets, 1,758 days apart, and becomes the first tight end in the Super Bowl era to have multiple receiving touchdowns in his debut for a new team at 30 years old or older. Can't make it up. The Dolphins saved their season. They're no longer winless. They are 1-3. We'll see how obviously they move forward without their best offensive player, with all due respect to Achane and Tua and now Darren Waller and Waddle. Got a lot of talented players on that offensive side of the football and the defensive side of the football. I mean, the Dolphins being 1-3 is a disappointment, to say the least. And they still needed, time to run out at the end there. If there was another minute left on the clock, the Jets had a shot, despite a gajillion penalties and turnovers, of winning that game. Long story short is we send our best to Tyreek Hill and the Cheetah and welcome back Darren Waller in a game where you're going into it thinking none of the above. And so there's that. At the same time, as Jets/Met fans watching that, couldn't wait for the Bengals and Broncos to start playing football to give them something else to watch. The Bengals and the Broncos play football, and once again, the Cincinnati Bengals fall apart without Joe Burrow. Now, I said here, Jake Browning is not going to be so bad that the season is over for the Cincinnati Bengals. I pointed out that when Burrow last went down for a significant amount of time in 2023, this kid started 7 games, won 4 of them, went 4-3. And now the Bengals were finally not in an 0-2 hole to start a season. They're now 2-0 rather than 0-2. From that base of operations, just being 1 game over 500 would give him a 10-7 season, and thus a possibility of having more than just a lost season, to say the least. Certainly if Joe Burrow is coming back in the middle of December, if the 3 months time period that we're hearing from everyone in the NFL media for his surgically repaired toe is in fact an accurate amount of time that he would miss, he'd be back in the middle of December to take on the Ravens, who are so banged up, who might not have Lamar Jackson this weekend, and they're 1-3. They're a game behind the Bengals. So dare I even say right now that the season is not over, despite the Cincinnati Bengals, since Joe Burrow went down, scoring just 13 points over their last 2 games, and the defense from last year showing up while they're waiting for the Browning of 2 years ago to show up. And now suddenly that 0-2 start that they didn't have at 2-0 has arrived, just in the form of weeks 3 and 4 rather than weeks 1 and 2. And Joe Burrow's not walking through that door. And Jake Browning appears to have 0 time to throw the football. 0. The same offensive line that everybody's saying needed improvement for Joe Burrow, and where is that reinforcement of that very crucial position group in front of Joe Burrow? Where is that emphasis? It's not as if they haven't done a thing. It's not as if they've got pikers up front. They just can't block. They can't block, and Chase Brown, who you know I adore, doesn't have a single second to breathe. We're not getting any running game of which to speak. And you heard Troy Aikman sum it up last night that the running game, that Burrow's not had a running game, not had any protection up front, not had a defense. And it's like, Joe, you have 2 world-class receivers, go win football games. And that was the plan for the Bengals and has been the plan for the Bengals for the most part since Burrow came off the campus with 60 touchdowns in his final season of LSU. And now Burrow's gone. How's that plan working? Well, it's gone so well that Jamar Chase is now going up to his coach in the middle of the game. The HC. Cameras catching Jamar Chase going up to him. And you know when receivers do something like that in situations like these, now comes the conversation about how things are falling apart. Jamar Chase in this football game. Guys, this is the way fantasy leagues go down for you. Certainly when you draft him first overall, but this is reality football. Jamar Chase got targeted 5 times, 5 catches, 23 yards. And for an average of 4.6 yards. Usually this guy moves chains, not just put you in position to stay on schedule when he catches the ball. Usually scores touchdowns. Higgins, 3 catches, 32 yards. Chase Brown out of the backfield. This is what's supposed to be happening with Jake Browning is let's set up screens, let's set up this stuff. 3 catches, 31 yards. The Broncos defense deserves a lot of cap tips and salutes on this sort of thing. But that doesn't help the situation when somebody's going up to Jamar Chase's locker after the game.
Tough to say, man. Honestly, you know, we go out there and we lay eggs sometimes. We not capitalizing on the downs when we get opportunities. When it's second and third and 1, 3rd and 2, we got to capitalize on those. Get the ball moving downfield so we can keep the play going.
Do you think there's enough urgency in this team?
Urgency's there, man. It's just we got to want it. At the end of the day, we got to want it. You know, today it didn't look like we wanted it.
Well, that doesn't sound very good, does it?
Hey.
Doesn't look like we wanted it. Okay, Coach Taylor, you're on the clock now with this sort of stuff. He was asked about the exchange that he had with Jamar Chase. Chase said it was about essentially the series that had just failed on offense. It was just specific, compartmentalized to that. What about the coach?
Coming off a game like this is one of my favorite players to deal with, quite frankly, because he's just competitive. He just wants to win, and it comes across as emotional, but that's just a captain that works his tail off. All he wants to do is win the game. All he wants to do is affect the game. And oftentimes he feels like if I have the ball in my hand, I can do that, and I don't disagree with him. And we're always looking for ways to get him the ball. Obviously, sometimes for him, he can't see what's going on in the backfield and some of the challenges that we face back there, but I love Jamar. He's when I'm done coaching, he will be one of my all-time favorites for the way that he has how many years has he been here? 4? 5? For the way that he has I wouldn't say matured because he was never immature, but just the way he's become the total pro that you want leading your football team and competing in practice and competing in games. I can't say enough about him, and I'm sure if that interaction was on site, it just comes from a place where I want to help the team win. I can help the team win, help me help the team win, and I love that about him.
Can they can they go to the store and get some sandbags and throw them behind the offensive line and start? That's how you shore things up a little bit. Might be tough to run through them.
Yeah. Just
I don't listen
reinforcements
because that's a big part of the problem. A big part of the problem. Sometimes you saw the Broncos just rushing 4 and getting there.
Yep.
And
they got home with 3 once.
Sometimes, I mean, Browning threw, and then the penalties. as well. I mean, Browning threw a beautiful ball to T. Higgins on the sideline at one point. That got wiped out. Yep. Here's some good news, though. I'm going to give you the glass half full, as you always know that is my default.
I love that about you.
Well, I appreciate you saying that, Chris, because I'm not changing.
Yeah. Why would you?
Well, I only know one speed, as you see when I run the 40-yard dash, okay? We marathon. We don't sprint. Obviously, in this week-to-week league, we overreact. It's an overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. That's coming up later. The Bengals, as of right now, they're going home. Hasn't looked good. It's looked terrible. There's no other way to put it. Me sitting there saying, hey, Jake Browning's got this. So far, not a great take. Not a great take. But they're 2-2. They're in second place in their division. You look at the Pittsburgh Steelers and you look at the, say, Buffalo Bills. And I only use Buffalo as an example because they're the team that's 4-0, the only undefeated team in the AFC. You look at the Chargers. You look at that sort of echelon. And normally you'd put the Ravens in that mix. The Ravens are behind them. Can you catch the Steelers? Can you beat the Steelers? Are they more beatable than the other teams that I just mentioned? I believe so. And I think their path, their good path, is we know if I'm sitting here and saying, hey, the Patriots at 2-2 have a nice shot at the playoffs. A 2-2 team is a good, again, base of operations from which to move forward. So they're not 0-4 and they're not 1-3. They're actually just 2-2. 4 of their next 5 are at home. Look at that. And then there's a bye. 4 of their next 5 are at home. And that, you got to assume, is going to be better than the last 2 games when they're going against Brian Flores blitzing his mind out and the Denver Broncos defense and Vance Joseph, what we just saw. The problem is their next game's against Detroit, which usually isn't what we would call a get-right game.
No.
It's sometimes a get-lost game. And then they're at Green Bay. That's their one road trip. They're at Green Bay, where we may find out the Packers are a much better team than what we've seen on the road from them the last 2 weeks, where they're winless like a hockey team, 0-1-1. Then they got a short week game against Pittsburgh that I would call must-win. I would call a must-win at that point in time, if they're going to have a season. After that, they're home for the Jets and the Bears, teams that if they go and give this kid some protection up front and get Chase Brown some balancing act on offense type runs, you get the Jim Mora senior drop from years ago, Mike. Should have told you how to have it ready. I'm just going to repeat it one more time from here.
Season is not over.
I may prove to be on a hill that I should be getting the hell off of right now.
Yeah.
Because the defense looks brutal outside of Trey Hendrickson, who's going to rush the passer. Other than that, they've looked a little bit green in the middle of the defense as well. Let's give this just a little bit of a beat.
Can I give you the glass half empty?
I know what you go ahead and say what you texted me last night.
I'd be shocked if they won 4 games this year.
Now, I'll push back on that.
Where, if you look at the schedule, where are the wins?
I just
Who can
told
they
you.
beat? The team that showed up last night and that can't block anybody and can't defend anybody. Who do they beat? The Jets can at least score points.
The team. Oh, okay. When they're not, pre-snap procedure penaltying their own heads off.
They at least put the ball in the end zone.
Brother, I'm just going to say this. The team that showed up last night is a 4-win team. I think they're better than the team that showed up last night. And I think being at home will do wonders. And at some point, Jake Browning's going to have the game that I think they're capable of allowing him to have. How does that sound? But it is kind of brutal to watch right now. I'm not going to lie.
For sure.
844-204-RICH is the number to dial. Jordan Palmer is zooming into the program. Let's get his thoughts. Founder and coach of QB Summit and so much more next on The Rich Eisen Show.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended, balance due if you pay off early or cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
When it comes to accidental injury cases in Harris County, there's one law firm that files nearly 3 times as many cases than any other firm, and that's Daspit Law Firm. Why? Because they're the best at what they do, getting their clients the compensation they deserve for injuries they've wrongfully suffered in an accident. Lance Zerline here, and if you suffered an injury in an accident and you would like a free case review, call John Daspit now, 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW or visit DaspitLaw.com.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing 2 things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even bought my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Get in on exciting gaming action at LaBerge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to LaBerge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Hey guys, Lance Erline here. Football is so back, and Underdog is ready for you. It's the best place to make picks, and of course, it's available for you right here in the state of Texas. Playing on Underdog is easy. Just pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, receiving yards, interceptions. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash. You can play with as little as $1. This year, there are 2 new opportunities for you, ladders and streaks. Make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Win a little on a different night and a lot on a great night, up to 250 times your money. That's a ladder. For streaks, each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both picks are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. Get all 11 correct and the prize is yours. Download the app today and sign up with promo code Lance. You are going to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. That's promo code Lance. Millions of fans are winning with Underdog Fantasy.
Must be 18 plus, present Texas terms apply. See website for complete details. Concern with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncbgambling.org.
Dave, ESPN Radio is back on the air on the Rich Eisen Show. We're sitting here. ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. Jordan Palmer joining us here on the Rich Eisen Show, quarterback consultant and also a man who is crushing it right now with Thread Performance. We'll talk about that in a second. Good to see you, Jordan. How are you, sir?
Yes, sir.
I'm doing great. Doing great. Great to be on.
Well, Jordan, I need you to help a friend out, okay?
Yeah.
Because, Jordan, I listen to you when you talk. I respect you immensely. I respect your skills. I respect your knowledge. I just respect you. And so, years ago, when Joe Burrow went down and Jake Browning comes into a big-time position, you're like, he's got this. Sure enough, he had it. I mean, 4-3, looked great. So when it happened again, I'm like, I know what Jordan told me 2 years ago. It's the same guy. Different. It's just a different year. So I went on this show, and I'm like, the season's not over for the Cincinnati Bengals. Two shows later, 2 weeks later, Jordan, it's not looking too good. My take's not looking too good. I gave the floor to you as somebody who knows Jake Browning and knows him well and has coached him up, knows what beats inside and ticks. What's your opinion of what we've seen the last 2 weeks, Jordan?
Well, I think this is the NFL. I think it's year to year. I think a lot of people picked the Ravens to win it all this year, not to be 1-3. And when I look at the game last night and even going back to the game that he went in and finished in Jacksonville, it's the same guys outside, but we're seeing issues. I heard what you guys were saying before I came on, looking at the schedule and the O-line. And from my position, what I do, so I consult with guys year-round on an annual basis. So if they're a starter, I'm doing videos every week on their game tape. And if they're a backup, I do it when they go in. And I had him last week at Minnesota in a bad game that was hard to watch. I kind of look at a lot of things, but one of the things I like to show guys when true is when 2 things were true, how many completions did you have? So when someone was open, and it doesn't have to be wide open, just somebody's open, and you have time with your drop and everything, whether it's number 1 in the progression, you had time to finish your drop, or number 3 in the progression, you had time to progress. How'd you do on those downs? And in the Minnesota game, he was 9 for 9 with a touchdown. And last night he was 13 for 17 in those situations with a drop. And so for 100 and something yards. And so when I look at, not that there's not things to clean up for everybody, but I do like to remind my client that outside of this rare case, I don't really care what social media or the media thinks. But when you have an opportunity to play well and put the ball in play, how you doing in that situation? And so that's kind of how I think I judge a guy. If people are open and we're missing them, or somebody's open and we're not seeing them because our eyes are in the wrong spot or we're getting the wrong protection, that's a different thing to solve for. But if anything, I think this is showing, some holes in the game, and also just how spectacular Joe was last year to be able to play in this similar circumstance and be a magician back there to be able to create things that don't exist. As far as moving forward, and this is just from being a player and being in the locker room, I was on a 2-14 team, and I was on a 14-2 team, and so and a bunch of others. And you can pay attention. If you're Zach right now, you can pay attention to all the noise, or you can sit here and go, we're 1-0 in the division, and we've got a bunch of things to clean up, and we've got 4 of our next 5 at home, as you guys pointed out. And one of those is Pittsburgh at home, who's leading the division, who I think in the preseason everyone would have had at 4 in that division, or 3. And so I think that's still there. The pathway to the playoffs is winning the division. And I think that's what the concerns are. And they have a ton of stuff to clean up, as do the Chiefs and the Ravens and some other teams that were highly touted coming into the year.
Well, I'm glad you transitioned to the forward part, because that's where I was going to go next, and I'll still ask it, because what you're saying about, with time to drop and go through a progression, he's been terrific. That's the sort of stuff that coaches see on film, unless they're hearing too much or they're concerned about the way the season is going regardless, and might make a move for, say, somebody like Kirk Cousins, Jameis Winston, Russell Wilson. These are names over the next month that we're going to be hearing quite a bit about for teams that might be concerned about their quarterback spot. Do you think that any of those guys would be a fit? And I know we're talking about your client here, but do you think any of those guys would be a fit in Cincinnati, or just stay the course here, Jordan?
Well, I think it's why I allude to what does it look like and what are the stats when given an opportunity to succeed? Now, I know this is football, right? The best team in the league, Josh Allen doesn't get to drop back and somebody's open and no one comes, right? There's the defense rushes. I'm not sitting here saying, well, if they just had a perfect O-line and blocked every play, it'd be better. Yeah, well, of course, but that doesn't exist.
Right.
But no, I think that you need to start looking at replacing a player when they're given an opportunity to succeed and don't consistently. Okay, whether that's a right guard, a quarterback, or a punter watching last night, to be honest. And so if we've given you an opportunity to succeed and you're not, that's when I think you put a backup in or you trade for somebody at whatever the position is. And I think that's just football. That's not even like the Bengals. That's just overgeneralization. But again, you look at it and you go, all right, so if I do my math, he's whatever that is, 24 for 26 or whatever. You know what I mean? It's pretty close to like playing good football. Okay. When given an opportunity. Now, if you say that we need somebody to be able to juke 4 dudes and hurdle somebody and get out of bounds, then yeah, maybe you should try and trade for somebody who can do that, which is not available. But I think you need to start looking at replacing a player when they've been given an opportunity to succeed and they're consistently not. And I bet behind closed doors or on air, if you ask 10 really good head coaches that, they'd probably say some version of that sentence.
Jordan Palmer here on the Rich Eisen Show. What has Josh Allen gotten so much better at than when you first found him in Buffalo, that even makes you sit back and be impressed, knowing how impressive this kid's skill set and physical skill set is, Jordan?
Well, I mean, I'm not like blown away by plays that he makes anymore. I'm like one of the only people that's been watching him since he was a sophomore in college. So, he juked 2 dudes the other day in New Orleans, and I mean, I reposted it, but I'm not sitting here going, wow, because I've seen it a million times. I'm really impressed, with his just pursuit at getting better. And I know that sounds like cliche, like who's not trying to get better, but I can just tell you, not everybody is willing to honestly look at what they're not very good at and then just spend whatever amount of time, effort, energy, and resources it takes to get better at it. And so if the follow-up question is, what has he gotten, what has he improved at the most? Ironically, I think he's become more of a game manager. And I know that like Cam Newton and Tom Brady and these people have had these quotes where they say game manager is not a derogatory term. You have to be a great manager. I just feel like I was saying it before anybody else was, where I'm like, Tom Brady is the greatest game manager of all time, right? And so also the greatest player. And so for me, I think I've talked about it with you, there's this evolution that quarterbacks go through. So in high school, if you're a 5-star, okay, and you have a bunch of offers and you're picking between one of 25 grade schools, you're basically rewarded by your ability to make plays. Because when you try out for the Elite 11, we look at your highlight tape. When you are going to move from a 3-star to a 4, 4-star to 5, it's your highlight tape. Okay, and so it's making plays. It's a rewards-based system off of being a playmaker. And then you go to college. How do you win the Heisman? Well, everyone has their Heisman moment, right? And so it's a series of incredible plays that you've made that are backed by wins and stats as well. You can't have one without the other. And then how do you get drafted high? Well, a lot of times it's your ability, can he make every throw? Can he elevate a team? And so it's still this like rewards-based system around being a playmaker. But in my unique experience where I sit, helping people at all 3 levels, I do think playmaking is helpful, but you've got to be able to put the ball in play every available opportunity. Part of that is decision-making. Part of that is footwork and getting yourself aligned and all that. And the other part is accuracy. And so you got to be able to see the whole board and resist the temptation to make a play when it's not there. And you have to put the ball in play. And then the best players at the position in NFL, I think, put the ball in play every available opportunity and when needed can make a play. And I think, honestly, that's what we're seeing with Caleb Williams is still the need and the thirst to make a play and potentially missing out on opportunities to just put the ball in play. And so with Josh, the way that that's played out from a statistical standpoint is he doesn't turn it over anymore. Like, he's scoring more touchdowns than everybody, and he's kind of been doing that for a while. But now he's also, like, turning it over less than everybody. And I think that's it's not one thing that he's done, but that's the one thing that I look at where even though their defenses looked, like they're struggling at times this season, they are the only 4-0 AFC team, but like even though the defense looks like it's had holes or this didn't click or they didn't run the ball, you always have a shot if your quarterback is not going to turn it over and has proven to be what he is, which is a guy who the game's not over until it's over and he can come back and score a bunch of points at the end if you have to. And so I think as I look at him and love watching him play and love him as a person, I'm just really proud and love watching the game manager he's turned into, even though he still makes 4 to 8 highlight plays a game.
Jordan Palmer here on the Rich Eisen Show. Again, from afar, what do you think is going on with Ben Johnson and Caleb Williams? Push-pull or coaching up based on last year potentially being a sack fest, lost year on the coaching up side of things for the first overall pick? What do you think is going on there in Chicago, Jordan?
Well, I definitely don't know the dynamics between their relationship or anything like that. I know they're very different people, but I think that's true of most of these, QB head coach relationships.
Right.
I just kind of go back to evaluating Caleb coming out. And I remember I did a piece of content on it where it was like maybe the most impressive play that I saw Caleb make in college. It was unbelievable. He drops back, he looks at the hitch, it's open, and then he scans the field, and then 2 guys come after him, and he jumps over one of them, and he sprints out, changes his direction, rolls across his body, rips one like 58 yards in the air, perfectly in stride, unbelievable touchdown. And I'm watching that play, and I'm like, the hitch is open. And that's kind of in you. And we can study the playbook. And we can watch a bunch of tape of Jared Goff, and we can really drill the footwork after practice. Like, you can do all those things that are natural approaches to addressing that. But it's kind of like when you get a 7th grade quarterback who's really good, but he's just scared to get hit. That's all. You can kind of only learn how to do that in games. I don't have a drill for you. Okay. And so the evolution of Caleb Williams, whether he reaches his potential or not, I think is going to come down to his ability to what I said about Josh, is like his ability to grow as a guy who's willing to just put the ball in play. And it's almost like at a psychological level. I don't think he doesn't remember the plays. I don't think that's it. It's a real time decision that you got to make. And I've said this forever. My son is in 3rd grade and playing flag right now. He learned this lesson last week. There's certain interceptions you got to throw to learn that you can't make that throw. You can't do that. Coach can tell you all the time, don't throw it late over the middle, right? Until you throw in late over the middle and have to go make a tackle, it's hard to learn that lesson. And so I'm hoping that this season, first year with Ben Johnson, that's the evolution we see. And I'm not going to look to the stats to see if it happened. I'm not going to look to see how many yards he threw for, a completion percentage. I'm going to watch the tape and just how many times in these simple gimme throws, quick game, all that, is the ball out on time, accurately thrown, despite the ability to maybe hit the corner route or maybe get the dig behind it. And I don't blame. It's not that Caleb doesn't work hard or doesn't want to. I just think he's been such a star. I met him when he was a junior in high school. Football's been running around making plays has been so easy for him. And based off my point earlier about the evolution of a quarterback, so rewarding for him. Number 1 recruit in the country, Elite 11 MVP, Heisman Trophy, number 1 pick. I'd say that's been a pretty good run. It's been so rewarding for him that I was hoping that last year, a tough year for him, was going to be the lesson to learn. And I'm excited to continue to watch him over the season to see if that progresses. Because if it does, this is like a top tier talent guy.
What is your opinion of Jackson Dart's first start and expectation level moving forward here, Jordan? What are you thinking for the Giants and Giants.
The Giants is the weirdest thing to me because I hear everyone's opinions on Brian Daboll. My only experience with Brian Daboll was the first couple of years with Josh, being very involved in what was happening and what wasn't. And I just watched him take a guy who was like 56% completion percentage at Wyoming, and his first 2 years, it was still learning how to be consistently accurate with the football and learning in NFL and thrown into the Wolves. And, Josh's number one receiver his rookie year was Kelvin Benjamin. That was the number one guy. Okay, so he did not step into a full cabinet. And I just watched those two guys get so good at their jobs. Josh got so much better. I mean, I'm watching practice tape, game tape. Like, Brian Daboll is dialing it up with randoms, with Cole Beasley and Kelvin Benjamin, right? And to watch the Giants not be successful in offense with multiple quarterbacks has just been like baffling to me, because I don't care what everybody says about him. I know I have a pretty good understanding of just how good of a coach Brian Daboll is and how brilliant he is on offense. So I've been really excited for him to get his guy in there, whoever that ends up being. It turns out it's Jackson Dart. That's who they drafted. Jackson was a hard eval for me coming out because he's got all this talent, this ability. He's really athletic. But at Ole Miss, he's not coming off a national title run where he has all these huge games and these big wins. So it's hard to evaluate if somebody's a winner or not. Just because they didn't win in college doesn't mean they're not going to be a winner in the league. Just because someone won in college doesn't guarantee they're going to be a winner in the league. But I'm really optimistic about this pairing between these two guys. And so far, my evaluation of Jackson Dart is he's 1-0 as an NFL starter. And I think that's kind of all I have to go off of right now. And let's circle back in 6 weeks.
Well, I mean, and I love Daboll the same way, okay? Just any time that I've been around him, and I tell Giants fans and that the management loves him for a good reason. But now we're seeing Daniel Jones do what he's doing in Indianapolis. How do you square that circle, right? I mean, Daboll won a Coach of the Year based on the way that Jones made the playoffs with Saquon and everything else, and I understand it's a team game. But what do you say to Giants fans who are like, look at what Daniel Jones is doing now? Why should we trust Daboll? Jordan? Yeah,
I understand that concern if you're a Giants fan, and I understand how crazy Giants fans are, right? Or just New York fans in general. Nice. But I think what Daniel Jones is doing in Indy is less indicative of what he didn't do there. I think Shane Steichen and Daniel Jones, I would have said this before the season. Here, heads up, I got money on Daniel Jones as comeback player of the year, 100%. I put it in June. 100%. That's a perfect fit. I've known Shane since he was a quarterback coach with the Chargers. And I mean, this is the exact quarterback for them. I think Daniel Jones would be balling in Minnesota if he would have stayed right now. I think Sam Darnold would be balling in Minnesota if he stayed right now. And so what Sam Darnold's doing is less indicative of what didn't happen there. It's the right fit somewhere else and the right timing and everything around them. But again, I wish I had here's exactly what happened with Daniel Jones and Brian Daboll. I have no idea because it was a head scratcher because I've always thought Daniel Jones was going to be a really good player in the right situation. So I'm just surprised that it wasn't the right situation there. Not surprised the success he's having. And again, I won't be surprised if Jackson Dart turns it on and at the end of the year starts looking like Bo Nix did last year.
All right. Before I let you go, I could see the Thread Performance packet over your right shoulder. Explain to everybody on Disney Plus, ESPN app, ESPN Radio, what it is and what they should do. Jordan? Yeah,
I've been working with quarterbacks forever, all ages, and realized a couple years ago that a lot of parents, they have their kid in the private lessons and private, your daughter's got tennis and the other guy's son's got baseball. My kids are playing flag. We spent all this effort, money, and resources on giving our kids a shot. And really there was nothing on the market for athletes that are going through puberty from a nutrition perspective. And so we came out with 3 products. It's a rocket ship. We've been in business for a year. It's all off threadperformance.com or direct to consumer. It's a subscription-based business. And it's been incredible. The feedback we've gotten from some emails from some moms about how it's changing the conversation at the kitchen table, changing their kid's body, their focus. We've got things in there for focus, energy, strength. And then in 2 weeks, we're launching hydration, which is very specifically designed for athletes going through puberty. Because I don't know if you've got teenagers, but based off our research, 70% of teenagers, their diet, over half their diet is processed foods. Okay, so if that happens, that's a lot of bad sodium. So you better be putting something in your body to counter that. Otherwise, when you drink a bunch of water, your cells aren't even going to absorb it. So we literally every product is specifically designed for athletes going through puberty. and we're a little rocket ship, man. It's been awesome, and watching, getting some feedback and watching the business grow and watching more people start to even just talk about nutrition differently in the kitchen.
Well, you know, Susie, right now, she's no doubt tapping a text to me, if not you, saying, how can we get some for our kids? So be on the lookout, sir. Always great to chat with you and make us smarter, Jordan. We'll have you back on very soon, whenever you're free.
Thanks, Rich.
Jordan Palmer, as busy as they get, giving us some quality time right here on the Rich Eisen Show. All right, we got to head to break right now, and we'll talk a little bit more about what we just heard and talk some Broncos before Mark Schlereth joins us.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. $5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code COOL to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code COOL for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Celebrate the art of watchmaking at Zadig Jewelers Watchtoberfest, October 3rd and 4th from 10 to 6. Discover 2025's newest watch debuts and global novelties featuring collections from more than 25 of the world's most prestigious brands, all under one roof. Enjoy Oktoberfest-inspired bites, craft beer, and specialty coffee while you browse. Plus, Saturday brings a supercar showcase with Indigo Auto Group and a pet adoption with Katie's foster fam. Zadig Jewelers Watchtoberfest, October 3rd and 4th, Zadig.com.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks in their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com. Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings, but you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward. Visit careers.progressive.com. So, we were very heavy on the Bengals thing because you always focus on teams that are falling apart before you focus on the teams that are just moving along. And the Broncos are moving along. Now, a lot of people thought they could be 3-1, if not 4-0, based on how the bandwagon filled up during the summer. Hey, look out for the Broncos. I will tell you this. If you had told me before the season what we know now, I'd have thought they're 4-0. Through 4 games, the Denver Broncos have still trailed in the fourth quarter a grand total of 0 minutes and 0 seconds.
That's insane.
That's
wow.
They're going into their game next week in Philadelphia, having trailed not a single second in the fourth quarter of a game this year. Again, they're 2 wins.
I love that.
They were winning.
Yep.
And their 2 losses, they lost at the final gun in Indianapolis when there was a missed field goal, but a leverage penalty gave Indianapolis another shot to beat them, and they did. And then last week in SoFi up the road, Dicker the kicker beating them at the final gun. Bo Nix over 300 yards passing last night. 326. Ran 1 in, tossed 2 in. And with the defense doing what they did to Cincinnati, this is an interesting particular statistic. I have it right here. They outgained the Bengals by 353 total yards. Largest total yards margin in a game so far this year by more than 100 yards, a whole football field. Second game in the last 2 seasons with such a difference. J.K. Dobbins, congratulations. You just took Latavius Murray off the list of the last Denver Bronco to run for 100 yards in a game. First one in Sean Payton's tenure to do so. Cortland Sutton lit it up. So did R.J. Harvey. So did Marvin Mims Jr. That's the stuff we're looking for. Sean Payton had this to say last night. Okay, I think we're having a little bit of an issue with our playback, if you will. I'll just tell you, he likes where they are right now.
As he should.
And again, the way he sounds, the way he talks. Oh, go ahead, hit it here.
Obviously, early in the season, all 31 other teams are really working to figure out who they are. We're no different, but it certainly was a step in the right direction. There were a lot of things that we were able to do tonight that hopefully can carry over. Now, we changed quickly to a team that just finished winning the Super Bowl, so we'll enjoy this one and then get back to work tomorrow.
Doesn't it make you feel better as a fan to hear somebody that, who's won a championship and kind of knows what they're doing, and everyone was wondering what was he doing when he first got there? And what were they doing telling Russell Wilson, you're making more money than any other dead cap quarterback in the history of the league is doing, and we're just going to go ahead and do it, and then we're going to draft Bo Nix, and then he's going to start to blossom like the way that he is? And maybe next year the conversation in Denver will be, can Bo Nix get off to a faster start than he did as a rookie in his second season? Because look what he's done the rest of the season. We could be looking at that. What a big game next week. Philadelphia. And then the week after that, they're on NFL Network. I'm calling that game, Broncos versus the Jets. So they could go into that game with a big, huge head of steam before taking on the Giants, the Cowboys, and then the Texans. Broncos looking good so far.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Hey, why do people always put off minor plumbing problems? Are they afraid a dishonest company is going to try to rip them off? Don't be scared. We all done this. So work with Aqueduct Plumbing. They're straight shooters and take care of the 97.5 listeners. Listen, plumbing problems usually start out small and get bigger and then more expensive. So have Aqueduct Plumbing come out to your home at the first sign of an issue. Check them out at aqueductplumbingcompany.com. That's aqueductplumbingcompany.com.
Greeks have been tailgating since the first Olympics, so you know Nico Nico's is the best for game day eats. Their new game day packs bring authentic Mediterranean flavors to your watch parties and tailgates, designed for easy online ordering and delivered right to your door. And with the holidays coming fast, from Halloween to Thanksgiving and Christmas, their full catering menu makes every celebration stress-free. Check out the catering menu online at niconicos.com/catering or call 713-528-0966 today.
Raise your steins and break out your lederhosen. Oktoberfest is coming to Kima Boardwalk, October 4th and 5th. It's 2 full days of beer, brats, Bavarian beats, and boardwalk fun. Sample brews like Bell's Oktoberfest, Shiner Oktoberfest, Voodoo Ranger, and more. Don't miss the stein holding contests, costume contests, polka dances, cornhole tournaments, and live music. Beer tickets are just $6.50, and admission is free. Visit KimaBoardwalk.com/Oktoberfest for more details. Prost.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans this football season. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's pass yards, rush yards, and touchdowns? Now you can have all of them in the same lineup, only on Prize Picks. You can now also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the brand new Feed tab on Prize Picks. You can even follow me. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Just download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, we have seen Houston Powder Coaters work all over the city. The Ferris Wheel, Westside Tennis Club, the Waterway in the Woodlands. Now we're going to see it at NRG?
Yes, they have removable stadium seating that we are coating right now. So when you go there for your football games, for your concerts, for your monster jams, look for those seats and you see our work.
It's going to be beautiful, right?
It's going to be amazing.
So if I'm on the floor, I'm probably going to sit in a Houston Powder Coaters seat.
Yeah, so you will see our work up close and personal.
This will tell you something. If businesses all over this city are using Houston Powder Coaters, why shouldn't you? So if you want your patio furniture Houston Powder Coated, you need to do it now.
Yes, because it is a standard 4 to 5 week turnaround time, but if you need it expedited, we can do that for you as well.
We got parties coming up, holidays coming up. You want your patio furniture out there when the weather gets really hot.
Yes, don't delay. Call me today.
Hurry, hurry, hurry. Call Robin, 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
This is ESPN 97.5, brought to you by Zada Jewelers, KFNC, and 97.9 HD2 Mont Bellevue, Houston.
Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of the Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
As we go a little something like this.
This is the Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Terry killed the injured Dolphin.
It was a dislocation.
Earlier on the show, quarterback consultant Jordan Palmer. Coming up, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth from Hulu's Chad Powers, Glenn Powell, and Michael Waldron. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
We're on the air here on Disney Plus, the ESPN app everywhere, ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance here on this Tuesday. And as we are talking right now, within mere moments, the postseason in Major League Baseball 2025 season is getting underway. All 4 wild card games today, all wild card games available on ESPN and families of networks.
Must be nice.
Tigers and Guardians going at it in Cleveland, where nobody thought they would be going at it in October. And the Yankees and the Red Sox having at it tonight at 6 Eastern time. That'll be something you and I, Chris, will be highly interested in.
Very locked.
So I wanted to get out of the way before New England hated me again. Talking about how well Drake May is playing. As I said yesterday, I had no idea that take was going to go places. But it's the truth, though. I mean, Jaden Daniels is hurt. J.J. McCarthy is hurt. Penix is up and down. Bo Nix, prior to last night, we were waiting to see a game similar to what Bo Nix did last night, and he finally came through with it. And Caleb Williams, as we know, has been up, and he's also been down. And Drake May's been nothing but pointed straight up. And to talk about that and so much more, a man who was calling that game on Fox, the man who hosts the Stinkin' Truth podcast, wherever you get your podcast, Mark Schlereth, back here on the program. Good to see you, Mark. How are you, sir?
Mark.
Good to see you.
I'm doing good, Rich. How are you doing, my friend?
I'm doing fine. I mean, you saw Drake May with your own 2 eyes. I said he's the most improved player and playing the best out of everybody from last year's draft class. What do you think?
Yeah, I think he's playing great. And, you can say whatever you want about offensive coordinator Josh McDaniels as a head coach, but as a coordinator, man, that guy has got his guys dialed in. And he is, talking to him about Drake May, like the one insatiable appetite for information, really is smart, can apply it on the football field. And they've just cleaned it up. It's about the process. It's about the operation pre-snap. And then it's about how quickly can you read the defense and make the correct decision. The biggest issue that he had going into last weekend was 12 sacks taken. And those are things to me, Rich, that sacks taken are more a quarterback-driven statistic than they are an offensive line statistic because of the way the game is played today. So much outside the numbers, so many bubble screens, swing passes, so much quick game that if you take a lot of sacks, it's more on you as a quarterback than it is on the rest of the offense in general, sometimes on the play caller as well. So cleaning that up last weekend, it was great. And I praised him because he scrambled outside the pocket. He's about 4 yards behind line of scrimmage. And before he stepped out of bounds, he threw it. And I was like, as an offensive lineman, man, I was like a proud father because that goes on our statistics as a sack, right? And so I was just like, good for you. Everybody in that offensive line room is going to be very excited about the decision you just made to throw that thing away as opposed to stepping out of bounds and taking a sack and having that tally up against us as a group.
Yeah, I mean, and again, just the way that he energizes by throwing it in, running it in, and where do you think the Patriots can go from here? Obviously, the division is one thing, and we will see them Sunday night in Buffalo. That is a big game. Maybe eat my words a little bit by just basically saying this could be a wild card mission for New England at 2-2. That's right in the mix with Denver, obviously behind Jacksonville, who you've also seen in person, Mark. Where do you think New England can go from 2-2 right now, which is what the Chiefs are as well, Mark?
I said this going into the broadcast. I said, you know what? It's all about self-inflicted wounds with the New England Patriots. And, they had missed 35 tackles going into week 4 last weekend. So they'd missed 35 tackles. They were 29th in pass coverage. They turned the ball over 5 times against the Pittsburgh Steelers and barely lost that game. And one of my assessments was if this team cleans those things up with the way their quarterback is playing right now, they're a wild card football team. They're physical. They can run the ball. And I'm telling you, their passing game is going to get better and better and better. And because they have 2 tight ends that have duality, Rich, they've got Henry and they've got Hooper. And both those guys can block. Both those guys are skilled receivers. Like, they have a matchup issue for any defense they play. You've got to make a decision. Are we going to play them small in nickel? Are we going to play them big in base? And because both those guys can block, we've gotten to this kind of thought process in the National Football League, which I hate, is tight ends, as long as they can split out and run routes, that's all we really care about. They don't need to block people, which is a bunch of garbage. And so when you have a guy that has the ability to do both, that has that versatility, and they have 2 of them, man, what an advantage that is to your offense. And that personnel grouping is their best personnel grouping, especially down by the red zone. And, I mean, they just showed it. They showed it last weekend against Carolina, and I think they've got a chance to be a wild card playoff team.
Well, speaking of mistake-prone, below the division line right now in the AFC East are the Jets at 0-4. And I'm sure you were watching that Monday night game with keen interest because your next game on Fox is Dolphins at Carolina, who you just saw in New England as well, Mark. But the number of mistakes the Jets made on the offensive line, pre-snap, and all of that stuff, I lost track. And how do you fix that? How as an offensive line or coaching staff can stuff like that be fixed without, I guess, threatening people's jobs, Mark?
Yeah, the very beginning, the first drive they were in, I mean, they were just shoving it down the throats of the Miami Dolphins. And I looked at that and said, even though they came away with the fumble by Allen, I'm like, dude, if you adhere to that philosophy, like, you're going to win this game. And, I think sometimes just in coaching in general, we just like to make it harder than it is. And I think the biggest thing, especially when you've got a lot of new moving parts, which you do with play callers and quarterbacks and, players in general, offensive line members, is you try to game plan certain situations. You try to make it, more complicated than it needs to be. And when you make a lot of pre-snap penalties, when you make a lot of mistakes, then it becomes like we have got to simplify things. There used to be a song, a country song I used to like back, this is all the way back to when I was playing, by Neil McCoy called Small Up and Simple Down. Like, that to me is one of the best things you can do as an offense, especially when you're making a lot of pre-snap penalties. You have got to make it as simple as possible and just say, hey, we're going to line up and we're going to physically just throw it down your throat, and there's nothing you can do about it. And we're not going to be complicated. We're not going to be, in and out of personnel groupings and in and out of formations and motioning across and shifting guys. If we can't handle it, if we're not smart enough to handle it, and you have to know that as a coach, if we're not smart enough to handle it, then you've got to be the ones that simple it down. And like, if you put your team in a position or put a player in a position to fail, don't be surprised when he fails. You're the dumbass that put him there. So clean it up, simplify it, and then, you can actually survive some of those things when you do that and you eliminate those pre-snap penalties.
Well, I mean, does that have something to do with, again, this may be apples and oranges, Jordan Mailata of the Eagles talking about that they're breaking the huddle too late in Philadelphia?
Sure.
We're all talking about what's wrong with the Eagles' run game and then what's wrong with the pass game. They are 4-0, yada, yada, yada. But is that something that he's referring to in Philadelphia with their offense?
Yeah, when you break the huddle, like probably somewhere around 12 seconds is where most teams break the huddle. I've talked to 2 quarterbacks in the last 2 weeks that have told me, man, if we can get out of the huddle with 18 seconds left on the clock, how much of just having that extra 6 seconds, what that does for me as a quarterback as far as surveying the landscape, understanding what they're trying to do to me, where they're playing leverage, who's going to be open, what kind of coverage they're in, like those things. And then when you start to motion and move guys around, all the different things that happen, you start getting into a situation where you feel hurried, you feel rushed as you're getting up the line of scrimmage. And then everybody, like, it's not just the quarterback. I mean, as a offensive lineman, man, I wanted to walk up the line of scrimmage and see, hey, man, what front are they in? Are the linebackers kicked over? So one of the things I always thought about with linebackers in general, where guys are supposed to line up based upon the defense that they present to you, the defensive front. So if the linebackers, what we used to call boss over, which boss is backers over strong, or if the backers moved to the weak side and they were out of position even by a foot or a foot and a half, as an offensive lineman, I would know, okay, if they're bossed over strong, what are we going to get? We're going to get weak side safety rotation. That safety on the weak safety is going to come down, and they're going to play, a middle of the field closed defense. I want to know that stuff because it affects the way, my blocking angles and my blocking schemes and who we're going to as far as getting to second level defenders in the run game. It affects the way we talk about that. Well, all of a sudden, if you run up there late and you don't have time to communicate that stuff, you're not going to be as good. So, yeah, time on the clock and getting out of the huddle efficiently. And sometimes that's why a lot of teams, Rich, will like to play some tempo occasionally, because with tempo, you're always out of the huddle. You're not in the huddle. You're always out on the line of scrimmage, at 18, 19 seconds.
Well, what do you think Zach Taylor's thinking today for the Bengals after the Monday Nighter where it seemed to have no protection up front long enough for Jake Browning to find his guys, or when he did have time, his guys weren't open defensively? You tip your cap to Denver, I understand. But what do you think about the offensive line protection and what Zach Taylor can do?
Well, I mean, I hate the way they're structured offensively. I always have. And, there's a reason that Joe Burrow is always hurt. It's because you don't protect him. And how do you protect guys? Well, I can guarantee you one way that you don't protect a guy is when you sit in shotgun 95% of the time. That eliminates 30-40% of your run game. You get into shotgun, you don't have a run game. You get in shotgun, and like, let's say you're in a strong right for a right-handed formation, like tight end's on the right. If the running back is lined up to the tight end side, so that he's lined up in if you're in gun near, he's near the tight end, right? You're running opposite the tight end. So if he's in a right-handed formation, 65-70% of your runs go to the left. If you're in gun far, so you've got the quarterback and the running backs here now, you're gun far. Well, then guess what? 65-70% of your runs go to the tight end. So you're either running strong or you're running weak, and you're running mid-zone. It's really like there's very few plays that you can really run out of gun formation. So first off, your run game gets eliminated by 35-40%, whatever it is. And then on top of that, your play action game, because you don't turn your back to the defense, so your play action game isn't nearly as effective when you're always in shotgun. That's why I'm a believer. You've got to play some. I'm not saying you have to play everything, but you've got to play some out of under center. You got to get your quarterback in there under center. And the structure of their offense sucks. You make your quarterback play on the high dive 99 out of 99 play, or 99 out of 100 plays. He's got to be on the high dive at all times. And I hate that. I hate that as an offensive player. I hate that what that does to an offensive line. And obviously they haven't been able to keep any of their quarterbacks healthy or Joe Burrow healthy over the course of his entire career. So that's an offensive structure issue as far as I'm concerned.
Mark Schlereth, the stinking truth, to say the least, right here, and that's the name of his podcast on the Rich Eisen Show. Through 4 weeks, Mark, before I let you go here on this Monday, the team we're not talking about enough. Could be 1-3 with a chance to come out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Could be 2-2. Could be 3-1. Obviously, there's only 2 4-0 teams right now. But who are we not talking about enough, Mark?
I'll tell you, Rich, I was so excited to watch the demise of the Kansas City Chiefs. So excited. And, and I was,
yes.
You know me, I was poking the bear and I was sending things out on social media like, hey, the record, when they were 0-2, I had the record up, and it was glorious. For a time, it was just absolutely like I had found the cure for ED. It was the Chiefs struggling. And now all of a sudden I watched them play Baltimore and I said it last week on the Sinking Truth podcast. Like, there was nothing they'd done well. They can't block anybody. They won't run the ball. Patrick Mahomes doesn't look like the same guy. They don't have a deep threat. All of a sudden, Worthy comes back. They're throwing it over the top of the defense's head. They're running the ball. They're protecting Mahomes. All of a sudden, Travis Kelce's open again. Like, I just was like, I watched that game and my heart sunk. I'm like, oh, shoot. The demise of the Kansas City Chiefs was probably vastly overstated, and they look like they are ready and poised to chase down that division crown again, which makes me want to vomit because I was celebrating. I just celebrated too early. That was the problem, Rich. I celebrated too early.
That there might be a pill for premature celebration as well, Mark.
I need something.
I had no idea that you were looking for the cure of Eric Dickerson. I had no idea. But listen, man, the Chiefs are going to get Rashee Rice back in 2 weeks, too. That's a great Monday night game, too. The Jaguars against the Chiefs. Here on the ESPN family of networks, Mark, that is going to be a big one, to say the least.
Hey, the Jacksonville Jaguars are playing great. And how about our guy Liam Cohen going after defensive coordinator Robert Saleh?
Do you want to break that down for my audience before I let you go? Like, what are they for people who are like, what are they arguing about? Yeah. Why are they angry at each other? Like, give me the insight here, Mark.
Robert Saleh basically accused Liam Cohen of some secret sign stealing. I don't know how they do it. And it referenced back, I think, all the way to the Rams when Liam Cohen was with the Rams. And so he had said that in a press conference or whatever, and Liam Cohen took offense to it. And then, after the game, basically told him to keep.
He called it legal, though. He said a legal sign stealing operation.
Yeah. Okay, illegal signs. But anyhow, Xerxes, you can see him right there. Xerxes was not happy. He was not happy about that. He was just like, apologize to your God and kneel down, and you will be forgiven, Liam Cohen. And Xerxes was pissed now because Liam Cohen said, keep your name out of my name out of your mouth. And then Xerxes went off on him. And I think Liam Cohen's lucky they held him back. It was like one of them baseball fights. Like, I always thought about this, Rich, baseball fight, bench clearing brawl, and both bullpens run out side by side. Shouldn't you just cold cock somebody right there instead of running all the way down to the fight? Like you shouldn't get one guy, right? One guy should just rock across there and just absolutely sucker punch a dude, right? If we're gonna fight, let's fight right when we get out of the bullpen. Why do we gotta run 45 yards?
Track, right? Yeah.
I've never understood it. Yeah. I've never understood it. Liam Cohen had that. He was like, walked by him, said something under his breath, and then got 4 guys to hold him back. Like, hold me back. He'd have got, I think Xerxes would have kicked his ass. That's what I think.
I had no idea. I had to look him up from 300.
300.
Yeah.
Does he not look like Xerxes?
I'm looking at the actual time in which the real Xerxes lived.
He's like 8 feet tall.
Well, no. Look at the movie. He is dead ringer. I'm not. Robert Saleh may have played. I don't know. I haven't looked whether he was on the credits for that movie or not. But he is Xerxes.
Ladies and gentlemen, each other. Mark Schlereth, everybody.
King of
awesome.
Persia.
Great chat with you as always. Have a great cast on Fox. Dolphins and the Panthers.
I appreciate it. You going out to London? You're going out to Europe?
Next Wednesday, a week from tomorrow. I'll be heading off to London. Yeah, doing Broncos, Jets, and then Rams, Jaguars, which could truly be quite a stake, to say the least, the way everyone's been playing. So.
Well, you know what they say out there in London. Throw another shrimp on the bobby, Rich. All right, I got to get it.
Ladies and gentlemen, mixing metaphors. There might be a pill for that as well. Mark Schlereth. And on the Rich Eisen Show, the Steak and Truth Pops.
Mark Schlereth, a.k.a. Fat Rob Lowe.
Fat Rob Lowe. Xerxes. That was funny. Thought he found the cure.
Eric Dickerson.
That was nice. Man. Good. I told you, higher registered. I think the Chiefs have turned the corner.
Yeah.
Dude. That was funny. Funny.
DGAF.
That's true.
And I think we're here for
that. That's why that's why he's great at what he does. And I do love listening to him on Fox as well. 844-204-RICH, number to dial. We'll come back Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Glenn Powell, Mr. Chad Powers himself in studio, hour 3.
You promised.
I took the garbage out.
No, I'm talking about all the work we need to get done around here.
I know. We need a new roof and we need replacement windows.
How about a new bathroom and some overdue remodeling?
And how are we supposed to pay for all that?
My sister said she called Remodeling Loans and they were able to find her certified contractors.
That's great. And how'd she get the money to pay for all that?
Remodeling Loans offered 0 interest for 60 months. They even have payment plans with 0 down and 0 deposit.
Looks like we're getting a home makeover.
Great. Now, if I only knew someone to call for a husband makeover.
Really?
Remodeling Loans is the #1 leader in home improvement financing. Call 800-921-1403 today for a no credit check, no risk approval. Get approved today and we'll match you with the best contractors in your area. And remember, no deposit financing is now available. Call 800-921-1403. 800-921-1403.
Attention taxpayers, if you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief. I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM, visit consumercellular.com/fax or a store near you. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time and skip the regular line at the airport and pay for speedy security. Imagine not having to quickly unpack and pack at the place you already came packed to. And wearing your shoes the whole time you're there? You can't put a price on that kind of luxury. Well, actually you can, and you paid for it. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time for speedy security. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Friday Night Lights means one thing: high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99. Vests from $29.99. And pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
How old is your home? If it's 40 years or older, you might need a whole house repipe. Old pipes leak and corrode. This can damage your home and give you crappy quality water. Plus, old pipes can burst in freezing temperatures. You need Aqueduct Plumbing. They'll repipe a 1-story, 2-bath home for only $5,500. Even if your home is larger, they have great pricing. Aqueduct has done thousands of repipes.
Visit aqueductplumbingcompany.com or call 281-488-6238. That's 281-488-6238.
It's your guy, Sean, with Greenlight Offer, and guess what? We are still buying houses at fair prices. If you own a house and want to sell it fast in the most simplest way, I'm your guy. Call me today at 832-779-4000. We buy houses in any condition, any price range, in any location in the Texas area. Every single month, every single weekend, every single day, we are doing two things, Houston, and that's helping homeowners like yourself with their property problems and buying houses. In 2024, we bought 138 houses, and we want to buy more. We buy inherited houses, vacant houses, pretty houses, not so pretty houses, behind in payment houses. We even buy my tenant won't pay me the rent houses. We buy them all. We will buy your house in as-is condition. No repairs needed, no clean out, and we will pay for movers to help you move. Call me at 832-779-4000 for a same-day offer. That's 832-779-4000. Call for Sean with Greenlight Offer, and I'll get your Greenlight number on your house today. Woo!
Trust, price, and ease of transaction. That's our philosophy at GiveMeTheVin.com. We love to buy cars. Fat ones, skinny ones, curvy ones, fast ones, slow ones, round ones, and square ones. Yes, square body Chevys. We buy them at GiveMeTheVin.com. Go to GiveMeTheVin.com right now. Put yours in and get a quote. We'd love to buy it. GiveMeTheVin.com, America's best car buyer.
Sell us your car. GiveMeTheVin.com. So easy you can do it in your underwear.
Looking for your new go-to hangout? Then head to Brick House Tavern and Tap. Score big with daily happy hour specials Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. And don't miss the Burger of the Month. Catch all your favorite teams on the big screens and brunch every weekend till 2. Brick House Tavern and Tap, your house for game day. Now pouring in Sugar Land, Humble, and Galveston. For locations, hours, and more info, head to BrickHouseTavernandTap.com. That's BrickHouseTavernandTap.com.
Great contribution.
Coming out of my mouth.
Back here on ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. The Tigers taking a 1-0 lead in the first inning.
Game over.
Well, Tarek Skubal then retired the side 3 in a row. But retired the side 1, 2, 3 in the first inning. You're giving voice to what playoff baseball is all about.
It's so tense.
Because when one person gets on base in like May, you're like, okay, leadoff runner's on.
Okay.
In October, you're like, season's over.
Yep.
Right now, there's definitely some Guardian fans sitting in there going, well, it was a nice run.
Do I dare text Andrew Siciliano and see how he's doing?
But that's playoff baseball, man. Yeah. Playoff baseball. Looks like a beautiful day there in Cleveland, Ohio. Before we get to Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday, let's talk about the Jets, who I'm seeing in London in a couple weeks' time. An absolute disaster of a start for Aaron Glenn. There's no other way to put it. With all due respect, one of the few coaches you want to be in the same sentence with to start your career as a Jet is Adam Gase, and this is not the Michigan fan in me, Lou Holtz.
Oh.
Lou Holtz did coach the Jets.
For a second.
And I'm sure he was sitting there going, well, you can't, he's on the Dolphins. I mean, you know what I mean? I doubt truly he can coach. And they both started 0-4, Gase and Holtz. No Jet coach has ever started 0-5.
Oh.
And last night, the Jets get a great first drive, march right down the field. Braylon Allen, their young stud running back, alongside Breece Hall. I think, is Allen old enough to drink now or vote? I don't know. I think he is finally. He goes in for the score and fumbles. The Jets now have the worst turnover margin in the NFL at -7. They had, I think I wrote it down here, a billion pre-snap penalties, tons of mistakes, just absolute tons of mistakes. Why don't you hit Breece Hall first? Because this is the quote of the century. I mean, it kind of sums it up. And you hear what Breece Hall had to say after this loss, where the Jets had a chance to win despite all of the mistakes at the very end, and obviously couldn't get it done, to fall to 0-4 for the first time since 2020. Let's just put it this way: Breece kind of sticks the landing on the soundbite.
We're doing everything we can to pretty much lose the game right now, so it's literally just a matter of us not making dumb mistakes. Well, we have 11, 12 penalties today. Like, you ain't ever going to win the game, and we still almost won the game. So, like, been dealing with it for like 4 years, so it's frustrating, bro, but it is what it is. You just got to come back and keep getting better. It's just a tale of, 3 out of our 4 losses. Teams will shoot themselves in the foot, then we come back and shoot ourselves in the head.
That pretty much sums it up. Oof. Some shoot ourselves in the foot. We do that, but then we come back and shoot ourselves in the head. Because, 0-4 is basically a kill shot. Mm-hmm. Aaron Glenn had this to say after the game.
Very disappointing. Very disappointing. And there's no way you can win any game with 13 penalties and 3 turnovers. It just can't happen. But what we have to do is go back to work. We have to go. That's the only way that we can fix it. Really take a look at these penalties, take a look at these turnovers, and make sure we understand that we have to understand before you can win games, you have to learn how not to lose games. We have to do a better job in that case, and we will. We will. And again, the only way to do that is go back to work. But listen, I'm not losing hope in our guys at all. And I'm telling you now, we just got to go back to work. That's all we can do. That's all we can do.
Listen, I don't blame him for taking that approach. There are some guys to lean on in there. Garrett Wilson is so good. He's so good. The touchdown that he had called back because they said he pushed off, and then the touchdown that stood. Mm-hmm. Very few wide receivers can do this sort of thing. And he's got 9 straight games now with 50 or more receiving yards with the quarterbacks that he's had.
Impressive.
2 already this year. Last year, as we know, he had Rodgers, and he also had a ton of moving parts on the coaching staff. The 9 straight games with 50 or more receiving yards, there's only one receiver with a longer active such streak, and his name is Puka Nacua. That's how good this guy is. Okay? And there's other players that are good. It's just collectively not working right now because others are green and others are, I don't know, not healthy or not focused. I don't know what it is, other than the fact it looks terrible. And Aaron Glenn saying as he's running off to the locker room after that half, we're down just 7, and, we get the ball first. So we're going to fix some things in the locker room, and then we're going to come out and we're going to play better. And then Isaiah Williams takes the opening kickoff and fumbles it the second half. So it's very simple. And I'm wondering, again, which Jets team I'm going to see in London. Am I going to see one coming off of a win against the Cowboys, which would be big, and prevent Aaron Glenn from strolling into the pre-broadcast meeting we're going to have with the Jets in London as first ever 0-5 head coach in the history of the New York Jets, which is something he does not deserve? Or will they be 1-4 and feeling a little bit better about themselves? I don't know. But it's a very simple question that will be germane regardless if it's 0-5 or 1-4. If you're on the Jets roster, you have to look yourselves in the mirror and say to yourself, do I want to play for the Jets and Aaron Glenn in New York, or do I not? It really is just that simple. Do you like living in the New York, New Jersey metropolitan area playing professional football for a guy like Aaron Glenn, or do you not? Because if you do not really want to commit to that for whatever your reason, speak now and sit your behind on the bench, or you're going to get cut. It's just that simple. The coaching staff appears to know exactly what it is doing. And again, I know Jet fans, some of you might be sitting there thinking, we have taken a coordinator from a defensive side of the ball of a winning organization before. And we trusted in that guy, and he's now back being a defensive coordinator. Throwing down with Liam Cohen verbally. We've been down this road before. But Aaron Glenn is a Jet from professional birth. Parcells drafted him. And we saw what he did in Detroit. So you got to sit there and wonder, it's just like, do I want to let this guy down? Or do I want to lift him up? Do I trust what he is selling? Because I'll sell it to everyone else in the locker room. And If that requires more focus pre-snap during the week or whatever, then you got to do it. But other than that, you got to make your decision. Do you want to play for this guy or not? Because I'm imagining they're not going to fire this guy, even if he falls to 0-6 coming out of London, which is entirely a possibility right now, which would be highly unfortunate. Guy doesn't deserve it. I think he's better than what we're seeing and can coach. You want to play for the Jets in New York, for Aaron Glenn, New Jersey, or not? Simple question. Don't know the answer to it. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. It's Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. You know what we're going to do here? I'm going to take a phone call and we're going to take a break. Then we'll get a little bit more runway to use the Jet phrase. I just kind of Omaha'd it. I kind of Omaha'd it right here on the program. Let's go. I'll bite on this one. Nate in Denver. You're here on the Rich Eisen Show. What's up, Nate?
Hey, Rich. Always a pleasure. How are you?
What's going on, sir?
All right, real quick. Two things. One, have you ever noticed that every NFL head coach has deleted the Weather Channel app from their phone? Last night, 87 degrees, South Florida, Mike McDaniels, hoodie and sweatpants. I'm just saying.
Okay.
That's number one.
But
Nate,
they were okay. Go ahead. Keep going. Go ahead. I'll take it one at a time. What's your two?
Number two, listen, I hate to sound like Brockman here, but every game, the more snaps Micah Parsons plays, the worse the Packers defense gets.
Oh, wow. Nate, shh. Come on, is that an overreaction Monday subject matter?
You just wait till after.
Are you serious?
Just wait till after the break.
Okay. Okay. So we'll put a pin in that, and I won't respond to it here. I'll respond to it on Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
Please, just pause.
Nate, you're gonna have to stay for that one. And the other thing too is Mike McDaniel was wearing capri pants, so his calves were breathing. Yeah. Which I think means that he's definitely looked at the Weather Channel. Thanks for the call, Nate.
Wait, TJ, I missed it. What did he have for shoes last night? Usually he has serious drip on the sideline.
I didn't even pay attention yesterday.
All right. Derek in Missouri. Let's take one of our longtime listeners. What's up, Derek?
Hey, Rich. How you doing this morning?
What's going on?
Well, it's Victory Monday on a Tuesday.
Mm-hmm.
Well done.
It was I'd say, I don't know if it was really much of a statement win last night, but it was a move and forward progress type of win last night, despite what we had the last 2 weeks. It was nice to get a 100-run rushing game from Dobbins, our first one since the time of the dinosaurs, it seemed like.
Mm-hmm.
But nice to see R.J. Harvey get that first touchdown.
Yep.
And things look promising, much better compared to the last 2 weeks. Hopefully we can keep it up. But we got, as you say in the sports talk business, we got a tall order to come up against Philadelphia. And before last night's game, we were 5.5-point underdogs. And after the win last night, now we're 3.5. So maybe we have a shot.
Well, again,
if anything, we just got about slinging.
Thanks, Derek. Appreciate the call. You should feel good about your Broncos. Again, 2-2. And the division is being led by somebody that you lost on the road to at the last second. So you're going to feel good when they're coming back into your house. And will they have Khalil Mack back then? I don't know. The Chargers, let me get this actually spot on here. It's the final game of the year for them. So Khalil Mack could be back. Joe Alt might have just a high ankle sprain as opposed to anything that ends his season. But listen, bottom line is you look at the rest of the conference, you have to be concerned if you face the Bills again in Buffalo. Certainly, if that's the final run that you're going to have at Highmark, you're probably going to have to face them in the divisional round this time. You're not going to see Buffalo in the wild card round. Buffalo looks like they're going to steam their way to maybe the top seed in the conference. And so if it's a wild card or the division, you got to feel good about it. The question is what happens in October. I'm looking at playoff baseball at the same time. What happens in January? Because you've gotten postseason experience the previous year. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial right here on the program. We come back, Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday.
Every 40 seconds, a child is reported missing. That's 2,000 children every single day. It's a heart-wrenching reality that we can no longer ignore. Find the Children is a nonprofit organization dedicated to helping find missing kids. You can be a part of their mission by donating your unwanted vehicle, running or not. Call 1-800-294-0222. We guarantee that you will receive the maximum tax deduction. We provide fast, free pickup with 24-hour response. Call 1-800 800-294-0222. Find the Children provides crucial resources to help find missing children and educational materials to teach kids how to recognize and avoid predators. Our recovery programs have a proven track record of reuniting kids with their families. It's time to act. Donate your unwanted or unused car. Help us build a world where every child is safe. Pick up the phone and call 1-800-294-0222. Together, we can bring these kids home safely. This advertisement was paid for in partnership with Cars R Us and Find the Children.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Drivers who switch and save with Progressive could save hundreds. With that kind of money, you could go big time. The next time you're out to dinner with friends, you can order the shrimp cocktail for the table. And maybe you'll realize it only comes with 4 shrimp after you've already given away 3, but that one shrimp will be so good. And if you switch and save hundreds, you could get shrimp all the time. Switch to Progressive and you could save big time. For shrimp. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, not available in all states. Potential savings will vary.
Find what you love, love what you find. A Total Wine and More. There's so much waiting for you. Spirits and beer, thousands of wines. Walk right through the door. It's all here to explore. With guides in the know and prices so low, it just might blow your mind. You're gonna find what you love and love what you find.
Drink responsibly, B21. Let's hydrate. Grab a Rambler Sparkling Water, the official sparkling water of ESPN 97.5 and 92.5. A Texas mineral blend available in original lemon lime, grapefruit, satsuma, blackberry, and now wild cherry. Get Ramblin', Houston.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Jeremy Branham here. You've heard me talk about Pro Dunk Hoops and their drill-powered lightning adjust system that lets you raise and lower your goal in seconds. It's 10 times faster with zero effort. Right now, with your new Pro Dunk basketball goal, you can get the lightning adjust system for free. That's a $249 savings. But you have to call. You won't find this offer on the website, so call Pro Dunk at 281-351-9822 and mention ESPN. That's 281-351-9822. Jeremy Branham here from my good friends at HR&P. For nearly 25 years, Mike Hawley, U of H class of 1990, has led HR&P, protecting the interest of Cougar-owned businesses. HR&P provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, and payroll. Cougar-owned businesses let HR&P customize a plan to rid you of the demands of human resources. Eliminate your HR burdens with HR&P and get back to growing your business. Learn more by visiting hrp.net/U of H.
Chill out with Inside the Icebox, your go-to Astros podcast for deep dives, hot takes, and bold predictions. Join Joe George and Sean Mapes Fridays at 6 on ESPN 97.5 or on our YouTube channel, ESPN Houston, powered by Blue Star Tequila. Smooth and always game ready.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show, 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. ESPN Radio is presented by Progressive Insurance. They make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at Progressive.com. Okay. It's a Tuesday. It's time for Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. Hit it.
That was terrible. That was crap. That was garbage. This place sucks.
Overreaction Mondays. Monday. On a Tuesday.
All right, Christopher.
Hey, everybody. You guys good?
We are great. And I'm still just as good or fine or well as I was when we recorded Overreaction Monday podcast before our Monday show. And you can get the full-on version of this wherever you get your podcasts or our YouTube channel.
Please do.
What do you got?
Still thinking about Sunday night, TJ. The tie. I still can't get over that we do ties in professional sports and the amount of money that's going on with this thing. And I know Kevin Durant has my back on this, so I'm going to throw it out there. The NFL should adopt the college overtime rules. It's way more fun. It's way more exciting, and we get a guaranteed winner.
And it removes special teams from the game.
Well, we've already done that by giving a team the possession.
Ask the Dallas Cowboys if they want special teams removed from the ability to win a football game in overtime. How about you, TJ? Do you like saying your kicker doesn't have to have anything to do with it?
That would mean that Brandon Aubrey would have no say?
That's correct.
No, I don't like that.
Exactly.
We're eliminating the tie. We're eliminating the tie.
But you're also eliminating a phase of the game. That's why I don't like college football's overtime.
We've already eliminated the phase by having each team get a possession.
I saw some of the comments because guess what? I sometimes do read the comments. I let it roll off my back unlike other people, which is why I can read them. And I saw my opinion on just adding 5 more minutes onto the overtime rule. They're like, just adopt college. And then, or have after a while, field goal kickers just come out and kick field goals with no rush until one misses.
You decide the World Cup that way. What's the difference?
And that sucks too. What can I tell you? There's going to be no perfect response to this other than the fact that the college football overtime rules removes kicking from the game. And Brandon Aubrey, you know what he's also becoming a weapon at right now? Not just a field goal, this dynamic kickoff. He is the king of bouncing it in the landing zone and making you catch it in the end zone. Yep. So you've got to start from the 20, which is a massive advantage.
He's a weapon for us.
He is indeed, and you're removing Brandon Aubrey from the game pretty much with this stuff. I call this an overreaction. I know I might be in the minority.
Larry David has my back, too. He hates kickers.
Larry David hates kickers. That's correct.
Hates kickers. He has my back.
Okay.
It finally happened on Sunday in Las Vegas, guys. I know we were all excited and waiting for it. Ashton Genty had the breakout we were waiting for.
Finally.
He's going to finish in the top 5 in rushing yards this year.
Amongst rookies or amongst?
No, amongst the whole kit and caboodle. He doubled his output on the season in one game. Last year, 5th in the league in rushing was Jahmyr Gibbs at 1,412 yards. Ashton Genty is going to do that again.
How many yards does he have right now total?
He's got, 280?
Okay. So he only needs his 1,200 more rushing yards? I'll just say this. Great job. Want to see more of it. Certainly since it wins me one of my fantasy league contests.
282.
I'll just call it an overreaction. Let me see more, man. The thing that I was pleased to see is he was out there on 3rd down for him.
More importantly, he went back to the Michael Myers stance. Anyone notice that? Yeah. First 3 games, this Chip Kelly hunched over, hands on the knees.
Good for them. They're just
nothing.
Like, you do you, man.
One game, Michael Myers, boom, he's back.
Okay. Whatever works. You're 1-3. Let's keep it going.
Into it.
Let's see what happens. For
they got to go to Indy this week.
They got to go to Indianapolis. Just don't turn it over. That'd be helpful.
It's good advice.
What else you got, Chris?
Here's the thing. Micah.
Mm-hmm.
Jerry Jones won the Micah Parsons trade. I think we need to be honest about this.
Gosh,
I think we need to have a real conversation. I make fun of Jerry Jones for being old and not knowing what he's doing for the last 30 years. I think he nailed this one. Micah. He won this trade.
This is the very definition of overreaction.
The first time
right now.
Micah Parsons had an opportunity to shove it up Jerry's you-know-where, and he did not.
Well, he didn't make that tackle on Dak that would have scored a touchdown to win the game.
Where was he the other 50 and 60-plus minutes of that game?
I'll tell you
throwing
what.
Up zeros.
I'll give it up to not just the offensive line, but Brian Schottenheimer for running away from him and bootlegging away from him. There was one time where they booted into him, and I think Collinsworth called it out going, how about we don't bootleg right into Micah Parsons anymore?
Yeah, right. Jerry Jones said he can't stop the run. I didn't see him really do anything in that game except in overtime.
Dude, let's just pump the brakes on
two draft picks.
This is a hot take, one that I could see is already forming, one that I could see is not a bit for you, and I also think it's too soon. But let's put it this way. I'll give you this. What is his major malfunction? He's totally lost it. This is totally crazy. I can't believe the Cowboys did this sort of thing. Reaction is now subsiding a bit, and there's now more room for this lane to widen. But I wouldn't drive on it just yet. What else you got over there, Chris?
Watching the Bengals play last night, one thing was abundantly clear and obvious.
Uh-huh.
We will not be seeing Joe Burrow play football until 2026.
I disagree with that.
You're going to die on this hill, aren't you?
I'm going to keep on going. It's too early, Chris.
They couldn't block
you.
They couldn't block anyone.
Early.
It's not too early.
Rich, you want to put
Tomorrow
him back
is
there behind
October.
that line?
It's too early.
They've already gotten him hurt, 3 or 4 times in his career. He's not coming back this season. They're looking at 4-13 and the number 1 pick in the draft.
It's too early.
You better send those refunds.
It's too early. I don't know how many times I could tell you how it's too early.
Man.
It's too early. You're 2-2. 4 of your next 5 are at home. You're only 1 game behind the Steelers, who are one of those teams visiting your spot.
They scored 3 points last night.
Guess what happens? If they're close enough, Burrow is not going to just sit at home saying, I'm not playing behind that offensive line. He's going to push to get back there.
No, he should absolutely be saying he's not going to play behind that line.
I understand what you're saying he should be saying, but I'm calling this just, again, it's too early. It's week 5, man. And they haven't even played a game in it yet. And they're not 0-4. They're 2-2.
It feels like they're 0-4.
I understand what you're saying. Yeah. And as of right now, we'll talk about it more at the top of the next hour. The Baltimore Sun is reporting that Lamar's out for 2 to 3 weeks. So there's that. The division isn't even over. Forget about the season.
Let me tell you something, if I could jump in, because of what you just said. The Pittsburgh Steelers have a chance.
They sure do.
They better go fortify their squad. I mean, it's wide open for them.
No, I agree with you there.
Come on.
No doubt.
For winning.
What else, Chris? No doubt. I hear you.
You mentioned that there's a report that
That's not an overreaction.
The Steelers, man. It's
that is
right
not
there
one.
for them.
Yours is less of an overreaction than what Chris just said.
What's a reaction I made yesterday on the
good
flagship podcast? You mentioned that the report out there that Lamar could be out at least this week, maybe 2 to 3 weeks.
Well, they have a bye in 3 weeks, so the next 2 games.
We got injuries.
Home for Houston and home for the Rams.
Got injuries on the defensive line. Got injuries in the secondary. And I just saw a team, shut out the Titans. I think the Texans are making the playoffs.
Oh, I don't think it's out of the realm. But just one game where they put it together against the 0-4, one of the 2 0-4 teams in the league, or 3, 2 in their conference.
Stroud looked really efficient.
Let's see what they
distributed the ball around. Woody Marks looks like a star in the making there in their backfield.
And all the Ravens are going to hear this week
know their defense is tough.
That they're finished, and John Harbaugh is going to whip them up. Let's see what they do. They should win this game in Baltimore. If it's Cooper Rush.
John Harbaugh's seat might be simmering.
That's ridiculous. That is absurd. Boy, you're on fire right now. Check his temperature, Mike.
Playoff baseball, Rich.
The Texans could make the playoffs, entirely possible, but right now to declare it so?
What's the point?
To declare it so, I think that's an overreaction as well. Right. They've looked terrible in the first 3 weeks. But Woody Marks is a nice, bright light right now. And if they can get the running game going and Stroud getting more balanced and he gets more protection and he could be as efficient as he was with the football as he was against the team that was first overall on the clock. I mean, the Texans are taking on the Baltimore Ravens next, and then they have a bye. They're at Seattle on a Monday night, San Francisco, Denver, Jacksonville. I mean, they'll have a chance to prove that you're right. But at this point in time, not so much. I'll just call that an overreaction.
Lame.
Your overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. I know you got one more.
I do have one more.
Okay.
Yeah, but, we're up against it.
I know we're up against it for the radio audience. So we'll keep it going on the Disney Plus ESPN app side of things.
Tuned.
And for those on the radio, guess what? You can just go to our YouTube channel to see this entire segment or watch the show back on Disney Plus. Once again, you can get the Overreaction Monday podcast every single Monday because Chris and I record it before the show. Listen to it throughout the week.
If you have ever thought about remodeling your bathroom but were worried it would take too long or cost too much, then stop worrying. Right now, Jacuzzi Bath Remodel has designed a collection of high-quality custom products and perfected the one-day remodeling experience so you can enjoy your new bathroom faster than ever before. It's a worry-free bath remodel from the most trusted brand name in the business, Jacuzzi. A jacuzzi bath system fits in your existing tub space. It's a no-mess installation with an amazing style selection, factory-certified installers, and a limited lifetime warranty. Call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599 right now and get 50% off installations with no interest and no payments for 12 months. Replace that old bathtub today with a walk-in shower for a safer bathing experience. If you have lived in your home for over 15 years, it's time to remodel your bathroom. For a virtual or in-home appointment, call 800-717-4599. That's 800-717-4599. 800-717-4599.
I just bought another house for cash. Sell me yours at greenlandoffer.com.
Ride fast. Give back. That's what it's all about at the fastest cycling race in Texas. The 5th annual DA Bike Ride for Survivors is happening Saturday, October 18th at Brazos River Park in Sugar Land. 20, 40, or 55 miles of all-out, law enforcement escorted racing, plus the family-friendly 1K color run. Your registration fuels the Expose Excellence Youth Foundation and gives hope to survivors of violent crime. Sign up now at fbcdabikeride.com. Texas's fastest bike ride for a purpose.
Looking for your new go-to hangout? Then head to Brick House Tavern and Tap. Score big with daily happy hour specials Monday through Friday from 3 to 6. And don't miss the Burger of the Month. Catch all your favorite teams on the big screens and brunch every weekend till 2. Brick House Tavern and Tap, your house for game day. Now pouring in Sugar Land, Humble, and Galveston. For locations, hours, and more info, head to BrickHouseTavernandTap.com. That's BrickHouseTavernandTap.com.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Right now, you can get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. It's like getting paid to drive off in a quiet, comfortable, cutting-edge new ride. EVs already save you big on gas and maintenance, but that tax credit ends September 30th, so don't miss out. Head to Monument Chevrolet, where EV Blazers are in stock and ready to roll. Visit Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Friday Night Lights means one thing, high school football. And with football comes the homecoming game and the homecoming dance. Make sure you look sharp with Giorgio Dante suit separates at Suit Mart. Jackets start at just $89.99, vests from $29.99, and pants from $39.99. Choose from black, midnight navy, or charcoal gray. Then finish the look with a marquee slim fit dress shirt starting at only $22.99. Be ready for the big night with homecoming style from Suit Mart.
Progressive's teen driver discount could lower the cost of insurance for your teenager and save you some money. And then you can still spend money on them. Because just when you think you have a grasp on spending, new sneakers. And then it's money for a school field trip. And of course, spending money. Oh yeah, and a new phone to replace the one they dropped in the toilet. Oh, don't remind me. So just get Progressive's teen driver discount. And then you can continue to spend money on them endlessly. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Discount not available in all states and subject to terms and conditions.
Huge savings on Dell AI PCs with Intel Core Ultra processors are here, and they're newly designed to help you do more faster. They can generate code, edit images, multitask without lag, draft emails, summarize documents, create live translations, and even extend your battery life. That's the power of Dell AI with Intel Inside. Upgrade today by visiting Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Are you size conscious? We can make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in the Woodlands, get more girth with HA fillers starting at $2,500 or PMMA filler for $59.99. Gain 1 to 2 inches in girth. Financing available. Go to ErectionCenter.com. That's ErectionCenter.com. or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. Get started today and get results immediately.
Small businesses look for banking partners who make fast and efficient decisions. Veritex Community Bank has a lending team standing by to help you navigate through the loan process. Visit veritexbank.com for more details. That's VERITEX bank.com. Member FDIC, subject to credit approval.
You fancy and have an HD radio? Well, good for you, number one. Number two, listen to ESPN Houston's HD channel, 97.9 HD2.
ESPN 97.5, presented by Zadok Jewelers.
KFNC 97.9 HD2, Mont Bellevue, Houston. This is The Rich Eisen Show.
Hey, everybody.
Can't get enough of The Rich Eisen Show? You're in luck. You can find us everywhere. Watch us weekdays on Disney Plus from noon to 3 Eastern. Miss the show? We've got a podcast so you can listen anytime. But here's the best part. Our YouTube channel. Subscribe at youtube.com/Rich Eisen Show and you'll never miss a moment. Now, on with the show.
As we go a little something like this.
This is The Rich Eisen Show. Live from the Rich Eisen Show studio in Los Angeles.
Terry killed the injured Dolphin.
It was a dislocation.
Earlier on the show, quarterback consultant Jordan Palmer, 3-time Super Bowl champion Mark Schlereth. Coming up from Hulu's Chad Powers, Glenn Powell, and Michael Waldron. And now, it's Rich Eisen.
Well, hey, everybody. Hour number 3 of the Rich Eisen Show is on the air. Chad Powers is in our green room. Well, it's actually Glenn Powell, much handsomer than Chad Powers. The famous Eli Manning video in which he snuck into Penn State practices and tryouts with, a disguise. Yeah.
Manning,
as Chad Powers has now become a television show, and the man who plays Chad Powers is Glenn Powell. And Michael Waldron is the writer/showrunner that Glenn connected with to create this character. And all 6 episodes can be seen on Hulu. Premieres today with 2 episodes on Hulu. Which is part, as you know, of the Disney world. We're on Disney Plus, ESPN, the app, and ESPN Radio, presented by Progressive Insurance. Right now, the world of playoff baseball is underway. Beautiful blue skies in Cleveland, Ohio, where Tarek Skubal is protecting a 1-0 lead. His teammates and the Tigers gave him in the first inning. So that one he is matriculating through. I believe is that a 4 I can see on my screen. Bottom 4. Is that where we are?
Bottom 4.
Bottom 4. As we're coming on the air. Yeah, you betcha. You betcha. 844-204-RICH is the number to dial on the program. According to the Baltimore Sun, Lamar Jackson's hamstring injury is a 2 to 3 weeker. And they're hoping, even if it's just the 3 weeks, not a biggie, because the 3rd week from now, they're on a bye. So it's just 2 games that he might miss. And it's Cooper Rush getting the gig maybe this weekend. It's not official, but it's against the Houston Texans at 1-3. The battle for trying not to go 1-4. Of division winners from last year.
Yikes.
And then the Rams come in. So the Rams have got a short week game against the San Francisco 49ers, and then they're in Baltimore against what appears to be Cooper Rush, and no Roquan Smith either. He's out with an injury as well. So they were out their actual quarterback and the quarterback of their defense, if you want to consider Roquan that, because Kyle Hamilton does a ton as well. He's one of the few that are knock on whatever this is, healthy in Baltimore. And then the Rams after that will go to London to take on the Jaguars, the second of 2 games. I'll be calling on NFL Network, just trying to weave it all together for you, that the Ravens at 1-3 will have to try and dig out of that hole with Cooper Rush at quarterback, who has done it before for the Dallas Cowboys. And Dak was also a guy that can throw it and run it back in the day. He doesn't run it as much anymore. So... don't forget, they went and got Cooper Rush for their backup, and this is it. This is why you have a backup quarterback for this very moment. For a 2, 3, 4 game stretch to keep things afloat or to keep things from sinking lower. And that's a big gig for Cooper Rush here. Good thing is that Henry's healthy, Zay Flowers is healthy, Rashad Bateman is healthy, DeAndre Hopkins is healthy, Justice Hill is healthy, Mark Andrews. It's just the other side of the football that is an absolute mash unit right now. It's amazing. You know, the Bengals, will there be enough of a season if Burrow comes back in December? And now we're talking about for the Ravens, is there going to be enough of a season when, you know, Lamar comes back before November? Man, after the bye, it's home for Chicago, then at Thursday night at Miami. That's 3 in a row they're going to have on the road, at Minnesota, at Cleveland, home for the Jets. There's some winnable games out there. I mean,
if they're 1-5, though.
You think Cooper Rush is going to lose them both? You really think so?
Yeah, for sure.
Well, let me tell you what. Everybody, and again, we'll find out if I'm right about Jake Browning. I know a lot of people think I'm wrong, including everybody else looking at me on Disney Plus, ESPN, the app, and in this room. Okay, I understand. Not named Browning or Jordan Palmer, our first hour guest. But, hey, Cooper, take your first meaningful snaps for the Baltimore Ravens against the 3-time defending AFC champion Kansas City Chiefs in Arrowhead, with them playing at the top of their game all of a sudden. And now take every rep at home. You're taking on the 1-3 Houston Texans that have trouble protecting their quarterback and coming up with a running game, with them coming off of their only win of the season, feeling good about themselves against the Tennessee Titans team that's yet to win. You know what I mean? Like, it's a much better circumstance.
He's not facing that. He's facing Will Anderson and Daniil Hunter.
Okay, got it. I got it.
And they just shut out, a rookie, which they were supposed to do.
You're right. It doesn't look great for the Ravens. It looks dire. But even if they're 2-4 coming off of their bye, then Lamar sticks his foot in the ground. Will they be 12-5 again? Winning 11-12? Doubt it. Is that 10 wins maybe enough to win the division? We'll see what the Steelers do from 3-1 coming off their bye. We'll see what they do. You're right, though, as you said, TJ, in the Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday segment, the Steelers if you told the Steelers you're going to win 3 of your first 4 going into the bye, with no significant season-long injuries, of which to speak, Joe Burrow's going to be out for most of the season, and the Ravens are going to be 1-3 with Lamar going down for 2 to 3 weeks after that, and the Browns are going to be essentially the Browns, where the defense is great, and the offense leaves you wondering what direction the entire franchise is going in.
Yep.
Would they have signed that piece of paper?
Quicker than you can say. I don't even know
what you just said.
Put in there.
Sure. Yes.
Quicker than a hiccup.
So, looks good. Looks good for the Steelers so far, and the Ravens are entering dire straight waters right now.
Money for nothing?
I won't even say what else is free.
Okay. Shouldn't.
8 for
Mark
4.
Schlereth would.
2 are for Rich. Yeah, I know. Another job.
Fantastic.
Good one.
He would.
Hey, it's a Tuesday, so we just did Overreaction Monday on a Tuesday. You know what Tuesday's about, too. Jerry Jones is speaking locally on the radio.
Come on.
105.3 The Fan.
Come
on. I told you the way it was going to work, TJ.
Yeah, you tried to.
No. I told you the way it's going to work. The Micah Parsons stuff is going to reach a fever pitch when Micah comes back. And then after that game, Jerry's going to speak on his radio show. Mm-hmm. And it's going to be brought up one last time.
Micah.
And then we'll see what happens after that. And then after that, I don't know, I don't know how often it's going to be brought up to Jerry Jones again. Mm-hmm. And because if Micah starts doing particularly well, he might come on the radio and talk about his patience being thin to jack around with his hosts. That's one of our favorite drops that we have.
Jack with you today.
Okay, so that may happen if the Packers go on a run and the Cowboys lose to the Jets and it starts getting ugly. But right now, Jerry's feeling good about the trade. He's up for talking about it.
Oh yeah.
The first order of business, Jerry, with 105.3 The Fan, talking about the Micah sack and how does he feel about the trade now?
Oh. He might have gained yards on that. I don't know. I don't know the detail on it. But that's a good test out there. When you don't have a player anymore, he's lining up directly against you, plus you don't have him on your defensive side of the ball. Now, that's a real good test. And I'm glad that everybody got to see it. where it goes, and it left me feeling good about our trade.
Feels good about the trade. Chris, feels good about the trade.
Because he won the trade. He should feel great.
That's what you're beginning to start saying that in Overreaction Monday. Now you're outside of the construct of Overreaction Monday. It's still too soon to say it, but Kenny Clark is an excellent player. They have 2 firsts in their back pocket for the next 2 drafts. And Micah got only 1 sack of Dak, and that was one for no gain, but he did save a touchdown in an overtime contest that wound up in a tie. And the Cowboys, after being down 13-0, put their foot down and started playing much better football. And you'll hear what he feels of his defense in a moment. But the whole Micah didn't hear from Jerry thing. Yeah, and that was the whole business of Micah saying, hey, Kenny Clark heard from Brian Gutekunst to say, we're trading you. He didn't hear such a thing from Jerry and took that as a sign of disrespect. And as a matter of fact, they didn't even talk since OTAs, which is the spring. This was brought up to Jerry Jones again on 105.3 The Fan.
I really don't want to respond to that at all. I'm in deference to you very much. But that phone call thing got stopped when he told me to take his number off my dial. So I was, don't call him anymore. So I quit those calls.
Told him to lose my number.
What? When you got to lose my number, that's not good.
You really think this page has been turned, man?
Not a chance.
No. I turned.
Also don't think that Micah said that to Jerry.
You didn't think he went full Ricky, lose my number? You don't want to call nobody else?
Yeah.
Send it off in a letter.
That's it.
To yourself.
That's it.
Oh, yeah. You guys know the lyrics. I'm impressed.
We need to stop right now, though, just for my own personal sake. Susie despises Steely Dan.
How?
With every fiber of her being.
I'm texting her right now.
They just thought Peg was going to come back.
Steely Dan. Doesn't understand Steely Dan. Doesn't understand why I like Steely Dan. Doesn't understand why other humans like Steely Dan. I mean, like with the fury of the white
Steely Dan is one of Donald Fagen is one of the greatest music.
Okay.
He's genius.
Listen, Jerry was told to lose. You think that he's making that up? You think he's basically saying?
Hey, you think a 25-year-old kid talking to his boss says, "Lose my number"?
Well, I mean, when you're talking like this sort of thing here, but again, the whole point of it is just like it's wild that we're having this conversation right now.
Insane. It's nuts.
Because that is one of those things where it's just like.
Okay.
Like, it's better left unsaid. Although, I guess if he's being accused of, like, you weren't man enough to speak to me, and you disrespected me, and he knows that I was told to just lose my number. But that's the sort of stuff you need to overlook as somebody, who's in charge of an organization. Just like overlook it.
Can't be in cut his feelings.
Even he said, that's worth $10 billion.
Even he said that when money's at stake, people start getting angry.
By the way, Rich, I just text Susie. I said, "What's your beef with Steely Dan?" And she wrote back a word that I can't say.
Send that off in a letter.
Oh God!
Yeah.
Something I can't say. Worst. Yeah. So.
You got it. There's the opposite of no static at all.
She has all the static.
Don't do that again.
All right.
I'm done.
But Jerry liked the way things finished up for the Dallas Cowboys. Said that the defense played better as the game went on.
Even though they scored 40 points, our defense improved as that game went along right before your eyes. And we did make some stops that were out there that were key stops against a fine offensive football team in Green Bay. So I think your eyes didn't betray you and that we got better as that game went along.
I mean,
oh my! We need a way. We need to make sure that Jerry lives forever. Like, how do we ensure that?
I'm sure. I don't know. I do love the guy. I mean, he's been so great to NFL Network and the NFL. And it's like weekly Tuesday fodder for us.
That's what I mean.
Now.
It's too good.
Even with all that, I am compelled to point out. Here's the Green Bay second half possessions. Touchdown, field goal, field goal.
Right. So they're 5 for 5.
But they did prevent the touchdown at the end to preserve the tie.
Sure.
That's great.
Yeah.
But I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying as well.
I'm glad you understand.
Hey, no.
I don't.
Diggs was making plays after getting torched. You know what I mean? Like there are some. I understand why he's saying what he's saying. You know what I mean?
No, I don't.
Okay. Trying to be. Don't you think Diggs played a better game?
We gave up 40 points. Okay. 40.
It's a lot.
Well,
40.
Here they go into MetLife. Last time they went there, the Jets won it. I'll never forget that. I was in London. I was ahead of Michael Irvin's my ESPN app, watching it on the dots.
Weren't you guys at dinner?
We were at dinner. The whole crew was at dinner. Susie was there. Some of Susie's friends, our friends, were all there in London. It was like about 12 people. Kurt and Brenda Warner were there. Mooch was there. We were all there. And my app was in front of his iPad, watching it on the Game Pass.
He had a delay.
Yeah, he had a delay. So I got the information before he did it, and I saw that the Jets were about to score a touchdown. Like Sam Darnold found it for somebody. I think it could have been Robbie Anderson for a gajillion yards. Or Dak got pick six, one or the other. And the dot just went across the screen. I just looked at Michael just getting ready to watch him watch it. He watched it, took his iPad, left the London restaurant. Still hasn't paid us. Part of his bill. At any rate, love you, Michael. Look who's joining us next. Michael Waldron, who's brought to life Chad Powers, and Chad Powers himself, Glenn Powell, coming up.
Individuals and businesses with tax problems, listen carefully. Do you feel like you're losing control of your finances? If you owe over $10,000 in back taxes or have unfiled tax returns, we can help you take back control. The IRS is the largest and most aggressive collection agency in the world, and they can seize your bank accounts, garnish your paycheck, close your business, and file criminal charges. Take control of your tax problem now by calling the experts at U.S. Tax Shield and take advantage of the Fresh Start program and new laws that may allow us to negotiate a settlement for the lowest amount possible. Our team of tax attorneys and enrolled agents can stop collections and get you protected so you can take control of your financial future. U.S. Tax Shield offers a price protection guaranteed quote to get you protected today. U.S. Tax Shield is A+ rated with the Better Business Bureau, so call now. 800-687-5192. That's 800-687-5192. U.S. Tax Shield. 800-687-5192.
Get in on exciting gaming action at La Berge Casino Resort Lake Charles. Introducing our new exclusive statewide table progressives. We've linked our table game progressives between 4 pen play destinations in Louisiana. That means our big payouts just got bigger. No matter which location you choose, you have a shot at these combined jackpots. Get to La Berge Lake Charles or Baton Rouge, Boomtown, New Orleans, or Margaritaville, Bossier City, and get ready for big payouts.
Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more in back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000 and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Hi, I'm Danny Clark, owner of Collectors Firearms. We're celebrating our 50th year in business, and we would like to invite you to come see our 12,000 guns in stock. Don't let the name fool you. We carry all the latest and greatest guns, in addition to the antiques and collectibles. We even have a tank right out front. Have you been putting off cleaning your guns? Bring them to us, and we will give you a basic cleaning free of charge while you wait. Come see us at Westheimer at Voss, CollectorsFirearms.com. That's CollectorsFirearms.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. You know I'm a numbers guy, and I like the numbers that Daspit Law Firm is putting up for their clients. The super team at Daspit Law handles a full range of personal injury cases, and they are getting results from their clients in big numbers. Car accidents, truck accidents, industrial accidents, construction accidents, maritime accidents, offshore accidents. These are all areas where if it's you or someone you know, I encourage you to get a free case review from John Daspit with the Daspit Law Firm. Call 713-CALL-NOW. That's 713-CALL-NOW.
You've heard me talking about Two Creeks Crossing Resort. What a beautiful, relaxing place. We took the family when school got out, and we had a fantastic time. We stayed in the treehouse. You know the kids love that. I drove up after I got off work and was there in 90 minutes, which is pretty close to my normal commute. The family took it all in, from exploring their 92-acre property to fishing in the creeks and their catch-and-release pond, which the kids loved. Everybody had a great time, and we can't wait to go back. Book now at twocreekscrossingresort.com.
John Granado here with Robin Orlando from Houston Powder Coaters. Robin, what about bikes?
Bring us your bike frames, your forks, your handles. We got you.
So if you see a beautiful bike out there, chances are Houston Powder Coaters did that.
We probably signed off on that.
What do I need to do with trailers?
We need you to bring us the bare bones of that trailer, and we will make it like new for you. We can even do welding repair if needed.
How do you get an entire trailer to get Houston Powder Coaters?
We have the largest ovens in the region. That's Oklahoma, Louisiana, Texas. So bring us your big trailers, and we have you covered.
We talked before about boat parts. Tell me what's going on there.
Summer's coming up. We like to be on the water here in the Houston area, so bring us your boat parts. We do have marine coating that will help protect it from all the elements that you have in the Gulf and all these lakes.
One thing is anchors, for sure. What else on a boat?
Ton of railings, ladders, the T-tops. We do have accessories that you put around the edges of the boat, so if it's metal, we got you.
Call Robin and get your stuff Houston Powder Coater. 281-676-3888 or HoustonPowderCoaters.com.
What's up, guys? Sean Mapes here. Prize Picks is the best way to win cash on your Texans this football season. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your takes into cash all season long on Prize Picks. Prize Picks is the only app that offers stacks, meaning you can pick the same player up to 3 times in the same lineup. Want to pick more on Josh Allen's pass yards, rush yards, and touchdowns? Now you can have all of them in the same lineup, only on Prize Picks. You can now also follow other Prize Picks players directly on the app and copy their lineups in one click. Whether it's a friend, a celebrity, or just someone whose picks you like, hit the follow button and check out every lineup they create in the brand new Feed tab on Prize Picks. You can even follow me. Join the millions of users and sign up for America's #1 daily fantasy sports app. Just download the Prize Picks app today and use promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. That's promo code MAPES to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize Picks. It's good to be right.
Must be present in certain states. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
What you just realize is that bringing people into the world of college football, there's nothing like it. You know, the passion around it, and you know, even just I've been to Sanford Field. You know, you've been to DKR, and it's like sharing that is a really special experience. And this show just really, I think, just really taps into that kind of passion. But the stakes around it, the fun part about it is that we have a show in which we use that sort of device that Eli had, which is like you knew that Eli Manning was under that mask on the Penn State tryout. So we get to take that sort of same device and have kind of that crazy pressure cooker of a team that's vying for a national title. But meanwhile, their quarterback is not who he says he is.
It's Chad Powers here. Glenn Powell and Michael Waldron, the co-creators and executive producers of the highly anticipated show based off the Eli Manning video from years ago. It premieres today with 2 episodes on Hulu. New episodes released weekly on Tuesdays. Our ESPN radio audience has just rejoined us, and it is really awesome to see this thing come to life right here. And so it was out there amongst the world that Omaha was looking to do this, that Eli was looking to do this, and did you pitch the Mannings? Did they pitch you? How does this work?
We were the ones insane enough to say let's chase it. Glenn and I we've been buddies and had wanted to do something together, and like Glenn said, we bonded over our love of college football. Glenn is a Texas fan. I went to UGA. And we we thought that maybe this is a great opportunity to do sort of the modern story set in the world of college football.
But what I think was really funny with Eli in particular is like, I mean, our pitch was like a no-brainer. I think we blew it out of the water. But what was really, really funny is, you know, Eli is the best. Am I allowed to say talker on here?
Go for it.
Okay, cool, great. He's the best talker out there. The Manning brothers
This interview just got way better.
Yeah. Kind of picked, and that's kind of sneaky about Eli. You know, is that he is exactly what you're saying, but he comes across, you know, when he's selling sandwiches.
He's such a ball buster.
I'll tell you an Eli story. It's right as we started developing this with those guys. It's like, it's cool to be on an email chain with Eli Manning. I'm riding high off of that alone. And so every Thanksgiving, my family has a Thanksgiving football game. And one Thanksgiving, I was playing quarterback, and I had a pretty impressive touchdown pass, I thought, that was caught on video. And so I sent it to our Chad Powers email chain. And about a week later, I got an email back from Eli where he had broken it down and just eviscerated me with like graphics.
Oh my goodness!
From the Manning cast, just. I mean, really pulverized about my form and my mechanics and everything, which are not good. Yeah. And that really sums up the Eli experience.
How'd you take it?
It was wonderful. It was I showed it to everyone I knew instantly. Yeah, it's great.
And what was your contact with Eli?
The funny part about it is as we were pitching, it's like one of the funny parts is Eli just goes, "Hey, I'm worried about your form," and I was like, okay, like why? I was like, you know, I played high school football, but I'm not, you know. And he goes, I saw Top Gun Maverick, and I was like, okay, a beach football sequence is not indicative of. I said, first off, those balls were covered in coconut oil. Everyone was greased up. Everybody knows that dogfight football doesn't exist.
Yes,
and it's not about the form; it's about the flexing. You know, and I said, once you get me on the field, there will be no coconut oil in sight. This is about a different thing.
You're going to have your shirt on the whole thing.
I mean,
the shirt's off. I don't want to deceive people into thinking that Glenn's shirt is on the whole time in the show. I'd like people to watch.
I didn't mean to denigrate the product in advance.
But Eli did, you know, connect us with, you know, like the greatest coaches, you know, in the game. I was with Nick Shimanek, who's Patrick Mahomes' coach, and so we really, you know, had Pat O'Hara, who's the former offensive coordinator for the Titans, on me just to make sure. And the funny part is every practice I went to, there was obviously, you know, footage of it, and I didn't realize that all the footage was going straight to Peyton and Eli. So I would get texts from them about, hey, try to look in your fingers right before the snap, or hey, make sure I didn't see that your eyes were on the safety here. That's where you should be reading right now. So I was literally like, oh wow, we got to be. So everything that you see in the show, the thing I'm really proud of in the show, is that it is funny as hell. I mean, it is, and I've showed it to people across the board. People love the show, but the thing I'm really proud of is people that really know football are going to look at it and go, wow, that's head to toe legit. You know,
I love that. So the Mannings were less interested in the plot and the content and more interested in you looking like a quarterback? Like, where do we parcel this out percentage-wise?
It is one of the things I worried about the most when creating the show. Because but think about it. It's like we're all football fans. You watch top-tier quarterbacks play every week, right? And you know what that looks like.
Yes.
And look, I'm an actor, right? Like, I'm not pretending to be, you know, a top-tier athlete, but that magic trick has to exist regardless. You have to believe this guy is one of the best, you know, in the world. And so, you know, I definitely lowered my head to try to make sure audiences weren't like, oh my God, because we've all seen that go wrong.
And it's you out there, and you did the work, and it's Glenn out there in the helmet, you know, and making those throws, and yeah, they cared. They cared as much about the mechanics as they did about the plot.
Okay. It was fun. It's actually Eli came to the writers' room just to make sure everything, even around the football, not even the stuff on the field, legit, how it all formed. But when you're talking about, Peyton and Eli obviously have experienced what it is to be in a big game environment in college. So all the life around it really was thought about just to make sure that we're insulating the show with authenticity.
So Eli Manning comes to the writer's room of Chad Powers.
Yeah.
Yes.
And where does this rank for you in terms of pressure that you've been with this show, Loki, Heels. Our Mike O'Malley has been on this program. He brought James Harrison with him, by the way.
Yeah.
Which definitely, that might bring some pressure when you're handing a script to James Harrison. He doesn't like a line
you
or
want to make
something.
sure you're writing good stuff for him.
Understood. When Harrison might give you a little look.
Yeah.
But where does Eli Manning strolling into a writer's room rank for you, Michael Waldron?
Eli is really tall. I think that Eli is huge. Intimidating. I guess
I wasn't talking about you being physically hurt.
I was worried that he would physically hurt.
That one I wasn't concerned about. Never seen Eli lower his shoulder on anybody.
You should see him in his second life as a creative.
But you got to get this right, though.
No, he was honestly he was so amazingly helpful and just fielding questions from our writers' room because the show. Audiences can watch great football Saturdays, Sundays, and part of the fun of the show is filling in what are these coaches, these players doing between the games, because Glenn's character is trying to keep up this disguise, not just on the field, but in every moment, before and after the game. So Eli, he helped fill in the life of a college quarterback. It was great.
Glenn Powell, Michael Waldron here to talk about Chad Powers, which premieres today. 2 episodes on Hulu. There's 6 episodes. The rest will drop every single Tuesday. And in terms of promoting this, appreciate you being here, Glenn. You did College Game Day for Texas versus the Ohio State at the Horseshoe.
Absolutely.
And you're a Texas guy, correct?
I'm a big Texas fan.
I know your dad, who's here, is the Ohio State Buckeye guy. I don't mean to disrespect.
You guys almost threw some fists in the dressing room out there.
Right. What was that like? Were you welcomed by the folks in Columbus, Ohio?
The craziest part is this is my fault. I really, for some reason, I've always wanted to see a game at the Shoe. Growing up, like my dad, the only time my dad's the most calm guy in the entire world. The only time I've ever seen him lose his temper is over Ohio State football.
Well, then the last 4
Charles
Novembers have been difficult.
Running it back. I remember that one. He was like, it's the only time I've ever seen my dad lose his cool. And going to the Shoe, I was like super excited about it. But College Game Day, they rarely allow opposing team guests be the guest on College Game Day.
That's right.
So I'm sitting there thinking, okay, I'm going to be up, at least with the booth with the boys, a little removed from it. Sure, I know I'm going to get booed, but at the same time, it's all part of the process. I was like, all right, so where am I doing this interview? And they brought me into the middle of the student section. And I'm in it was Ohio State fans, Buckeyes as far as the eye could see. I couldn't hear. I couldn't hear anything. She's asking me questions.
I was watching on TV, and I'm like, oh, he can't hear.
This is chaos. I was literally like, this is like, and all I'm sitting there, I'm like, am I about to just you're in their territory, I get it, but I'm like, am I just about to just talk all of Buckeye Nation right now? I don't know how to handle this moment. Anyway, we had a great time. It was a little bit of a tactical error on my part. I shouldn't have assumed that I was going to be welcomed with open arms in Buckeye territory on week 1, most anticipated game of the year. But it was a hell of a game. We had a fun time, and it was good to get to finally go back to the old man stomping grounds.
And you were there for Corso's last broadcast too, right?
That was magical.
What was that like?
That was magical. I mean, Corso is one of those guys that, at least for me, it just kind of is sort of like epitomizes the magic around college football. He just doesn't treat it so seriously. He's having a blast. It's all about the fun, great matchups, great games. And, he's been in our living room ever since I've, been able to walk. I mean, he's been doing this broadcast that is really, I don't know, for me, the magic of the weekend with my family. And that's college football is one of the things that my family and I share that we all love. And so it was really pretty cool to bring my family up there, for Corso's last game, and I got to do game day before. He was so fun, but just to get him to see him off into the sunset for that last moment was really, really special. He's going to be very missed. He's a hell of a guy.
Yeah, he put the headgear on one last time.
We were hoping he would put on the fictional
There's no way.
team's
That's a symmetrical story.
us.
The first headgear of Buckeye Nation. He had to do it. If he chose Texas, I would have. You understand story structure.
You
understand.
But I'm just saying, as a marketing opportunity, if he had put on the catfish head, that would have been
for Chad Powers.
For Chad Powers.
I mean, just to start it, and then all of the horseshoe be like, what's up?
Everyone was really confused about his legacy. All of a sudden, what is happening?
I mean, you couldn't work it out. Just tell him, hey, before you do it, I know the whole country.
Slip some money in his
think
cleats.
maybe he'll come back. Maybe one more. It would be a good idea.
I don't know. I mean, in all honesty, Chad Powers. Let's hope it gets successful. We get maybe multiple seasons of it. Corso will be involved. I don't know. You tell me.
We name check him in that.
You do. We heard his name in the clip.
He's canonized. Yeah,
that's pretty cool. Yeah. Okay. And so, have you picked Eli's brain at all about his nephew for your team?
Oh yeah.
Do you dare to do that?
Oh no. I saw Eli last week at DKR. So.
Okay.
No, Eli. The fun part is the Mannings are all over my life in a great way, and it was great to see Arch really show up for the Longhorns this past week and show some swagger, and obviously I just feel like the Longhorns showed up on both sides of the ball and just showed what they're capable of. I mean, we got a hell of a year ahead of us. I mean, I'm a little worried about Georgia. We'll see how that goes. But we have
again. That would be.
We have a gauntlet ahead of us. But I'm feeling very optimistic about where the team's headed.
Okay, you and McConaughey, part of the Minister of Culture. Or whatever.
McConaughey's got an actual title. I just sort of show up.
Where's your title, man?
I'm not really on the salary, yet. I don't know. But McConaughey, I got to say, I'm really trying to stay employed right now on the acting side of things. I'm doing my best, but I'm choosing my moments to come watch Texas football. I tune in every week, no matter where I am in the world. But the best part about this show is. I can write off all my visits to Austin. Make sure I catch the game. This is really a tax opportunity. I don't know.
I don't know if you should be talking about this on TV.
Just wait a minute.
Audited out of nowhere. I don't know how that works.
I'm working for Arch's uncle. Or I'm creating something that Arch's uncles, plural, are very. Dad, I'm sure Cooper wants this to succeed as well.
Yep, absolutely. Okay. I think we can make a case for it.
We're talking about Chad Powers. A few minutes left with the Star, as well as co-creators and executive producers. How did you choose the nose? Is it the same one that Eli wears, or what? Not to get really creepy here.
You can talk about some of the good and the bad, the ugly on the prosthetics.
This had to have been a massive subject matter in creating this program.
Yeah, this was not
as to what the right notes. Did you get notes on the nose from Disney executives, or what do we get here?
I mean, our own internal process. It was a blast. We went to a prosthetic studio, Vincent Van Dyke's prosthetic studio, in Hollywood.
Okay.
And Glenn
went to the top of the line. It's not just any nose here.
And Glenn had a full mold of his face made. And we went through a bunch of different designs of just how ugly you could be. It was really amazing to see the different permutations of your ugliness. And it was different. It's not a Mission Impossible mask. Like, it's not just one. The disguise is several different pieces, a nose, a forehead, cheeks. And so it was kind of like a Mr. Potato Head thing of like, all right, if you put this forehead with these cheeks and this nose, how much does that make the audience want to throw up versus like, can they, finding the right balance of funny but appealing. And this was adorable.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the word that we're going with.
There were some grotesque ones that I'm glad we didn't go with, but
we discarded them.
Yeah, we have pictures of it, but they're not pretty. But I feel like this is the most reminiscent of what Eli did. I feel like when you put our faces,
we wanted to evoke the look that Eli had. But it's funny now. I say adorable because when I see Glenn, my friend, as Glenn, there's part of me that I'm like, that's not the real you. I spent so much time with Glenn in disguise as Chad that I'm actually in some ways more comfortable with him.
No kidding.
In disguise.
Now we're getting really deep.
Yeah, it's psychological.
Yeah, totally.
Damage.
How the hell did you guys meet then? How did you guys connect?
We just got set up. Everybody just said, "Hey, I think you guys would really get along." And like our agents were like, "Hey, like,
is that right?"
Yeah. And I'd been a fan of Glenn since I saw him in Everybody Wants Some, and I was like, "That's a guy I know I'd love to write for and work with." And we met, and we were like, "Oh, we get along. We're both college football fans. We both love the movie Armageddon, which is a real."
It's so true.
It's like we spent most of our first meetings talking about that.
We have a great Armageddon. Armageddon is an amazing runner in this movie. Michael Bay in Armageddon is an amazing runner in this show. So you'll see. You'll love it.
Speaking of runner, how about that for a little twist right here?
Yeah,
The Running Man.
Whoa. Yeah,
Come on now.
Movie's great. It's really good.
So when do we get The Running Man?
November 14th.
This is it. This is, I mean, fantastic. The Running Man is one of the best Arnold Schwarzenegger movies.
Yep.
Certainly ones that people don't say off the top of their head.
Totally.
You know what I mean? Like they're not sitting there going, "Oh, The Running Man is my favorite," except this guy.
Yeah.
Right here.
Really?
Well, I mean, part of me is I say this all the time. My wife hates when I say it, so I'll say it again. I feel I was put on this planet, part of me, to give away cash and prizes. I just can't get enough of it. So the game show aspect of it, Richard Dawson being the bad guy in the original, that also included Jim Brown.
Yep.
By the way.
Yep.
I mean, the other people in it. And it was just awesome. So what is there? And again, I know we're talking Chad Powers. We just spent some time on it. What am I going to get out of this movie?
Well, I think what's really fun is like you look at the original. So the original story is based on a Stephen King book.
Yes, sir.
And the Arnold Schwarzenegger movie is based on that. They kind of isolated it to like a studio. Our movie takes place out in the real world. So, like, the Stephen King book is like, you release this guy out in the world, the entire world is hunting this guy. So you have those hunters that you're talking about, the Jim Browns of the world, but you also have, entire citizens of the world who can get paid for killing this guy. So it's just like, this movie just operates at like an octane that's like hard to fathom, and it's just relentless. It's so fun.
So there's no home game version like there was in the original.
No, exactly. Exactly.
Only in a rerun. It's one of my favorite lines in the history of anything. Trust me, I'm geeking out about it.
I can't wait for you to see it. You're gonna love it.
I cannot wait for that. And is there any potential Top Gun sequel that's in the works here, or no?
That's a Tom and Jerry issue. Those are the guys that kind of control when we go back to Miramar. I mean, who knows? That's the other thing is I stopped asking questions about it, but I do know there's a path forward on it for sure.
Okay, I'll take that and I'll run with it. All right, because that was so great about seeing it again. For people, again, obviously I'm older, but seeing it again, it was such a nostalgia aspect to it that just hit me and hit my wife just in the gut and in the heart just to see it again. And it was it was such a wonderful continuation.
I totally agree. I mean, it's one of the things I think I'm the most proud of around Top Gun Maverick is like, all those guys that, were responsible for making that movie, especially Tom. You just saw his relentless pursuit of perfection. It's something that I've taken on to every job, including Chad Powers, where it's like, hey, it's your job to be accountable for every single part of this thing being great, and that's one of the things.
We had to learn how to fly F-18s
for flyovers. I do all my own flyovers in this show.
Yeah,
but it's true. It's like to do something great, you really have to just like stick to it, and that's where it's like that's why I'm proud of like the comedy in the show and just like the college football in the show. Every single part of it, the drama, like there's this. It just shows you that if you really want to do something, just do it right. And so, Tom, I really owe. That was the greatest film school of my whole life.
And by the way, I'm not kidding. Like the nose too. You got to get that right. You got to make sure. I'm serious. Like, and it's funny that you mentioned it's not a Mission Impossible mask.
It's true. And Glenn did and it was. Top Gun is my favorite movie, and so
is it really?
Yeah, and so every time Glenn would tell these stories about working with Tom and everything and his work ethic, that was catnip for me, and I do think that pursuit of perfection and trying to make something genuinely special.
Mm-hmm.
It's like, yeah, we're making a show based on this funny sketch that Eli did, but our approach was, let's make the best show that anybody sees on TV this year. Let's make the best football anybody's going to see. Let's make this thing the funniest show, the most heartfelt show. Let's do it big and do it right.
Yeah.
And so, yeah, we're pretty proud of it.
Fantastic. Now, in the final, minutes we have here, explain Loki to me, will you please?
Oh, right. Okay. Well, Loki. So basically, the way time works is that all instances of time are happening all at once. The multiverse is.
Dude. Honestly, the number of times I'm sitting there watching with my kids on Disney Plus. Have you seen Loki?
I've seen Loki. I've had to shut down a lot of multiverse storylines in Chad.
Dude,
yeah. It's a handy device if you want to imagine Chad encountering a female version of himself.
I'm like, let's just not, Walter.
Yeah, okay. Dude, were you sober? But you straight up, like when you come out with this, like
not at first. No, that one was amazing. That was really special, and it's all the credit to Kevin Feige and Tom Hiddleston, who originated that character, and Marvel just let us, every crazy thing I pitched and wanted to do, they were like, yes, step on the gas.
Where'd you find, where did the Owen Wilson connection come in on that? Because I'm not thinking, when I think of Loki, I'm not thinking, what's missing? Owen Wilson's missing.
Well, I mean, Owen, but he's the secret sauce of that thing. He grounds it. He makes that character, he's sort of the audience's eyes in to all the insanity of that world. And yeah, Owen's brilliant.
Is he another UT guy? Am I missing on that?
He is, yeah. He is.
So that's all you just work. That's it.
He's a big football guy.
Yeah. I haven't seen him on the sidelines this year. I've caught him for some LAFC games. But yeah, he's a good one.
Well, congrats in advance on Chad Powers, and thanks for coming here, both of you. I know Brisket didn't get any time here, but Brisket's somewhere around here.
He'll come back groomed, ready for you.
I think Brisket's taking an El Segundo walk, just like many of us do here. The 6-episode season of Chad Powers premieres today with 2 episodes on Hulu, and the final 4 released weekly on Tuesdays. Congrats in advance. Best of luck to Texas and Georgia. And I'd love to see you back here, certainly when you're doing the running, man.
I love that.
I will go all in on that, brother. I can't wait for that. Glenn Powell and Michael Waldron here. Check out Chad Powers on Hulu.
Are you ready to make a difference for the environment while helping the visually impaired at the same time? Then donate your vehicle to Heritage for the Blind today by calling 1-800-983-6530. Every donated vehicle will either be properly recycled in an eco-friendly manner or given a new life through reuse. Donating your vehicle is easy. Simply call 1-800-983-6530 and Heritage for the Blind will do the rest. They'll even arrange for your vehicle to be picked up at no cost to you. And for a limited time, when you donate your car, you'll receive a $200 restaurant voucher and a 2-night, 3-day hotel stay at one of 50 locations. Call 1-800-983-6530 right now to schedule your vehicle donation and make a positive impact on the environment while helping others. Heritage for the Blind, where every car donation counts and every person makes a difference. Call 1-800-983-6530 now. This advertisement is paid for by Heritage for the Blind.
Attention taxpayers. If you owe $5,000 or more and back taxes to the IRS, don't wait for the October 15th extension deadline. Your problems will only continue to grow. The IRS is using advanced AI tools to identify and collect unpaid taxes faster than ever, meaning tax debt collections will become increasingly aggressive. Call Priority Tax Relief now. Their experts fight back fast and are saving their clients millions in tax debt every month.
After speaking on my behalf with the IRS, my entire debt of $25,000 will be eliminated.
I owed over $50,000, and they settled it for pennies on the dollar. These guys are as legit as they come.
If you miss another tax deadline, you're stacking more debt on top of what you already owe, with increasing penalties and interest. You now owe more today than you did yesterday. Call for your free consultation. Priority Tax Relief. Let's make your taxes our priority. Call 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404. 800-418-1404.
Priority Tax Relief.
Are you size conscious? We can make you bigger. At the Erection and Enhancement Center in the Woodlands, get more girth with HA fillers starting at $2,500 or PMMA filler for $59.99. Gain 1 to 2 inches in girth. Financing available. Go to ErectionCenter.com. That's ErectionCenter.com. or call or text 972-355-3771. That's 972-355-3771. Get started today and get results immediately.
Thinking about going electric? Now's the time. Get up to a $7,500 federal tax credit when you buy an EV. But hurry, it ends September 30th. EV Blazers are in stock now at Monument Chevrolet off Beltway 8 and 225. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Houston is Soccer City, USA, and World Cup 2026 is coming our way. Join me, Glenn Davis, every Tuesday and Wednesday, 6 Central Time for Soccer Matters ESPN 97.5, presented by the Daspit Law Firm.
It's Dewberry Farm's annual Fall Festival, September 13th through November 9th. Bring the whole family for a day filled with pumpkins, great food, and over 40 exciting rides and attractions. Explore the Texas-sized pumpkin patch. Take photos by a life-size pumpkin house. Meet our friendly barnyard animals and get lost in our corn maze. Celebrating 9-time CMA award-winning artist Lainey Wilson. Stay late for Dewberry Farm's spooky Halloween event, Boo-rific Nights, featuring 3 creepy haunts and thousands of glowing jack-o'-lanterns. Get tickets and info at DewberryFarm.com.
Hey, Lance Zerline here. Allstate Windows and Siding knows what matters to Houstonians. That's why they're dedicated to earning your trust and giving you great value and service. Allstate Windows and Siding offers top-quality products that protect your home from the toughest weather while saving you up to 40% on your energy bills. And right now, they're offering 30% off windows and $2,500 off of complete siding jobs. Call 832-204-1936 to take advantage today. Call for your estimate, 832-204-1936, or go to allstatewindowsandsiding.com.
Football is back, and Underdog is the place to make picks and win money all season long. If you're hearing this right now in Texas, you can play right now in Texas. Playing on Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like touchdowns, yards, interceptions, and more. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. Also with Underdog, you have the originals, the drafts, ladders, where you make 3 to 5 picks and progressively win more based on how well each pick performs. Streaks. Each streak starts by making 2 picks. If both are correct, the next pick for the streak becomes available. Download the app today and sign up with promo code KILLERB to score $50 in bonus funds when you play your first $5. Millions of fans have already won billions making picks on Underdog. Will you be next? Underdog. Make picks, win money. Must be 18 or older. Present in Texas. Terms apply. See website for details. Concerned with your play, call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit ncpgambling.org.
Oh, very good. Good to know. Very good.
Here we go.
Back here on the Rich Eisen Show and ESPN Radio presented by Progressive Insurance. We ended the show yesterday talking about, or we had a role playing yesterday, Chris, where I was.
We did. That was great.
I was Harry Roseman. You were Elliot Wolf, calling to ask for A.J. Brown. I told you to GTFOH in the nicest way and then hung up on you.
Yeah,
that's the way it would go. Because A.J. Brown put out there on Twitter, I guess it was a
Bible verse.
A Bible verse about turning, shrugging your shoulders.
About leaving, basically.
About leaving, basically. Yeah. At any rate, the coach was asked about A.J. Brown and how he took that tweet and post.
Yeah. Obviously A.J. is very important to this football team. I know he wants to contribute. and, do the things that he's capable of doing. He wants to contribute into these wins. And he's had a couple games where he hasn't been able to, and for different reasons of why we haven't in these games. So, but I question nothing about, his desire to play great football, his desire of being a good teammate, his desire to be here.
What else you want the guy to say?
Can I get a side of blue cheese with that word salad?
Yeah, no, it's not word salad. What's the word salad?
What did he say? Anything?
Can you give me were they really thinking? Give it to me, Mike, because I'll give you exactly what he's really thinking.
What were they really thinking?
We're 4-0. What's the matter with everybody around here? I know he's pissed off. Do you blame him for being pissed off? I don't blame him for being pissed off. I know what goes on around here. Sometimes the passing game's not working. We got a new offensive coordinator around here. It's going to take some time to work. And at some point, he's going to get a ton of footballs. Just look at the second half of the Rams game. Everybody's just got to, relax. I can't tell that to A.J. Brown, but I can tell that to you if I want to blow something up, and I just don't want to. We're 4-0. Just let me coach the team, troll Baker Mayfield, and win football games, please. That's what he would love to say. I think. I love what were they really thinking.
Oh, it's one of my favorites.
But, of course, what do you want him to say? The passing game is going to get better. At some point, we're going to need him. We're not trading him. And I don't blame him for being frustrated. If it helps him to post something on X, great, because I'll put my head on the pillow and come up with a few more wins to get 60 in my first 5 years here. How do you think it worked out for other people around here before I got here? Not well. Not great. One couple great seasons with Doug Peterson, but then he got run out of town. Don't worry. Everybody just chill out.
Lamp poles are getting
And at some point, Carl Anthony Towns is going to send another mariachi band into the Rich Eisen studio to Troy T.J. Jefferson. That's what he's really thinking.
You promised.
I took the garbage out.
No, I'm talking about all the work we need to get done around here.
I know. We need a new roof and we need replacement windows.
How about a new bathroom and some overdue remodeling?
And how are we supposed to pay for all that?
My sister said she called Remodeling Loans and they were able to find her certified contractors.
That's great. But how'd she get the money to pay for all that?
Remodeling Loans offered 0 interest for 60 months. They even have payment plans with 0 down and 0 deposit.
Looks like we're getting a home makeover.
Great. Now, if I only knew someone to call for a husband makeover.
Really?
Remodeling Loans is the #1 leader in home improvement financing. Call 800-921-1403 today for a no credit check, no risk approval. Get approved today and we'll match you with the best contractors in your area. And remember, no deposit financing is now available. Call 800-921-1403. 800-921-1403.
John Granado here for Game Day Health. Are you feeling lethargic, having issues in the bedroom? How about weight gain, muscle loss, even brain fog? You may have low testosterone. Game Day Men's Health are the experts in testosterone replacement therapy, ED, and weight management strategies. They can help you get back to feeling and performing better. With 5 locations, 15 more on the way, book a free testosterone test today at GameDayMen'sHealth.com. That's GameDayMen'sHealth.com.
Trulux, Ocean's finest seafood and crab. A Houston original, proudly serving our great city for over 30 years. We have recently updated our restaurant with a modern sensibility and sophisticated finishes. We can't wait for you to come and see it. The look is totally new, but the sensation, hospitality, and quality remain unmistakably Trulux. Visit us today and experience the newest flavor of a true Houston original. Trulux, your table is waiting.
I'm still going for it, even with higher stroke risk from atrial fibrillation, and a regular heartbeat not caused by a heart valve problem. Over a 3-year study, Eliquis apixaban tablets reduced stroke risk better than warfarin, and over 97% of Eliquis patients did not experience a stroke.
Hello, Houston. He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. It's Jeremy and Joe. Brian's here with us as well. Brian, you recovering from this Lamar Jackson? Going to be out multiple weeks.
That was the first thing I think Joe said to me. It's like, Branham's going to bury you today. I was like, what happened?
Yeah,
I missed the news.
If Junkies, I'm still getting used to that name. Junkies, if you weren't with us yesterday, where were you? But if you weren't with us yesterday, Brian said that Lamar Jackson faked a hamstring injury and went full Anthony Richardson. Might land on the IR today.
He just went silent. Let me take the heat.
Yep.
You guys don't know ball. We'll talk about Texans, which, by the way, the game was originally Ravens minus 3.5. They took it off the board this morning. I think they have the new odds. I saw Landry tweet this, that the Texans are favored. I think he said 3 points. 3-point favorites, which I think I'm going to play the Baltimore side of this. I'm going to try to get in on it now, actually. Because, do you think the Texans will beat the Ravens with Cooper Rush at quarterback?
Yes, I do.
Same. They're still the Ravens. They still have Derrick Henry. Is he hurt? Is he going to miss this game?
Are they the Ravens, though, if half their defense is on the IR?
Yeah. They're the Astros right now. If anything, they're giving up 40 points a week.
Missing Roquan, Marlon Humphrey, Kyle Van Noy, Matabike. They're missing.
Do they still wear black and purple? Do they still play in Baltimore?
They do.
Is Harbaugh still their coach?
Yes.
Is Derrick Henry still their running back?
Yes.
Is not that DeAndre Hopkins has tons of history in Baltimore. Zay
Doesn't
Flowers,
matter,
is
Brian.
he still there? I'm not comfortable with I'm logging in right now. I'm gonna play the Baltimore side of this. Now I was wrong last week on the Texans. I had the Titans +7, and I missed on that. That was one of my losers.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I have some anti-Texans bias.
It's okay.
I don't know. Baltimore +2 has been punched in.
I have the Texans +9.5 in this game.
What? Would you get a teaser?
No, I bet it before the season started.
Did you bet every single one of their games?
No, not all of them. I just looked at this one, and I was like, I think they'll cover 10 points. It seemed too big.
I'm not sure which bet I like least, yours or mine.
Well, mine's got a much better chance now to be right. Feel pretty good about it going to this weekend now.
Are you going to try to middle it?
Yeah, probably.
Okay.
So I want to see if the number's going to move at all more.
I think if you middle it, you should just go Ravens money line.
Probably. Because I do feel like the Texans, it might go up a little higher, honestly.
I don't see. Actually, I think it's going to be bet down. I think it's going to be closer to a pick'em game by kickoff. Because every single bettor right now is thinking like I'm thinking. Because I'm a sharp, like all the sharp bettors.
Mm-hmm.
They're thinking, yeah, you know what? Lamar's not playing, but do they still have Derrick Henry? Do they still have Harbaugh? Do they still wear purple and black? Do they still own the Houston Texans? And the answer is yes, 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 yes. I'm going ball. I'm sorry. I think there's value here. I separate my heart and my value, and I'm separating my value here. I think there's value in Baltimore +2. I think there's value with Baltimore on the money line.
That's probably fair. I mean, I'm leaning Texans, but I understand where you're coming from at least. Just they have so many injuries, it's hard to – and I'm not a Cooper Rush believer. And while he had some moments, I would say, in Dallas that were okay when he was, playing quarterback for them, I'm not much of a believer in Cooper Rush.
Yeah, we'll get to the Astros stuff here in a little bit. Talk some Monday Night Football first. Todd Callis will be joining us at 4 o'clock, too. So our final visit, our season finale with one Todd Callis coming up at 4 o'clock. We'll talk some of the Astros prior to then, and then get TK's thoughts on it. College football stuff, some NFL stuff. We're going to hand out game balls a little bit later, too. So you can hand out game balls if y'all want as well. Tuesdays, we like to do cash them or trash them if we get to it. I think we'll get to it today. But first is Monday Night Football. A couple of snoozers yesterday, quite frankly. Neither one of these games, Joe, was any good.
No, it was a bunch of bad football last night. I mean, I guess the Jets made it close, at least. But, it wasn't entertaining in any way. I had it on while we were still unpacking stuff last night, but it was not good football.
Got a new house, living to show off.
We're renting. It's also a disaster, so I'm not flexing. It's my worst nightmare so far. I was literally digging through boxes today looking for socks. That's where I was at.
Socks?
Yeah, I didn't.
Just put on some flip-flops. Put on some, what do they call those things? I have a pair.
I don't own flip-flops.
Talking about slides?
I don't.
No, not slides. I'm not cool enough to use the word slides. What are they? The little,
Birkins?
Crocs?
No. Crocs.
No, you have
Crocs.
You have Crocs?
Yeah, I have Crocs. I wear my Crocs everywhere. I didn't even know what they were called. Huh?
Do you really wear them everywhere?
I mean,
like around the house?
No, I walk around barefooted around the house.
You wear
but
them
like
in public?
whenever, of course. Like if I just run if I run to like get gas, Crocs, baby. Like I'm in my Crocs more than I'm like in my regular shoes. I've wore the Crocs to work every now and then. Now it should be like a holiday day or maybe a Friday.
Can you wear them Thursday?
No, I'm not gonna wear them Thursday. I have a Willie Fritz show.
You can change before you go to the Willie Fritz show.
Why would I do that?
I don't know.
Like if there's one thing that I like more than comfort, it's common sense.
Okay.
And like, why would I wear my Crocs to Brick House in Humble, by the way, on Thursday, 3 to 6, hang out with Jeremy, Joe, and Brian. Brian, you're gonna be there, right?
Yeah, I'll be there.
All right, good. I shouldn't have said that. I don't want to stray away our listeners. But anyways, why would I? Why that's not practical. Like I'm a practical kind of guy.
Honestly, I just kind of want to see it. I'm just.
You've seen me in my Crocs.
I guess so. I didn't realize you were a Croc guy.
I didn't know what they were called, but I like comfort. I like comfort. Throw them on, maybe after a round of golf. Get the hog mollies out of the golf shoes and the socks. Put on some Crocs. Barefoot around the house. I don't want to put on socks and tennis shoes. So I'm going to run to the store real quick and just throw on my Crocs. I don't care. I don't care what the people at Walmart see me in.
That's fair. Because you're not going to be the worst people at Walmart. Because there's always
what are they going to do? Hey, you're wearing
there.
Crocs, so you're paying attention to my Crocs. I think that says more about you than it does me.
But this is how good last night's games were. We're talking about Crocs. They were awful. They were awful games.
I mean, you want to talk about my Crocs or Tyreek Hill's dislocated kneecap?
Man, that was brutal.
Yeah.
What's your policy on the people that retweet it?
I have no problem with it.
I didn't want to see it.
I mean, then scroll down. Like, you have the ability to scroll. Like, it's going to be on Twitter there for a little bit. Maybe stay on Twitter for 30 minutes. It's on you.
So I missed it live. That was part of the game I was not watching in the moment.
I was watching the other game. And
I think I was too, actually. And then I saw Adam Ronas tweet it out, and I was like, oh, that's very bad for Tyreek Hill. He's smiling. He seems happy.
Yeah, he smiles about everything.
I guess so.
He really does. I saw pictures of I guess that was his mom and his dad and his agent with him, Rosenhaus. I didn't see any of his baby mamas with him. I didn't see Mrs. Vaccaro there with Tyreek Hill. But no, it's probably the end of Tyreek Hill's tenure in Miami. Mm-hmm. They if he's not on the roster by March of next year, I don't think they owe him any money. I saw that tweet. There was already rumors that he could potentially be traded. They're probably going to be going through a rebuild here pretty soon. So I think Tyreek Hill's days as a Miami Dolphin are done. He's probably a Chief next year, actually.
I was just thinking the same thing. Like this, he's destined now just to go back to Kansas City and rehab and try to come back next year at some point. I mean, we don't know. I guess we haven't seen the full extent of the damage because typically it's more than just a dislocated knee. There's usually an ACL or something like that.
I think they confirmed that, actually.
Oh, did they? Okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm with you. I think Tyreek Hill's back on the Chiefs next year.
Yeah, it's funny too because like all of Twitter was like, all the Chiefs, Mahomes, and like all the other Chiefs were like, oh, we're thinking of Tyreek, and then and Tua after the game was like, yeah, thank God that no one got hurt in this game within reason. Like so it's like, yeah, I think Mahomes likes Tyreek Hill a little bit more than Tua does, but a speedy recovery, I guess, for Cheetah. His days in Miami probably done. I feel bad for my guy Aaron Glenn. Like, the Jets are terrible. Mm-hmm. Did you see this Justin Fields stat where he's like 0 in his career when the opponent scores like 20 or more points?
Yeah.
That's so weird.
It's because he's typically not on an offense that can score. Like, he can have flashy plays. Like, yes, he is.
It might be his fault.
It is his fault. If you have that many games where if you've never won a game in which the opposing team scores 20 points, which is, I don't know, pretty common in the NFL, it's a you problem. It's a Justin Fields problem. Like, most of his wins have come either in some kind of blowout fashion or a defensive, battle, and where maybe he has a rushing touchdown, but he throws 2 picks. Like it's Justin Fields football 101. He has the incredible run that he had last night, but he also makes throws, and you're just like, what is this doing? Or the fumble last night. That was the full Justin Fields experience last night.
Yeah, he's not a winning quarterback. I don't believe a whole lot in Justin Fields, and the Jets aren't going to win many games. And Aaron Glenn, I love him. Nimitz, what's up? They're doing a lot of things that they said that they weren't going to do. He's like, yeah, I'm a good coach. We're going to clean up the penalties. We're going to clean up the mistakes. And it's like, I don't think that got cleaned up. It didn't get cleaned up. So a couple of bad teams there. The other game, which I didn't love the hour gap. We've talked about this before. I like them staggered because I like to watch football. I don't like having to go back and forth or having to set up a 2-monitor thing because you're distracted from one. But the Broncos crushed the Bengals. The Broncos put up over 500 yards of offense yesterday. It's insane. Like, they didn't score a ton of points.
Yeah.
Like, whenever – because, I mean, I was going back and forth. Whenever Buck said that, he's like, yeah, they've had over 500 yards of offense. And they put up the graphic. It's like 518 or whatever. It's like, how did they not score more points?
Yeah, how do you only score 28 points when you have 500 yards of offense? They only scored 7 points in the second half.
Like, where's the 30 burger at least?
Yeah.
How do you score less than 30 points with 500 yards? I thought that was a bad look by the Broncos.
Yeah, I think that might be a point of honestly of concern to have that many yards and to not score. And the Bengals are just, I mean, Jake Browning might be the worst quarterback in the NFL.
He's awful.
He is very, very bad.
I mean,
we got to include Rich Eisen's
they're
take
the
from
worst
a couple
2-2
weeks ago
team.
and Bad Take Boulevard this week, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
What did he say? They can go like 500?
He said they'll be all right.
They're not all right.
Maybe he could lead them to the playoffs. Something like, I can't remember what extent he went with.
I think he thought
Browning.
they could go one game above 500 while Burrow was out and still make the playoffs.
Yeah, like stick around, like he keep their head above water, and then it's like, oh yeah, they're still 2-2. They're still 2-2, but they look like they might not win another game.
Yeah, they might be in the Russell Wilson sweepstakes here before we know it. If they want to try to do something this season.
See, I thought of a giant quarterback, but it wasn't Russell Wilson.
Jameis.
Like, wouldn't it be so entertaining to see famous Jameis throw Jamar Chase the football? Like,
yes.
He's going to throw 4 picks, but he's also going to throw 300 yards. He's going to throw 2 or 3 touchdowns. Like, he's not going to win games, but it's going to be super entertaining.
Yeah, Higgins, Chase, and Jameis Winston is a combo I can be here for.
Yeah, like
awesome.
You have Winston's like pregame speeches, and like Chase is looking at him out of the corner of his eye, and then he throws for 300 yards, 150 to Chase with a couple of touchdowns. Like, give me all of that.
Yeah, I mean, frankly, if I was Jameis Winston, I don't know why he's even like wants to be there. Like, doesn't he want to play?
I don't think he cares about playing anymore. I really don't.
Like, is this weird? Like, don't you think though it'd make more sense to move on from Russell Wilson?
Oh, sure.
Like, I think I'd almost rather have Jameis Winston be my backup quarterback than Russell Wilson.
I mean, it doesn't really matter for the Giants which guy's your backup, other than like who's developing the rookie the best, which is the most important thing for a backup quarterback when you're playing a rookie. So I would keep the guy that is the best in the room, but I'm not privy to that. Like, I don't know that. I don't know which one of the two is better. I would think that Russell Wilson's a little bit like more cerebral and like can read defenses and help out Dart, but at the same time, like, is he kind of into himself where he's not really helping? Dart credited both of those guys after his start, which was a classy move by Dart. But do you think Jameis Winston is there for helping develop a rookie quarterback, or do you think he's there for like the vibes, like the good times?
He's probably there for the good times.
Yeah. So like, if you're the Giants and like just say the return's equal, which it wouldn't be, but the return's equal for the sake of the conversation, which of these two quarterbacks is better for grooming my rookie? I would guess, without being in that room, that it's Russell.
Mm-hmm.
I would guess.
I would guess that too, but I also, because of the way everything played out in Denver, like where it was just weird how he had to have his own office and everything. I would also be skeptical that he's not, behind the scenes pushing for a trade. I mean, like, even think back to when he was with Seattle and he was demanding trades without demanding trades, and his agent was reporting which teams he would go to if he was traded. The Russell Wilson saga has been strange everywhere he's gone, basically, since he left Seattle. So, I mean, I would move on from him, and if I was Cincinnati, to try to keep my season alive, because Baltimore's 1-3, and they don't have Lamar Jackson for the next 2 to 3 weeks. No one really believes in the Steelers. Like, you could win this division still if you had a competent quarterback.
Yeah, they just don't. They just don't have a competent. I mean, Aaron Rodgers is about to win the AFC North. Is what's going to happen. The O-line in Cincy's bad. Not saying Browning is good, but the O-line is beyond awful. That's true. Like that. You're right. You're right, Junkie. That is 100% true. Another junkie on the text line. I wear Crocs because it's painful to bend over and put on shoes. There you go. Another advantage of Crocs. Another pro on the pros and cons list for Crocs. You can't hit me with any cons. Any cons that I care about, you cannot hit me. Crocs are great.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, I guess I care.
With one con.
I care what I dress. What I look like.
You care about what others think of you.
I guess so.
Mm-hmm.
I do. Sorry, I'm not gonna deny it. I'd rather have Jordans on than Crocs.
Give me Crocs. Comfort. You know what you have to do with those Jordans? You have to bend down. You have to put on socks. You have to tie them all up.
That's
you
true.
got to do the whole thing.
That is true.
It's a whole ordeal. It's a whole ordeal, that thing. All right, 713-780-ESPN, the HRP listener line. We're on YouTube at ESPN Houston. We're on the Twitch, twitch.tv/ESPN97.5. We're on TikTok at Jeremy J. Branham. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's a user-generated name. On Twitter at ESPN97.5. Joe's at Joe George Radio. Brian's at Sack by BMAC. I'm at Jeremy Branham. When we come back, what is your offseason plan for the Houston Astros? 713-780-3776. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. If you're in the market for a new vehicle, listen up. Monument Chevrolet is the dealer you can trust. They're transparent. They're not going to hassle you over pricing. That's why so many people have gone to Monument Chevrolet, and they keep coming back because they love the people at Monument Chevrolet. It's why they've been in business for 50 years. 50 years. That's a long time. You know you're doing something right if you've been around for 50 years. Family feel there, friendly atmosphere. They hire great people, which leads to a fantastic culture. You can feel it the moment that you step foot on their lot. You can feel it the moment you step foot in their showroom. It's the place that you want to do your car buying experience with. And right now, the vehicle of the week, the EV Equinox. If you're looking for a sleek, modern ride with a quiet, roomy interior, look no further than the EV Equinox electric engine. This vehicle is going to save you loads on maintenance and fuel costs. Its range, 322 miles. It's a long time, which is nearly identical to its gas-powered counterpart. And who needs gas stations when you can just plug that baby in each night and be ready to go the next morning? These cars are great commuter vehicles, great family haulers, and if you purchase one before September 30th, that's today, you'll qualify for the EV tax credit of up to $7,500. Always a great time to do it, but if you've been wanting to get one, you better get over there now and get this tax credit of $7,500. So get a fair deal, a fast deal, and an easy deal without wasting your time at aggravating, stressful negotiations. No tricks, no time wasting, no hidden charges. If you've been waiting to upgrade your ride, do it now. Visit them online at monumentchevrolet.com. Check out the full inventory at monumentchevrolet.com, or just go stop by. Visit them in person. They'd love to see you at 225 and Beltway 8 at Monument Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive.
Now back to the Veritex Community Bank Studios with Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
On ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
He's Joe. I'm Jeremy. We're Jeremy and Joe. You're a junkie, if you listen to us. You have to wear socks with Crocs for sure. That's lame. That's the worst way to wear Crocs. Like, what are you doing that for? What's the purpose of a Croc if you're putting on socks?
I don't have any, but I do tend to agree.
Like, it's like slides. Like, you see a lot of guys wear slides and socks with their slides.
You shouldn't, though.
I don't think you should. Crocs or Hey Dudes is the only way to go. My wife won't let me wear my Hey Dudes anymore.
Why?
Whenever it was actually at the start of she thinks they're ugly. She thinks they're hideous. So at the start of the year, she's like, I think it's a good New Year's resolution to put your Hey Dudes era behind you. It's like, all right, happy wife, happy life, I guess. So I haven't worn my Hey Dudes the entire year. Quite frankly, I graduated to Crocs.
Why don't you just get rid of them then?
I mean, I don't know. In case I haven't worn them. They're like buried in the closet. They might not even be in there. I haven't seen them in a while, but I'm sure they're buried somewhere. I don't know. Like if you just need something to throw on to go to the river or something. I don't know.
All right.
Just in case.
I'm just curious.
I mean, they're not a bad river shoe, I don't think.
You go to the river a lot?
No, I haven't been in years. I was like, but somebody might ask me to go over the summer. I don't know. I go to Two Creeks Crossing Resort. They got creeks.
That's true. That's true.
Sperry's greater than Crocs. Yeah, but you got to be kind of rich to have Sperry's. That's a little bougie there. I don't disagree that Sperry's are better than Crocs. Kind of bougie.
I haven't worn Sperry's since I was in college.
I feel like it was like a high school thing.
Yeah,
you wear like the khaki shorts with like a polo. Yeah. It's like an SEC frat boy.
Yeah, it was very high school and college thing.
Is what that is. All right, so Dana Brown and Joe Espada talked to the media today. Like I'm of the belief they're coming back. What do you think?
I'm not 100% sure. I think the comments from Dana Brown, he being unwilling to talk about his own contract. I know a lot of times general managers and coaches will take that approach, but I feel like if he was more confident he was going to be back or Joe Espada was going to be back, I think we would have seen Jim Crane today.
Yeah, I think so too.
So that's why I think there's still a chance. I don't think the Astros have made a decision just yet on either of them. Because even Dana Brown's endorsement of Joe Espada, it wasn't an endorsement. It was he's under contract.
Yeah, I think they're both back. Like I don't think that they let him go out to a press conference today and then move on from them in the coming days. I think that they're both back. And I know that Dana was like, yeah, you kind of didn't answer the question about his status. And if you talk to Crane about it, he's like, yeah, I'm still the general manager until they tell me otherwise, paraphrasing. I just don't believe that there's any way that they allow them to talk to the media. I mean, they don't come back.
Okay, so my pushback to that
was Bruce Bochy talking to the media?
No,
Did that Giants manager talk to the media?
I forgot about this, but Chandler put this in his article today on The Athletic. Remember, James Click went to the winter meetings without a contract and represented the Houston Astros.
That doesn't feel like the timeline adds up there.
Yeah, I forgot that happened, and then they moved on.
They parted ways November of 2022.
Oh, so maybe it was the year before?
Maybe it was going into like a lame duck year.
Okay, that might have been it. It might have been before he actually got moved on from. I think you're right. But why would you have the press conference to your point if they're not going to both be back, but at the same time?
That was kind of late, though, November 22nd. Like, that's like in 2 months.
So, I don't know.
But they won the World Series.
Yeah, they did.
They played longer.
Yeah, I don't think it's for sure that they're back yet. I just don't think Jim Crane is going to make a move unless he has some kind of deal in place. I think part of it does, depend on what happens tomorrow and the next day in the Tigers series. Like they're up 1-0 now, so history would tell you they're going to win this series. But I think there's still a chance. You have to wait and see how the AJ Hinch thing plays out first, and then they'll make a decision about Joe Espada. I think Dana Brown's back.
Okay. I think they're both back. This Click thing is interesting. He might have maybe it was like an earlier winter meeting. I don't know. But they said that they discussed a contract for like a week while he was still representing the team, and then decided, nope, we're good. We're going to part ways. So maybe he did. Maybe he did go. It was just like November 11th. It'd feel like it was later than that. But, yeah, that's interesting. But Dana Brown's got like the whole team option thing. Mm-hmm. I don't think that they would have let him talk to the media today if they eventually move on from them. But the way that they talked with like Espada under contract and all that, I actually think the opposite. I think Espada would be the guy back with the new general manager.
Interesting.
Yeah. I kind of wonder if it might be AJ Hinch because it's something that you said yesterday about the whole, You know, you don't want a manager. It's kind of a lame duck position when the general manager is a guy who's managed a lot.
Mm-hmm.
But who was the right-hand man for A.J. Hinch all the years in Houston?
Joe Espada.
Not all the years, but after Cora left, Joe Espada. So, like, they kind of have that already. You know what I mean? Like, that's kind of what I wouldn't say I'm holding out hope for that because I don't really know how Hinch would be as a general manager. Arizona moved on from him after he was in their front office. But I wonder if that would be the holdup here. Now, the Tigers won today, so that kind of throws a wrinkle into things too.
Yeah, and it would be a strange departure from what you've done, like going with guys who are either analytical or scouting based, like Dana Brown. And I know he wasn't. He's just kind of checking boxes for the draft, and it's the scouting department that's doing it. So maybe they would feel comfortable, putting AJ as the GM. If he's wanted to come back to Houston, he's willing to take either role. I'm open to it. I think that would be probably the best decision for the Astros. I don't think either of these guys. I think you either have to keep them here and put them under contract and say like they are a part of our long-term future, or you might as well just move on now. Because I don't understand what's the difference between doing this now and doing this next year. When frankly, while they're using injuries as an excuse, to why they didn't make the playoffs, and while it's mostly valid, I just don't think next season is going to be, a 95-win ball club. If they make the playoffs next year, it's going to be very similar to this year. It's going to be a grind. They're going to have to, win within the margins and the bullpen and the rotation to get there and be crossing your fingers that Paredes' hamstring stays on the bone and Jordan plays and Correa plays and all these guys. And Altuve is not what he was the last month and a half of the season.
No, I think that they can win a lot of games.
Really?
Yeah, I think that they have a pretty solid foundation. I really do. I don't think that there's a lot to do this offseason. Like going through how I would handle, we'll talk about this in 4 minutes, how I would handle this offseason, I don't think that there's a lot of moves really to make. Now, would have I liked a new manager-GM pairing? Yes. I was very much on record of that yesterday. Not that either deserves to be fired, but I think that you can do better, and if you can upgrade the position, why not? Mm-hmm. Like they don't make as much money as players. You're always upgrading players. Why wouldn't you upgrade manager-GM? I would. Junior Broncos is saying that Crane doesn't care about formalities. He doesn't. You're right. I have a hard time believing they let him go up to a press conference today, address the season, ask questions, and answer questions about the offseason, and then get fired in a week.
It would be strange. I mean, it would be a very strange thing to do, but they're kind of a strange organization. Like they beat to their own drum. Jim Crane's going to do what he thinks is best, and if that's waiting for a certain guy to be available, if that is AJ Hinch or even someone else, he's fine with doing it. That's why I think everything's still on the table. Even though they met with the media today, I would not be shocked if we see a change at some point. And if they go status quo, they go status quo. I don't agree with it, but I don't think today really matters in the grand scheme of things, to be honest.
All right. Well, I guess that it doesn't even matter. Like having that take, if they just keep their guys, you could be like, yeah. Today didn't matter. I would be stunned. But let's. What are the chances you think that they do that?
If AJ wants to come back, I think it's like 50-50.
Wow, that feels astronomical.
But I think it depends on if he wants to come back. Like I don't think there is another person that's really part of this equation. They're not doing this for like Bruce Bochy, obviously, or anything like that. Like they're not going out there and getting some other bench coach. If Dana Brown wanted someone within the Atlanta Braves organization, he could go get it right now if he wanted to move on from Joe Espada. So I think it really is dependent on if AJ wants to come back. And the thing is, they already know that. Like they already know. Frankly.
So I don't know what you're saying.
Like if AJ they know behind like closed doors that like if AJ wants to come back, like they're already aware, but you have to play it out the right way. Yeah. Because if you fired him now and then AJ is your manager, everyone's going to assume there's tampering involved.
Okay.
What do you think? It's like 20%?
Yeah, I think it's less than that. I might even go down to 10%. And I think if you win a series, I think it's see you later, because it's like you're not going to wait forever. Although the firing of nothing's being done right now. Everything's in a pause, anyways. Mm-hmm. I remember when Bill O'Brien was flirting with the Raiders or a team. I think it was the Raiders.
Yeah, I do.
And then they won the divisional round, or they won the wild card round to advance to the divisional round. And it was like, okay, well, he's going to be back.
Mm-hmm.
where it was like, well, I wish you would have lost that game, so he would have left, so he would have went to the other team. But I kind of get that. Like, the longer that a manager, coach, are in the playoffs, the other team that's courting them tends to lose patience, and then it reduces the odds of going after that guy.
Yeah, I mean, we see it all the time in the NFL, like you're saying with Bill O'Brien, like even like hot shot offensive coordinators. If that OC is playing in the Super Bowl, you're really going to wait? Because then what if they turn you down? And then where are you? Like, if you did fire, let's say they fired Joe Espada today, instead of letting him meet with the media, and they were waiting for AJ Hinch to officially give them an answer. What if the Tigers go to the World Series and then he's going to turn you down? So then you have nothing.
Yeah, I guess that's a good point. Where it's like, okay, this is my baseline, and then if we hear in a week that Hinch is coming, baby. Well, yeah, all right. 75 Hinch isn't coming back. Too much went on. Coug Blaze, AJ's not coming back here. No way. Junior Broncos, got to agree with Stump. I don't think Hinch would come back. Did you say he wouldn't come back, or he would?
No, I think he would come back.
Okay, so y'all, I don't know why he's agreeing with you then. That's not right. Anyway, 713-780-ESPN. So what is your Astros offseason plan? Let's just look at it from a roster perspective. From a roster point of view, what are the things that you have to get done this offseason to get the contender status again for the Houston Astros going into next year? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Mike Holly, U of H class of 1990, go Cougs, has been protecting the interest of businesses for nearly 25 years. Chris Fisher over there as well, and Aggie. Great people. They got a great balance of people over there. Granado's boy over there at HRMP too. So they got a lot. They got the best. HRMP provides comprehensive human capital management services, including HR compliance, benefits administration, payroll too. They're always looking forward to the cutting edge of what's going on in the business world. They're a great ally. They're a great entity to have on your side because they're going to guide you along the way. They're going to help you along the way. And they're also going to work with you to customize a plan for whatever you need. There's nothing cookie cutter about HRP. If you need a little help, they got you. You need a lot of help, they got you. Anything in between, they got you. HRP is going to create a plan for whatever your business needs. Their customer service, top notch. We use HRP here at Gal, of course, and every time that I've had to interact with them, top notch. Great communication, very easy to understand. Very thankful we use HRP here at Gal. So let HRP take on the demands of human resources. Eliminate those HR burdens so you can get back to growing your business. Give them a call at 281-880-6525, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you, or check them out on the web, hrp.net. That's hrp.net.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. So here's how I'm going to bring the Astros back to prominence. Joe, you ready? You ready for this brilliance here?
I'm ready.
Bringing the Astros back to prominence. And this is a roster thing. What they do with GM manager to be determined. But either way, it doesn't really change what I think the Astros need to do in the offseason to return to contender status. So the CBT next year is $244 million, Joe.
Okay.
I don't think Crane's going to want to go over that. It's going to be the second season in a row that he's went over the CBT, according to COTS, who tracks that sort of thing, and Spotrac, who tracks that sort of thing. Fangraphs has them below, but I think Fangraphs is a noob when it comes to tracking in Major League Baseball payrolls. Some people still use that as like the end-all be-all, which is kind of foolish. But $244 million is the CBT for next year. So I'm operating with that figure, okay? I'm using that as a salary cap, per se.
Okay.
Fair enough?
Yep.
Now, I don't know how much these arbitration players are going to make, so it makes the math fuzzy. And a lot of times you try to avoid arbitration with these players, try to save $1 million here, $1 million there. So how much the Astros have under the CBT, I calculated to be somewhere between $35 and $40 million after estimating and guessing, quite frankly, what some of these arbitration numbers are going to be. So $35, $40 million. I'm non-tendering, which means I basically say, see you later, I'm terminating the contract of Chas McCormick.
Okay.
You have no room on this team. You're going to be making like close to $5 million if you go to arbitration for that final year. I think, look, he was in AAA. He was in AAA in the most important games of the season, and he got hurt in AAA. The Astros aren't paying Chas McCormick approximately $5 million next year. Sorry, Chas. Your days as an Astro are over. Wish you well in your future endeavors. Unfortunately, you have to do the same thing with Luis Garcia. Luis Garcia next year is in his final year of arbitration. He's going to miss the entire year. You're not going to pay Luis Garcia to rehab for a season and then be a free agent. So you're non-tendering Luis Garcia. The Astros did this with Jose Urquidy last year. Now, if you wanted to do that, we're going to non-tender you, and then here's a 2-year super, super cheap contract, I would entertain that. But you're not going to allow him to get one final year of arbitration. Luis Garcia's days as an Astro are probably done, unfortunately. I'm trading Christian Walker for nothing, and I'm willing to retain up to $10 million. This is something we talked about yesterday. It frees you up of about $10 million. But Isaac Paredes, you have to feel comfortable that he's going to be healthy on opening day. Because he's my first baseman, Christian Walker, I'm trading you. I'm trying to save somewhere between $10 to $20 million, depending on how much you have to eat of his contract, if at all. And that's opening up some money that I have to spend. I'm signing either Victor Caratini to be my backup catcher, sorry, Joe, or a defensive first catcher. If Caratini's like, you know what, I can be a starter somewhere else, I'm not going to accept backup the money or a backup job, totally understand. You probably deserve that. I do think you're one of the best 32 catchers in the world, 30 catchers in the world. I get it. We're going to look elsewhere because we can't afford you. At that point, I would want them to sign a defensive first catcher because it's different than what Yiner gives you, bat first catcher that doesn't defend all that well. You must sign 2 pitchers minimum. Minimum. If you want to do more, I'm not going to have a problem with that. But 2 pitchers minimum, one of them at least has to be a starter. You have to come away this offseason with at least 1 starter, could be more, and at least 2 pitchers, could be more. To your point about Yiner, I'm not opposed to shopping him. And if you get like this great offer with a pitcher that you love, okay, that's fine. But you have to have a catcher in place before you do that. Okay. So that's my plan, Joe. Like you're returning so much that there's not a whole lot to do, really.
Yeah, I was going through it. I've got a couple ones that we can go through here in a minute. But I think your plan makes sense. Specifically the guys you're moving on from and how you're making room under the collective bargaining tax. Like I think all of that is a valid way to approach it. I totally agree with you about Chas McCormick. Unfortunately, I agree with you about Luis Garcia. It's just a bummer that his career is playing out the way it does. Caratini is interesting because if you look at like some of the websites, like he's projected to only make $2 million in the offseason.
That's absurd.
I think that's low, right? Like he's making what, 5 this year? 6. So him going down to $2 million when there is a catcher need at a lot of organizations in baseball, he's going to get more than that. So I'm good with your plan, but is it how much? Gosh, it just feels like the same team. Then you're just banking on health at that point, huh?
I mean, it's a deep team though.
It is,
like,
yeah.
I mean, you're looking at Yiner as your catcher, Esau's your first baseman. However they want to use Altuve, like I put for my second baseman, I put Urias, Altuve, Dubon, like whatever combination you want to do there, because Altuve would probably bounce around a little bit depending on who's pitching. Correa is your third baseman, Payne is your shortstop, and then you still have Dubon as like your backup infielder. Urias is still around as a backup infielder. Left field, you got Altuve, Jordan. Center, you got Myers. Right, you have Cam. DH, you have Jordan, Altuve. And then I actually kept Jesus Sanchez on this team.
See, you didn't mention him, and I was like, I
didn't need to mention him because he's under contract for next season.
You think he's going to be an Astro next year?
Well, people are freaking out about a 2-month slump. Jesus Sanchez still against right-handed pitching has like a 770 career OPS. Like, why would you get rid of that for nothing? That makes no sense.
Well, I wouldn't just move on from him. I think I would call some teams and see, if that helps you with your bullpen issues.
That's fine. If you wanted to flip Jesus Sanchez for an arm, totally fine with that. My thing, like I've seen people, non-tender him. What? Like, no. The dude has hit big league pitching. I know it wasn't in the last 2 months whenever you were watching Jesus Sanchez for the first time, but there's not a whole lot of lefties with his kind of potential that have a career OPS of 750 or whatever it is against right-handed pitching. Like, you don't let that go for free.
Where does
774 lifetime against right-handed pitching, over almost 1,700 plate appearances, over 1,500 at bats. He's got a 774 OPS against righties. Why would you? I mean, you're not cutting that. If you wanted to flip it, I hear you, but you're not letting that go for free.
No, I also think it's kind of think back to our discussion yesterday about Cam Smith. What if the Astros broke him? Then you have Jesus Sanchez, who could be in right field, even though he wasn't great out there.
It could be a straight platoon.
Did you mention Cole? I'm sorry if you mentioned.
So Cole's one of my backup outfielders.
Okay.
So Cole and Sanchez are my two. Like, it's weird because Dana Brown today said that he wanted a left-handed bat, and I'm like,
he's been saying it for 3 years.
Like, hopefully you have Jordan, but also like Cole looks like he's a big leaguer. Sanchez is still on the books, who hits right-handed pitching, not the last 2 months, but over his career hits right-handed pitching. And then it's also a natural fix to what you have in center and right. Because if Myers struggles offensively, like he did after he came back from his calf injury and got placed on the IL with that calf, by the way, then Cole can be your platoon center fielder because he's left-handed. And then the same thing with Sanchez. Like, if Smith struggles in right, okay, well, you have a natural guy who can fill in against right-handed pitching in Sanchez. So you have good feng shui with this.
All right, so I got 3 plans for you. You said you didn't want to make me do any work, so I did the extra work.
You want to do it on the other side?
Yeah, we can do that.
All right, we'll tease it for us.
We got to blow it up, be reasonable, or Jim Crane show me the money.
That sounds like a great idea. It's Jeremy and Joe. We'll do that next on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
Coming up on October 25th and 26th, we will be headed out to LaBerge in Lake Charles. They got the new VIP fan cave section that is available for bookings when you get there. New menu items with the new chef. The restaurant area is now available to all ages, and they do barbecue offerings every Friday and Saturday. This upcoming Saturday as well, they've got UFC 320, the playoffs, which got underway today. All of your NFL and college football action. They even offer a chance to place wagers on the Houston Texans, of course, the Rockets, the Astros. You can do all of that there. And if you want to get really crazy, you can go up to 20-leg parlays. I mean, I'm starting low. I'm like, that's $1 parlay, but if you want to have a wild Saturday and Sunday maybe with some baseball, some college football, some NFL, all mixed, then you can go up to a 20-leg parlay. Plus, their season-long bets are available right now for the NBA. Gambling problem? Call 1-800. I lost the number. Let's awkwardly go to break. Carback of the day.
You are listening to Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
live from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
We'll talk to Todd Callis in 14 minutes. Where does Zach Short fit into the outfield rotation? I think you meant Zach Cole. He's one of my bench outfielders, and he's playing a good amount against right-handed pitching. That's where I'm at with Cole. He is a spot on this big league team.
Definitely.
He's going to play a good amount. I'd like to play him a good amount in center field against righties, depending on who's pitching that day, depending on Myers' form. But I don't hate a Myers-Short work split in center field. Maybe not a straight platoon, but a little bit of a split there. Look, if Cam Smith continues to struggle against right-handed pitching, well, there you go. You got a little Zach Cole. You got a little Jesus Sanchez. Israel saying, no wondering y'all's baseball podcast was trash. I mean, what's wrong with it, Israel? You can't just throw stones inside of a glass house. If you're going to say it was trash, what was trash about it?
He doesn't like Cam
Israel.
Smith?
Or he doesn't like that
Cam Smith. Know that we're talking any way negative about Cam Smith?
I mean, he's my opening day right fielder next
year.
That's not negative.
I know.
They need to re-sign the entire team and include a no-injury clause. I think JV pitched really well post-All-Star break. Definitely pitched himself into another small contract. What do y'all think of a veteran's one-year contract? I mean, if he's your second starter, I don't hate it.
He's on one of my lists.
I want at least one starting pitcher. If Justin Verlander's that only starting pitcher, I would be dissatisfied with the offseason. But if he's your second starter, like he's our number 5, okay. But I also don't want to spend like double-digit millions of dollars on him. I don't think he's worth $15 million like he got in San Fran. Like if he wants to do a $5 million deal, okay, let's talk. But he's not gonna wanna. So I'm mostly out on JV. What is the most you would pay Fromber?
20 a year.
How many years?
4 or 5. Because the hard thing with Fromber is he hasn't had the arm injury yet.
Would you do 100 for 4?
Yes.
Would you do 125 for 5?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, so you're kind of drawing the line at 100 for 4. Would you do 120 for 4?
Maybe.
Would you do 100 for 3?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, that's about my range for Fromber, too. I'm not opposed to bringing Fromber back. Me is more short-term, though.
I think he's going to get more money than that, and my concern is like he hasn't had the arm injury yet. And so it's not a Fromber issue, it's a baseball issue.
Yeah.
That all these guys get hurt, and he hasn't had his yet, and it feels like at some point that will happen. And if you bring in another pitcher at that level of a contract, and he has Tommy John, and he's out for a year and a half, you're now hamstrung again by a contract that's useless to your baseball team.
You're more UCL'd to it. What was so you had your 3 scenarios, Joe?
Yeah, so I have blow it up, let's be reasonable, and Jim Crane, show me the money. Okay? Which one do you want first?
Blow it up, let's be reasonable, and Jim Crane, show me the money?
Yeah.
Let's go worst to best. That's ambiguous, isn't it? Let's go blow it up.
All right, trade Hunter Brown to the New York Yankees for Spencer Jones.
Oh, okay.
Jeremy Pena for Peyton Tolley. And then convince the Orioles that Yainer Diaz can play first base and trade for Adley Rutschman. That's my blow it up.
I give that like no attention.
Okay. My reasonable one though is so Adrian Hauser and Jordan Montgomery. If you look at their projections combined, they're about to be projected at like $15 million. Jordan Montgomery's obviously had not a lot of success recently, but if you're going to trust the Astros to fix someone, I do think there's still something left in Montgomery. I would trade Christian Walker for a bullpen arm. And if you're willing to, if you move on from him, I think you'll have enough money to sign JT Realmuto.
Interesting.
Because he caught 132 games last year. His payroll projections is right around $13 million. So like you bring someone that can come in and be your everyday catcher. It creates a Yainer issue for sure. And you move on from Yainer in that scenario. But if the Phillies are going to go pay Kyle Tucker $500 million this offseason, and are they going to bring back Schwarber and sign a guy like Tucker and be able to bring in Realmuto? Like that seems unrealistic to me. So
Realmuto's dropped off the last couple of years.
I know, but like he is, I think the veteran presence behind the plate for that price tag, I would be very open to. I wouldn't go past
35 next year.
Yeah. It's another guy you're betting on.
OPS was down to 700 this season. I don't like the Realmuto.
What about Hauser and Montgomery?
Montgomery was kind of iffy this year, wasn't he?
Yeah, no,
like these are like two starters that you're signing?
Yeah, Hauser is good, but
Montgomery didn't pitch this year, huh?
Montgomery's a flyer for sure. I mean, you're taking a risk on Montgomery.
So it's kind of like a buy low, deal.
It's trust the Astros there. It's not a.
You gotta like his stuff. You gotta like his stuff. Hauser was solid.
I mean, I thought he was a good piece. It was gonna be a bigger piece at the deadline for someone, but I think he's someone this year showed enough to where I'm intrigued by him. And then again, when you add him into the Astros system, how much better can it get?
He looks to me like a bottom of the rotation starter without like really diving in deeply into him, but just like a surface level quick scan. He seems like maybe a little bit better version of Jason Alexander. To me, he doesn't move the needle much. I think he makes your rotation better, makes it like deeper and all of that. But I don't. It's like an Alexander type.
Yeah, but that's where
numbers better.
But that's where I think the kind of like you're talking about. Having $24 million ish, $30 million maybe this year to play with. Like that's kind of the market. I think you're going to be in is guys like that to add to this rotation.
Like if you don't need, because look, I think you only need 3 free agent acquisitions.
Okay,
one of them is a backup catcher. Like, you shouldn't spend more than $6-7 million on a backup catcher per year. And maybe it's Caratini. I kind of would like for it to be Caratini because it gives you some backup first baseman options if Isak is your first baseman and you traded Walker. So I do want Caratini back. And if you need to give him $1 million raise to get him back, okay, do it. Give him $7 million. Give him a $21 million deal for 3 years with a club option for that final year. I think he would do something like that. Like, that's some pretty good security. So, like, I would like Caratini back. So that's $7 million of, like, the 35 that you could have left. Let's say you can cut some corners in arbitration. Let's say you have $30 million, and now you need to address your pitching. What's the best way to use that $30 million? For me, I think it might be $25 million on one starter, short-term deal, maybe like a Cease type. I'm not saying specifically Cease. And then use whatever remaining money you have on the best relief pitcher arm you can find.
Yeah.
Like, I don't think you need a ton of turnover. 3 players minimum. 3 players minimum. Now, if you wanted to go, okay, we want to be deeper with our rotation, we're going to sign 2 starters, and we're going to, instead of doing $25 million, we're going to do 15 and 10 for one starting pitcher, or for 2 starting pitchers, and then maybe we spend the remaining 5 on a reliever. So it kind of depends on how you want to divide the pie.
Yeah, Cease is an interesting one because they clearly are about to trade for him, even though they don't want to give up Arrighetti. Like, if they're going to have that money, that's probably the name to keep the eye on the most this offseason, frankly, right? Of all the bigger names in free agency, since they were already close to acquiring him at the deadline, like, that does feel like something you circle back on. And frankly, if he has a bad outing tomorrow, like, maybe does that drop his value even more in free agency if he struggles in the playoffs? Like, I'm open to the Cease idea. I think there's still something there for him, and I think you just have to unlock it a little bit and also expect him to not be consistent every single day.
So if I gave you, let's just go with a round number, because I think your starters right now next year, if you did nothing, are Brown, Javier, Arrighetti, Alexander, Blueball, before you do anything. And I think your relievers are Hader, Abreu, Souza, King, Ort, Okert, with a job to win in the maybe a job or 2 to win in the bullpen. I did not include Lance McCullers. He's going to have to win a job. I didn't include J.P. France. He'll have to win a job. Colton Gordon, didn't include him. He'll have to win a job. Same thing with Murray. Same thing with Ulola. Same thing with Pecco. You have a couple of position players in that same mold, like Taylor Trammell. What do you do with him? Do you just cut ties with him?
I kind of like him.
Yeah, that's going to be a decision. Like, maybe that's where you flip Sanchez for a reliever and Trammell's that backup outfielder. Like, that's a scenario I'm okay with. DeCinzo, he'll have to earn a job. Matthews, he'll have to earn a job. Blanco and Wisniewski project to be back, but I'm not counting on them.
No, I wouldn't bet
I'm not
on
counting on
them.
So if you had $30 million with the guys that you have coming back for pitching, how many are you signing, and how much are you allocating to your starting line or your starting rotation and your bullpen?
I'm probably putting like $25 million towards the rotation, and I think it's 2 guys still. Like, I don't. So think,
2 guys divide the 30.
Yeah, I don't think it's.
I'd be okay with that.
I don't think it's 1. Can you? How much of those back end guys can you trust? I'm curious what the Astros really think of a guy like Jason Alexander. Like, it was a great story this year. It was awesome. It was an incredible run. But do they project him to be this pitcher going forward, or is it more like J.P. France to where at some point the good story was over and it wasn't that great.
Very, very, very much could be that.
Yeah.
He's just so cheap
I know,
that you're going to
yeah.
run him back out there.
For sure.
And then if you DFA him, you DFA him.
Yeah.
Because, he's under club control and he's super cheap. So, it's organizational depth. But, yeah, I mean, I don't think it's a lock he makes the team, you know? I think it's likely he does, but not a lock. So what was your show me the money scenario?
Kyle Schwarber or Pete Alonso.
Oh, goodness.
Just say, open it up. Kyle Schwarber's going to be a free agent. Pete Alonso's a free agent. So if Schwarber's here, it means Jordan's your everyday left fielder and Altuve's your second baseman. Does that create other issues? Yeah, it does.
You figure it out.
But you figure it out. Or you go get Pete Alonso and he's your first baseman. You bring in someone that is going to play and has largely been healthy in their career and hits a ton of home runs. That to me is the one. And this is where I included Justin Verlander. Was bringing Justin Verlander back as well.
Yeah, I'm not opposed to Verlander, but I don't want to pay him $10 million, and I don't want him to be my top starting pitcher that I sign.
Yeah.
If you're signing him to be your number 5, okay. You signed Cease and Verlander, and that's all of your free agent spendings this year? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I'm okay with that, I guess. What do you want the Astros to do this offseason? Also, Todd Callis, we'll get his thoughts on this too. Todd Callis joins us for the final time. It's sad. I was sad watching some playoff baseball earlier today. This is foreign to me. This makes me sad. I want playoff baseball in Houston, and that's why we're trying to bring you playoff baseball in Houston next year with our brilliant ideas. 713-780-3776, TV voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Joins us for the final time this season. Coming up next, Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Houston, the Walmart you thought you knew is now new. Who knew? Did you know that that Walmart has more than 500 million items online? That's so many. You can find a huge selection online that you can't even find in stores at Walmart.com. Branham family loves ordering online from Walmart. It's wonderful for people who don't want to leave the house. It's wonderful for people like me who don't have a ton of time, don't like to mess with a crowd. I don't like to put on my Crocs. I don't want to be made fun of. That's why we order online. I don't want to turn off the game, football games, so we order online with Walmart. We get everything we need without even having to leave the house. It's great. It's too expensive. That's what you're thinking. Online grocery shopping costs more. It's another thought of yours, but you're wrong. That's not true at Walmart. Grocery prices are the same for delivery as they are in store. Because it's Walmart, you know that those prices are low. And what I love about it, they're fast. They're going to save you time. Walmart can deliver in as fast as an hour. Use Express Delivery to get all of the things you need from Walmart, from the groceries to the home goods, even the prescriptions. Walmart is changing the game. So when it comes to feeding your family, hosting a tailgate, or throwing a party, must be nice to have friends, think Walmart for all of those grocery needs. Start and order today at Walmart.com. Todd is like the Astros missing on the first day of the playoffs. Brian's efforting TK. I'm sure hope he's okay. But we'll get TK on at some point. Rocky on the YouTube. Myers, in all capital letters too, by the way. Myers is garbage. Dude has no power hitting or throwing. And he's not wrong about the power hitting or the throwing. But Jake Myers still plays a really good center field. Mm-hmm. One of the better defensive center fielders in baseball. Flirted with a 300 average. And if he doesn't get hurt, probably does have a 300 average. I think he was still a little banged up. And then landed back on the IL with that calf, too, before the end of the season, by the way. I don't think Myers is garbage. I think Myers is a top 20 center fielder in baseball. But if you wanted to trade Myers to get pitching, and the whole idea is like, okay, we're going to trade him at the highest value. Like, hey, you don't think that Jake Myers is this player, right? Mm-hmm. You don't think he's a 300 hitter. You don't think he's a plus offensive player. Obviously, he's a good defender, but you don't think he's a plus offensive player. So what do? You trade him when his value is the highest to try to maximize the return that you're ever going to get for Jake Myers. I don't think that's terrible logic. I could understand that. I could get that. But I'm not going to call Jake Myers garbage. That's going too far.
Yeah, I think it's too far. Who do you think has more value on the open market, Yiner or Jake?
How many years does Jake have?
I got to check. Couple.
I think it would be Jake.
Because of the defense.
Yeah, because he plays a premium defensive position. Yiner does too, but Yiner plays it poorly, whereas Jake Myers plays it at a very high level defensively.
Jake has 2 years left.
And then Yiner has 3 years left. So I think that might have swung it for me. If they were equal in terms of years of club control, I would go Jake. Yiner has the 3rd year of club control, so that would swing it for me. Yiner probably has a little bit more value than Jake does because of the extra year.
Yeah, I do think the defensive, like what you get from Jake Myers defensively though, is so good out there, and being able to bring in him for another team, like I think it would be a really interesting option to solve your problems. I'm not sure either of them gets you the kind of player the Astros would want in return in terms of like a top of the end rotation guy or something like that. And then if you trade Jake Myers, it's much harder to replace Jake than I think it is to replace Yiner.
I don't know. I mean, I think Zach Cole can play really good defensive center field tomorrow too.
You think so?
Yeah. Like, is he going to have a 103 OPS plus season like Jay Myers did? Probably not. Like, Cole showed a terrific power. Mm-hmm. He wasn't playing against lefties. Was that small sample before the league figured him out type of thing? Like, I think it'd be tough for Cole to have a 103 OPS plus next year. But do I think he's a really good defensive center fielder who's a freak athlete? Yeah, I do.
Yeah, it's funny. I like Zach Cole, but I struggle to, like, besides a rotational piece next year for the Astros, I struggle to think of him as anything more than that right now. Like even, like I'm not as maybe even as in depth on prospects and things like that as you are. But like I wouldn't, the way he started, kind of came out of nowhere. He's been red hot. Like, I think he's a very good player, or a fun player from what we saw. I'm not banking on him being an everyday guy for you right now.
I hear you. All right, let's go out to the HR&P guest line, being joined by the TV voice of the Astros, Todd Callis. Our conversation presented by Pipe Fitters Local 211. They do it right. TK, we're just kicking around Astros offseason plans, things like that. We'll get to that with you here in a little bit. But first things first, thank you for joining us. Appreciate the time. What went wrong for the Astros this year? Just the injuries, too much to overcome?
Yeah, I think so. I know they don't want to make that an excuse, but I think it was the combination of things. A couple of guys didn't perform quite as well as they would have liked. But I think overall it was hard, that second round of injuries. Once they got everybody back, or guys were trending back, Myers was starting to come back, Paredes was coming back, and then Jordan and Jeremy got hurt again. I think that last round of injuries where Hader went down and then Alvarez and Pena was kind of the straw that broke them. I think that they survived for a while, and they thrived for a while, 55 and 35 with injuries. But it's hard to sustain what they went through for 162.
Before we get to the roster stuff, I just want to go the opposite direction here. What was the most positive thing you took from the Astros season this year?
Jeremy Pena became a star. I think, his ascension to the level where he was one of the bright spots. Hunter Brown hopefully finishes top 3 in Cy Young, so that was a bright spot. Cam Smith had his moments, especially in the first half of the season, kind of struggled a little bit more in the second half. But at age 22, he's somebody to be excited about. Those three things kind of pop up as the immediate bright spots from this past season.
TK, when you look at the roster and who's coming back, it doesn't feel like there's a whole lot of holes right now. Maybe they can make some moves where you're trading from a position of power to a position of weakness, things like that. But as you look, maybe a way too early look at the offseason, what are some of the areas you'd like the Astros to address?
Yeah, I don't know. It's not that too early because today they had Joe Espada and Dana Brown at a press conference, so those guys had to address some of the same things. Obviously, you have a lot of guys for four positions on the infield with Correa being traded over here at the deadline. So you've got Correa and Pena likely the left side of the infield. Then you have Altuve, Walker, and Paredes on the right side of the infield. So it's hard. 5 spots for 4 positions doesn't really work. So I don't know if they're still looking at Altuve as an outfielder. That's something Joe Espada said they wanted to talk to Jose about. But that's something they have to decide on this offseason. I think there's probably some opportunities for a job in the outfield, whether it's one of the young guys, Cam Smith or Zach Cole, earning those corner jobs. Jake Myers would be the incumbent in center field, you would think. But I also think they might be on the lookout for a left-handed stick to be able to play in the outfield. I know they thought they had that in Jesus Sanchez. He had 4 home runs, I believe, but was very wildly inconsistent in his time with the Astros after the trade. So I wouldn't be shocked if they add another outfielder somewhere that can play 100 to 140 games and be a left-handed stick.
Kind of like with the infield, there's also seems to be on the back end of the rotation. There seems to be a bunch of guys for the back end spot there. Who do you like going to the offseason currently of who you think right now would win a spot? Is it Alexander and got Blanco and these guys potentially coming back? Just how do you view the back end of the rotation going into the offseason?
Yeah, to me, that's the biggest question mark going into 2025's offseason is how do you fill out your rotation, and not just with the 5 that are going to be with you on March 26th, but who are going to be the 10 to 12 that are going to be possibly starting for you when you need backup help along the way. Right now, I think they're in dire need of arms, but it's not easy to find arms. They tried to make a deal at the deadline, and it didn't work out. But you have a lot of injuries. You have, you mentioned, when are we going to see some of these guys coming back, whether it's a Ronel Blanco or Luis Garcia or Spencer Arrighetti or Hayden Wisniewski? These are all questions that we're kind of uncertain about. So until you can count on one of them, you basically got Hunter Brown for sure. You got Christian Javier for sure. I would think Jason Alexander's in the mix somewhere just based on what he did most of the year. I know the last start and a half did not go quite as well as he would have liked. And then you've got a lot of young guys. Well, you've got Lance McCullers still in the mix, assuming he's going to fight for a job next year in that rotation. Then you got a bunch of young guys, whether it's an A.J. Blue Ball, whether it's a Colton Gordon, whether it's guys at the minor league level, Miguel Uyola or Ethan Petco. But there's still a lot of jobs to be won in that rotation. I think through trade or free agency, more than likely than a trade, the Astros have to go out and find somebody that can be a 30-start guy in your rotation because they're likely going to lose Fromber. And that's another hole because at the end of the year, they basically had 4 starters, including Fromber, and they were mixing and matching with that 5th spot.
Todd Callis joining us on the HR&P guest line. I wasn't sure if I was going to watch the playoffs because I'm a little sad, TK. I'm a little sad that I'm not watching Astros baseball in the postseason. Postseason baseball is so much fun. How much postseason baseball will you watch?
That's a good question. I didn't watch much. I watched a little bit of the Guardians-Tigers game today, but I didn't even see the finish of that one, which I heard was great, with a guy on third and nobody out, and Best was able to pitch around it. And I haven't really watched any of the Cubs-Padres, so to answer your question, at least today, not much, but I'm sure I'll watch some. I mean, there's still a lot of ex-Astros out there, and obviously you're curious how the Mariners do since they're representing the AL West, but it's a little different. The first time around in my 9 years here that I haven't seen the Astros in the postseason, so I will watch some, but probably not as much as you might think. I watch a lot more in the regular season than probably in the postseason.
When you look at this team next year, how are you feeling about Cam Smith? Because you mentioned him earlier, had a hot start, kind of slowed down a little bit. What's your feeling on Cam Smith going into next season?
For me personally, I would like to see him be the everyday right fielder. I don't know if that's in the plans or not. I think he has to probably earn his way onto that starting spot. But I think this guy has incredible upside. He didn't play as much in September as maybe he would have liked, or certainly I would have liked. I thought Cam basically got starts against left-hand pitchers, and that was about it down the stretch. I really think this guy has unlimited potential. The power stroke's going to come. I know he only hit 9 home runs this year. He really proved to be a very good defensive outfielder, even though he had never played there before. So for me, he's my everyday starting right fielder, but I don't make those decisions. I think he's going to have to go out there and earn that.
There's no way that calling him up too soon could have stunted his development, right? I mean, we hear that in baseball. You call him up too quickly, speed him up through the system. It could stunt their growth. Did you see any of that?
I didn't think so. I mean, if you look back at the team's high water mark when they were 55 and 35, I mean, Cam was batting second and fourth during that stretch, and he was basically one of the top 2 or 3 candidates for Rookie of the Year before Nick Kurtz came out of nowhere to kind of steal that away. So at that point in July, nobody said, there was a reason for him to come up, or there was a reason to say he came up too quickly. I think if it would have been, the season would have been reversed and he struggled early, he would have been sent down. Instead, he did what he did going through July, and then he kind of fell off after that. He never had played anywhere close to as many games as he did this year. So that's a learning curve for a kid in his first year. But the flashes he showed in the first half were legit. It wasn't like he did it for a month. He did it for 3 months and then just kind of hit a little bit of a wall.
Yeah. TK, we appreciate you joining us all season long, a little bittersweet, but we appreciate the insight, always enjoy our conversations, and hope you have a terrific offseason and get some rest and relaxation.
I appreciate it, guys. Always good talking to you. I look forward to hopefully catching up or crossing paths this offseason somewhere.
That sounds great. Todd Callis, TV voice of the Astros. Our conversations of the entire year presented by Pipefitters Local 211. They do it right. Let's hit a little bit of what TK said there. Some of the junkies texting into their Astro offseason plans. What do you want the Astros to do this offseason? 713-780-ESPN. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
So a couple of things that TK said that stood out to me. A left-handed outfield bat to play 100 and 140 games, Joe?
Yep.
That means Jose Altuve is playing second base, or Cam Smith isn't going to play. He also said Myers is the incumbent. So,
yeah.
Okay, let's entertain that thought. If you bring in a left-handed outfield bat to play 100 to 140 games, what position is he playing?
Jose Altuve?
He's playing left field.
Yeah.
Which means Jose Altuve is your second baseman.
Yes.
So there's a wrinkle into my offseason plan.
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting the way he put they want to talk to Altuve about it. That's what Joe Espada said today, obviously, and maybe he didn't feel comfortable in left field. I don't think that was a short-term plan, though.
No.
But it's going to be much easier to add that left-handed bat that they've been talking about for 3 seasons now, it feels like. They don't exist at second base, basically.
No.
You're talking about what, Brandon Lowe?
Yeah.
Pretty much your option there at second base. So, if you want a left-handed guy in the outfield, it's your left fielder.
See, I think they're going to give up on Jesus Sanchez, and I think it's a bad idea because of 2 bad months of baseball. He was not good as an Astro. Not saying that he was, but he's your left-handed bat. He hit 774 against righties over his entire career. That guy can hit right-handed pitching if you give him the at-bats. You shouldn't form a conclusion on a guy over 2 months.
Can I throw a name out there?
If they non-tender Jesus Sanchez, I'm gonna riot.
You're upset?
Yeah, if they trade him, okay, fine. At least you're getting return for a player. And also, you didn't trade much for him. People, they botched the trade deadline. The Jesus Sanchez trade was a disaster, and he wasn't good, admittedly.
Mm-hmm.
But you traded nothing.
Yeah, you didn't.
You traded nothing for him.
I mean, would you? I don't know what kind of money he's gonna get from the Yankees, so it might take you out of it. But would you entertain a Cody Bellinger?
Yeah. I would.
I mean, he's got a player option for $25 million, so I'm assuming he's going to opt out of that.
A player option. My bad. I thought you said club. Yeah. He'll opt out.
I mean, so that to me is the one that, looking at free agency, that stands out the most of the left fielders.
But if you have $40 million to spend, because some people on the internet are pushing back on keeping Dubon and Urias. And look, if Jose Altuve is playing second base, you don't need to keep both Dubon and Urias. It's they become one of those guys becomes. A guy who could be traded, right? Mm-hmm. I wouldn't non-tender them because I think they have value. I wouldn't non-tender Dubon or Urias because I think you can get something for either one of those guys. So I'm not non-tendering them, but maybe you trade them just to eat up, $5 to $7 million, clear the books on a few bucks, right? If Altuve's playing second base, one of Dubon and Urias could be traded, and that saves you $5 million. But if you have $40 million to spend, I don't want to spend $25-30 million on Bellinger because now who's your number 2 starter?
Yeah, exactly. So it's yes, you want a lefty bat, but where are you? If you're not going to spend,
Sanchez. They shouldn't quit Jesus Sanchez is the thing. Don't quit him, which is a very unpopular take to have right now in Houston because everybody hates Jesus Sanchez. But he's a cheap left-handed bat that hits righties, and it doesn't eat up any of the money that you need to be spending on a starting pitcher.
So you put him in left field for the most part.
Mm-hmm.
And then when you're facing a lefty, Altuve goes out to left field.
I mean, optimally, I would like Altuve just to play left. But if you need to play him at second, sure. Yeah, or Yordan. Maybe that's a Yordan day in left. Open up the DH spot.
Yeah, I struggle to think how they're going to add a lefty bat that's going to play that many games to this lineup. And I know they keep talking about – because I don't think you're talking about just a guy to play occasionally. I think TK is right. You're going to want someone that's going to play 140 games for you, that lefty bat, whatever they are. So I just don't know where you get that from if they're an outfielder, unless there was a lefty that could play first that you wanted to go after. If you moved on from Christian Walker,
yeah,
and then Paredes is your second baseman, I guess, or your DH, and your lefty first baseman solves that issue, and Altuve's in left field, like that could work. You could look at first base again. I don't think anyone right now would trust the Houston Astros to sign a first baseman because of how the last 2 signings have gone. But if you're going to add a lefty bat, it's most likely it's in the outfield.
I just don't. It's hard for me. Which okay, Altuve plays second. Your left-handed bat plays left field. The path to get there is not what's difficult for me. it's the money you would have to spend for that left-handed bat whenever I think that money needs to be allocated to pitching. I think that would be the mistake. Because is that left-handed bat going to be so much greater than Jesus Sanchez's left-handed bat that you're willing to just ignore the starting pitching side of thing, which I'm not. Like, that's the issue that I have. I want that money to be directed to starting pitching, and I have a left-handed bat that's capable of hitting right-handed pitching for very, very cheap. And it's like your season's not going to be made or lost on Jesus Sanchez either. Like, if everybody is healthy on opening day, he's batting 7th or 8th. You know what I mean? Like, you're going to be okay offensively, assuming health. And then the other thing that he said that was interesting, and Dana said this today in the press conference too. Like, Dana said this, that they're more likely to acquire a starter via trade. So it sounds to me like they want to spend the money on a left-handed outfield bat, ideally, and then use the pieces that they have to trade for a top-of-the-rotation starter, which I don't think is the right way to approach the offseason.
I mean, you get a left field bat. Maybe it's a center fielder, and maybe that's the Jake Myers trade that we're talking about. It's Jake Myers and Bryce Matthews and something for a top-end guy, and using a trade to do it that way, and that's where you solve both your problems. But they've got a roster crunch, and TK mentioned it, like in the infield and the back end of the rotation, but also in just terms of adding to this team at like an elite level. I don't know. I just don't quite get how they're going to do it. I think it's going to be a really strange offseason.
Well, I mean, I gave you the plan. It's a pretty simple plan.
I like your plan.
My plan's the best plan. It's the best plan out there. I think they do have to get rid of one position player, though. Like one that you're counting on to be a starter, like a Walker, an Isak, a Sanchez type, a Myers type. I do think that you have to get rid of one.
I'm starting to think it's going to be Isak.
It's going to be hard to trade him when no one knows the status of his hamstring.
Yeah, I mean, you're going to have to go through the medical stuff to get that cleared and figure that out. And hopefully this is one that just heals over time while he's in the offseason. He doesn't have to have surgery that's going to keep him out for 6 months. But if you get lucky in that way, it means Christian Walker's still your first baseman. And because that's going to be a much harder contract to move. And I think you can get value for Isak Paredes on the open market.
Yeah, I think he would have some value if he's healthy. That's my fear, though, is like how much does it reduce his value that he was walking around on one leg at the end of the season? Like, it's very hard for a general manager to sell to the owner, hey, our big splash is we're trading for this guy who's got one pierna. Like, that's tough. Like, it has to hurt his value. And I don't like trading guys with their value being diminished at all. Heather, we just finished a third of a year. Multiple pitchers going down to Tommy John. The focus should definitely be pitching more than one. Yiner and Walker and maybe Dubon for arms, plural. I think you need at least 2 arms, at least one of them being a starter. Get rid of Dana Brown. You solve one problem. Who can play second out of Paredes, Pena, or Correa? I don't think any of them. I think Correa would be the best, but I don't think he's open to the idea of playing second. He's like, I'm moving to third. This is my full-time home.
Yeah, and Pena is not even in any consideration for a move out of shortstop.
No.
So the only option there is Paredes.
Bellinger can play first, but now you're spending $25 of your $40 million on a position player. Like, there goes a pitcher. Can we get anything for Jordan? I hate this idea. Like, I've seen people, trade Jordan. He doesn't play. Why would you trade Jordan Valdez? Why would you trade Jordan Alvarez after a season where he played in less than 50 games and has had his value suppressed by 50%? Like, the time to trade Jordan would be next offseason after he plays 150 games and goes nuts. I'm not trading him for pennies on the dollar.
I also, even if he does that, he's one of the best hitters in baseball. That is an impossible player to replace. When he's on,
it doesn't make a ton of money.
Yeah, when he's healthy, he is impossible to replace.
Jesus is suspect in the field, and he didn't have that much pop at the bat. He's not a great defender, and he doesn't hit for a lot of power. But he is a 774 OPS guy, over 1,500 career at-bats against right-handed pitching. Like, whenever Dana Brown says we would like a left-handed bat, do you think Dana Brown would take a 774 OPS guy over 1,500 at-bats against right-handed pitching?
Yes.
Absolutely would. That's what he would dream of that.
Well, and also, like, when they're always talking about adding a left-handed bat, if you subtracted Jordan Alvarez, then you need 2 left-handed bats.
Yeah, you do.
So it really, like, I don't think there's – that would be the most stunning thing the Astros could do this offseason to me. would be trade Jordan Alvarez.
They're not trading Jordan.
I think there's zero chance.
They need to keep Doobie. He's too good. He needs to play more. Look, I like Doobie. Good utility guy. Can play every position. I don't think that I'm clamoring for Mauricio Dubon to play more. Light-hitting dude that never walks.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't need him to play more. I need him to be my 10th best position player. That's what I need from Mauricio Dubon.
Yeah, and I think, and even like if you move, like I don't know what you're getting for. I agree with you. Like if Altuve is going to be your everyday second baseman for the most part, if it ends up working out that way, and you're going to move on from Dubon or Urias, like what is that? Like a bullpen arm, probably at best.
Yeah.
Like you're moving a utility guy to go somewhere else to be depth elsewhere, and you're getting a bullpen arm in replacement. Like you're not getting. So I'm with you. Like they're your 10th guy on the team.
Yeah, like if you wanted to trade one of them because like neither one's going to start and you feel like they're kind of the similar player, which they are. Okay, like yeah, they like repurpose one of them for an arm. Like I get that, but that means that you're probably keeping all of the other guys. I like Urias and Dubon both on this team because of the flexibility that they have. They're both really good defensively. Like Urias playing second base behind Hunter Brown would be nice.
And Bryce Matthews, in theory, could help fill one of those roles. Or if he's not an everyday guy, he could play quite frequently because he could play all across the infield. He can play in the outfield. Like you could. Bryce Matthews can do quite a bit for you. So if he were to win a job this offseason, or at least a spot on the roster, that's when we could see that move take place.
I think I would trade him.
I'm with you. Well, you have to trade. Like if you want,
strikes out too much.
If you want to trade for a starting pitcher, like you have to trade guys. And Bryce Matthews, to me, is the guy you have to trade at this point.
A Yiner, a Bryce, a pitching arm for a starter, something like that. Mm-hmm. Or a Myers, a Matthews, a pitching arm. Corey, personally, I don't think they should quit on Walker yet. His second half was okay, and he has power. I also wouldn't give up on Sanchez. Money should go towards pitching. That's where I'm at. Money should go towards pitching. And I'm willing to clear some of Walker's money to repurpose it towards pitching because you do have a surplus of position players. All signs point to trading Walker and Altuve playing second. I don't know if the signs point to trading Walker.
I think we're hoping the signs.
Yeah.
I don't think there was actual signs that Walker gets moved. I mean, look, they went and got Correa because they were going to make a playoff push and they needed a third baseman. They went out and made an aggressive move that was the right decision in the moment, but it created a conundrum for the offseason.
It did.
So,
it did, which is fine.
Yes.
You just got to figure it out.
Yeah, and that's where so I think people are assuming Walker is going to be the guy that gets moved, but there's no way to really to know that. I think it's just fans don't want Walker on this team.
Yeah. Like I obviously I want to trade Walker, but at the same time, like I'm not, taking him out of town. Like I'm not going to be at his door like, hey, I'm going to drive you to the airport. Like I think Walker could have a bounce back season. Like if they figure out the money and like keep Walker, okay. Like I think Walker has a chance to have a decent second season. He was good on the road. I think he started the season hurt with the oblique. To me, he's just the odd man out. But if they're like, no, we got to keep him, okay. Like I'm willing to not hate Christian Walker. Let's be honest, everyone sucked the last 2 months. It's not on Jesus Sanchez. Israel, he was only here about 2 months. You sound ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, my bad, Israel. I didn't realize that Jesus Sanchez has only played 2 months of baseball in his entire career. Let's ignore everything else that he's done for his entire career. I think the Astros, if they can find a right fielder with a left-handed bat, move Cam to third base and Paredes to first base, trade Pena and put Correa back to short. That's unrealistic.
I mean, it'd be a wild offseason if they did that.
Unrealistic. Now, I did find it interesting that TK said that Cam Smith had to earn a job. Did you catch that?
I mean, I do agree with him also that he should just be the everyday right fielder.
I agree. Yeah. I mean, with a backup plan of a lefty in case he struggles.
Yeah.
I would agree. With Pena's contract coming up, you think we will sign him or let him walk after 26? I think he's got 2 more years. I think he's free after the 27 season. I don't think he's going to sign an extension. I think the Boris agreement pretty much ended that. Yeah, he's got 2 more years.
Yeah, they missed the boat.
Yeah, they did.
Him and Hunter Brown both. They're not going to be re-signed.
Yeah. No, they missed the boat. I think one or two things happen that are far more likely than re-signing him. One, you just let him walk after the end of the 2027 season, or you do what you did with Kyle Tucker and you trade him after this next season. A year from now, you're trying to trade him.
Would you rather them do it now though? In a perfect world,
not really.
Okay, because you would get more value if you did it now.
I don't think it's enough value.
Okay.
I don't think that the delta there is that significant of losing him for a year.
That's fair.
I think I'd rather keep him for the year and then do it that following offseason.
No, I'm with you on that because I don't think they're not going to blow it up. And they tied with the Tigers for the last spot in the playoffs, and they just missed it by a tiebreaker. So they're still close. So I struggle with the idea of going in a different direction and moving on from Pena now would be too early. But to everything you're saying, Jeremy, to get back to the point next year, you have to replace Fromberg. You have to have a quality starter in that spot.
And if you have to get rid of one position player, which one would have the most value? Pena.
Oh yeah.
So I don't think it would happen. I probably wouldn't do it. I'd probably wait a year, but it would clear up some uncertainty, right? I mean, Isak plays third, Correa plays short, Altuve or Urias or Dubon plays second, and then Walker plays first. And then you trade the guy that gives you the absolute most value that you could get, and you trade him 2 years before he leaves as opposed to 1 year before he leaves.
The other thing is that I think Correa really wants to be a third baseman, Jeremy.
I do too. That's the thing.
If when Pena is no longer on this team, whether it's this offseason, next offseason, or the one after that, I think you have to have a new shortstop. I don't think Carlos Correa is going to be a shortstop again unless there is an injury like there was this year and they were having to mix and match pieces. Carlos Correa is your third baseman for the remainder of his career.
Yeah. I mean, I think so too. That's the thing is I don't think you have a shortstop ready to go. I think a lot of people weren't envisioning Correa would be that guy. Correa would play the short. I don't think so. I think he's the third baseman. That's why I wouldn't throw Correa into the second base mix. I think he is your third baseman for the remainder of his contract.
He was nasty at it too. I want to see him at third base.
He's really good. He's filthy at it.
What is he going to look like at third base with an entire offseason?
Manny Machado.
Working on? He's going to be one of the best third basemen in baseball next year.
I wonder if he's going to put on some muscle too, because I've always heard he tried to stay lean to play short. Yeah. I wonder if he tries to pack on some weight, do a little 10 grams of creatine each day. I wonder. All right, 713-780-3776. I thought we were going to be moving on from this, but the junkies want to talk Astros baseball. I thought we would all be depressed today. I thought we would all be sad. I thought we'd be ignoring playoff bait. No, the junkies want to talk about the Astros offseason. So who are we to say no? Who are we to say no? What should the Astros do this offseason? What do you want to see them do? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5. Football season is in full swing, and Underdog is the best place to get in on all the action all season long. If you're in Texas, you can play a little bit right now. Texas is the best place to make picks and win money on Underdog. And playing on Underdog is so easy. Pick whether your favorite players will go higher or lower on stats like rushing yards, receptions, touchdowns, and more. Also on Underdog, you can pick teams now. That's right, baby. Get your picks right, and you can win up to 5,000 times your cash, and you can play with as little as $1. And because I love you, they're giving you $100 in bonus funds. That's so much. When you play your first $5, just download the app and plug in promo code KillerB. You don't think I know ball, but I do know ball. I won my picks over the weekend. How about this? Now, Underdog did help me out with a gimme pick, but that's the greatness of Underdog. They're always giving you a bunch of gimmies. They gave me a Dak Prescott gimme pick. I added Josh Jacobs higher than a half rushing and receiving touchdown. Check. Higher 61.5 receiving yards for George Pickens. Check. Higher Jordan Love 237.5 passing yards. I got me a little 8.5 time payout on my picks, baby. And I don't know anything. See how easy it is? This could be you. So download the app today and sign up with promo code KillerB to score $100 in bonus funds or entries when you play your first $5. Promo code KillerB, KILLERB, Underdog. Make picks, win money.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
from the Veritex Community Bank Studios. Here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
He's Joe, I'm Jeremy, it's Jeremy and Joe. How much would we save if we were to cut McCullers since he can't stay healthy, use that money for a starter? Zilch. Zero. Nada. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. That's why McCullers are going to get every chance to make this team, because it would save you nothing. You could DFA him today, cut him today, release him today. It saves you nothing. The only way that you would save is if he retires, which, okay, he's going to leave $18.5 million on the table. I mean, how is he going to conjure up the resources for all of his Maven locations? Although I think there's only one. Maybe some concessions at Minute Maid or the Dyke in Toyota Center. Or you trade him. Who's trading for McCullers? There's no way. You can't do anything with McCullers. It's a sunk cost. The hope is that McCullers can figure out some stuff over the offseason and can be like your sixth starter.
Nope.
That seems far-fetched. But, I mean, you're stuck. You're stuck with Lance. Sorry.
Lance McCullers should spend the entire offseason working on pitching one inning at a time, and that's it.
Yeah.
Bullpen. Like, that is what Lance McCullers should be next year. I know you have questions about your rotation, all the guys who are going to be healthy, but if you want the best chance to get anything out of Lance McCullers, he's a bullpen pitcher next year. I don't think there's any question about, that's where he has the best chance to succeed. It's not going to be in the rotation. So that's what their entire plan should be this offseason.
What's best case scenario of him? I've kind of waffled on this a little bit, because what's the best case scenario of him as a one inning guy?
You can trust him in the sixth.
Trust.
You asked for the best case scenario.
Is that best case? Okay.
Not in the seventh, eighth, or ninth, but you can trust him in the sixth.
I think I'd rather him fail at being a starter. I think.
Because one out of every 4 starts is good?
No, just because you have to eat innings.
Yeah, but he can't.
I mean, he
can't eat innings.
Game 162, he ate 3.
3? That's not eating.
He had good moments.
That's
Dodgers,
an appetizer.
A's. He had some moments. Could he be more consistent and have a few more of those moments? I don't know, man. You're just stuck. You're stuck.
That's what I'm saying. It's bullpen. What does 3 or 4 innings get out of him?
I mean, ideally, you know what the best case scenario is for Lance? Best case scenario is he's your mop-up guy in the bullpen, and he only enters whenever you're up by 10 or down by 5 or more, and he eats 100 innings next year. That would be the best case scenario for Lance, in my opinion.
He's essentially a mascot at that point.
I mean, he's Brandon Belak.
Yeah,
I mean, that's useful, though. It's useful.
Can him and Carlos restart their podcast? They did enjoy it.
They had a podcast?
Yeah, they did. They had a UFC podcast for a while.
The John Jones UFC fight that I went to, I did notice that they were on a date together.
Yeah.
They were.
Your wording there wasn't great, but
you can have dates with your mates. What's wrong with that?
You didn't mention the. What about? They were just hanging out, just the two of them?
Yeah, it was a bro date.
I mean, I wouldn't call it a date.
Why not?
A hang?
Why can't I call it a date?
I don't know. It's not a date.
You're thinking it's homophobic.
No, I'm not. I'm just saying it's not a date.
I think it is a date.
No, it's just a hang.
What does a date mean? It's something like raisin. I need a little bit more clarification, Google. I think you can go on a date with your mate. I mean, it doesn't sound great. No Diddy, but I mean,
you're rhyming a lot. I don't like it. That was too much rhyming.
My bad. Trade Walker and have Diaz play first. Resign Caratini if you want to keep money to spend. See, you're not fixing your position player problem by doing that, though. You're just moving one guy around, and you still have a position player problem. You still have a surplus there. I'm not a baseball expert. Kid Altuve play first. I mean, it's a small target.
It's a very small target.
Yeah, I would go no there. Have we considered Fromber back for $18 a year? Joe's trying to give him $33 million a year.
That's not what I said.
You said $100 for 3. Yes, you did.
I did say that. Math is hard.
I used I got some evidence there without you realizing it.
I mean, I would if it's 3 years, I'm open to it.
I'm not. I think I'm okay with that. I really do. I think because look, I think a majority of the money that you have should go to starting pitching. He's going to be one of the better starters on the market. We're doing it again with Fromber. I get it, but you have to be a little desperate right now. Apparently the team loves him too. McTaggart said the team loved him. With the amount, I'm not sure about Salazar, but the rest of the team loves him. With the amount of injuries with pitchers, do you think the medical staff and pitching coaches should be a concern and need a change there? I would say medical staff for sure. I don't want to get rid of the pitching coaches. I think the pitching coach is the best thing you got going.
Absolutely. It's not even close. It's the best thing you got going.
Yeah.
Do you think we see? Do you think we see changes though? Like, if assuming Joe Espada is actually back.
I hope so. I hope so. I hope. Well, not with the pitching staff. I hope there's changes with the medical staff.
Yeah. Well, what about your hitting coaches?
I guess peace of mind. See ya. Like I don't like. I'm not going to call for their heads, but if they said Cintron and Snitker are gone, would I be okay with it? Yeah, I'd be okay with it. I don't think they're the root of the issue, though.
No, but typically when you have a team that misses the playoffs for the first time, there's some kind of fall guy.
The fall guy's the injuries. It's the injuries. It's going to be the medical staff.
Yeah, this isn't the first time the injuries have been a problem. Jim Crane didn't do anything last year. Now, if I was the owner of the team, I wouldn't be okay with this.
Same.
I would have major concerns that most of my investments financially can't play and can't return healthy and get hurt again.
I'm with you. I would move on. I would have moved on last offseason. Hopefully they move on this offseason. I want a new training staff for sure. Heather Craig can mentor the next shortstop if he comes up through the system. He not only did that with Pena, but he's also fixed Pena's batting stance. Haven't we drafted multiple shortstop options recently? None of them are ready. The one that would be the closest that they drafted while he was a shortstop was Bryce, but they moved him. I don't think he's moving back. So they don't have really anyone knocking on the door at short. Rocky, you can call me crazy, but I would absolutely move on from Jordan. He has yet to head over 45 to 50 homers, and quite frankly, he hasn't impressed me with his RBI stats. 104, get prospects and an MLB player. It's not the year to trade Jordan. Texter, junkie texting in, he's your starting barista. Another junkie, you don't just hang out with someone at a UFC event, it's a date. See? I told you.
I guess.
I saw Correa and I saw Lance on a date at a UFC event. John Jones. Who did he fight that night? Was it Reyes? Where it was a controversial decision. Jones won by decision.
That sounds right.
Yeah, it was a good fight. I thought they actually got it right, that decision. But people mock my combat sport judging all the time. Trade Jordan, get rid of Fromber, bring in some arms, complete reset, embrace the suck, and start the new dynasty in 3 to 5 years. No thanks. Who's the current starting rotation featuring without Fromber? I mean, if you didn't sign anybody, I think it'd be Hunter Brown, Christian Javier, Spencer Arrighetti, Jason Alexander, and AJ Blueball. I think that would be the 5.
With Yolola knocking on the door.
Knocking on the door. Maybe Petco, too. All right, cash him or trash him. What do you want to cash? What do you want to trash? 713-780-ESPN. Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
All right, LeBurge, ESPN Bet in Lake Charles has a new VIP fan cave section that's available for bookings right now, so you can watch Monday Night Football, Thursday Night Football, all the college games on Saturdays, the NFL Sundays. It is the destination for all the live action. Reservations are encouraged for everything because it gets busy in there, especially on Saturday. If you got both the local teams here playing, it gets packed in there because this is where you should go to be betting on your favorite teams. UFC 320 this weekend. It's an incredible environment for fights as well. They've got their odds out for the World Series, MLB Playoff Series. Those bets are ready to go right now, as well as their NBA season-long bets. So how you feeling about the local basketball team? You can bet on that at ESPN Bet in LeBurge. Up to 20 leg parlays as well if you want to get a little extra crazy. And you can earn rewards on every wager when you use your Penn Play card. They also offer a chance to place wagers on the local teams. Like I said, from college to the NFL, all of that is available at ESPN Bet. Must be 21 plus to bet. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-522-4700.
What is your cash or trash from 713-780-3776? Dating is a stage of romantic relationships in which individuals engage in activity together, often with the intention of evaluating each other's suitability as a partner in a future intimate relationship. Cash or trash, Correa and McCullers went on a date when they went to watch John Jones and Houston fight in the UFC.
Based on that definition, trash.
Well, you don't know what they're into.
I know.
They're
both married.
Now you're just being reckless, Jeremy.
They have beards.
Like you can let everything fly.
No, I trash it. I'm just kidding.
Trash.
All right. Yeah, well, we'll fix that in post. Allegedly.
Staying in.
I think that saves you, right? If you say allegedly, that can give you.
You say allegedly like 20 minutes after you said it the first time.
I think if you just say you're joking, I think that can get you off the hook legally.
That's true.
But
yeah, I was definitely joking. All right, what's your cash or trash, Joe?
All right, so last year in college football, we only had 3 Power 5 jobs open. This year, we're already at 5 with the firing of Sam Pittman at Arkansas. Cash or trash, there will be 10 Power 4 openings this year in college football. 5 more coming.
10?
Yep, there's already 5.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I'm going to cash it.
I'm trying to count who, like Auburn, I think is going to come available.
Yep.
Billy Napier, Florida's going to be out.
Yep.
That's going to be 15.
Luke Fickell of Wisconsin, he'll be out.
Yep.
So that's already at 8. And those are locks. So we only need 2 more.
Yeah. Think of all the bottom half of the Power 4 schools.
Yes. And I'm saying fired, not the dance that comes.
Sure.
PJ Fleck leaves for a job, something like that.
Yeah, of course.
But 10 fired. I think 15 might be a better number, honestly. To have 3 last year was obviously strange. It felt like there should have been more, and a lot of schools.
Yeah, the guys that already got fired this year, they should have been out last year.
Yeah, schools I think realized they made some mistakes, and that's why there's going to be a huge number this year.
Yeah, I'll cash it. I'll cash it for sure.
Can we possibly add Bill Belichick to the list by the time the year's over?
Yes.
Fired? I don't think he'll get fired.
Oh, they'll Mike Gundy him, let him retire?
And they'll give it to Steve?
No, I think he'll get a second year.
All right. Just asking a question.
I mean, they're 500.
You don't think he gives it to Steve after a year?
No.
I don't think he really wants to do this, to be honest with you.
You don't think he wants to do this?
Nah, it doesn't really look like it.
What?
I don't know.
Why would he be there?
I don't know.
But set up his son?
Yeah. I think the whole Patriots thing, I think you were out when the news came out. But not allowing Patriots scouts at your practice is so stupid. And I do not think that if he's doing that to the Patriots, they're the only team that's not welcome.
Yeah,
so if I was a high school...
they are. They're definitely the only team that's not welcome.
You think so?
Yeah, it's because he was being petty.
Yeah, it's the only team you'd have petty reasons with. Well, maybe the Jets or the Browns.
I was going to say the Jets.
Jets or the Browns, maybe.
But I don't know. For me, it just doesn't feel like he wants to do this job. I think look at the opt-out that was in there. They get out for $1 million on July 1st this last year, and they didn't do that, obviously. But I think Bill Belichick not being the coach next year is in play. I don't think he'll be fired.
My cash him or trash him. They need to bring back game 163 in baseball. Who cares if they have a tiebreakers? Bring back game 163. Play it off in 9 innings like men. And maybe more innings if it's still tied after 9. Bring back game 163.
For Tigers Astros?
For whoever finishes tied at the end of the regular season, Joe.
What if it's a 3-way? Do we have a triple threat match?
Yeah.
No, they used to figure out a way. They would give it to the tiebreak, bottom 2 teams would play off, and they would go play the other. You know, you're being brand new.
I'm gonna trash it.
What's wrong with you? Trash it.
Despite my kidding, I'm actually on your side. I'd rather see a game to determine it than okay, well, they have a better division record or whatever, and then they're in. So yeah, I'm all for game 163.
They play 162 games, and you can't play 163rd. Stupid.
I mean, I guess the only way I'm open to it is if it is in division head-to-head. That's it.
What do you mean that's it?
Well, because the Tigers and the Astros played 3 games. The Tigers won the series.
They played 6 games.
Or did they play 6 games?
Yeah, I think
you're right.
One of the teams I think were tied. I think it was the Tigers. I think the Tigers and the Astros were 3-3 head up. But the Tigers get the tiebreak because of their intra-divisional record.
I think he's right on that.
I think you are right.
Intra-divisional record.
I don't like the tiebreakers. I don't like 163 either. I think the tiebreakers are the problem here.
Well, if the tiebreakers are the problem, shouldn't you want game 163?
Yes.
It's a 162-game season. Like, we don't do
You
this
can't
in any
play
other
one
sport.
more?
We don't do this in any sport.
We used to do it in baseball. This is new.
I don't think it's necessary.
Absolutely.
I mean, the
it's
drama
necessary.
of game 163 is pretty fantastic for TV.
It is good drama.
Great drama.
Then why are you against it?
Play-in game.
Win your games in the regular season.
They split with the Tigers.
Win an 88th game in the regular season.
Why do you want less fun, Joe?
Yeah, he's anti-fun.
Anti-fun.
Home run derby to end games.
I never knew you didn't like
Zero fun, sir.
Ryan, what's your cash and trash? Let's move on from this unfun
All right,
cash or
so
trash.
I think you're probably going to both trash me on this one. So it's probably a bit of a reach, a bit of a homer take here. But I think Woody Marks, I did the math. I think Woody Marks reaches 1,000 yards rushing this season. He would have to average over the final 13 games 68 yards rushing, which on its surface doesn't feel like a lot, and I don't think it's a lot because you've seen his rushing totals go from like 4 to 7, then jump all the way up to 17. I think the switch has been completely made. Chubb is washed. Mixon's not coming back. I think Woody Marks is getting 15-plus carries every week, and he gets to 1,000 yards by the end of the year.
I'm gonna cash it.
Yeah, I guess I have to cash it too.
Yeah, I think.
I thought you guys would be out on that.
I think he gets there.
It's 68 yards per game. It's not a lot.
It's not much.
The only thing is, like, he'd have to play in all of those games.
Yeah, that's
because
yeah.
I mean, the number. I mean, obviously the average goes up if he misses one game. It's a position where there are injuries. They could be in games where they're trailing and he only gets 10 carries a game. I don't think it's a slam dunk. I think it's like 50-50.
I think they're going to run the ball more, though.
I think they're going to try, but game script might not be able to dictate that. I mean, if you're down 2 possessions, good luck running the football in the fourth quarter. So, like, that can take away carries. If you would have said total yards, I would have been all on board. Rushing yards is going to be a little bit more difficult, but I think he does it.
Yeah, I think he gets there.
He's got to stay healthy.
I'm getting trash on the text line.
Who is?
Me.
for your 163 take?
You don't like fun.
4029. Joe probably
Zero
likes NFL
fun,
ties.
sir.
I don't like NFL ties.
So I actually think there should be more ties.
What?
I mean, think about this. If the Ravens beat the Texans on Sunday, 52-3, why is that win equal to beating somebody in post-regulation?
My only argument
I rest my case.
My only argument is like that's the way we've always done it.
I mean,
great,
in America.
Yeah, I mean, I think the NHL rules personally, like the way they do their standings, is the right system, and I think all sports should adopt it.
I think that's the way they should do it too. I don't think that I don't want it to game stand and ties. I'm being a little facetious, but I do believe in what I just said, where a win in regulation shouldn't be equal to a win in overtime.
Well, I guess it is a win in overtime. You get a full point in the NHL if you get a win, but you get a half a point.
See, I think that's unproportional. More ties.
No,
More halves.
no
Let's
ties.
call them halves.
No ties.
Like they do in the Ryder Cup.
No.
Halves.
No.
I like that
no
better.
No ties. Ties are boring.
You want a tie in 162 games.
It's not a tie.
It is a tie.
There's tiebreakers.
Okay, well, you know what they used to do in Texas high school football because they didn't want the high school kids playing overtime. They didn't have overtime, so a game would end in a tie. But how do you have a tie in postseason football? Well, penetrations, baby. That was the tiebreaker. Do you know what a penetration
really good,
is?
Reading the holes and penetrating through them.
Stop it. You know what a penetration is, Joe?
No.
Texas high school football. Take me to the dome. It's our home. That's what the bands would play because that was the thing back then in Houston. Get me to the dome. You're playing big-time football if you're going to the dome. So take me to the dome. It's our home. There used to not be overtime in football, high school football. They didn't have it in the playoffs. So who advanced? Well, whoever had the most penetrations in that game would break a tie. You're pro-penetration, I've learned. And you're anti-overtime, I've learned.
No, okay.
At what point is he going to explain penetrations?
Yeah,
Penetrations is a red zone.
Okay,
you get into the red zone, that's
most
penetration.
red zone trips.
But they called it penetration. I like to be official.
I was like, what are we talking about?
It was.
I think they're like quarterback.
That's my joke too, Brian. Don't use my jokes against me. Penetrations were red zones. Entrances into
really
the red
good,
zone.
Reading the holes and penetrating through
Brian
them.
holding my words against me. It's a fact. It's a fact. I don't know when that rule came into place. Were they added overtime?
That's an awful rule.
That's how teams in Texas high school football would advance pre-overtime, penetrations. I think it was in I want to say it was mid-1990s that they changed it.
So back in your day?
Yeah. I mean, I know about it. So
Boom,
yes.
shakalaka!
When
Brian's older than me.
When you were playing left
that's
tackle.
factual.
Me?
I don't know what corner.
I didn't play football. My parents wouldn't let me.
Oh, okay.
My dad had some neck issues playing football, so they didn't let me play football. I had to stick to baseball.
That makes sense. I'm not gonna.
But I did hit 400 in high school, so I think it was a good decision by
2
them.
for 5.
I got to base it off Jay Bruce, though. That was one of the two. All right, 713-780-3776. Let's get to some NFL overreactions after week 4 of the NFL season. 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. I feel like I'm being bullied at my workplace. Good thing I have HRP on my side. These other two jabronis don't. They don't have HRP on their side, but I do. HRP, Human Resources, and Payroll. Cougar owned by Mike Holly. Go Cougs. Chris Fisher's over there. He's great people. All of the people though over there at HRP, though, are great people. They only hire great people, and that's why they're suited to take care of you and your business. Let HRP help you, business owners, whether it's HR compliance, benefits administration. They can help you with your payroll. They can help you with onboarding your new clients. That's never fun. HRP can take care of all of these things. No boxes with HRP. Doesn't matter how small the job, how big the job, HRP completely customizes a plan for what you and your business need. You have a problem, you have an issue, you want to take a little bit off your plate, HRP will find a way to help. They do it in a way that's unique. Technology meets service. They have the best tech. You'll love it. But you'll also love their service. Guaranteed fulfillment. You'll never talk to a stranger. You'll be talking to someone who knows you and they know your business needs. So give them a call right now, 281-880-6525. Let HRP customize a plan for you and your business, 281-880-6525, or check them out online at hrp.net. That's hrp.net. Show started 2 hours ago, man. 713-780-3776. Joe hates fun. Jeremy wants ties and loves penetrations. I didn't say I loved them. I said they broke ties in the high school playoffs. What's going on here today? You know who doesn't like penetrations, though? The Houston Texans. They're not great at
Got 'em.
penetrations. Uncle Barney texted me, said he doesn't remember when they changed it. Got another text saying 1990 was the first year of overtime for high school football. I don't think so in Texas, though. I dispute that. I don't think that's whenever it took place in Texas.
I'm trying to find the best way to Google this.
Yeah, I disagree with
the
you,
words
Alex.
high school in there.
What's that?
I'm trying to figure out what the best way to Google this without getting like red flagged.
I mean, when did Texas high school football adopt overtime?
You don't want to type in your search high school penetrations?
Yes.
Okay. Well, why would you do that?
I was playing into the joke.
I was like starting to type it. I was like, hold up. That's not right.
I don't think it's 1990, Alex. I think it was mid-90s. I'll have to look post-show.
It looks like it's sometime in the 90s because it looks like this Reddit thread says it happened in 1993.
1993?
No, like it was still happening in 1993. So
Google AI says 1990. Okay. I mean, that's the best answer I have right now. But Google AI has been wrong so many times in the past.
It's not good.
Do you know when? But I mean, Google AI. But Google AI is not great with sports. I've learned. But maybe you're right. Do you know when college football did it?
They used to do that too.
They didn't do penetrations to break a tie because there wasn't any playoff bracket. But they obviously tied. Yeah. I mean, they didn't have anything to break a tie because they didn't need advancement.
The 80s?
Nope.
90s?
Yep.
Really?
1996.
Huh.
I think. I mean, it wasn't that long ago.
That's so strange. Like, because it wasn't like what the NFL used to have ties.
Yes. There was literally a tie on Sunday, Joe.
No, like ties like this, like with like no overtime played.
I don't know when the NFL adopted overtime, but I don't think they've always had overtime.
They still need to fix their overtime.
Google AI, which again we can't trust. They introduced sudden death overtime in 1974.
So we're all wrong?
What do you mean we're all wrong?
Oh, the NFL.
Yeah.
I think you were talking about high school for a second.
No. I mean, different states have different ways to legislate, too. So, like, I mean, Texas has the UIL. I'm sure different states have different things. But whatever. Can Woody Marks be the next Arian Foster with this offensive line? Stop it. What are we doing here?
That's a reach.
Yeah, come on. I'm not reading that, Texter. Nice try. I was coaching, lost an area round in 1993. So whenever you were coaching and you lost in the area round in 1993, did you lose because of penetrations or did you lose in overtime? 3358. Because I want to say it was mid-90s, man. I really do. We had a triple overtime game in 97. Okay, well, that would be after mid-90s. Let me know. Y'all figure it out, junkies. Y'all figure it out. Y'all tell me when the high school overtime was adopted in the state of Texas. Texter, I got Jay Bruce out in high school. # Fly High Ganders. I will say that getting Jay Bruce out is way more of an accomplishment than getting a base hit off of Jay Bruce. Jay Bruce retired pitching after his sophomore year, probably because I got a base hit off of him.
They're like, this scrub got a hit off me. I can't do this anymore.
Yeah, I guessed fastball, and I was able to get a seeing eye single through the right side. I was right-handed. Y'all are high on Texans, you breakout running back. Y'all don't know anything about him until this last game, and now you are anointing him. What?
What do we anoint him?
He goes, y'all are high on this running back. Y'all don't know anything about him.
1,000 yards is not anointing.
Oh, you don't know anything about him.
Don't know anything about him.
I saw him play in college. I mean, whenever they drafted him, I did a pretty decent deep dive and watched I didn't watch any of his games, but I watched some of his highlights. I do know that his real name's not Woody. I know that. First name's not Woody.
What's his real name?
Jaquavius Marks.
Where does Woody come from?
I know that he went to USC. I know that he played for Leach at Mississippi State and caught like 90 passes one of the years that he was there. Like I know a little. I think I know more about Woody Marks than you do, Texter.
Where do you think his nickname comes from?
I think it comes from Toy Story.
It does.
Yeah.
He was obsessed with Toy Story.
See, I know a lot about Woody. This texter is not putting enough stock in my knowledge of Woody Marks.
Yeah, I watched Big Ten football,
Clearly.
so I watched Woody Marks play last year.
Big Ten football.
What a brag. What a brag.
No, it's not a brag. It's funny because it's USC.
Yes.
It was a joke.
Yeah.
Wasn't a brag. It was a joke. Okay, so this coach says that he lost in the area round in 1993 because of penetrations. So it was not 1990. Google AI lets us down again.
I'm not surprised. It's awful.
Again. I'm not reading that to 118-year-old. I'm not combining Woody Marks and Nick Chubb with the adoption of high school overtime rules. I will not do that. Woody is a mini Marshall Faulk. Chubb and Marks going for 1K each. Okay, pump the brakes there a little bit. Israel hasn't been texting in too much about that Nick Chubb 1,000-yard thing, though, by the way.
No comment.
You noticed that?
Yeah, no comment.
You're not going to comment?
No, I don't get it.
I mean, there's not a whole lot to get here.
I don't get it. It's real, to be honest with you.
He said that Nick Chubb was going to run for 1,000 yards.
No, I know he did, but it's just he's not going to. He's not going to get close.
Cash or trash NFL games that are tied will lead to a field goal kickoff between the quarterbacks. Come on. That's a bad joke.
I mean, I would like them to change the overtime rules again, but.
Cash or trash, Heather. I think the third division winners should get to pick their wild card opponent. That'd be entertaining. Teams don't want to do that, though. Teams don't want to do that.
Because wasn't that a rumor in 2020 that for the COVID playoffs they were going to do a draft on television?
Yes.
And it would have been awesome, honestly.
Yeah, it'd be good entertainment.
But you wouldn't want people to feel like there'd be too much disrespect, I guess.
Yeah, and then you don't want to just the bulletin board material. You want that stuff to be private conversations.
Yeah.
You can't do that. Space City Kev, the NIL transfer portal in college football will be so out of control the next 5 years that players will no longer be student athletes, but some sort of semi-pro minor league athletes still associated with college and brand only.
Not in the next 5 years.
Yeah, that's what I'm trashing too.
Yeah.
I think it's going to take 20 years. I think they need a CBA though. I think they need to create a union. I think you need one boss, one final boss. It could be The Rock if you want. And they have to be a league, collectively bargained, the whole kit and caboodle, the whole thing.
Yeah, I think honestly, I think 20 years might even be a stretch.
Maybe
just because they move so slow on everything else. I mean,
it's so hard to unionize 130 football schools.
And then it's and not to get political, but you never know how things are going to change. I mean, look how quickly Northwestern got shut down a decade ago. If these kids actually try to unionize. Depending on the year, it might not get through.
Yeah. Cash, Texans make the playoffs. I'm still trashing that.
I think I'm still trashing that too.
Texans dominate the Ravens this week. Cash or trash?
Cash.
I trash it. I'm on the Ravens plus
trash.
Cash or trash, Woody Marks will rush for over 100 yards in one of the next 4 games, Keith.
Cash.
I feel like it's a low bar.
Yeah.
I'll trash that. Cash it. I'm sorry. Eric the Buyer, Texans win against the Lamar Ravenless team.
Cash.
Lamarless Ravens team. I'm trashing that.
You're no fun.
I am fun. I'm a great
Zero fun, sir.
Why am I? Because I'm picking the Ravens to win a game?
Yeah.
That's realistic, is what that is.
What's wrong?
Yeah, okay. We'll see how that goes. Marks will be Stroud's go-to. He'll be an elite back in 2 to 3 years. He needs more. I like what I see. I don't know if I'm going to go as far to say that he's going to be elite yet.
Yeah, elite's a big word.
Texter, it'll be 40 teams by then. Hopefully it's 70. 40 I don't want. I'd like 70 teams in college football. I feel the NCAA changed. The Texas changed. Not completely sure. Okay, well, that would be 96 with the penetration.
That would make sense. Typically, high school football does follow what's happening in college.
Yeah.
So you want 70 teams in the new league?
Yeah, I want 70 teams in D1 football.
Yeah. Do you happen to know? I hate to put you on the spot. How many teams are in the Power 4?
Probably 60-ish.
Okay, so you're adding 10 teams.
Maybe 65. How many teams are in Power 4 football? It's like Google just existed, Joe.
Yeah, good point.
There are currently 70. My bad. I sold it short. Okay, give me 80 then. Give me 80.
Yeah.
You know what I would like, actually? I think I want 8 conferences with 10 teams each geographically, and then you play a 9-game conference schedule with a true round robin.
I love that.
That's what I want.
I think that would be perfect, honestly.
There you go.
Because 80 wouldn't be hard to get to. You're bringing up Notre Dame, obviously. That's one.
Yeah, Boise.
Yeah, Boise.
San Diego. Maybe you feel bad about the Pac-2. Washington State, Oregon State.
Rice?
713-780-3776. Let's go out to the HRMP listener line. Ira, you're in the junkyard with Jeremy and Joe. What's up, Ira?
Hey, guys. How you doing this evening?
Good.
So
The URL implemented the high school overtime here in Texas. To be honest with you, I think it was the 94-95 season because I was part of an Eisenhower team. I went to school at Eisenhower, but I was the manager and trainer or something. Eisenhower played Converse Justin in the Astrodome in the semifinals the year before, and we lost on penetration on a 27-27 tie. And the next year, they implemented the overtime rule. I mean, we were sick, man. We had played Conference Justin twice in 2 years, lost to them in the semifinal, one in Austin in 92, and then again in 93 in Houston. And, oh, my God, we were sick. But, yeah, they implemented it that next year, so we're looking at 94-95 school year.
1993 was the exact year. 27-27, Judson advanced on penetrations. Appreciate it, Ira. Funny story. I don't know how funny it is, actually.
Let's find out.
It might not be funny at all, actually. But kind of like small world there. My uncle Jack was the golf coach at Eisenhower in the early to mid-1990s. And he would be in the coach's booth and would, like, track stats and stuff for him, like, to help out. And he would take me. He would take me to those games. I would be in the Eisenhower coach's booth box during all these sick runs, and they were sick. They were very good. I was at that game probably. I remember going to Alamo Stadium in San Antonio when it was like 20 degrees to see Eisenhower lose a playoff game. I want to say it was against Converse Judson, the Rockets of Converse Judson. That's funny. That's funny we had an Eisenhower caller because I went to a lot of Eisenhower games. Remember, I talk a lot about Odell James, MacArthur Generals, baby. You know Aldine, the Aldine Mustangs. They were a national champion. I think it was 89. Might have been 90. One of those years, 89 or 90. So how funny was that story?
It's like a 0.
I realized it wasn't going to be that funny.
It was. I learned a lot, I guess.
Redefining humor today on today's show.
Yeah, I realized right when I say it might not be that funny. Just more of a small world thing. No, but I know those Eisenhower team well. Was it Patterson? Or I think it was Coach Patterson was the coach of those teams. Yeah, they were good. Big Ike, black and gold. It's some good football in Aldine back in the day. The Glens. All right, I got to go to break. 713-780-3776. NFL overreactions. Let's get to those on the other side. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias. Hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Ey.
This is Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Jeremy Branham and Joe George.
I feel like Josh Hader whenever he went on that duck hunt. He's like, crazy story, and then tells the most normal story ever. Do you know who this is, Joe?
I'm assuming this is the Bad Bunny.
Is this on your iPod?
No. Great WWE wrestler, though.
Great.
He's awesome. He's very good.
I like Bad Bunny. I'm a Bad Bunny fan.
You are?
I like Bad Bunny. I'm not going to sit here and like front and posture that I listen to a lot of his music. But every time that I hear like him in a song, I'm like, oh, that's a pretty good song. Like, this is catchy. I do like his appearance in the WWE. That was cool. I think he's funny. I've caught him on SNL. I think he's a funny man. I like his Corona commercial back in the day. I like Bad Bunny. Cash or trash Bad Bunny.
Can I do neither? Is there a neither option?
You just you're ignorant to Bad Bunny?
Yeah, I don't know anything about Bad Bunny except for when he was a wrestler.
Are you looking forward to Bad Bunny being the Super Bowl halftime performer after Taylor Swift said no because they wouldn't meet her demands?
No?
I'm excited for Bad Bunny, man.
But to be fair, like outside of Eminem, Snoop Dogg, 50, like I don't really get excited for halftime shows.
I liked Gaga.
I mean, it's fun. Like
I wouldn't say I was excited going into it, but I thought she did a good job.
Yeah, like you can enjoy them, but like I don't get excited about them. Like there's nothing they're gonna do that's gonna excite me.
Yeah, I would agree to that. It's a quick 15-minute set.
Yeah,
I think they can be. I liked the Weeknd. The Weeknd was cool.
The Weeknd was good. Bruno was good.
Bruno was great, man.
Bruno's awesome in concert.
Yeah, he was really good. Yeah, so that's Bad Bunny. We're gonna catch him at the Super Bowl.
Can't wait.
Learn your Spanish.
Texans. See you there.
Okay. They'll be in attendance.
Trash.
Every player gets tickets. Remember those players got in trouble for selling them?
Yeah.
So, yeah, some Texans will be there.
The Walter Payton nominee will be there.
Who would that be? Petrie, maybe?
Probably.
You know who it won't be? C.J. Gardner-Johnson.
Definitely not.
Azeez Al-Shire.
Oh, no.
He's getting some heat on Twitter for taking that shot at Cam Ward. Did you see that?
Yeah, but it wasn't called in the game, so, like, what are we complaining about?
Yeah, they missed it. He was a pretty good little it was a pretty good hammer fist.
It was
I love Azeez Al-Shire. I love how
he
was violence he
Bad
plays
Bunny
with.
was in Happy Gilmore too. I forgot about that.
Oh yeah, he was just caddy.
Yeah,
the caddy. Happy Gilmore's caddies
he was
performing
great.
at the Super Bowl.
Honestly, like one of the only redeeming qualities of that movie, to be honest.
Yeah,
but yeah, I mean,
I'm a Bad Bunny fan.
I'm good with Bad Bunny.
Yeah, I'm a Bad Bunny
I'm
fan.
sure the typical Super Bowl party I go to, it'll probably clear out in that room. I can't imagine that there'll be a lot of fans there.
Katy Perry with the robot tiger was cool. Didn't she have the shark?
Yep, and they were dancing wrong.
Yeah. Bruno was fire. Key from LA. How about they do a Cirque du Soleil show for the halftime? The Cirque du Soleil shows, man, they give me anxiety.
They're so cool though.
They're sitting here jumping on these rings that are going in circles. They're 50 feet to 100 feet. I'm like, they're gonna die.
I mean,
they're gonna die.
I mean, they've kind of done it before.
Died?
No, the Cirque du Soleil show.
Those things scare me, man. I went to one Cirque du Soleil and I was so stressed.
Really?
Yeah. I was like, I'm about to witness a death.
I mean, because they had the people on the when Creed did the Cowboys game.
Creed. All right, NFL overreactions. This is the year the Falcons overtake the Buccaneers to win the NFC South.
No chance.
They're weird, man. That's a weird team. 1 week they look like an incompetent worst offense in the league, and then the next week Penix throws for 350 yards. It's like, what is going on?
That's why, because they're not consistent. I mean, their 4 games this year have all been very different, and maybe next year. If Penix can start to just play more consistently, but it's not even a Penix thing. It's the offense is just not consistent right now.
Yeah. I think I would lean more into the running game because Bijan might be the best offensive player in football, and Algier's not bad. Algier can give you 10, 12 touches a game and be pretty effective. I think I would have Penix throw a little bit less actually. The Giants are cursed.
Why? Oh,
because of Malik Neighbors.
I don't think they're cursed. I think their field sucks.
Yeah, probably right.
That's the problem. Odell Beckham Jr. is right. He was tweeting about it after the game. I mean, It's where we saw CJ get his concussion. We see knee injuries there all the time. There's more concussions there. MetLife's a problem.
I think that they should get – I'm getting more and more to just get rid of turf. Like, if you can I know that you have the domes. It makes it tough. Like, maybe not the dome stadiums, but any outdoor stadium, why don't you have grass? Like, you can maintain it. Like the World Cup, like, you have to have grass or you can't host a World Cup event. The NFL is big enough to be able to do that.
But the problem is the field. They don't want to give up the money.
Yeah, I think that's an issue. I think they should be forced to.
But they're not going to. I mean, because like look back to week 1.
Yeah,
like
right.
I'm sure you remember seeing this on Twitter, but like you saw week 1 where like you looked at Soldier Field and half the field's coming off the ground because they just held a concert. Like that's why MetLife doesn't want to give up concerts. That's why they want to.
I mean, these things are so sophisticated now. Like you can have a turf and then roll in a grass.
I would think so too.
I know there hasn't been like great success doing that. Hello NRG, but like I mean, doesn't the one in Arizona do that?
Mm-hmm.
I think they do that, and I think they do it well. Like figure it out. Like you're losing star players because they're playing on turf. Give them a little grass. Everybody's happy with a little bit more grass. But I actually think this could be a good thing for Jackson Dart. Like he's going to learn to have to spread it around a little bit more. Cam Scatabo is going to be like a guy that they're counting on offensively. And then, okay, here you go. Here's Malik Neighbors next year. I actually think this can be a good thing for the growth of Jackson Dart. So I don't think – I mean, they're kind of cursed. The Titans will have the first pick in the draft again this year.
I think I'm going to cash it and agree with that. I know we're not doing cash or trash it.
Yeah, I mean, it's fine. You know what you're saying.
I don't think – God, I've been kind of impressed with Spencer Rattler in ways.
Okay,
so
their defense is okay.
I think the Saints will win too many games to give them the number 1 pick, and I also think Justin Fields will get you a win or two this season. I'm not sure where the Titans win games.
Yeah,
They're
I think I have
atrocious.
to agree. Like the Titans are in the mix, Saints would be in the mix, Jets would be in the mix. Who else am I missing? Like those are like we said triple threat yesterday, and I added the Jets to it, so I know I'm missing one. Oh, Panthers. Like they're all really bad, but I think the Titans are the worst of them all. Oh, yeah, I could see them being the number 1 pick again, which is kind of scary because I do think Cam Ward has a chance to be pretty good. Like I do think he's very talented. He's just in a mess of a situation. Seahawks are the best team in the NFC West.
I'm gonna say no. I think it's the Rams. I think the Rams are still the best team in the West. I'm impressed with the Seahawks.
To agree.
I mean, I think Kubiak's done a good job so far with calling plays for Sam Darnold. He has not really looked like he's taken a step back without Kevin O'Connell, which is impressive.
He was with the Saints last year too. Remember, he got ran off.
Yeah, I mean, remember like the first 2 games of the season, they scored like 50 points.
I kind of like the Seahawks.
I
think they're pretty good.
I do too. I like the Seahawks. I just think the Rams are the better team.
No, I'm with you on that. Yeah. I can't give them higher than the Rams. Maybe higher than the 49ers because they're banged up, but I can't. The Rams. I like the Rams a lot.
Yeah,
that's an underrated division. Like we don't talk about that division enough, I don't think.
I mean, the 49ers are what? They're 3-1, and they've got a ton of injuries right now that they're dealing with. They're talking about Brock Purdy again today.
Yeah.
The Cardinals will be an up and down, close to 500 team this season. I would imagine that.
I think all 4 teams can make the playoffs. Not. I think all 4 are capable of making the playoffs.
Yeah.
I don't think all 4 will make the playoffs, but I think all 4 are playoff capable teams.
Buckle up.
I think he's kind of a good coach. He's corny. He's quirky. I think he's kind of a good coach.
I want to agree. It's just, what are they going to do with Kyler?
Kyler's the greatest athlete that's actively playing professional sports.
That's great.
On planet Earth.
Is he a good quarterback?
No, he's not that. No, he's not a good quarterback, though. Great athlete, not a great quarterback. The Ravens will miss the playoffs.
Yes, I agree.
Yeah,
they're 1-3.
That way too.
They're 1-3. I think they're going to lose this weekend.
And if you're picking them to lose this weekend and be 1-4,
I'm not picking them to lose this
I
weekend.
know. I'm talking to Joe in this case, but
and then they're going to be
think
1-5.
you have to pick them to miss the playoffs if they lose this week.
And then they're going to be 1-5 when they play the Rams. And
Probably.
And then they have a bye week.
And they can't come back from 1-5.
Yeah.
No, they can't.
Only a handful of teams have ever made the playoffs starting 1-4. I think it's like 11 all time.
Bad time for Lamar to fake an injury. Bad timing.
I mean, we'll see if he actually misses the game.
The ESPN, this is where we pull these overreactions. They have a bonus fantasy overreactions, and they have a Texans mention here, which is hilarious.
Okay.
Woody Marks, not Nick Chubb, is the Houston running back you want in fantasy.
Yes. Duh.
That's not even a take.
Is that worth the ink? Is it worth the characters?
No.
Of course Woody Marks is the one you want, and not Nick Chubb.
Let's do it. Okay.
It was just funny. It caught my eye. All right, let's give away some tickets to the original Greek Festival. It's Thursday, October 2nd through Saturday, October 4th at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. Authentic Greek food, wine, folk dancing, and music, crafts, and gifts. Opa! Bring the whole family. There will be plenty of fun and activities for all, starting this Thursday through Saturday at the Annunciation Greek Orthodox Cathedral in Montrose. Visit GreekFestival.org for details. Figure out how you're going to get there, all of it. But we're giving away a pair of tickets right now to 713-780-3776. Caller number 3 to 713-780-3776. You're headed to the original Greek Festival. Coming up next, let's hand out some game balls from week 4 of the NFL season. Who's getting your game ball? 713-780-3776. Jeremy and Joe, ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5.
This weekend is Oktoberfest at the Kima Boardwalk. Join them for a variety of German beer, food, live music, cornhole tournaments, Stein holding competitions, costume contests, and much more. It's an event that's totally free to the public to attend and walk around to. And right now, you can purchase beer tickets, beer steins, and food tickets online, or you can purchase them at the event as well. They're going to have all the kinds of great food for you there, tons of different beer options as well, from Blue Moon to Samuel Adams, Oktoberfest. You're going to have Eureka Heights is going to be there, Voodoo Ranger, all the different kinds of beer that you'll be able to find. Cornhole tournaments from 1 to 8 on both Saturday and Sunday. A DJ both days as well. And live music on Saturday from 6 p.m. to 10 p.m. and Sunday from 5 to 9. See the full schedule of events and concert lineup at KimaBoardwalk.com.
You're back with Jeremy and Joe
on ESPN 97.5 and 92.5.
Inside of the Veritex Community Bank Studios.
Game balls. Who are you giving your game balls to? 713-780-3776. Junkie on the text line just got banned for the rest of the show. He said, Creed and Nickelback halftime show, let's go. You're banned for the remainder of the show.
Why?
Banned for the because it's a terrible idea.
Yeah, it's not.
He banned the rest of the show. He can text again tomorrow, but he's banned the rest of the show.
little throwback, a little
Keith,
Nickelback.
you know what? Keith just got banned too. Keith, you're banned for the rest of the show. Super Bowl halftime show should be scrimmage of mascots versus kids. Banned for the rest of the show. You want to see Bad Bunny or kids and mascots? Banned for the rest of the show.
It can be funny though when they do it.
Feels like Joe wants to see the mascot.
What about
He was there was a pregnant pause there.
What about Seth DeFlo?
Do what?
Halftime
Perform?
show.
I mean, it'd be a minute and a half.
Just keep it short and sweet. If the Colts make it to the Super Bowl, can we get Bad Bunny to get a Seth DeFlo cameo at the Super Bowl?
No, I don't want it.
Why not?
Because I'm a little bothered making fun of that guy.
I'm not. I'm giving him his pride.
Why? I don't understand why you think has that issue.
Really?
Yeah, I don't see what you're saying. I get your hesitation if that guess was correct, but I don't see it.
Okay. Fair enough. Branham still thinks it's cool to hate on Nickelback and Creed for absolutely no reason. Oh, there's reason. There's plenty of it. All right, let's get to game balls.
Creed's fine.
Let's get to game balls. Joe, who are you giving a game ball to?
I'll start with last night. Darren Waller, 2 touchdowns in his return to the NFL. His first touchdown since, I think, 2023. I didn't expect that one. I won't be investing in him in fantasy football, but
he's no longer blocking, man.
Yeah.
They're using him as a receiver again.
But good for
he might
him.
get more exposure, though, with Tyreek getting his knee dislocated.
Yeah, he could.
But good for him.
All right, Darren Waller, game ball. I'm giving a game ball to Liam Cohen for stealing signs on his way to defeating San Francisco. I am pro sign stealing. Liam Cohen stealing signs and leads the Jags to a big road win in the Bay.
I'll give my first game ball to the guy that benefited the most from that late scratch with Jalen Warren, but Kenny Gainwell, 99 on the ground, 35 through the air, 2 touchdowns, big game for the Steelers.
It's a good ball. Good ball to give. Out in Dublin. A Dublin game ball.
A Dublin game ball, yes.
Joseph.
Let's go James Cook here. 22 carries, 117 yards, and a touchdown. He just continues to perform every single week for them. 3 catches as well in this game. He's a monster. And he just continually is just going out there. When you need him in the red zone, he's coming through. I think one of the more underappreciated players in the NFL. I just don't think he's paid. He got paid, but I don't think he's talked about in the way that he should be.
Probably not. I mean, Allen gets all the love there.
Yeah.
I think he was one of my favorite best ball plays of the year because he was falling because of the contract.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, well, that's cool. You're getting value there. Joe Brady did say this week, though, that they want to use him less because they want him healthy for the playoffs.
I don't like that.
That's what they did last year.
So
they frustrated a lot of people with all those Ty Johnson and Ray Davis carries.
Yeah, that's right. So that might be coming. I'll get the low-hanging fruit here. Woody Marks, 119 total yards, 2 TDs. Woody Marks, game ball.
Teeds. I don't think I'd heard Teeds before.
TD.
You can't say TD.
I'm confident that you can figure it out.
I figured it out. I just don't know what you're doing. All right. I wasn't sure which Falcon to give it to, but I'm going to give it to Drake London, so I'm not accused of Longhorn bias. 8 for 110 and a touchdown. Big game for Drake London.
I'll go next.
Joe, you having trouble with the order here?
Yeah. I forgot for a second. I got out of whack. I thought I was next, and then Brian started going. I was like, wait, where are we at in this thing? Josh Blackwell. I'll give it to him. Josh Blackwell, if you will say.
I do not know this man.
He kicked the game-winning field goal, or he blocked the game-winning field goal against the Raiders this weekend. So saved my bacon this weekend.
I didn't know who that guy was.
I had no idea who that guy was.
You're like,
who the is that guy?
That.
But he gets it.
Who is? I don't think I put down a game ball for the Bears.
I didn't either. Nothing really stood out.
I must have missed them. Huh. I'll give one to Ashton Genty. Goes back to his old stance.
Lost. Loser?
They lost.
We're not giving out game balls to losers.
Oh, that's who I gave my game ball to. You're right. That's my bad.
He was awesome.
I can see how you skipped over the Bears because you just gave it to the Raiders.
I think what happened was I was looking at all of that because I look at every box score for reasons I don't want to disclose. And for some reason, I assumed that the Genty side won the game because nobody on the Bears side did any good.
Yeah.
Except for the Blockwell guy. All right, my bad. Go ahead, Brian.
Okay. I'll give my next game ball to Jahmyr Gibbs, 91 yards rushing and a touchdown. Man, the narrative sure has shifted from after the Packers game in week 1. The Lions have just been just running people out of the gym. So that offense is clicking again.
Remember when the Packers dude was like, oh, yeah, we can run the entire season. We can win every game. And then the Packers since then have done everything but win.
Yeah.
And they've done literally everything but win. They've lost and they've tied even.
They've lost to a team that's now going to hand the ball to Dylan Gabriel on Sunday.
And they tied a team without CeeDee Lamb.
I gave him on Raw my game ball for that one.
That's fair. He was the other guy on my list. It was the 50-50.
Puka Nacua, 13 catches, 170 yards.
I love Puka.
See, I went Stafford there.
Really?
Yes, I mean, Stafford had to deliver it to him. Puka deserved it. I had both mentioned. In case one of y'all mentioned the other one. Puka's a freak, man.
Mm-hmm.
I think he might be my favorite player in the NFL.
Number 1?
I think he might be.
I think Bijan's my number 1 right now.
No, I like Puka more than Bijan.
Both are worthy.
I mean, non-Cougars, obviously, because, give me Case, give me Ed Oliver, give me Marcus Jones, who ran back a kick for the Patriots.
He did.
Game ball there.
He did.
Yeah, dude's an unbelievable returner. Tank Dell. So those guys, if I eliminate the Cougars, though, it might be Puka.
I mean, Case Keenum looks great in all the game victory speeches that Ben Johnson.
Why do you think Caleb Williams is playing so well?
Because of Case. Why do you think C.J. Stroud's struggling so much?
Exactly.
Case Keenum.
I mean, remember when Josh Allen's career took off? You know who the backup quarterback there was?
Case Keenum.
It's Case Keenum. Case Keenum.
Had nothing to do with Stephon Diggs getting there.
No. I mean, they traded
Keenum.
Stephon Diggs because he was a problem in Buffalo.
No, but Allen took off when he got Diggs.
No, he took off when he got Keenum.
Tomato.
Case Keenum's going to be such a highly sought after coach if he wants to coach. People are going to if Jack Easterby was around, he might hire Case Keenum to be the head coach.
Shout out to the fish.
I think it's your turn, Joe.
No, I just went. I said Puka.
Okay, give me Pat Mahomes. 4 touchdown passes to 4 different guys. Pat is back.
The Chiefs. That was going to be mine if I got the Chiefs game, but
I beat you.
Yeah, you did. I'll go to the Patriots game, and they blew out their opponent as well. Drake May, 14 of 17 passing. The ball barely hit the ground. 2 of 3, 2 passing touchdowns, plus a TD running it in. So Drake May, I mean, we're talking year 2 quarterbacks. I don't know what we expected to be, or I think Bo Nix was probably expected to be the leader in the clubhouse for best year 2 quarterback, but Drake May has taken that from him.
Mm-hmm. He's been incredible. Do we give out game balls?
For ties?
In a tie.
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I did not.
Dallas Goedert for the Eagles, 4 catches,
he
37 yards, and 2 touchdowns.
He was on my list.
But they weren't they were shovel passes.
I actually skipped that game because like the stat lines for the Eagles in that game were not all that impressive.
Someone gets one.
Saquon is not to pat myself on the back for that cash or trash, but Saquon does not deliver for fantasy.
How much money would y'all pay for Marks in a fantasy waiver pickup? You're in a soft league if Woody Marks is available.
It was still – I saw someone tweet 63% yesterday.
On Sleeper, it was 33%.
Yeah.
He was only owned by 33% of the league.
Of my leagues. I would spend my entire fab for him.
Yep.
Yeah, I agreed.
I think I'd spend all of my fab, but he's unavailable in all my leagues. B-Mac, Colts fan, definitely – I don't want to read the rest of the text.
I don't think so, man.
Go Colts!
That's it. Watching Karate Kid when I get home from work. There you go. I love this song. This song's awesome. I think Puka is my number 1, too. He's unbelievable. I love Puka, man. He's one of my favorite players. I haven't really thought about that in a long time. Who are my favorite players? Because I do root for my Cougs.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I have a bias towards Texans, but I'm not,
But I think it's a good question, outside of the teams that you root for and cover. Who are your favorite players?
I mean, Puka's there.
I
like some of the quarterbacks.
I think James Cook is there for me right now.
I
love
James
watching
Cook.
him play.
I'd have Josh Allen on my list. He's so fun to watch.
He is fun to watch. I usually have an allegiance to guys who help me in fantasy too.
That's why I said
Definitely
James
fair.
Cook.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I haven't really thought about that in a long time. All right, 713-780-3776. What car wrecks of the day do you have? But before that, I'm giving you some tickets because I love you guys. Houston fans, this still hasn't been fixed. Houston fans, you don't want to miss this. The undefeated Houston Cougars are 4-0 and ready to take on Big 12 foe Texas Tech. It's family weekend, so bring your crew and fill TD ECU Stadium while wearing Houston blue. Help us keep the win streak alive and protect Cougs House. It'll be a night of thrilling plays, hard-hitting action, unforgettable moments. Nothing beats the tradition, the pageantry, the roar of the crowd like a Houston Cougar football game. Tickets are going fast, hottest ticket in town. So get your tickets, uhcougars.com/tickets, 713-GO-COUGS to get your tickets today. We're going to give away a pair of tickets right now. Sorry to do this, but the greatest college quarterback statistically of all time, or number 7. So caller number 7, 713-780-3776. You win tickets to see Houston and Texas Tech Saturday night at TD ECU Stadium. Car wreck of the day coming up next. It's Jeremy and Joe on ESPN 97.5, ESPN 92.5. Car wreck of the day, 713-780-3776. What are your car wrecks of the day? Do you want a team to win the World Series? I know that stupid question to Joe.
Yep. Come on, join my team.
Do I want to root for the Cubs because of Joe? I'm not that nice of a guy.
I think the answer is no.
But I don't want any of these other teams to win, though. Like, I don't want anybody in the American League to win. I want it to be a National League team. I wouldn't hate Toronto, I guess. Like, if you forced me to pick an AL team, I would say Toronto.
No, not
Cleveland,
Boston.
maybe second. No, I don't want Boston or the Yankees.
Because of Bregman?
Or Seattle. No, I would have said no to Boston even before Bregman. I don't like big markets.
Toronto would be a good story.
Toronto would be cool because they're from Canada and they win America's pastime, and George Springer and guards would be cool from the payroll perspective. I don't want Hinch to get another one outside of Houston. I really don't want an American League team to win. If I had to pick an American League team, I would go Toronto, Cleveland.
I don't mean to pick a team in
Brian,
Joe's
I wasn't
favorite.
done.
Sorry?
I wasn't done yet.
All right.
National League, I don't really like Milwaukee. Don't really like Philly. Don't care about Cincy. Don't care about the Dodgers. I hate the Dodgers. Padres are fine. You know what? I'm going to do it, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm going to root for your Cubs to win it all.
Let's go.
And I have a one-game lead on this. So let's go. Go. What do they say? Cubs, we're going to win today or whatever?
Go Cubs, go.
Go Cubs, go. Yeah, let's
Yep.
do that. Let's do that. Who are you going to say, Brian?
It doesn't matter. Let's get on with it.
I know Joe wants the Cubs to win.
Of course I do.
So I want that. Car wrecks of the day. Do you have Dell's, Brian?
Yeah, I
queued
saw
up?
what you typed in. You might be disappointed here because you seem to think Dell said something on air. It's not that. It was a problem with audio being played on the air that wasn't supposed to be.
Was it funny?
I mean, you can be the judge. I'll let you.
Yeah, let's listen to it.
All
Let's
right.
see if it's car wreck worthy.
Your bar is low at this point.
I know.
Nah.
Yeah, that's enough. That's enough. Borderline. Borderline if you don't have anything. It's not that bad. It was just, a live mic on the computer maybe?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was editing D'Amico audio during the commercial.
But it's more that they've done it before on that show.
It's nowhere what you did yesterday, Brian.
No, definitely wasn't.
All right, I got 3 here. Wood chips and corn dogs.
Yeah, what's up with this?
Yeah, some of the wood. I don't know why this is a surprise. I've always thought that there's a possibility of a wood chip getting into my corn dog. They put it on a wooden stick, for goodness sakes.
Yes.
It's always a possibility.
So are you talking about there's wood chips beyond the sticks?
Yeah, they're like in the batter and the hot dog apparently.
Oh.
They had to recall a bunch of corn dogs and sausage on a sticks because there's wood chips in the actual food part of it, if that's what we're calling it these days. So that gets a nom. Sauce Gardner claims that the refs are picking on him because the Jets are a losing team and that winning teams naturally get calls.
Okay.
So Sauce Gardner's a nom. And then Brian yesterday saying that Lamar Jackson was playing possum and faked his hamstring injury.
I stand
and
by
now it's
it.
being
We'll
reported
see if
he
he
could miss
misses it.
multiple weeks. So those are my 3 noms. Joe, what do you got?
I'll nominate myself for a disaster live read earlier
so
in
am I.
the show today.
That was intentional too.
I can't ignore it. Can I just nominate Monday Night Football last night because none of it was good?
Yeah, that's a good call.
It was not. It was just not good football. Troy Aikman even said it. This is
It was
not
bad
quality
football.
football.
The whole night was bad football.
Yeah.
It was a bad Monday night slate. I'm looking forward to the Thursday night game this week. Rams and Niners. Although
good.
Mac Jones probably going to start.
All right.
Purdy's probably not going to play. You know the top 2 quarterback leaders in passing yards per game are Mac Jones and Brock Purdy. I forget the order, but the 2 San Francisco quarterbacks are 1-2 in yards per game throwing. Isn't that weird?
Yeah. But Mac Jones, he's dealing. He's finally
I feel
home.
like I got no-selled that little nugget.
He's finally home where he belongs in San Francisco.
I got no-selled that nugget.
I was waiting for you to tell me it was a funny story.
Nominate Jeremy for.
You should just go steal all of mine.
Sorry.
Jeez.
Nominate Joe for stealing all of Brian's.
all my nominations.
It was a good story, man. A lot of people love Big Ike.
Yeah, but it wasn't funny.
Texas high school football. It wasn't funny at all. No. It was more like it's a small world. Oh, there's an Ike caller, and I went to a lot of those games. It wasn't funny at all. I agree. Brian?
I mean, I was going to nominate Joe's live read in your funny story, but I feel like that's already been taken. So I'll nominate, we mentioned it earlier in the show, but Rich Eisen's Jake Browning take where, no, they're going to be just fine with the Bengals, and they got beat, 42-10, and then 28-3 last night?
Not just fine. Josh from Seabrook, car wreck of the day. The refs at the Bengals-Broncos game. How was that fair catch interference? That's a good call. Car wreck of the day, whatever it was that Branham called a touchdown earlier. I think he was trying to say tutty. No, I was trying to say teed.
It's
TD.
It's teed.
If you pronounce it, it's teed. I do the same thing with AJ. I call him age. I'm just pronouncing the acronym.
You just became very Southern in that moment.
I'm a Southern boy. Car wreck is being caller 2 and 6 and missing out on Cougs tickets. I'm sorry.
That's tough.
All right, what wins? I like Joe's live read.
Joe's live read.
Yep, I agree. Hand up. Whoops.
Forgot the number. Let's just awkwardly go to break. Silence. That was very good. All right, does it for us. Thanks to all of you in the Junkyard for listening in. Thanks to Brian for his spectacular work. Joe, thank you to him. I'm Jeremy. We'll talk to you tomorrow. Hall of Fame at 8. Soccer Matters right now on ESPN 97.5 and ESPN 92.5.
All right, welcome in, everybody. Big night tonight on Soccer Matters, and we got a lot of good guests. We got tickets to give away. Got a nice, cool studio in here. I got my jacket on, and we got the man behind the glass, the one and only Brian McDonald. Brian, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well. How about you, Glenn?
What was the big talk today in sports talk?
Today it was what direction will the Astros go? Their offseason obviously started earlier than fans wanted it to because they missed the playoffs for the first time since 2016. So do they fire their general manager? Do they fire their manager? What players do they swap out? What direction they go? That was the big talk.
What a body of work is all I'm going to say with my educated opinion. What a body of work. Champions League today, Real Madrid got a 5-0 victory. Atalanta, dramatic 2-1 win over Bruges. Atletico Madrid, man, 10 goals in 2 games. They hit Real Madrid for 5 on the weekend. Well, they hit for 5 more. They win 5-1. Spurs and Bodo Glimt of Norway, 2-2. Chelsea goes down on an own goal to Benfica. That was the return of Jose Mourinho. Bayern Munich smashing somebody. Inter smashing somebody. Tomorrow, you've got the big PSG versus Barcelona. A lot of injuries involved in that one. Leverkusen, PSV, Dortmund, Bilbao, Monaco against Man City, Napoli against Sporting of Portugal, Villarreal, Juventus. That's an interesting one because Juventus will play Milan and Christian Pulisic on the weekend. And I did say Dortmund and Bilbao tomorrow. Then you've got the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup in Austin. Austin FC taking on Nashville. Tonight we'll bring on Eric Goodman from the Verde Report in Austin to get a read on what's happening out there. And, of course, we will get a Matthew McConaughey appearance. I'm pretty confident that's going to happen at Q2 Stadium up there. Canadian Championship is also tomorrow night. Vancouver Whitecaps against, I think it's Vancouver FC. Thomas Muller, I mean, I got to tell you, he is a marketing. He's just so great for MLS and that market. LA Galaxy and Toluca in the Campeones Cup, and I am told that Double H, Hector Herrera, was sent off on the weekend. So there we go. Let's kick it off tonight with something that we love to do on the show. All right, you ready for this one tonight? There is no doubt. Everybody's talking about Christian Pulisic. Everybody was up in arms about him taking himself out of the national team in the Gold Cup. It seems now he made the right choice for himself, his lucrative career, and the fact he is the poster boy for U.S. soccer right now heading into the 2026 World Cup. Now, a reminder, he is a Champions League winner from Chelsea. Now, I know what some people are out there saying, oh, well, you know, he was injured there a lot. He had a little bit of a problem with Thomas Tuchel. He scored 20 Premier League goals, but he's a Champions League winner. And at that point, I think in his career, people were wondering, is it going to be defined by injury? Another reason why maybe a smart move to jump out of the Gold Cup. There are times that have been quickly forgotten. And based on his current form, he is a star for AC Milan, one of the biggest teams in the world. AC Milan, yep. Plays in the Serie A. They just dumped Napoli 2-1. They're now going in a different direction. They've got more players surrounding Pulisic, plus Massimiliano Allegri has got them at the top of the table. They got a good manager there. Remarkably, though, there are still people out there that want to condition Christian Pulisic's success. They want to condition it. Oh, he's in the Serie A, or, oh, he's not tough. Come on. So nonsensical to say things like that. AC Milan now, for me, by the way, has become destination viewing. And when an American is a star at AC Milan, it's pretty remarkable stuff. And it's no mean feat that to win over Italians, you better be darn good if you're an American player. And that happens in a lot of countries. The American player gets judged a lot more harshly. So this is the Milan of Maldini, Baresi, Beckham, Ibrahimovic, Gullit, Costa Curta, Donadoni, Ancelotti, Kaká, Van Basten, Inzaghi, Rivera. Should I go on? Shevchenko. Should I go on? And he is now the star of this team. The generational turnover of fans, pretty incredible. And he is the star of the team. So he had a goal and assist in their win over Napoli, breaking a 17-game unbeaten streak for Napoli. His indelible moment, though, came when, with the outside of his foot, he turned a player 10 yards inside his own half, took off like a lightning bolt and a rocket down the left side of the field, 65 yards, gets to the end line. Most people are going to be exhausted, and then delivers a pinpoint pass to the far post. This was one of the greatest moments ever for an American player in Europe, I think. From the moment and the play. Moments, a lot of times, are what goes up on social media, by the way. So rest assured, if this was Lamine Yamal or Mbappe or Vinny Jr., there would have been far more press coverage of this. Pulisic's in great form at a top club. He's a star. This is something we should take note of. Maybe as an American, in my case, I'm very proud of the guy and what he's doing. And it's one more reminder, as there are many former American players, the Dempseys of the world, the Friedels, the Kellers, that know so well, that have played in Europe, that being an American player is not an easy thing overseas. Here's to more informed Christian Pulisic. Gotta love it. Guy's tearing it up. Star of the team. Good news for him, he's good and bad. They're not in the Champions League, so that's less games he's going to play. He can stay fresh, and he can be ready for what will be the big one, and that is the World Cup 2026 here in the United States. So that is Game On for 90. I got it in tonight. I usually don't. I usually go over. So if anybody wants to weigh in on Pulisic and what he's doing right now as an American soccer player in Europe, let's get your take. 713-780-3776. If you don't agree with me, tell me why I'm wrong. Can't say because he's not in the Premier League. Or yes, you can, actually. Galatasaray today stunned Liverpool. Osimhen, penalty kick. I don't think I mentioned that one. So what's your take on Christian Pulisic? 713-780-3776. Pretty spectacular what he's doing. Turns a guy in his own half, takes off like a rocket, and then squares it across the face of goal. That's Napoli. It's a big win. 70,000 people at the game. Milan's not an easy place to play, especially as an American player. That's, I think, pretty clear, without a doubt. So we got a lot going on here tonight, and we got a lot going on tomorrow. We got a good set of music here tonight. I got some Imagine Dragons. I got Whiskey Myers. I was up in the Woodlands for the Whiskey Myers show. Now, there's a lot of people that say there isn't great rock music anymore. There are a lot of bands. They just don't get the airplay. So I'm playing a few of them tonight. Whiskey Myers is one. Dirty Honey, played them before. Sleep Token is another good one. And then I'm going to switch over to the second hour, and we're going to go a little more classic. I got some ZZ Top, Rolling Stones, Sly and the Family Stone, and then the great Kingfish. So our music list brought to us always by Cactus Music. So big thank you to Cactus Music. All right, Houston Dynamo. 2 games to go. They got to win both games. Tonight we'll have Lawrence and Ali on the show. I've talked to Lawrence in this interview about a number of things. Dealing with Nashville's press early. Confusing to me that nobody on the field. And Ben Olsen even said, we prepared the team for this, that they were going to get the press. And if you didn't know it was coming, you saw what they did from the opening kickoff, right, Nashville? Now, this would have been a no-no in my day because it basically says, hey, we don't value the ball. That was from my youth coach. But we've seen PSG do this. They basically, off the opening kickoff, just like in football, you knock the ball out for a throw-in near the corner flag. It allows you to move your whole team up the field. Now you get tight on everybody and you press them, and you hope you catch them cold. Well, you knew it was coming. What's stunning to me is that the players on the field, nobody recognized that maybe we should just clear our lines and hit some balls in behind them Yes, I understand they were getting suffocated by Nashville, but we continued to try and play through them. It was stunning that nobody on the field made that decision. Now, I don't know if somebody was on the field saying, hey, hit it long, but nobody did it. And even if you hit it long and just give up possession, you let them burn some energy running back into their own half of the field to get the ball. It allows you to collect yourself. It allows you to remind yourself what you're in the midst of. But it was stunning to me that the players didn't pick up on this quicker. Now, that leads me to what we have heard from all the competitive brass. Pat Onstad, Ben Olsen, Asher Mendelson. It's a very data-driven system. And in these data-driven systems, you take people aside, you show them data, you tell them exactly how they want to play the position. I'm just wondering if people are so data-oriented in their brain that they forgot to make decisions on their own. Because after all, if you go too heavy on data, you can have players that are so concerned with that and playing time that they lose their own identity when it comes to making decisions. And the Dynamo are a data team. They'll tell you that. So, look, I'm not at practice, so I have to caveat this with that. I would expect that coaches would expect that players have to problem solve for themselves in games. But data is a big thing, and I do think it does get into the head of players. I think Aliou Ibrahim was one of them. Came to the Dynamo, and he looked great in the first couple of games, was playing with freedom, and all of a sudden he just looked like a kid that, it's like those pie charts going on in the head of Einstein. I mean, he was overthinking it to the point where he got traded to Columbus. Again, this is just my judgment, just my opinion. But, and then Eric Sviatchenko got a red card. It wasn't the best of balls from Ethan Bartlow. He got carded. He actually came out and apologized today in a post, which I don't know why apologies. I mean, it's a nice thing to do, but he got sent off. I get it. I think the most important thing is if you feel you got to apologize, you do it to your teammates. I don't think he owes it to the public. That guy's a professional. He's been. So I don't know. I didn't think he had to come out and do all that. You may think he did. I don't. 713-780-3776. Dynamo fan, are you still in this? Are you still in it? Does this team deserve to go to the playoffs? Are you in it? 713-780-3776. If I don't get any phone calls, I'm going to just say you might not be in it. 713-780-3776. Is there anybody out there that's still believing in the whole playoff system? Will things change if they make the playoffs? And there's a lot that needs to change, not just the competitive side, by the way. I am going to give some tickets away. The final game is against San Diego, which actually was one of the most entertaining games the Dynamo played all year in San Diego. They got a 4-3 victory in that one. Big comeback. That was 2 goals from your DP, Ezekiel Ponce. And it was, I think, only one of 2 losses San Diego's had at home. And that was a big win at the time. But it's difficult. You know how I feel about the playoffs. I think urgency doesn't have to be there in MLS. And again, you can say what you want about it, but I don't want to just keep bringing this up because I bring it up a lot. I don't. I mean, do we really think that Dallas, Salt Lake, the Dynamo, San Jose are deserving of the playoffs? I don't know. Imagine Dragons, huh? It's called Believer. So, you know what? It's a playoff system. You can still believe. We've seen a lot of crazy things in Major League Soccer. But I'll tell you right now, I don't think these teams that are fighting to be in 9th place deserve to be rewarded. The teams that do are the San Diegos, the Vancouvers, record-wise Minnesota, LAFC. LAFC is going to be a favorite now, signing Sun. Seattle continues to get it done every year. How about Austin? Spent $30 million on 3 attackers, not scoring a lot of goals, but they're solid for the playoffs, and they're playing in the Lamar Hunt U.S. Open Cup tomorrow. We'll talk to Eric Goodman tonight from the Verde Report. We've got Lawrence Sonali tonight talking about his game, talking about the overall Dynamo mood. And as we go to break right now, I'm going to give a pair of tickets away to the Houston Dynamo this weekend. They will take on San Diego. Chucky Lozano, for all you Mexico fans out there. Chucky Lozano coming to Houston. 713-780-3776. Third caller, 713-780-3776. How about a pair of tickets to Dynamo on Fan Appreciation Night and San Diego?
You are listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
I caught this show, Cynthia Woods Mitchell Pavilion. This is a good band. Got a good break opening for the Rolling Stones, and then I think they're on that show Yellowstone as well. Whiskey Myers. It was a good show. All right, welcome back. Cactus Music will appreciate that nice raw guitar. Love that. All right, couple of things here. By the way, You are out there, Dynamo fan, because when we gave the tickets away, you blew up our phone lines. So you are out there. You just don't want to talk. And if you do want to talk, 713-780-3776. Anything's on the table, Champions League. We got a lot of Ben Olsen sound here tonight. But we're going to go to this weekend, and we're going to keep the Christian Pulisic theme going here. Milan beat Napoli 2-1. The first goal is Salamaker's, but this is all Christian Pulisic setting this up. And this starts 10 yards inside his own half when he turns and takes off. So that was big from Christian Pulisic. Absolutely took off, blew down the left side, avoided a tackle, got to the end line. And, you know, how many times do we see people make a long run, get to the end line? They don't have the finish. They can't produce the final pass, all of that kind of stuff. So there you go. Let's get the second goal. This would end up being the game winner, and it would be Pulisic who gets it. Wow, listen to that crowd. He's one of the top players in Europe, in the world right now. No question about it. Let's go to number 12, soundbite 12, Pulisic proving everyone wrong. So that was Mike Grella from CBS Sports. Yeah, that's where I'm at on this. I'm like, get on the train. Watch this kid. He's pulling it off for us. He's an American player. We should be proud. No question about it. So I really liked that take from him, and it's very similar to the take that I had on Game On for 90. This is a rare moment to watch somebody dominating a league right now. Now, how long it lasts, we'll see. But everything is in line here for him to continue to have a great season. The goal contributions are crazy from Christian Pulisic. You know, he's got a bunch of goals already. He's producing every single game, and he's making things happen in both the Coppa Italia and also in regular league play. And they just pulled it off against Napoli. So on Sunday, he'll take on Juventus. That's, I think, where you want to be. You want to watch that game. And you want to watch Pulisic, see if he pulls it off again. Juventus, by the way, has to play again tomorrow. So there you go. 24-25 season, he had 17 goals and 10 assists. He's, you know, the outlook for him is fantastic. All right, we do have a Dynamo question on the phone, so let's go to Adrian talking Dynamo playoffs. Adrian.
Well, two things. First, regarding the playoffs, I don't think the Dynamo deserve to make the playoffs. I think they shouldn't get in. That way changes can happen within the team. Maybe a new coach, maybe some other changes.
Okay, so that's it. Adrian, can I stop you there? Because that's really interesting take. Because I don't know if everybody has that take. Adrian's saying, is it better for us not to make the playoffs as opposed to they make the playoffs, get knocked out early, they could potentially go on a run, but then, you know, it's, hey, we made the playoffs 3 years in a row, and maybe people are content with that. I think that's where you're going with that.
Yes, sir.
All right, continue.
And then second, just want to invite you to the Surge tailgate this Saturday before the game.
Okay, I'm going to make it over this time. I'm going to make it. Because you've invited me a lot.
Bring Pat with you.
Yeah, you've invited me a lot, so I need to come because you've been kind enough to invite me, so I need to show up. And who do you want me to bring with me?
Bring Pat with you.
Well, Pat might have other things to do, but we can mention. I can mention it to. Well, I guess somebody will mention it to Pat. He might be. Maybe he listened to the show tonight. But I'm going to definitely go over, say hello, and express my gratitude and thanks for inviting me. All right.
Yes, sir. You have a good one.
All right. Thank you, Adrian. All right. So, Adrian, how do you feel about that? Adrian brings up a good point here. Should we go to the playoffs? Do we, I mean, I don't think, you can look at it two ways. You can just say, hey, this is the playoffs in the league. Glenn, shut your pie hole. We're still in it. We got a shot. Or you can say, no, it's not been a great season. And to make the playoffs, it's, maybe it's not the best thing. I don't know. You guys can tell me, 713-780-3776. Federico DiMichaelis will be on later, and Federico and I will banter it about as well. All right, so we got the Pulisic stuff there. This is a great watch. Everybody was really critical about him in the Gold Cup. I had no problem with him taking the Gold Cup off. What I did not like was what I think is how he told people he wasn't going to be a part of the Gold Cup. I hope he went to the manager first. I don't know. I didn't like his dad getting involved. And I didn't like, once you made that decision, don't take pictures of yourself on the beach. But these are young people. I don't know. Not the best thing to do. But for anybody that says this guy doesn't have heart, this guy isn't committed, you don't do what he's doing at AC Milan without heart, competitive spirit, okay? I saw him throw Scott McTominay to the ground like a rag doll during the game, okay? And he's, most importantly, scoring and producing goals. Crystal Palace, they get a big win. Here's Nketiah. That was dramatic. There were a lot of dramatic comebacks and late goals this weekend. And Nketiah gets the winner for Crystal Palace. They beat Liverpool. Liverpool lost today to Galatasaray in Turkey. Tough environment to play. They lost that one on a penalty kick. So it's 2 losses in a row for Liverpool. That was their first scar in the Premier League season. Now, speaking of comebacks, Arsenal with a big comeback. They would tie things up through Mikel Merino. You heard the commentator against his former club. That happens so often. It's crazy. Newcastle was up in the 34th minute. That tied it up. Nick Woltemade had scored a header for Newcastle, so they were up at that point. And then Gabriel will get this game winner, and it is a big 3 points. Gabriel did that 96th minute. That's in stoppage time. Now, think about that. That additional 2 points and not getting a draw could be the addition to win a title. And I think it's up for grabs. I think Liverpool still has a lot to put together with some of the big signings they have. But I don't think anybody looks unbeatable at this point, and there are points here that could be so decisive at the end of the year. All right, speaking of shocking results, the man in black got one over on Xabi Alonso. That is Atletico Madrid over Real Madrid. So instead of going one by one through these, they won 5-2. So we're going to this is the great work of Brian McDonald, who put all of this together. This is how Atletico Madrid smashed Real Madrid. Unbelievable. So Atletico Madrid took the lead in this game. Normand had a header in the 14th minute. Mbappe equalized in the 25th, and then Arda Güler, the Turk, put Real up at the 37-minute mark. So it's 2-1 Real Madrid, 37 minutes in. This game is a crazy game. Soccer is amazing. It just can do some of the most unpredictable things. Sometimes you're just not ready for it. Who would have told you that Atletico Madrid was going to hit Real Madrid for 5 goals in a Madrid derby? Sorloth tied it right before halftime. And then Real Madrid concede a penalty. They get a stunning free kick from Julian Alvarez. Alvarez had 2 on the day. There were some self-inflicted issues in this game. Griezmann finally scores, and it ends 5-2. Who would think that Thibaut Courtois would get beaten 5 times? He took some criticism because he's a part of helping defend set pieces. So that's it. So Real Madrid's 7-game match-winning streak came to an end, but they won today in the Champions League. But this is pretty embarrassing. These kind of embarrassing losses for big clubs are not taken well, especially against rivals. So there you go. Okay, so those were some of the important issues on the weekend. MLS has been getting a lot of conversation. Jurgen Klopp, who's with Red Bull, was in New York, had a lot of glowing comments about MLS, talked about in 5 years' time it could be even more special. Now, he's not going to say anything critical, of course, because he's on the payroll. But I also tend to believe a lot what Jurgen Klopp says. So if you remember, Ashley Cole played at the LA Galaxy. Here's Ashley Cole. This is soundbite number 15 on his time in Major League Soccer and the U.S. Boy, I think that was a great soundbite from Ashley Cole. Now, I don't think in this day and age, if you're a player coming to Major League Soccer, there's no excuse for not knowing what the territory is like here, not knowing what to be prepared for with travel and climate. But, Ashley Cole was once Alphonso Davies. There was somebody saying that about him. But I thought that was great. He referenced the late, great Ziggy Schmidt, referenced Bruce Arena, endorsed 2 very good American coaches, 2 historic American coaches. Yeah. Now, tell me you don't like this. This is Dirty Honey When I'm Gone. It's a rockin' tune. See, even Brian McDonald's saying this is good. You like this?
Yeah, this is pretty good. It reminds me kind of Greta Van Fleet a little bit.
It's got a little Zeppelin to it, but it's rock and roll.
I like it.
Rock and roll's not dead. Just ask the guys in Oasis, right? Ask the guys in Oasis. All right, we're going to take a break here. Before we go to break here, I want to remind you about Slip Sliders. Amazing offerings at Slip Sliders. This is down on Bins near the museum, okay? It's getting a lot of good press. Sliders, tenders, shakes, but they've got a variety of sliders that are amazing. They got beef, chicken, seafood. They got vegetable options, credible sides, Cajun cheese fries, fried cheesy pickles, and then the hand-spun milkshakes. They are on Seamless and DoorDash, by the way. Good variety of proteins. They got beef, you got brisket, you got short rib, you got chicken, seafood, vegetable options. And then there's a lot of creativity thrown into these. And I got to bring some up here for you, Brian, because I don't think you were here the night. Yeah, I think Sean was in for you.
Oh, I knew. Yeah,
you missed a good night, but we're gonna get them up. So here's an example: the Buffalo Blue. It's a spicy chicken slider with buffalo sauce, blue cheese. I mean, that one packs a nice punch. Then you got the classic, the backyard burger. I like the Shrimp Shack, which is a shrimp patty, and it's got a really interesting sauce on it. Southern Comfort is really good. Falafel and chill, but there's something there for everybody. And these are made to order. They're not, sitting around waiting for somebody to come in. They're made to order. They're really good. Sides are good. Like I mentioned, they got some fried offerings. They got truffle Parmesan fries, and then all kinds of great drinks and teas and milkshakes. And I'm told the beignet bites are awesome, but I have not tried them yet. That is Slip Sliders. Down in the Museum District. Slip Sliders on bins. Go down to Slip Sliders. Talk to the owner, Rashid. Tell him you heard it on Soccer Matters. We'll take a break. It's 1802 bins, Slip Sliders. Break time.
You're listening to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5.
And on ESPN 92.5.
Brought to you by the Daspit Law Firm. From the Veritex Community Bank Studios, here's Glenn Davis.
All right, welcome back to Soccer Matters on ESPN 97.5, presented by John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. Hey, you need a personal injury attorney. You need the best. It's John Daspit, the Daspit Law Firm. They've been getting soccer on the airwaves for so many years here. Super grateful for John and his firm. But look, You get in a car, boat, motorcycle accident. Nobody wants to get into these situations. They're nerve-wracking. You need to go get the best. You need to get someone who's going to fight for your right for compensation. And that is John Daspit and the Daspit Law Firm. It's DaspitLaw.com. 713-CALL-NOW. 713-CALL-NOW. DaspitLaw.com. And John and his firm, they're going to work for you 24/7, nights and weekends. This is a band called Sleep Token. The song is called The Summoning. So for those that like it a little bit harder, we're giving it to you. A little bit of a mix here tonight. We got some soul and R&B in the next segment with Sly and the Family Stone. We got some classic. And then we got some great old school blues with the legendary and young guy, Kingfish. I don't know if you've ever seen him, but he's awesome. All right, let's get to the phone lines. Verde Report. He's Eric Goodman, one of my favorite guests. Another one of these great young guys that are doing a great job covering Major League Soccer and the sport of soccer. And Eric joins us now from, I believe, Austin, Texas. Eric.
You are correct, Glenn. That's where we am. We're looking forward big time to tomorrow night for our first opportunity for, you could actually say any Major League professional sports championship in the city of Austin in its entire history. So potentially very exciting times around here.
You wouldn't be lying when you say that. So give us a bit of the flavor and the mood of everything that's going on, what's kind of happening off the field, the coverage from the maybe legacy media people locally. Tell me what's going on.
Yeah, for sure there's an uptick. I think everybody's still caught off guard slightly, at least getting used to the idea of what an Open Cup is, this mid-season championship. Obviously, people here are used to a playoff run. This isn't a playoffs by name, but, obviously we know it's a tournament-style competition that Austin FC has had to go through some pretty incredible moments just to make it this far. And the supporters groups are definitely trying to capitalize on this moment. You have seen a little bit more coverage of the team. Not only, you inviting me on the show, which I always love to come on, but getting a few other requests to do some mainstream media around here, which is always a good sign for soccer. And so, it's a really exciting week, and now it's on to the team to capitalize on it.
Yeah, and I'm excited for you, too, to get to cover it because it's always good for, journalists to be around winners and exciting times. And, by the way, you were my friend first, so tell those other guys that, okay? You were my friend first.
You got it.
All right.
That is true.
All right. And by the way, you guys better win that thing tomorrow because we got the Copa Tejas already up here. All right. So be ready for that. There was a little sarcasm in that.
Well, I'm sure the Houston locals and Dynamo fans are going to be wearing their yellow and pulling big time for Nashville tomorrow night. That's for sure.
I would have a feeling you may be correct. All right, we're talking to Eric Goodman. Does a great job, Verde Report. Eric, so let's talk a little bit about the overall year for Austin FC as well. Spend $30 million on Mirto Uzuni, Brandon Vasquez, he gets injured. Usman Bukhari. It's not the highest scoring of teams, yet they're producing results. So how is that all being taken? Because I think people were expecting, hey, we're going to get a flood of goals here.
Right, and we learned very early on it wasn't going to be that way. This club scored 11 goals in the first half of the MLS season, which was on pace to be a record low in club history, in league history, if I'm not mistaken. But since that week 17, since that halfway point, they've scored goals at double the rate, and they haven't also lessened their defensive stature either. They've been still one of the toughest teams to score on, and a lot of that has to do with Brad Stuver, who has been bar none the best goalkeeper in Major League Soccer this year. And really, it's interesting because you never want to lose a player the talent of Brandon Vasquez, and that seemed like it was going to be kind of a death blow to this team's chances. But this takes nothing away from Brandon the player, but there was an imbalance of attacking talent when you talked about Uzuni, who was the other, double, seven-figure transfer fee. He didn't have a role with Vasquez there that he was comfortable in. But if you remove Vasquez from the equation, unfortunately through the injury, it has simplified things up front for guys like Bukhari, and you have the emergence now of Owen Wolff, who's been at the center and been exactly the chance-creating player that Austin has needed.
That is a great, great point because we've seen this in sports so much that a key player gets injured. It just shakes the dynamic a little bit. You know, Mirto Uzuni's having to change his game a bit for Vasquez. Vasquez gets injured, and all of a sudden things are rolling again. Okay, so I want to ask you about Owen Wolff. I'm a big fan of this kid, Josh Wolf's son. I think his growth has been pretty remarkable, and having had a radio show in Austin for a while, I was really queuing in on Austin FC and saw him as a young kid, and I'm like, wow, I mean, this kid's got some real ceiling, but he has really matured, hasn't he?
Yeah, it's been awesome to watch. And this is a guy that I both directly and indirectly got a lot of undeserved heat. Durant, because of being the son of Josh Wolff, who was an unpopular coach for most of his time as Austin FC's manager. And, people, and obviously no one with an informed opinion, but you still had, there's some fans here and some voices that aren't the most experienced soccer fans from this team being so young that were wondering, why is this 19-year-old kid, now 20-year-old kid, getting minutes over more experienced players?
Yeah, they're claiming nepotism, right?
Right, which anybody who could watch could see that, first of all, logically speaking, if you've got a teenage player with enough potential to be named to multiple U.S. youth national teams, you're going to want to get that player on the field, and now you're seeing exactly why. You give a young teenage player those minutes, that experience, because he has been the club's best player this year. And Brad Stuver aside, like I said, best goalkeeper in MLS this season, but in terms of outfield players, it's been Owen Wolff. He's been by far the most consistent, and he's really kind of understanding how good he is, and you're seeing him attempt some pretty, entertaining and wonderful to watch dribble moves, and he's producing too with he's Austin's main set piece taker and starting to get on the score sheet as well.
There are a lot of things, but there are few things better than watching a young player blossom. We've had one down here with Brooklyn Reigns, who's off at the Under-20 World Cup, but to watch Wolff and his growth has been exceptional. And I'll tell you something, maybe those fans are uneducated, but some of that treatment, I will say, probably has helped in his player development. It's not nice to hear things said about your father, but I would look back on it now and say, to fight through that, get through that, and I often wondered that while watching games. It's pretty spectacular the way he handled it and got through it, and it's only made him a better player. And it's quite a rise for him, and I'm really excited about his output in the future. We're talking to Eric Goodman, Verde Report, up in Austin, Texas. You mentioned two Americans leading the way. Usman Bukhari, how's he doing now?
He's also settled into a role where, it was clear from the beginning of the season to me that this team under Nico Estevez is going to be its most dangerous without the ball, because they have a strong defensive back line. They got a great goalkeeper. They can survive waves of possession from the other team, and then when you have speed on the wings like Usman Bukhari, that's when you can be most dangerous. And I think Nico Estevez was a little resistant to kind of accept that, but once he did, you started getting the best out of a player that has scored big goals in World Cups, and you're now seeing that quality. And
Champions League too, right?
Yeah, and Champions League. And so you get the ball on his feet, on the break, and that's been the source of a lot of good things for Austin, especially in the second half of the year, and you're seeing how much more confidence he's playing with.
Hey, that's really interesting what you just brought up, Eric. So at what point did Nico Estevez, kind of abandon the possession game and maybe that data game for being a little bit more of a counterattacking team that invites the opponent in? When did you see that, and how long did it take to kind of just say, hey, this is the best way to play with these players?
Yeah, I think it's another thing that you can kind of trace back to losing that centerpiece number 9 in Brandon Vasquez, somebody that, you're going to want in the box, with a lot of get him as many opportunities as possible. But you put in Mirto Uzuni there as your number 9. He's another guy with terrific pace. And then Owen Wolff also, there's very few players I've watched in MLS that are more dangerous leading that break. So I think it all kind of ties back to that. And again, you hate to say it because you never want to see a player, sustain a season-ending injury. And I'm sure he's can't wait to come back. And I'm sure the team can't wait to have him back. But it really just kind of made things a lot simpler, I think, for Nico Estevez. And he kind of stumbled on this game plan that has worked really well for him.
Yeah, it's exciting. And Rodolfo Burrell, let's go to him. Did he seem like he was under pressure in the beginning of the year? Where's that pressure thermometer up there? Because, he did spend $30 million on a couple of players, and they were goal scorers. They're not coming in. Was there any pressure coming from the public, or was it just kind of, nah, it's okay?